In the face of a zombie outbreak, humanity finds itself on the brink of extinction as the Earth's magnetic field undergoes a sudden transformation, reverting everything to its primal state. Chu Han, as a representative of the new humanity, is ultimately oppressed and perishes at the hands of the new humans and the alien species after 10 years of cataclysmic chaos. Upon his death, he is reborn the day before the world descends into turmoil, coinciding with the emergence of a reincarnation system. Armed with the insights gained from his previous life and the capabilities of this system, Chu Han gradually unifies the human bases and ultimately defeats the alien king, Mu Yi. Heralding a new era, throughout this journey, he establishes the Wolf Fang Base and forms 3 elite squads, the Divine Shadow, Black Radiance, and Killing Feather. He also forges alliances with numerous companions, including the lightning-wielding Bai Yun'er, Shang Jiudi, the daughter of General Shang from the Shangjing Base, and Shangguan Yuxin, the daughter of General Shangguan from the Nandu Base. Simultaneously, Chu Han encounters various adversaries, such as Duan Jiangwei, the leader of the Duan family base, and the alien king Mu Yi. Chapter 1. The Day Before the Apocalypse. Fool. Chu Han could not help but mentally curse. Who is this person, making such a racket without fear of attracting a horde of zombies? Stop shouting. Suddenly, he jolted awake, a ferocious glint gleaming in his eyes, ready to silence the noisemakers. Yet in the blink of an eye, the ferocity in his gaze was replaced by bewilderment. There was no dim sky, no acrid scent of blood, no anguished cries of the undead, no severed limbs strewn about. Warm sunlight streamed through the bright glass windows, illuminating 4 beds and a square table, where 2 engineering students clad in plaid shirts sat animatedly at their computers, saliva flying as they typed furiously on their keyboards and mouse. The chaotic environment, reminiscent of a time long past, overwhelmed Chu Han's senses. Dirty clothes were strewn everywhere, and a towering pile of foul-smelling instant noodle containers evoked a profound sense of nostalgia and triggered distant memories. Fang Rong, Deng Weibao, his university roommates. What's with that expression? Did you just wake up? Deng Weibao glanced up from his screen, his nondescript face obscured by thick glasses with over 500 degrees of myopia. He awakened his powers later, but fell victim during the zombie siege. Chu Han's up? Damn it, we just lost. Fang Rong exclaimed, slamming the Q key on his keyboard multiple times. He had a slightly disheveled appearance and also perished during the zombie invasion. Chu Han rubbed his eyes vigorously, a realization dawning upon him, igniting a fervor that made his entire being tremble with excitement. Fang Rong closed his laptop. Chu Han, we're heading out. It's already 10 o'clock, we need to hurry or we'll miss our flight. 10 o'clock. Flight. What day is it today? In an instant, Chu Han leaped from his bed and shoved Deng Weibao aside, hastily moving the mouse to check the calendar in the bottom right corner of the screen. What are you doing? Hey, that's my computer. Deng Weibao grumbled, ignoring him. Chu Han's gaze fixated on the date. July 3rd, 2015, 10 in the morning. Has it really gotten this late? The day of the zombie outbreak is tomorrow. Darkness will descend at 6 in the morning, only for the sun to reappear at noon after 6 hours of chaos and destruction. Time is running out. Chu Han's heart raced with urgency. Move aside. I need to pack my computer. Deng Weibao grumbled, shouldering his large bag. Chu Han stepped aside, swallowing the words that nearly escaped his lips, forcing himself to calm down. I heard there's a viral outbreak. It's highly contagious. You both should ask your families to stock up on food and bottled water and stay indoors for the next few days. Not a virus. Where did you hear that? On the news. Chu Han knew these two seldom paid attention to current events. You actually watch the news? Deng Weibao laughed. Got it. Well, head out now. Safe travels. Chu Han suppressed his nostalgia as they departed from Mingqiu City before the impending apocalypse. Fang Rong and Deng Weibao hailed from Shangjing, having secured tickets for a flight scheduled for noon. Though densely populated and overrun by zombies, the capital, under military protection, was home to the largest surviving human population, making it the safest city for at least the first 2 years of the apocalypse. Thus, Chu Han refrained from further discussion. He was aware of the general trajectory over the next decade, and he knew these two would remain unharmed for the time being. Nandu also had a military district and received military protection at the onset of the outbreak, providing Chu Han with temporary reassurance. Nevertheless, seeking out Fan Hongxian was imperative in this life. He would not allow Fan Hongxian to fall into peril. His foremost priority was to strategize how to navigate this impending chaos and grow in strength. Only through strength could he ensure the safety of his 3 companions, for anywhere else could lead to doom. In the apocalypse, survival is paramount. After Fang Rong and Deng Weibao departed, the now-empty dormitory sent a shiver down Chu Han's spine. Ding! Suddenly, an urgent phone call rang. Smash! Chu Han abruptly hung up, disregarding the 3 missed calls on the screen, and dialed his home number. Beep! Beep! After 2 rings, his mother's joyful voice resonated from the other end. Xiao Han? Hearing that familiar voice, even the iron-hearted Chu Han, having endured a decade of darkness, felt a lump rise in his throat. His parents had lost contact since the outbreak, and he had searched for a full 10 years without success. What had happened? He dare not contemplate. Suppressing his emotions, he asked, "Mom, where's Dad?" "He's here. What's wrong, son?" His mother detected the unease in his tone. "Mom, Dad, you have to do exactly as I say." Chu Han's voice turned serious, so much so that his mother fell silent for a moment. "I have a classmate from Shangjing Base, Fang Rong. His father has insider information about a new virus emerging in the country, highly contagious and deadly. You both need to stock up on food and bottled water at home. The more, the better. Go buy it now. The virus has already started spreading." Chu Han knew that mentioning zombies would be too horrifying for his parents to believe, so he concocted a lie. In this new life, he vowed to find his parents in Anlu City. Oh dear. What are we going to do? His mother, recalling the SARS outbreak in 2005, was left speechless, believing every word he said. "Mom, don't panic. Just stay indoors with Dad," Chu Han quickly reassured her. "But you must prepare plenty of food. We don't know how long this virus will last." "All right, he'll go prepare with your dad right now," his mother replied immediately. "You be careful over there. Do you need money? I can send you some, and make sure you have enough food." "No need. I have enough here. Just prepare more, but make sure to buy everything before today. And whatever you do, don't go outside tomorrow, and don't go anywhere. Wait for me in Anlu City," Chu Han insisted, knowing his parents were too old to face the horrors of the apocalypse. After hanging up, he received another call from the number he had previously rejected. Once again, he hung up without hesitation and dialed Fan Hongxian's number, repeating the fabricated story he had told his parents. Although Fan Hongxian was skeptical, he agreed to follow Chu Han's advice. Having completed his tasks, Chu Han quickly donned his coat, checked the cash in his wallet, and hurried to the door. He needed supplies. The more, the better. The faster, the better. His heart raced with urgency. This was not the time for reckless action. He needed to minimize the risks for his family, friends, supplies, and weapons. Chu Han swiftly began to gather his belongings, continuing until he had emptied the dormitory of all valuable items. By the time he dragged a large suitcase across the campus of Mingqiu University, 2 hours had passed, and he was drenched in sweat under the sweltering summer sun. "Chu Han, where are you going? Aren't you supposed to have an exam at noon?" A voice called out from behind. Astonished, Chu Han turned his head, momentarily unable to recognize the individual before him, and could only dismissively retort, "Since I am bound to fail the exam anyway, it would be better to forego it and retake the course next semester." An exam? In the face of the apocalypse, who still cares about examinations? "Ah, at least you possess some self-awareness," a voice laced with disdain interjected. Narrowing her eyes, Chu Han observed the individual clad in an expensive white t-shirt, paired with trendy black trousers, and sporting shoes of a brand she could hardly identify. Duan, evidently perplexed, cast several bewildered glances at Chu Han, failing to grasp her meaning. Chu Han offered him no further attention, dragging her heavy suitcase towards the school gate, her phone vibrating incessantly in her pocket. Upon locating a shop that purchased secondhand electronics, she sold the entire contents of her large box for 4,000 yuan. Coupled with the 1,000 she already had in her wallet, her total amounted to 5,000. Chu Han's mind raced. The prices from a decade ago were now a blur in her memory, leaving her uncertain about what she could procure at this moment. Foremost, she required a weapon, the most crucial item of all. To defeat zombies, one must strike their heads, necessitating a weapon with lethal capability. A military hammer was currently unattainable, and while a regular hammer was inferior to an axe, the latter often became lodged and required significant skill to wield effectively. Entering a weapon shop, the proprietor instinctively frowned upon seeing such a young customer. "This is a store for handicrafts. Do not disturb my business if you aren't buying anything." Chu Han, clearly a university student with modest attire, did not inspire confidence in the shopkeeper regarding her ability to afford the wares within his establishment. Chapter 2. The Global Darkness. The store manager was taken aback by Chu Han's request to sharpen the weapon. The moment he entered, without uttering a word, he chose a hammer axe and immediately demanded it be sharpened. If this axe were to be honed, its power and sharpness would be formidable. The sharper, the better. Chu Han stated calmly. Unbeknownst to him, his serene demeanor, coupled with the unwavering gaze forged in the apocalypse, sent shivers down the manager's spine. Young man. The manager began to speak. Suddenly, a dagger was placed on the counter with a clatter. Sharpen this dagger for me as well. I'll give you 2,000 in total, and I'll return tonight to collect it. Here is 1,000 as a deposit. Chu Han deftly countered the manager's objections, even raising the price, despite the dagger being worth at most 200. The manager swallowed hard. Deciding not to quarrel over money, Chu Han promptly departed to gather other supplies. Time did not permit him to haggle. The axe was intended for dealing with zombies, while the dagger served as a defense against humans. In the early days of the apocalypse, things were manageable, but as the streets became overrun with the undead, morality and humanity would quickly erode. People would kill for a mere biscuit, and some, driven by insatiable hunger, would resort to cannibalism. In truth, he yearned for a trench knife more than the dagger, but most available in the market were of inferior quality, poorly designed, and posed a danger to the user rather than serving its intended purpose. A good trench knife, much like a military hammer, was not easily acquired. Subsequently, Chu Han bought the most expensive clothing he had ever owned, a mountaineering outfit costing over 1,000. It was durable, quick-drying, and of superior quality. He did not wish to find himself in a predicament akin to his previous life, nearly fleeing in the nude. He then procured various medications and gauze, rare commodities in the apocalypse, and filled his hydration pack. With the remaining funds, he purchased dried biscuits and jerky, loading his backpack to the brim. He did not require gourmet food. Survival was his only aim, and both dried biscuits and jerky had excellent shelf lives. As for other necessities, his funds were limited, and he could not ensure his mobility with excessive items. Once he concluded his errands, dusk had descended. The sky was pristine, the sunlight gentle, devoid of the stench of decay and the bloodied streets. Chu Han stood at a crossroads, gazing at the final sunset before the apocalypse, a whirlwind of emotion surging within him. 3 months after the outbreak, superhumans emerged, 2 of whom were his roommates, but he alone survived a decade. He was but a minor character, an ordinary individual, yet he persevered through harrowing experiences. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket, and upon retrieving it, he noted 20 missed calls from the same person. Hello? Chu Han answered. Are you trying to get yourself killed? An irate female voice erupted from the other end, accompanied by the sound of a cup crashing onto a table. Chu Han distanced the phone and glanced at the screen. Ding Shui. I've called you over 20 times. And you didn't pick up? Why didn't you come for the exam today? Do you realize that if you skip it, you won't even have a chance to retake it? You'll have to repeat the semester. Are you no longer interested in attending classes? Have you given up on graduating? Ding Shui raged on, her voice resembling that of a roaring lioness. At that moment, Chu Han paused. He finally recalled who she was, his class monitor from university. Ding Shui's demeanor was entirely at odds with her name. When angered, she could storm directly into the male dormitory, regardless of the half-naked boys inside. How are you, class monitor? Chu Han smiled nostalgically. He had no knowledge of Ding Shui's fate after the apocalypse. Perhaps she had perished, or perhaps she had become one of the undead. You still dare to ask how I am? Just wait for next semester's retakes. Ding Shui scoffed. Class monitor, would you like to stock up on some food? He suggested out of a sense of camaraderie, although he had nearly forgotten her. They had been classmates for 2 years. Stop changing the subject. Ding Shui, true to her role as class monitor, was not easily swayed by his distraction. Get some food and bottled water for yourself. Chu Han refrained from further discussion and ended the call. With 10 years of survival in the cracks of despair, he felt he had shown enough compassion. Hello? Hello? Ding Shui trembled with rage in her dormitory, her chest heaving with indignation. She was a privileged girl, academically accomplished, with strong work capabilities, and had always been the one making calls and directing others. When had it come to the point that Chu Han, the underachiever, was hanging up on her? How infuriating. Ding Shui, who had always sailed smoothly through life, suddenly broke down, tears streaming down her face. She had never experienced such coldness and felt a deep sense of grievance. At the weapon shop, Chu Han handed over his last 1,000 to the manager, then, under the manager's peculiar gaze, took the axe and dagger before departing. Fortunately, the manager had wrapped them securely. Otherwise, walking the streets with an axe in one hand and a dagger in the other would undoubtedly incite panic even before the apocalypse arrived. Back at the dormitory, Chu Han boiled the last 2 cups of instant noodles in hot water, and to him, this junk food now seemed exquisite. He removed his pants, preparing to change into his mountaineering outfit, as a 6-hour period of darkness was imminent following the outbreak. Dressed in his mountaineering attire, he placed the axe within easy reach, a familiar position from his previous life. In moments of danger, he could grasp his weapon without delay. He then secured the dagger to his right forearm, a position he had grown accustomed to. This setup allowed for swift access to the dagger with his left hand, while also serving as protection for his right forearm. In his past, this method had spared him from a near-fatal injury. Having completed his preparations, the clock read 10 o'clock at night, with 8 hours remaining until the apocalypse. The stillness of night faded, and morning sunlight bathed the world. The phone displayed the time, July 4, 2015, 6 o'clock a.m. Then, the screen went black. Outside, the sky, which had brightened, suddenly turned dark, and the sun vanished from every time zone on the planet. The dormitory corridor erupted with chaotic sounds, the familiar growls of zombies mingling with piercing female screams. Wait, why were there women in the boys' dormitory? Chu Han awoke, bewildered, then shook his head. Perhaps he had experienced this same shock 10 years ago, only to forget it. After all, this momentary astonishment paled in comparison to the impending catastrophe. As he rose, a sense of unease washed over him. He instinctively reached for his phone, only to confirm it remained black and unresponsive. The Earth's magnetic field had shifted. Data had transformed, and previously held academic knowledge was rendered obsolete. Familiarity had been upended. Even the very fabric of human genetics had been altered, leading to one of the greatest calamities. 80% of humanity had succumbed to zombification. Yet, not all was lost. A small fraction of humanity remained, struggling to survive. Energy was still eternal, fire could warm, oil could burn, and vehicles could still operate. The dormitory door was relentlessly pounded by zombies. The sound of sharp nails scraping against the wood sent shivers down Chu Han's spine. Zombie claws were exceptionally sharp and hard, unlike anything human. Chu Han retrieved a compressed biscuit and began to nibble. The apocalypse had begun, and the battle for survival was underway. His first choice was to replenish his energy. At present, these zombies are merely the most rudimentary level 1 zombies, slow in their movements, with feeble senses and insufficient strength. Aside from their somewhat terrifying appearance, they pose little threat, provided one is armed and the numbers are manageable. After consuming his meager ration of dry biscuits, Chu Han cast a glance out the window. Although the sun had reemerged, the sky remained shrouded in gray. Below, a horde of zombies was gathered, gnawing on something, while the ground was littered with dismembered human bones and remnants of flesh. The sudden chaos had arrived with alarming swiftness, and Chu Han felt that these zombies had awakened even before humanity. Rising to his feet, he slung his bag over his shoulder and gripped the iron axe firmly in both hands. His physical condition was inadequate for wielding it with one hand. Though this axe could only be considered a minor weapon in his previous life, the moment he clutched it, his previously calm demeanor transformed dramatically. His gaze became fierce and brutal, akin to that of a predatory beast. Driven by the instinct to survive and protect his parents and 3 brothers, he was now capable of anything. Chapter 3: The Arrival of the Apocalypse. With a sharp crack, the door swung open. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Han swung his iron axe forward with unyielding force. The blade sank into the skull of a nearby zombie. Mere inches away from his face, its ashen eyes and cracked, lifeless skin grotesquely close. Blood and brain matter splattered across him, mingling with the distinct stench of decay that wafted from the corpse. The zombie's head shattered, marking its demise. Chu Han was acutely aware of another zombie lurking just a meter away at the door, a testament to his extensive experience. He wiped the blood from his face and took a deep breath, yanking the axe free as the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Blood and gore painting the once pristine white tiles in dark crimson. He did not recognize the fallen figure, and even if he did, he would show no mercy. Yet, he felt his physical strength waning. The weight of the axe was less than 1/10 of his previous weapon, forcing him to wield it with both hands. And even a single swing left him gasping for breath. Initially, there had been only one zombie at the door, but the commotion quickly attracted others from the corridor. One by one, the undead, dragging their stiffened limbs and adorned with remnants of flesh and blood, approached Chu Han. Their pallid, grayish faces and empty white eyes were a terrifying sight as they clawed their way towards him. A chorus of moans echoed in the dim corridor, a cacophony of the undead that sent shivers down his spine. If bitten, he would surely be infected, not to mention the growing horde, driven mad by hunger. Resembling ravenous beasts that had not eaten for days, they lunged at him with extended claws, still smeared with congealed human blood. They yearned to feast upon his flesh, to devour his warm entrails. Chu Han stood firm in the doorway, refusing to step outside. These zombies lacked any semblance of thought, mindlessly surging forward in a frenzy. His position offered a tactical advantage. Though he faced numerous zombies, they could not overwhelm him in this confined space. As long as he remained behind the door, wielding his axe, he could fend them off. Survival in this post-apocalyptic world relied on utilizing every available resource. He flipped the axe over, opting to strike with the blunt side, for his strength was insufficient. Should the blade become lodged in a zombie's head, he would be in grave danger. A zombie was upon him. With a fierce determination etched on his face, he swung with all his might. The creature's eye burst forth, dark. Mutated blood gushing from its ruptured vessels, and brain matter splattered across Chu Han. 2 down. More to come. He allowed the repulsive gore to cling to his skin, disregarding the foulness that coated his face and filled his nostrils. As the second zombie fell, a third lunged at him. Its gaping maw filled with rotting remnants of human entrails, eager to sink its teeth into his neck. Ignoring the fatigue coursing through his muscles and the chaotic rhythm of his breath, Chu Han raised his arm and struck the zombie's jaw with fierce precision. The weight of the axe, combined with his desperate strength, shattered its mandible, sending the severed jaw crashing against the wall, its torn tongue flailing grotesquely. He spat out the gory remnants that threatened to choke him, a grim reminder of the battles he had faced in his previous life, where hygiene was a luxury he could not afford. But now, his immunity was not as robust. Energy was rapidly depleting, yet with each victory, his body slowly acclimated to the exertion. Chu Han grew more adept, his combat instincts aligning with the memories of his past. As he fought with increasing fervor, his will to survive and reunite with loved ones solidified. The once ordinary iron axe became an extension of his will, dispatching the remaining zombies with ruthless efficiency. Until a mound of their corpses lay at his feet, the last one's skull shattered by his relentless strike. Panting heavily, he tightened his grip on the axe and scanned the dim corridor. Though shrouded in darkness, he was certain this level was devoid of further threats. The zombies had yet to learn the art of concealment. The closed doors echoed with the sounds of the undead, eagerly responding to the commotion. Navigating over the heap of fallen zombies, he ventured into the stairwell, conserving his strength, an equally vital principle of survival. If any zombies remained behind those doors, their incessant banging indicated that they were either feasting upon the last remnants of humanity or had succumbed to the infection themselves. His dormitory was on the 3rd floor, and he made every effort to minimize his footsteps. After dispatching 5 more zombies on the stairwell, he reached the ground floor. The oppressive darkness of the apocalypse lingered at 6 in the morning, and the dormitory doors remained locked, the matron, now a mindless creature, aimlessly circling her small room. Breaking the lock was beyond his current strength, and the noise would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies. He observed the roaming figures outside the iron gate, ravenous for any sign of fresh meat. Even the blood-soaked ground was not spared from their greedy tongues. In this predicament, the only way to access the keys was to enter the matron's room, which was typically locked from the inside, a significant obstacle. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. On the 1st floor, he could seek out an unlocked dormitory and escape through the window. Pressing against the wall, he listened intently to the sounds in the corridor. His experience told him that only about 10 zombies lurked on the 1st floor. Peeking around the corner, he spotted a lone zombie emerging from a nearby dormitory. It sniffed the air, excitement lighting up its features as it lunged toward him, drooling a sickly yellow-green saliva. Yet, to Chu Han's delight, the door to the adjacent dormitory was ajar, and it stood within reach. He resolved to repeat his previous actions, reducing his risk further. The newly infected zombie was considerably slower than a human, granting him ample time. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, swiftly entering the dormitory and confirming it was safe before positioning himself behind the door frame. Despite his diminished strength and speed, his experience and combat skills remained sharp. By the time he secured his position, the zombie had turned and lunged toward him with a guttural growl. With a decisive swing of his axe, he cleaved the creature's head, its brain matter quivering as it fell lifelessly to the floor. Chu Han shook out his weary arms, extracting the axe from the skull. The commotion had attracted the attention of the remaining zombies, but he did not rush to close the door. Instead, he remained poised, muscles tensed, awaiting their approach. Immediately, Chu Han extracted the outdoor cycling water bag straw from his backpack and took a sip, marveling at the ingenuity of human design that made such convenience possible. After quenching his thirst, he grasped the iron axe in one hand and exited his dormitory, stepping into the corridor. Although his heart had been tempered like iron over a decade in his previous life, He had not succumbed to madness or moral decay. He retained the humanity that ought to be inherent in every person. While he could not rescue every individual he encountered, he still sought to offer assistance to those within the dormitory as much as he could. Having been reborn and unafraid of zombies, equipped with the knowledge of survival, he recognized that for others, this would be their first encounter, and they would inevitably be caught off guard. Humans are social creatures, and it is only through unity that they can navigate crises. Numerous zombies outside the Iron Gate, alerted by the commotion, gathered, extending their pallet, bony arms in a desperate attempt to force their way inside. They felt no pain. Some of the decaying flesh of the zombies was crushed, hanging in tatters, with blackened blood smeared across the iron door. Chu Han stood merely a few meters from the gate teeming with zombies, ignoring their wails. He straightened the bodies of the deceased zombies, arranging them upright in the corridor, continuing this grim procession until he reached the door of dormitory 104. Subsequently, he searched for a thick marker and inscribed large characters on the door. Exit here. Door unlocked. Any person of sound mind, upon realizing that the dormitory door was momentarily unyielding, would perceive the eerie line of zombies, albeit unsettling and unsightly, as clearly a human intervention. As long as they noticed it, they would have the opportunity to escape, just as he did. Upon leaving the dormitory building, Chu Han did not immediately take flight. Instead, he listened intently to the sounds around him, moving cautiously along the wall. Although the outbreak had not long transpired, resulting in a limited number of zombies within the school, it was essential to remain vigilant at all times, a lesson he had learned over a decade of survival. Just as he distanced himself safely from the dormitory, intending to avoid the zombies and head towards the school gate, a thunderous voice erupted from the dormitory window behind him. "Damn it, you fool." Chapter for the vehicle collided with the zombies, and a fierce killing intent suddenly flickered in Chu Han's eyes. Fool. Without hesitation, Chu Han swiftly maneuvered through a concealed thicket, moving with remarkable speed, yet making not a sound. The low shrubs served as adequate cover. Striding boldly in front of a horde of zombies would be tantamount to courting death. Hope ignited in Duan Ming's heart as he called out for help, only to find that Chu Han ignored him completely and continued on his way. Fortunately, he managed to shut the door just in time, sealing off one of the zombies outside. It was only then that he noticed at least 50 zombies converging towards them, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed like a hellish chorus. Panic engulfed Duan Ming. The zombie horde was upon them. While the strength of a low-tier zombie was not particularly great, what if 50 of them began battering the windows? The principle of dripping water penetrates stone was well understood. The window would not withstand the relentless assault of the pain-immune zombies for long. A few individuals hesitated, beginning to gather their belongings. It was midday, a time when they would typically be munching on chicken legs in the cafeteria or enjoying a meal with a favored companion at a small restaurant. Yet now, in the face of the apocalypse, the supplies in their dormitory were woefully insufficient, and primal hunger forced them to confront reality. In the same dormitory, those who had not yet turned into zombies were somewhat bolder, cautiously peering outside through a crack in the door. Soon, more people began to open their dormitory doors, armed with steel rods they had pried from their bed frames, intent on leaving together. Meanwhile, others chose to remain in their rooms, desperately attempting to power on their useless phones. They wished to call for help, to alert the authorities, but it was all in vain. When those fleeing appeared in the first-floor corridor and beheld the sight of 10 zombies lined up, they were struck with disbelief, as if caught in a dream. The exploded skulls emitted a foul stench, and brain matter was strewn across the ground, the grotesque corpses connected in a horrific line. Who could have done this? What kind of person could kill 10 zombies in one go? Many trembled uncontrollably, and some with weaker constitutions collapsed to the floor, retching. As they followed the line of zombies, their dizziness intensified upon seeing the bold letters on the door of dormitory 104. Facing zombies required immense courage. Yet someone had already escaped, leaving them a path to safety. Was it that fellow named Chu Han? Surely not. Instead of heading directly towards the school gate, Chu Han made his way towards the parking lot. He was not foolish enough to travel on foot. With the outbreak freshly unleashed, the roads were sparsely populated with vehicles, making cars the optimal mode of transportation. Along the way, he dispatched several zombies and scaled the fence to take a shortcut to the parking lot. As expected, several cars were parked there. Among them was a flashy red Ferrari 458 and a G55. Upon spotting the G55, Chu Han's eyes lit up. The G-Series ranked among the top 10 civilian vehicles in the apocalypse, known for its formidable off-road capabilities and exceptional durability, especially the front bumper. which could smash through reinforced concrete pillars without deforming. However, its limited seating capacity meant it could not accommodate teams larger than 10, thus falling short compared to trucks and large buses. Chu Han was in a hurry to reach Anro City to pick up his parents and had no intention of forming a team for the time being. The G55 was relatively agile compared to a truck, making it the ideal choice for solo missions. Cautiously, Chu Han approached the driver's seat of the G55. The interior was pristine, adorned with a few charming decorations and a photograph of a man and a woman. Squinting, he unearthed a long-forgotten memory, and a cruel, sinister grin crept across his face. Stepping back a few paces, he gripped his axe tightly and swung it forcefully at the car lock on the back seat. The impact shattered the glass, sending shards flying. Beep, beep, beep. The G55 erupted into a shrill alarm, and despite his swift actions, a bead of sweat trickled down Chu Han's brow. The alarm was deafening. He could already see a dozen zombies approaching from several meters away, charging towards him. Without delay, Chu Han flung the door open and jumped inside, tossing his backpack onto the seat. He climbed into the driver's position and, with a swift blow of his axe, severed the wires beneath the steering wheel, hastily making connections. He had performed this maneuver countless times in his previous life. At the moment the apocalypse struck, mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices became inoperable, seemingly due to an unknown energy surge that obliterated high-tech electronics. Although the vehicle was still functional, its internal audio broadcasting capabilities remained intact. Despite the collapse of the national power grid and information network, the formidable government acted promptly to restore order. Radio stations were relatively uncomplicated and would soon be repaired, making primitive radios the sole means of acquiring information about the outside world. Subsequently, the government dispatched planes to airdrop relief packages filled with medical supplies, weapons, and food across various cities. By then, military forces would receive orders to evacuate survivors. However, Chu Han could not afford to wait for that day. He needed to reach Anro City swiftly. Several fast-moving zombies had already closed in, their sharp claws scratching against the glass, their foul, unknown ichor smeared across the windows. More and more of them surrounded the vehicle, employing the most direct and brutal means to violently batter against the body of the car. They sought to devour the occupants within, to tear apart every inch of flesh and consume even the filth within their organs. As the horde grew larger, the car began to shake, the windshield becoming increasingly obscured by dark blood and rotting flesh. If this continued, the vehicle would inevitably be overturned. Just then, Chu Han successfully connected the wires, and the engine roared to life, emitting a reassuring rumble. He cast one last glance at the encroaching zombies, who were nearly overwhelming the vehicle. With a sudden press of the accelerator, he unleashed the powerful engine. Boom! The vehicle surged forward like a cannonball, its towering height and massive frame resulting in a total annihilation of the horde, instantly crushing several zombies. The mindless creatures had no idea to flee. And even if they did, it was too late. Chu Han barreled through them effortlessly. Thud, thud, thud. Several zombies, unable to react in time, were left battered and bloodied as Chu Han burst out of the parking lot. After a brief assessment of the route, he set his course towards the school gate. Ding Shui, what should we do? What should we do? In the dormitory, Ji Qingliu's eyes were red and swollen from crying, her beauty diminished, replaced by a disheveled despair. Ding Shui was no better off. She fought to restrain her emotions, gripping a baseball bat tightly, her body rigid, blood dripping from the bat, mingled with a grotesque mix of red and white pus. Before them lay a female zombie, half of its skull crushed and lying on the ground. Its brain matter smeared everywhere, even splattering across the bedsheets and curtains in their dormitory. This was one of their former roommates, transformed into a zombie. Thankfully, the dormitory beds were bunked high, allowing them some time to react. However, slaying this zombie had drained nearly all their energy, shattering their psychological defenses built over 20 years. Just as they felt helpless and desperate, the sound of a car racing by outside pierced the eerie silence of the city, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of impact. Someone was driving? Ding Shui's eyes brightened suddenly. Someone had escaped. The two rushed to the window, just in time to see a distant off-road vehicle speeding towards the school gate, plowing through countless zombies. Ji Qingliu did not recognize that it was her own vehicle, as the G55 was now unrecognizable, covered in the blood of zombies. She excitedly grabbed Ding Shui's hand, the desire to flee intensifying. Not only Ding Shui and Ji Qingliu, but countless boys and girls leaned against the dormitory windows, witnessing this scene with eyes brimming with hope. If someone could escape, then surely they could too. Unbeknownst to Chu Han, who was leaving the school, she had stirred such commotion and hope among the students. Nor could she have anticipated that one day she would encounter her classmates from Mingqiu University once again. Chapter 5, Call Again, and You Shall Perish at This Moment. The outside world had descended into utter devastation. The few cars remaining on the road lay in a chaotic heap, smoke billowing into the air. While the streets were littered with corpses and pools of blood, Chu Han felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having fled at the earliest opportunity. The roadway was not congested, and the presence of zombies was relatively sparse. Occasionally, a few undead pursued him from behind his vehicle. But they were quickly left in the dust. As he drove, Chu Han cast a worried glance at the fuel gauge, his brow furrowing in trepidation. It was perilously low. Where could he find a gas station? He had long forgotten the layout of Mingqiu City from a decade ago and could only hope to reach the national highway, where gas stations were typically located. With urgency fueling his speed, he pressed on, for time was of the essence. Within 5 kilometers of the national road, he spotted a gas station. However, his heart sank as he noticed the convenience store's entrance was tightly shut. Such establishments were usually open around the clock, and the locked doors suggested human intervention. Across the street, a cyber CAF stood wide open, a horde of zombies congregating within. They jostled against one another, their grotesque forms hunched over a disfigured body, ravenously tearing at its flesh and devouring its innards. Blood occasionally splattered as those outside, unable to enter, feasted on the remnants scattered on the ground. The sound of Chu Han's vehicle was unmistakably loud, and upon hearing it, the insatiable zombies turned their attention toward him, baring their teeth, grotesque remnants of flesh clinging to their mouths. The sheer number of the undead was alarming. Their throaty growls were more terrifying than any demon. And as they drew nearer, Chu Han could see the grotesque expressions on their filthy faces, their lifeless gray eyes reflecting an unsettling urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Han swerved his vehicle straight into the throng of zombies, accelerating with a thunderous roar. The impact was brutal, sending the undead flying and splattering their remains across the asphalt, leaving a foul stench in the air. The chaos of the apocalypse had only just begun. And yet these creatures showed no fear, continuing their relentless advance even when limbs were severed, dragging their mangled bodies along the ground, leaving trails of putrid flesh and dark blood. Inside the convenience store, survivors cowered in fear, exchanging startled glances at the commotion outside. A towering SUV mercilessly plowed through the horde, its exterior smeared with the remnants of decaying flesh. The sight was both horrifying and exhilarating. The survivors could hardly believe their eyes. Who was this audacious individual, braving the open road in such a manner? Who was that? Inquired a middle-aged man named Fan Wei, an employee of the gas station. Beside him stood a young couple, Zhang Ziyu, who appeared to be in his 20s, and Gu Xiaodong, a young woman adorned with heavy makeup. The last among them was a portly individual, weighing nearly 200 pounds, trembling in a corner, unable to lift his gaze, his body shaking in fear as the echoes of the undead's howls filled the air. Enough, Zhang Ziyu exclaimed in irritation. Just yesterday, he and Gu Xiaodong had spent the night gaming at the CAF, only to awaken to a world transformed into a nightmare. They had been trapped here, and the thought of waiting for rescue seemed futile, as it appeared that humanity had succumbed entirely to monstrosity. The sight of the SUV charging through the zombies ignited a spark of hope within him. Perhaps this bold driver was a police officer, someone who could lead them to safety. Turning to the composed Fan Wei, he proposed, "Do you have a vehicle? This might be our chance. That person seems quite capable. We should follow him. I won't leave. There is food and water here." "I refuse to go," Gu Xiaodong protested vehemently, shaking her head. "Suit yourself. You can stay here then. I never said I would take you." Zhang Ziyu shot back, his determination unwavering. He felt astute, especially upon witnessing someone taking decisive action. This was the end of the world. Everything was in disarray, phones rendered useless, communication systems down, and Mingqiu City lacked military presence. He would not remain here. It was too perilous. "How can you abandon me? Do you no longer love me?" Gu Xiaodong's voice brimmed with disappointment. "In a world like this, who the hell cares about love? It's every person for themselves." Zhang Ziyu snapped back, pointing at the sobbing figure in the corner who was devouring salted duck. "You can stay with that useless lump." Fan Wei interrupted their quarrel. "Enough. I have a vehicle. He must be here for gas. We can ask him when he approaches." "All right, let's go. You gather supplies, and I'll speak with him," Zhang Ziyu declared, shaking off Gu Xiaodong's attempt to grab him. Chu Han continued maneuvering his vehicle until he had obliterated the last of the zombies that had emerged from the CAF. Once the coast was clear, he pulled into the gas station, parking next to the fuel pump. With an iron axe still clenched in his hand, he filled his tank, his senses heightened and on alert. Upon noticing the absence of zombies, Zhang Ziyu swiftly opened the convenience store door and hurried toward Chu Han. "Hello, I'm Zhang Ziyu. Which direction are you heading? How about we team up for safety? We have our own vehicle as well." "Zhang Ziyu." Chu Han looked up, a flicker of recognition stirring within him. He had sensed someone approaching, but had dismissed it, noting the lack of aggression in the stranger's demeanor. Zhang Ziyu's astonishment grew as he took in Chu Han's familiar features, his voice caught in his throat. Chu Han? Chu Han scanned him briefly before returning his focus to the task at hand, undeterred. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziyu continued to gawk at him, his gaze lingering on the axe stained with darkened blood. "You how?" Zhang Ziyu stammered, grappling with disbelief. He had never anticipated that someone he held in such high regard, someone he associated with law enforcement or elite forces, would be his former classmate. "Chu Han?" Gu Xiaodong suddenly emerged from the store, her voice filled with excitement. "Is that really you?" "Be quiet." Chu Han's expression morphed into one of ferocity, glaring at her with a fierce intensity. Zombies could hear, and her loud outburst was reckless. "Chu Han, how dare you speak to me like that? Are you trying to get us killed?" Gu Xiaodong shouted back, her anger boiling over, her voice echoing in the chaos. Chu Han's eyes flared with rage and a murderous intent surged within him. He had meticulously drawn the zombies away, risking his life to refuel. And yet this woman seemed intent on attracting them all. She took a step back, fear momentarily clouding her features, but quickly rallied, shouting, "What are you doing?" As the woman was about to continue expressing her anger, even contemplating delivering a slap to Chu Han as a lesson, her expression abruptly transformed, revealing an extreme terror. A piercing scream erupted from her, its volume so high it seemed capable of shattering glass. Suddenly, two zombies appeared 10 meters away, dragging their stiff limbs forward. Emitting excited growls, their bloodied, blackened hands clawing at the air, they hastened towards the source of the woman's cries. "Zombies! Zombies!" Zhang Ziyu was paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. The woman's shrieks persisted. In an instant, Chu Han's murderous intent surged to its peak. He abruptly turned and delivered a brutal kick to Gu Xiaodong, showing no mercy as he sent her flying far away. He then directed his attention to the prostrate Zhang Ziyu, commanding, "Control her. Silence this woman. If she screams again, you are to kill her." To Chu Han, taking a life was a common occurrence. He saw nothing amiss in his demand. If this woman continued to scream, the approaching zombies would multiply. Gripping his axe tightly, he paid no further mind to Zhang Ziyu or Gu Xiaodong, focusing intently on the two advancing zombies. His left hand remained steady, fueling the chainsaw. The zombies drew closer, now merely 2 meters away. A heavy stench of decay assaulting his senses as they gaped their mouths wide, revealing bits of human flesh clinging to their teeth. Zhang Ziyu was utterly frozen in terror, trembling as he stuttered, "Zombies, the zombies are coming." In his eyes, Chu Han was undoubtedly insane. The zombies were just a meter away, yet he continued to refuel. Gu Xiaodong, awakened by the brutality of the kick, let out another scream and dashed into the convenience store, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 6. The obstructive corpulent man Chu Han harbored no extraneous emotions, his right hand slightly unfurled before he once again gripped the axe tightly, the muscles in his arm transmitting an exceedingly familiar sensation. Wielding a single-handed axe to slay zombies was his most frequent method in his previous life. Two zombies lunged at him simultaneously, their rancid, sharp-toothed maws poised to bite down on Chu Han, eager to rend his flesh and feast upon his fresh innards. "Run!" Zhang Ziyu could no longer contain himself, his voice rising in a desperate shout. Chu Han stood resolute, observing the two zombies, now less than a meter away. Suddenly, he propelled his right foot forward with force, delivering a powerful kick to one of the zombies, while simultaneously raising his right hand. The axe glinted coldly as it descended mercilessly upon the other zombie's skull. Bang! Chu Han's speed was astonishing, exhibiting no hesitance as he targeted the zombie's most vulnerable spots. With a single swing, the head of that zombie burst open, brains and pus spraying forth, splattering Chu Han's face, while chunks of decayed flesh followed the trajectory of the eruption into his mouth, and 2 eyeballs were sent rolling across the ground. At that moment, the zombie that had been kicked aside staggered to its feet, shaking its head and roaring as it lunged at Chu Han once more, showing no reaction to the lifeless body of its fallen companion. Chu Han spat out the putrid flesh he had inadvertently ingested. He lifted the axe again, striking the other zombie and shattering its skull as well. Throughout this ordeal, he never released his left hand from the fuel pump. The axe was drenched in the zombie's brain matter and black ichor, dripping steadily onto the ground. Behind him, Zhang Ziyu, who had initially retreated, now stood dumbfounded, staring at Chu Han, who was splattered with the nauseating remnants of the undead. The two lifeless zombies lay at his feet, their mouths agape, their heads obliterated. The grotesque scene was a jarring assault on his senses, causing an internal turmoil as he grappled with the transformation of the once inconspicuous outsider into a figure of cold brutality. Chu Han had dispatched 2 zombies in mere moments, all while still fueling his vehicle. Zhang Ziyu cast one more glance at the gruesome remains on the ground, the grotesque substance oozing from the ruptured skulls and the splatter adorning Chu Han's visage, before he retched violently. "Don't open the door. Don't open the door." Ah! Suddenly, Gu Xiaoting's voice pierced the air nearby. Fan Wei flung the door open with a loud bang, clutching a metal rod. Upon witnessing the scene outside, he halted abruptly, Gu Xiaoting's cries abruptly ceasing. "Zombies, dead?" Fan Wei gazed in terror at Chu Han, who stood immobile, his left hand fueling the pump while his right hand gripped the axe. A wave of fear surged within him. Was this still human? What kind of formidable mental fortitude could maintain such composure? Gu Xiaotong shivered, her gaze complex as she regarded Chu Han. She had not witnessed the process of his zombie slaying. She only knew that the undead were vanquished and Chu Han remained unscathed. At that moment, with a click, Chu Han retrieved the fuel pump, now full. He turned to survey the surroundings, his filthy face betraying no emotion. There remained ample space in his vehicle, and he intended to take as much as he could from the convenience store. "Where are you planning to go?" Zhang Ziyu suddenly approached, determination etched on his face. He resolved to follow Chu Han, no matter what. "To find my parents," Chu Han declared, his first goal after the apocalypse erupted. While others sought lovers or merely aimed to survive, few would venture far and wide to retrieve their parents. At their age, having just emerged from their rebellious phase, such awareness was rare, especially in a time when self-preservation was paramount. Yet, Chu Han felt compelled. Otherwise, he would question his very manhood. "Can I come with you?" Zhang Ziyu implored. "Your family is in Anlu City, right? I'll go through sure." Zhang Ziyu felt utterly defeated, realizing he had previously underestimated Chu Han's prowess. The way he wielded the axe was nothing short of magnificent, dispatching 2 zombies effortlessly, leaving him terrified and scrambling for safety. "We have a car. We want to be a burden," Fan Wei interjected hastily. Yes. Zhang Ziyu nodded vigorously, no longer daring to speak to Chu Han with the same attitude he once had. Chu Han furrowed his brow. He had no objection if they drove themselves. But more people meant more complications. However, Sure was indeed a necessary route to Anlu City, and having 2 vehicles would provide additional resources and security. "Fine. Let us take more food from the convenience store," Chu Han stated calmly. "All right." Zhang Ziyu and Fan Wei sprang into action. Chu Han entered the store, still wielding the iron axe, scanning the area for danger before heading into the storage room, for he had no time to meticulously organize outside. As he passed Gu Xiaotong, he paid her no heed, despite her complex gaze. The overweight man hunched in the corner, incessantly consuming food, received no more than a cursory glance from Chu Han. After 10 years in the apocalypse, Chu Han had honed his mindset to perfection. He regarded the fat man as a lost cause, destined to perish in a world descending into chaos. Boxes of food were extracted until the spacious G55 was nearly filled to capacity. Only then did Chu Han cease his efforts. At that moment, Gu Xiaodong was the first to board the vehicle, prompting Zhang Ziyu to mutter a few curses. As they prepared to depart, Zhang Ziyu passed by the weeping fat man in the corner and delivered a kick to his face. "Get out of the way, you useless lump." The fat man wailed even louder, fear evident as he gazed up at Zhang Ziyu, tears and snot marring his face. Ever since Chu Han entered, he had been crying, consuming without pause. In a short span, he had devoured 5 packages of salted duck and 20 sausages, and he showed no signs of stopping. Yet, when the fat man looked up to reveal his round visage, Chu Han was struck as if by lightning, rendered speechless in disbelief. With a face resembling a meatball, and a black-haired mole beneath his lower lip, this visage, though not frequently encountered, was indelibly etched in Chu Han's memory due to its distinctiveness. "What is your name?" Chu Han inquired, now uncertain if this was indeed the person he thought of, for the sobbing mass before him hardly resembled the character he recalled. I am Chen Xiaoya," the fat man stammered, fear palpable in his voice. "You dare call yourself a master? You're genuinely brainless." Zhang Ziyu spat, preparing to kick him again. The fat man recoiled in terror, shrinking back. Chu Han, however, couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Chen Xiaoya, The legendary sharpshooter ranked among the top 20 nationwide in my past life. This individual truly bore the name Chen Xiaoya, with the surname Chun and the given name Xiaoya. His moniker stemmed from his unparalleled marksmanship. If he claimed second place, none would dare to assert they were first. A genuine sharpshooter. Nobody could approach within 10 meters of him. In the apocalypse, ordinary individuals like Chu Han, devoid of any supernatural abilities, could only procure the most basic firearms. While Chen Xiaoya had been granted privileges by the state, wielding weapons that others had never even glimpsed, treating them as mere toys. Who would dare to challenge such a person? A single shot fired at your dwelling in the dead of night could likely demolish the entire building. As Zhang Ziyu prepared to assault Chen Xiaoya again, Chu Han intervened. You can get in the car. I'm taking him with me. You want to take him? Zhang Ziyu's disbelief was palpable, as clever individuals typically shared similar sentiments. Bringing along someone like Chen Xiaoya could only spell trouble. He's riding in my vehicle. He won't take up your space, Chu Han replied casually, yet his eyes bore into Zhang Ziyu's. No matter how cunning Zhang Ziyu was, he had never truly taken a life. Under the piercing gaze of Chu Han, he hastily boarded the car, disregarding Chen Xiaoya. Chen Fatty, tidy up and come with me. Chu Han commanded without further ado. You're really going to take me with you? Young Master Chun was clearly overwhelmed with emotion, tears, and snot streaming down his face. Hurry up, quickly. Chu Han snapped impatiently, his mind racing with thoughts of how to arm Chen Fatty. It would be a disgrace to the heavens not to recruit such a talent. Simultaneously, he swung around and retrieved a fire axe from the convenience store, thrusting it into the fat man's hands. Let's go. Clang. Barely 2 steps out, Chu Han heard the sound of the axe clattering onto the ground behind him. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he suppressed the urge to tear this man apart and turned around. I'm sorry. Young Master Chen stood trembling behind Chu Han, clutching a mound of food while the fire axe lay at his feet. Pick it up. Chu Han's tone was curt. In this apocalyptic world, one could not afford to be without a weapon, lest one become the next victim. Chen Fatty paused, his gaze drifting downward to the axe firmly held by Chu Han, a long-handled axe significantly larger than the fire axe, seemingly heavy. Yet Chu Han had carried it effortlessly while hauling other items. I understand. A wave of unexplainable emotion washed over Chen Fatty as he hurriedly picked up the fire axe and followed Chu Han out. In another vehicle, Zhang Ziyu spat in disdain. Watching as Chen Fatty climbed into the coveted G55 that he had long desired, his voice laced with ire. Damn it, what is Chu Han thinking? Actually taking this fat man with him? Gu Xiaodong, adorned with heavy makeup, licked her lips and hesitated. That car must cost a fortune. How could he possibly afford it? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Ziyu's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by the frightening image of Chu Han slaying zombies. Stop asking so many questions. Chapter 7. I want to stay in your car on July 4th, 2015, at 11 p.m., 11 hours into the apocalypse, chaos engulfed every corner of the world. The night was filled with the chilling howls of zombies, as countless creatures broke through windows and feeble doors, spilling into the streets, drawn by the scent of humanity. Ready to bite at first sight, the city lay in ruins, streets choked with abandoned vehicles, communication systems rendered useless. Helplessness, confusion, and despair reigned. On the highway, Chu Han drove a G55, leading the way with a small car closely following behind. Darkness enveloped the entire road. The power grid had long since failed, rendering the expensive streetlights constructed by the government utterly useless. Fortunately, they had set out early, aside from a few overturned vehicles. There were scarcely any zombies lingering on the highway. Occasionally, a stray one would appear, but Chu Han dispatched them with a swift collision. Brother Chu. The chubby Chen suddenly spoke, his voice trembling. Do we have air conditioning? The window at the back keeps letting in the wind, and I'm feeling cold. Despite being early July, the temperature had inexplicably plummeted since the apocalypse began, and it was indeed quite chilly, though not quite winter-like. Chu Han glanced at Chen's long sleeves and his corpulent figure, utterly speechless. He couldn't help but wonder if there existed two people who looked identical and shared the same name. Otherwise, how could someone as physically inept as Chen achieve a combat ranking of 20 in their previous life? It is worth noting that 10 years into the apocalypse, skilled fighters emerged in abundance, while in his past life, Chu Han's prowess barely ranked outside the millionth. Even so, he had reached a terrifying level of physical ability, unafraid when facing third and fourth tier zombies. The thought of the 20-ranked Chun bewildered him. The current Chun was simply pathetic. The car's audio system crackled with static after several attempts to adjust it. However, this was a silver lining. as it indicated that radio stations were attempting to repair their broadcasts. Otherwise, there would be no sound at all. Noticing that Chu Han was unresponsive, Chen could only curl up in his seat, trying to diminish his presence. Chu Han, we haven't encountered many vehicles in this area. Shall we rest here for the night? Came the voice of Zhang Ziyu over the walkie-talkie. This device had been provided by the taciturn Fan Wei, who had been silently driving throughout the journey. Chu Han surveyed his surroundings, engulfed in pitch darkness with no visible signs of danger nearby. In truth, it mattered little where they rested, as peril lurked at every corner. After several hours of driving, they indeed needed a break. All right, let us park, he replied. Both vehicles turned off their engines, coming to a quiet halt by the roadside. Shutting off the engines served a dual purpose, conserving fuel and minimizing noise that could attract zombies. The highway was eerily silent, devoid of any light. The oppressive darkness instilled an inexplicable fear deep within. Chen let out a heart-wrenching scream. Damn it. Chu Han was on the verge of losing his mind. What are you screaming for? No, it's not that. Chen whimpered, trembling and cold sweat drenching his body. Brother Chu, you scared me. What a coward. Chu Han cursed, hastily exiting the vehicle. Wait, why are we getting out? Can I not stay inside? Chen exclaimed nervously. This gluttonous fellow had been munching nonstop since they got in the car. Even the most efficient digestive system would need a break eventually. Chu Han was utterly speechless. This chubby man was simply extraordinary. Brother Chu, I don't want to get out. Chen was on the verge of tears. I'm scared. It's too dark. And there might be zombies. With a scowl, Chu Han grasped his axe and approached the passenger seat, flinging the door open and dragging Chen out. Hurry up and relieve yourself. You won't always have the chance to do this in the future. In an apocalypse, danger was omnipresent and physiological needs often went unmet. Given that the apocalypse had only just begun, the opportunity to stop and relieve oneself was indeed rare. Initially, Chen hesitated to exit. But the sight of the axe in Chu Han's hand, glinting ominously in the moonlight, spurred him into action. The darkened blood staining the blade was a stark reminder of the dangers they faced. Chen stumbled out of the vehicle, racing to the roadside to relieve himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziyu, Fan Wei, and Gu Xiaodong exited the small car, while Chu Han swiftly finished his task, standing guard beside the G-55 with his axe in hand. Zhang Ziyu and Fan Wei moved toward Chen's direction. In this pitch-black night, it was safer to stick together, a sentiment shared among them. Gu Xiaodong, for reasons unknown, approached Chu Han, her steps light and delicate, unintentionally revealing her fair and exquisite collarbone. Chu Han subtly tightened his grip on the axe, his expression remaining impassive as he spoke in a calm tone. What do you want? I need to use the restroom. Will you accompany me and keep watch? Gu Xiaodong's voice was barely a whisper, yet her expression conveyed a sense of entitlement. In her view, despite her reservations about Chu Han's previous rough behavior, he owed her an apology and should comply with her request. Stealing a glance at Chu Han, she suddenly found him preferable to Zhang Ziyu. At least he was unafraid of zombies. With a stiff smile, Chu Han replied, They are 3 big men over there. Why are you afraid? They're men. Gu Xiaodong retorted, flustered. I'm a woman. How can I go with them to the restroom? The apocalypse had only just erupted 10 hours prior. Even a normal woman would struggle to set aside such concerns. However, it wouldn't be long before everyone abandoned these reservations. Societal norms would shift dramatically, and many women would become the companions of survivor teams, merely to secure their next meal. I'm a man too. Chu Han firmly rejected her request. He couldn't leave the food supplies unguarded, and he trusted no one. Gu Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. You think too highly of yourself. In truth, she didn't merely want him to accompany her, she wanted him to stand guard. Chu Han, however, paid no mind to her inner thoughts. He furrowed his brow, sensing a chill in the air of the night. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaodong dared not press too far, as she noticed that Chu Han had not once loosened his grip on the axe. He was no longer the simpleton she had once looked down upon. He was now capable of dispatching zombies with ease, even crushing dozens without a flicker of hesitation. Determined to press her advantage, she feigned warmth, tugging at her collar to reveal more of her delicate skin. Zhang Ziyu and I have broken up. He is too irresponsible. Can I rest in your car tonight? Chapter 8. Your makeup is ruined in Gu Xiaodong's eyes. The timid and plump Shen Xiaoyi could easily occupy such a spacious vehicle. Being young, beautiful, and the only woman present, how could Chu Han possibly refuse her? She was unwilling to remain in the cramped little car. She longed to settle into the ample space of the larger vehicle and enjoy a proper rest. I'm sorry, but there is no room in my car. Chu Han firmly declined. You. Yu Xiaoang glared at Chu Han, feeling as though she had just swallowed a fly. She questioned her own appeal, believing herself to be attractive with a stunning figure, and wondered if the person before her was simply lacking in common sense. Chu Han remained silent, her gaze subtly assessing Gu Xiaodong's face, which was marred by smeared eyeliner and mascara, resembling someone whose face had been buried in cold dust. The heavy makeup was utterly ruined. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might mistake her for a zombie. Disregarding Gu Xiaodong, Chu Han maintained her vigilance, clutching the axe. At that moment, Zhang Ziyu and Qin Xiaoyi hurried over, with Zhang Ziyu's expression troubled and Qin Xiaoyi appearing despondent, shrinking into himself. Too afraid to lift his head. Where's Fan Wei? Chu Han inquired, her brow furrowing. Zhang Ziyu spat. That fatso couldn't stand the stench and moved farther away. Humph. Gu Xiaodong scrutinized Qin Xiaoyi with disdain, sneering internally as she categorized Chu Han as insane for pursuing someone who clearly rejected her. Choosing instead to accompany this useless individual, Qin Xiaoyi stood meekly to the side, not daring to utter a word. Chu Han frowned and glanced into the dark expanse ahead, where nothing was visible, as if something might suddenly emerge from the complete darkness. Get in the car. Exercising caution. Chu Han climbed into the G55, aware that even the slightest misstep could unleash a storm of peril. Qin Xiaoyi quickly followed, terrified that if he lagged behind, Chu Han would abandon him. The reality was indeed that had he not possessed a survival instinct, he would have forsaken this potentially formidable ally. No sooner had they entered the vehicle than Fan Wei's voice suddenly rang out. Ah! His cry was abruptly cut off, as if something had clasped his throat. Chu Han's heart raced, and she immediately started the car, switching on the headlights and scanning the area for Fan Wei's figure. What is happening? Ghost? No. Wait, zombies. Gu Xiaodong exclaimed, her face paling in fear from the back seat. Zhang Ziyu was equally rattled. He promptly locked the doors and trembled as he attempted to start the car. What do we do now? Escape? What should we do? Gu Xiaodong shouted, her anxiety escalating as she noticed Chu Han had driven off into the distance. To her, it was Chu Han's fearless demeanor that offered her any semblance of safety. Shut up. I'm trying to start the car. Zhang Ziyu snapped, his nerves fraying. Unfortunately, his vehicle was manual, and his trembling hands and feet hindered his progress. Fan Wei had not ventured too far. Chu Han soon spotted him, sprinting towards them. Covered in blood, with a horde of zombies clawing and shrieking behind him, at least 50 in number. Qin Xiaoyi, seated in the passenger seat, had been rendered completely speechless by fear since the moment he heard the shout. How could so many zombies suddenly appear? Chu Han thought, her brow furrowing deeper as she caught sight of a bus lying on its side beside the highway, likely abandoned during the apocalypse. All its passengers had presumably transformed into zombies. Fan Wei, barely able to form coherent thoughts, could only emit primal screams, 10 meters ahead in sheer terror. Chu Han's concern intensified. Had Fan Wei been bitten? In the 3 months preceding the emergence of supernatural abilities, humanity was generally too weak to withstand the virus within a zombie-esque bite. A mere scratch could lead to infection, especially for someone lacking inherent strength, which clearly described Fan Wei's predicament. Previously, Chu Han would have disregarded the situation and sped away without a second thought. Yet, after glancing at Qin Xiaoyi, she instantly altered her decision. Fatty, scoot back a bit and open the door to pull him in, she commanded while deftly controlling the vehicle to reduce speed. Right? Qin Xiaoyi stammered, utterly dazed by fear, instinctively obeying Chu Han's order. Chu Han pressed the brakes hard, the tires screeching against the ground, causing the items within the car to lurch forward, scattering boxes and bottles everywhere. She understood that without drastically slowing down, Qin Xiaoyi would lack the ability to help pull Fan Wei into the vehicle. However, the situation was still perilous, with the zombie horde nearly reaching them. Qin Xiaoyi, in a panic, yanked the door open, struggling to pull Fan Wei inside. Meanwhile, Fan Wei was paralyzed with fear, resulting in a complete lack of coordination between the two. Suddenly, the G55 shook violently, followed by a deafening roar as a small car sped past like a cannonball, likely reaching speeds of 180 miles per hour, crushing several zombies before vanishing from sight. Who are they? Qin Xiaoyi croaked, his voice dry. Fan Wei shouted in disbelief, overwhelmed with anger. That was his car. The vehicle that had just zoomed by belonged to Zhang Ziyu and Gu Xiaodong, who had evidently reached a tacit agreement to escape entirely. Chu Han smirked. The rearview mirror was shattered, not the G55S, but Zhang Ziyu's. At that moment, two zombies had drawn dangerously close, mere inches from Fan Wei's neck, while several others appeared on Chu Han's side, their decaying hands pounding against the window. Hold on tight. Chu Han suddenly shouted, swiftly shifting the gear into reverse and pressing the accelerator hard. With a roar, the G-55 surged backward, swiftly retreating 20 meters from the encroaching horde. The items within the car tumbling chaotically. Hurry, get in. Chen Xiaoyi, drenched in cold sweat, urgently pulled Fan Wei inside, slamming the door shut with a thud. The spacious interior of the vehicle surprisingly accommodated the two men, even with one being a hefty 190-pound figure. Stealing a glance at Fan Wei's shoulder, Chu Han noted the blood seeping through the torn fabric, revealing a distinct bite mark beneath. Chapter 9. 100 Zombies. The headlights illuminated the densely packed faces of the zombies ahead, revealing their pupilless, grayish eyes and sharp, blood-soaked fangs reminiscent of wild beasts. They seemed intent on smashing the vehicle, dragging the three occupants out to feast upon them. Inside the car, Master Chen and Fan Wei held their breath, afraid to make a sound, grateful that they had not fainted from sheer terror. With her right foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, Chu Han slammed down hard. Boom. The G-55 shot forward once more, colliding with the nearest zombies, causing their heads to burst and blood to spray. One zombie was sent flying, crashing against the windshield. As dark, eerie blood trickled down the glass. The G-55, aptly named the tank among cars, effortlessly carved a path through the horde, having already dispatched 10 or so zombies. Before long, they found themselves on a wide avenue. Just as Chu Han considered flooring the accelerator to speed away, an unexpected pain shot through his head, accompanied by a mechanical voice that inexplicably resonated in his mind. Mission accomplished. Kill 100 zombies within 12 hours. Time taken, 11 hours, 49 minutes, and 32 seconds. Host information detection commencing. A sudden sensation of vulnerability washed over Chu Han, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was this? Alien technology? He glanced at Master Chen and Fan Wei, both of whom wore expressions of relief, completely oblivious to the voice that had echoed in his mind. Shock washed over Chu Han's face. He recognized that the voice was directly in his consciousness, yet he remained profoundly astonished. For the first time, he felt overwhelmed by the limitations of his mind. Soon, the mechanical voice returned, detection complete. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent screen materialized before him. While Fan Wei and Master Chen remained unresponsive, only Chu Han could see it. Just as he could hear the voice. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he gazed in awe at the screen, which displayed several lines on the left side. Name, Chu Han. Age, 20. Physical ability, ordinary. Special ability, none. This was the basic information laid out on the left side, while the right side contained additional categories. 1 point for each first-tier zombie killed. The voice echoed in his mind, then fell silent, leaving a profound stillness. Cold sweat beaded on Chu Han's forehead from shock and fear. He scrutinized the screen several times, and upon glancing at the special ability section, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Even after being reborn, he still possessed no special powers. He continued to explore, quickly spotting a small line in the bottom right corner. Points, 0. Exchange for? Talent? Chu Han hastily questioned in his mind, what talents can be exchanged? Check for yourself. Damn. Chu Han's forehead throbbed. The bizarre events of the day had left him momentarily dazed, his emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. He searched the screen and discovered that the right side contained 2 categories. Cough. Open it. Let me see, he cautiously inquired in his mind. As soon as he thought this, a flash of light occurred, revealing the categories. Physical ability, repair and upgrade. Talent, activate and upgrade. Upon seeing the 2 subcategories, Chu Han hesitated as he opened the talent section, then abruptly slammed on the brakes, swerving the vehicle in the opposite direction. Unprepared, Fan Wei and Master Chen were thrown about, with Master Chen's round face comically pressed against the window. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse, he was acutely aware of humanity's peril. As time passed, zombies grew stronger, evolving into 2nd tier, 3rd tier, and even higher levels. However, humanity was also advancing, with enhanced physical abilities. The greatest hope lay in their intelligence and remarkable adaptability. Human genetics are wondrous, capable of learning anything they once could not. In the future, everyone would wield firearms, each possessing agility and strength unlike before. Killing zombies was Chu Han's succinct mantra. Zombie points. 1 point for each first-tier zombie. Currently, I have 0 points. He had just noticed that the points required to activate those talents were substantial. The earlier zombies he had encountered were the key to earning them. He would spare none. Are you kidding, Brother Chu? Zombies are terrifying, and you still want to kill them? Master Chen's face turned pale. He was already plump. And with Fan Wei squeezed next to him, he resembled a meat cushion, looking comically pitiful. Chu Han glanced at Fan Wei, who seemed to have fainted against Master Chen. And a strange smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You're snuggling with a zombie. Isn't that frightening? Chu Han's driving skills were honed during his 10 years in the apocalypse, and though he lacked a license, he drove with remarkable speed, transforming the SUV into a supercar. It wasn't long before he returned to the scene of the earlier encounter. At that moment, the dozens of zombies wandered aimlessly on the road, lacking thought, only knowing to follow the sound. As the vehicle's noise grew closer, they remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, eagerly gathering towards the car. Are they all here? Excellent. Joy sparkled in Chu Han's eyes as he pressed the accelerator, crashing into the largest cluster of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen zombies were sent flying, their dark blood splattering across the vehicle. Chu Han expertly maneuvered, targeting other groups of zombies while glancing at the bottom right corner of the screen. Points, 5. After another series of collisions, the number on the screen flickered again. Points, 7. Chu Han was exhilarated, while Master Chen was paralyzed with fear, too terrified to even look. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the back seat. The eerie noise sent chills down Master Chen's spine. Sichu, what was that sound? He stammered, trembling. Chapter 10. I eat alone. It was an arm severed at the elbow, pale and ghostly, with 2 fingers broken, positioned quite fortuitously. Less than 30 centimeters from young Master Chen's nape. Brother Chu, young Master Chen finally mustered the courage to inquire, why has that window at the back been left unoccupied? He had identified a dilemma. It seemed that each zombie was worth a mere 0.5 points when struck by the vehicle, a rather wasteful endeavor. Another complication was that unlocking certain talents required a prerequisite. Physical fitness must reach the first tier. Currently, Chu Han's fitness was deemed ordinary, and accumulating the necessary points to elevate it to the first tier would take 200. Did you smash it? Young Master Chen gazed at Chu Han in bewilderment, only to find that Chu Han was fixated on the glass before him, as if he could discern something profound. Young Master Chen silently lamented, why on earth would you break a window? That zombie's hand just fell in and nearly scared me to death. Well, Brother Chu, he hesitated. What if a zombie crawls in through that back window? This posed a significant concern. What if a zombie enters and bites someone? Are you going to take responsibility? Chu Han murmured thoughtfully, precision is paramount. It must be prioritized. I am untrained at present. Although my mind retains its memories, my body remains unfamiliar with firearms. I cannot afford to waste ammunition. Each bullet is one less in my arsenal. Young Master Chen exclaimed, what on earth are you saying? I can't comprehend. After a brief analysis, Chu Han resolved to temporarily set aside these thoughts, opting instead to first eliminate zombies and accumulate points. Can this light screen be retracted? Chu Han mused internally, and instantaneously, the screen vanished. Yet, the information was etched in his mind, accessible at any moment. Truly remarkable. 10 minutes later, Chu Han parked the vehicle on a desolate roadside. Before stopping, he diligently illuminated the surroundings with the headlights, ensuring no threats lurked before selecting this resting spot. While an open area might feel unsettling, it also provided an escape route, whereas narrow confines could conceal unknown dangers. Dragging the unconscious Fan Wei from the car, young Master Chen finally exhaled in relief, having been nearly squashed against the seat. Observing Fan Wei, now devoid of consciousness, Chu Han felt little emotion and instead moved to the back seat to organize the scattered items. Perishable foodstuffs were prioritized for consumption, so he placed these in the rear while the long-lasting items, like biscuits, were stowed in the trunk. As Chu Han casually seized the severed zombie arm and flung it behind him as though tossing a stone, young Master Chen's heart plummeted, his face paling in horror. What sane person would dare to handle a zombie's severed limb? This is no longer human. It's a grotesque abomination. Just as Chu Han was sorting through the items, Fan Wei, leaning against the car, suddenly expelled a mouthful of dark blood, mingled with a nauseating odor. He let out a series of incoherent, ghastly cries, his voice reminiscent of something lodged in his throat, disturbingly grating. Young Master Chen's body tensed, and he instinctively edged away from Fan Wei, positioning himself beside Chu Han. Brother Chu, what happens if someone gets bitten by a zombie? Noticing young Master Chen's reaction, Chu Han experienced an epiphany. It must be acknowledged that timid individuals often exhibit caution and sensitivity. They will turn into a zombie. He continued organizing the items while extending a fire axe to young Master Chen with his left hand. Young Master Chen, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, how do you know? That's not a certainty, is it? Chu Han glanced at him with mild surprise. Most individuals bitten by zombies will become infected. He selectively shared knowledge from his past life. However, there are exceptions. Those with exceptionally robust constitutions and minor wounds might survive. It's a 1 in 1,000 chance. In Fanwei? Young Master Chen faltered, uncertainty clouding his judgment. Chu Han paused his tasks, fixing a cold gaze upon young Master Chen, devoid of any human emotion. If he becomes a zombie, you must eliminate him. I do not keep burdensome individuals around. Clang. The fire axe slipped from young Master Chen's grasp, clattering to the ground. No, I can't do it. He implored, tears welling in his eyes. Brother Chu, you are so formidable. Can't you handle it instead? As he spoke, he retrieved a portable hot pot stove and 2 canisters from a box beneath the rear seat. He ignited the flame, adding mineral water. While placing several boxes of luncheon meat, hot pot base, and various vegetables beside it. Upon witnessing such a sumptuous spread, a smile crept across Chu Han's face. In the future, these items would be considered luxuries, and individuals like him would hardly be worthy of such indulgence. I can't do it, young Master Chen despondently murmured. Unable to bring himself to slay a zombie, especially one that had recently been human, having escaped the horde alongside him. That mental blockade was insurmountable. Chu Han paid him no mind, adding the hot pot base to the bubbling pot, unleashing an enticing aroma. Young Master Chen, overwhelmed by temptation, found his mouth watering uncontrollably as he incessantly swallowed hard. Hot pot. Chapter 11. Do not nurture waste. The gradually zombified Fanwei could no longer be considered human. His guttural howls and movements resembled those of a mindless undead. Young Master Chen inhaled the tantalizing aroma of the hot pot, feeling an insatiable hunger gnawing at his stomach. Unconsciously, he picked up the fire axe from the ground, gripping it tightly with both hands, his gaze fixated on the seemingly awakening Fanwei. Chu Han took a moment to glance at Fanwei, just in time to catch a glimpse of the grayish-white pupils that betrayed his fate. Indeed, he had not escaped this calamity. Observing young Master Chen's erratic movements, shaking like a leaf, Chu Han thought, strike the head. It must be destroyed for it to perish. Drip, drip. Beads of sweat cascaded down young Master Chen's face, and in mere moments, he was drenched. Suddenly, Fanwei let out a deafening roar and lunged towards him, mouth agape to an unnatural extent, revealing a gaping maw dripping with blackened blood. His skin barely resembled flesh, the grayish visage appearing cracked and decayed. Young Master Chen emitted a sound that was neither a cry nor a laugh, closing his eyes in resignation, raising the fire axe, and swinging it forward with fervor. The strike missed its mark. In his fervent swing, he stumbled backward, narrowly evading the slow attack of the undead. What luck! Chu Han, watching from the sidelines, could not suppress his exasperation, silently cursing himself for possibly choosing the wrong ally. If he could not even land a blow at close range, how could he possibly be a sharpshooter? As the situation unfolded, Chu Han, choosing to ignore the chaos, began to prepare meat for the hot pot. Giving young Master Chen one final chance, he would offer no assistance. The lamb cooked in the bubbling pot, releasing a tantalizing scent that permeated the air, overwhelming young Master Chen's senses. With a sudden surge of courage, young Master Chen bellowed and charged at the zombie, eyes wide with determination. He craved meat. He desired hot pot. What did a zombie matter against the allure of food? With a thrust, the fire axe plunged into the zombie's ear canal. Though his aim was slightly askew, it had already compromised the brain structure, sufficient to ensure death. Yet, young Master Chen seemed oblivious to this fact. Extracting the axe and slashing several more times, reducing Fanwei's head to a pulp. As he hacked away, young Master Chen emitted primal howls, his psyche fracturing as his worldview shattered, leaving him in utter disarray. 5 minutes later, Brother Chu, young Master Chen gasped, "Can I eat hot pot now?" "Go ahead," Chu Han replied, not sparing him a glance. The newly awakened zombie was weaker than a standard first-tier undead, making it an easy target for young Master Chen. There was nothing commendable about that. Watching the weeping and eating figure of young Master Chen, Chu Han felt an ominous foreboding about the days to come. This rotund fellow was simply too weak. What was there to cry about after killing a zombie? The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, Chu Han slapped young Master Chen's face. "Get up, you lazy fatso." Startled, young Master Chen jolted awake, blinking in confusion as his cheeks quivered. "What is happening? Are there zombies?" "Zombies, my foot," Chu Han retorted, dragging him out of the vehicle. "Get up and exercise." Having accepted this overweight companion, Chu Han was determined to train him. If he proved incapable, so be it. Yet, What if he possessed untapped potential in marksmanship? It would be a tragedy to have innate talent but lack the strength to handle the recoil. Young Master Chen, still dazed, glanced up at the dim horizon and stuttered. "What time is it?" "5 in the morning." He exclaimed. "Why are we up so early? I've barely slept 4 hours." "You only need 3 hours of sleep each day," Chu Han replied, rising from his sweat-drenched position and shifting to exercise his legs. This body was in such poor condition that he quickly grew fatigued. In the ensuing decade, humanity had developed a rigorous training regimen that everyone, including toddlers, was expected to follow. In this post-apocalyptic world, robust physicality was a fundamental requirement for every survivor, essential not only for combating zombies, but also for survival itself. No one knew when danger would strike or from where it would emerge. As the sun rose, casting an eerie crimson glow, Chu Han exerted himself for an hour with young Master Chen before they resumed their journey. Physical training could not be overdone, otherwise, they would lack the strength to flee in the face of danger. Yet, even with this caution, young Master Chen was utterly exhausted, like a lifeless dog, munching on several rice balls in the vehicle. Chu Han did not hinder his indulgence, as the food had a short shelf life. Wasting it would be foolish. The long-lasting supplies were secured in the trunk, forbidden for young Master Chen to touch. Whenever they encountered zombies, Chu Han would ram them with the vehicle. Only in dire situations would he disembark to wield his axe. It was not that he was indifferent to points, but rather that he was urgently seeking his parents. According to his recollection, he had not seen them in 10 long years. Even the highways were no longer safe. Zombies seemed to possess a natural instinct for tracking humans, gravitating towards populated areas. As time passed, many would abandon their homes to escape, leading to crowded highways filled with both people and undead. The shattered rear window of the vehicle rattled in the wind, causing young Master Chen's plump cheeks to quiver. The uneven highway prevented Chu Han from speeding, and he would need to siphon fuel from other cars along the way. Thus, 3 days later, they arrived at a rest stop. With the fuel gauge on the G55 once again perilously low, compelling Chu Han to stop and refuel. Parking the vehicle, he gripped the axe tightly and stepped out, scanning the surroundings attentively. Chapter 12. The little girl not far away. A few vehicles were haphazardly parked, one of which stood out, an expensive sports car. The ground was stained with dark blood, a scene of utter chaos. The towering trees around swayed in the wind, their fallen leaves carpeting the ground, a testament to the life lost in the 6 hours of darkness. Despite being summer, a sense of desolation lingered in the air. Silence prevailed, devoid of zombies. Chu Han glanced at the nearby building, a rest stop, a commonplace sight along highways, equipped with a cafeteria. However, the entrance was tightly shut, casting an ominous shadow that concealed its interior. "You refuel. I'll keep watch," Chu Han instructed the young Master Chen, who had just disembarked. "Hey!" Young Master Chen quickly grabbed the fuel nozzle, pressed it twice, then looked up in confusion. "Boss, it's not dispensing fuel." The title boss was a designation Chu Han had established, necessitating a leader within their survivor team, even if it consisted of just the two of them at that moment. "No fuel?" Chu Han examined the nozzle, uncertain whether there were any survivors inside the rest stop. "Smash open the fuel tank and use the outdoor hydration bladder to siphon the fuel," he ordered, his expression tightening further. The outdoor hydration bladder, designed for hikers, had become an invaluable tool in this post-apocalyptic world. Young Master Chen hastily retrieved several hydration bladders from the back seat. Using a fire axe to break open the fuel barrel, methodically siphoning the fuel into the G55's tank. Startled, he spilled a significant amount as his hand trembled. "Hurry," Chu Han urged in a low voice. "I'm on it," young Master Chen replied, quickening his pace. Chu Han remained in place, quietly awaiting the approach of a zombie. The creature emitted urgent growls, its hands severely mangled, exposing decaying flesh and blood vessels, with its elbow revealing bone. It clawed its way towards Chu Han, driven by an insatiable hunger, disregarding all else. As it drew near, the foul stench of decay wafted toward him. Tightening his grip on the axe, Chu Han swung it with precision, driving it into the zombie's skull, ending its wretched existence. Brain matter splattered, staining his pants, yet he did not flinch, continuing to urge young Master Chen onward. On the second floor of the rest stop, a man named Yi Tianlong hid behind the curtains. Tall and robust, with dark skin and bulging muscles, he clutched a walkie-talkie in one hand and a fire axe in the other, observing Chu Han and his companion from a distance. "Zzz." The walkie-talkie crackled to life with the voice of a young man. "Boss? 2 survivors have arrived." Yi Tianlong seemingly sought counsel. "Let them in," a woman's voice interjected. Her name was Lu Wan, strikingly beautiful, her gaze tinged with concern. Yu Tianlong nodded, a smile spreading across his face, of course. The siphoning process was excruciatingly slow. While young Master Chen filled the vehicle, Chu Han had already dispatched 5 zombies, their origins a mystery. Suddenly, a series of footsteps interrupted Chu Han's thoughts. He swiftly raised his axe, eyes keen as an eagle, focusing on the source of the sound. To his surprise, a little girl, seemingly no more than 12, appeared before him. Clad in an adorable puffy dress with her hair styled in a bun, her face was clean and her skin fair and tender. The noise had emanated from her small leather shoes. "Big brother, chubby brother, where did you come from?" she inquired with wide, innocent eyes. The term chubby brother caused Chu Han's stiff expression to soften, and he exchanged a glance with the visibly stunned young Master Chen, observing the girl with a measured curiosity. At 12, she appeared exceptionally well-preserved, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. In a world rife with zombies, her audacity to venture out alone suggested either a lack of sense or something amiss. "Aren't you afraid of zombies?" Chu Han pointed to the 5 corpses on the ground. "Not at all." The girl shook her head innocently, gesturing toward a nearby standalone restroom. "There's a big brother watching inside. If danger arises, he'll protect me." She then continued, "And Brother Long said zombies move slowly. They can't catch up to me. I saw you're very strong and can kill zombies, so I'm not scared." As she spoke, a tall figure rushed out in a panic, scooping her up and playfully swatting her backside, though the gesture lacked any real force. "How many times have I told you not to run off? What if a zombie bites you?" the man chastised, visibly flustered. "Wow." The little girl burst into tears but quickly stifled her sobs, burying her face in the man's shoulder, aware that noise could attract zombies. The sudden turn of events left both Chu Han and young Master Chen momentarily stunned. Young Master Chen exclaimed, "Why are you hitting her? She is just a child." "I was just worried." The tall man replied sheepishly, scratching his head. "Hello. I'm Yu Tianlong. Where did you come from? What is the world like outside? Are there many survivors?" A flurry of inquiries escaped his lips. Sensing the sincerity in Yu Tianlong's eyes, young Master Chen felt a surge of goodwill and promptly replied, "We're from Mingqiu City. We've encountered a few survivors, but got separated. There are zombies everywhere. Oh, by the way, I'm young Master Chen, and this is my boss, Chu Han." Yi Tianlong nodded, cautiously scanning their surroundings before warmly inviting, "Let us talk inside. It's dangerous out here." Sure. Young Master Chen eagerly agreed, walking alongside Yu Tianlong as they conversed. Chu Han followed behind, a subtle smile gracing his lips, the axe still firmly in his grasp. The little girl nestled against Yi Tianlong, her face turned toward him, inadvertently locking eyes with Chu Han. She averted her gaze, a hint of disdain flickering in her expression. Chapter 13. This is Laozi's territory. The smile on Chu Han's face abruptly froze. Upon entering the rest stop and ascending to the 2nd floor, a woman clad in bulky clothing abruptly snatched a little girl, embracing her tightly, while weeping uncontrollably. "You scared mommy to death." "Scared mommy to death. My apologies," Yi Tianlong said, scratching his head sheepishly, his expression laden with regret. The girl's mother remained silent, her cries subsiding somewhat. Yet she did not raise her gaze to meet Chu Han and the others, her face concealed. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yi Tianlong explained to Chu Han, "The little girl is named Yi Ting, a bit mischievous. This is her mother, Zhan Lu." Young Master Chen pouted, visibly displeased. He thought the girl's mother was exceedingly rude. Having slain several zombies in recent days, he felt emboldened and no longer approached people and situations with timidity. Chu Han surveyed the 2nd floor, spotting numerous survivors. Among them, one woman stood out remarkably, possessing a beauty that could easily attract unwanted attention. "That's Lu Wan, my girlfriend," Yu Tianlong confessed, a hint of bashfulness in his tone upon noticing Chu Han's gaze. "Why so shy?" Young Master Chen teased, nudging Yu Tianlong with his elbow. A knowing look in his eyes, Yi Tianlong chuckled amiably, while Lu Wan graciously smiled back at Chu Han. "Please, have something to eat and get some rest." The journey must have been exhausting, Yi Tianlong suggested, sending Lu Wan to fetch some food. He then led Chu Han and young Master Chen to a modest room, evidently hastily arranged. "Thank you, my friend." Young Master Chen expressed his gratitude, touched. He had been sleeping in the car for days, his back sore from the discomfort. "It's nothing. We are all survivors and should help one another." Yi Tianlong patted young Master Chen's shoulder. He attempted to do the same to Chu Han, but Chu Han subtly evaded. Once Yi Tianlong departed, young Master Chen closed the door and turned to Chu Han, a frown on his face. "Boss, what are you doing?" They took us in, and you're acting all stern. Chu Han's expression stiffened. He had long forgotten the nuances of social niceties. Before long, a knock echoed from the door. Young Master Chen opened it to find Luwan entering, carrying a tray laden with 2 bowls of rice, 3 dishes, and a soup. Oh, how embarrassing! Young Master Chen exclaimed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Eat. Luwan smiled gently as she stepped inside, bending slightly to place the tray on the table, inadvertently revealing her black lace bra, a sight that caught Chu Han's eye. Thank you. Young Master Chen had already begun to eat. Chu Han, however, remained still, chopsticks untouched. Are you not eating? Luwan inquired, her eyes slightly raised, captivatingly alluring. Eat. Chu Han finally replied, picking up his chopsticks. Luwan flashed a smile, her petite waist swaying as she exited. Wow, boss, young Master Chen swallowed hard. She was totally flirting with you. Flirting with you, you big-headed fool. Chu Han swatted young Master Chen's chopsticks away. What are you doing? Young Master Chen protested, a bit miffed as he picked up the fallen chopsticks, blowing off any dust, eager to resume his meal. Chu Han said nothing, simply lying down on the bed and closing his eyes. Damn it, ungrateful wretch, young Master Chen muttered under his breath. In another room, Yi Tianlong was cleaning a fire axe amidst the disarray of women's clothing and crumpled tissues, a distinct scent wafting through the air that only a man might recognize. Luwan entered, gracefully sitting on Yi Tianlong's lap, exuding an enchanting aura. Have they eaten? Yi Tianlong, shedding his earlier innocence, now bore a slightly sinister expression. They have. Luwan giggled softly, her gaze betraying a hint of greed. Can I pick from their food supplies? Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, a wicked smile forming as he gestured downwards. Luwan, with a seductive smile, complied without hesitation. Yi Tianlong, an employee at this rest stop, had been refueling a wealthy man's vehicle just before the apocalypse erupted. The man, short, stout, and dark-skinned, drove a flashy GTR. However, the focal point was not the man, but rather Luwan, whose beauty eclipsed that of any star, clad in a form-fitting dress that was rather short, easily visible to Yi Tianlong as he refueled. In a frenzy, he had slain several zombies and taken in the survivors at the rest stop. Originally, the place boasted a canteen stocked with food, and many timid individuals, frightened by the zombies, chose to remain. Among them were a dozen people, including the wealthy man and Luwan. Yi Tianlong, the strongest among them, instilled fear in others. He could distribute food as he pleased. On the first day, when someone dared to resist, he killed them on the spot, disposing of the body from the second floor, which attracted several zombies that devoured the fresh corpse. The gruesome scene left everyone petrified, ensuring no one dared to defy Yi Tianlong again. That night, Yi Tianlong summoned Luwan to his room, and she complied eagerly. The following day, disregarding Luwan's pleas, he shamelessly indulged in her presence before the wealthy man, relishing the perverse satisfaction of the man's humiliation. Yi Tianlong reveled in the chaos of the apocalypse, finding it thrilling. By the third day, noticing dwindling food supplies, he set his sights on the survivors arriving for fuel. He had already captured 2, stealing their provisions, imprisoning the man while the woman, disobedient, was also confined after he had his way with her. Believing himself fortunate, he soon spotted a G55, exclaiming in disbelief, "These brutes are driving such an extravagant car." He planned to seize it, exploit their women, consume their food, and then feed them to the zombies. As such thoughts filled his mind with satisfaction, he grasped Luwan's hair, forcefully pulling her down, ignoring her pained protests. This was the life he desired: women, power, and the freedom to act as he wished, like an emperor. In the room, Chu Han opened his eyes. Young Master Chen lay sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly, having devoured the entire meal. Chu Han paid him no mind as he grasped the axe, quietly opening the door and stealthily blending into the shadows along the wall. The second floor was spacious, yet the independent rooms were few. Most survivors congregated in a large area, silent and still. Chu Han concealed himself around a corner, lightly tapping the axe with his fingers, producing a barely audible sound as he stood still, attuned to the noises beyond. Not long after. Chapter 14, Master Jiu, and 18, where are you going? A man's voice resonated. To the restroom, replied Zhang Lo. Don't both of you go at once. The man hesitated, one at a time, or else. I'm merely taking the child to the bathroom. Zhang Li's voice rose slightly. What can 2 women possibly do? Then hurry, the man relented. Soon, Zhang Lo led Yi Ting around a corner, encountering Chu Han, who stood motionless. Their expressions mirrored each other, cold and devoid of surprise. Zhang Lo parted her lips. Yet no sound emerged. Chu Han nodded and silently followed behind them. While Zhan Lu and Yi Ting's footsteps sounded normal, they cleverly created the illusion of turning right, despite actually heading left. Chu Han trailed behind, intrigued by the pair. The dynamic between the mother and daughter was certainly intriguing. He had long suspected their relationship was not as straightforward as it appeared. Furthermore, the girl, Yi Ting, was adept at reading lips. Earlier, upon entering the rest stop, she had leaned against Yi Tianlong's shoulder and asked something quite curious. "Hey, would you dare to kill someone?" Just moments ago. Zhan Lu had also communicated with him through lip movements, which was equally fascinating. She had said, "Hey, come here with me." The trio arrived at a locked door, and Chu Han quickly deduced that it likely contained the belongings of the two women, and he contemplated breaking it down with his axe. "What are your names?" Chu Han inquired with a smile, weighing the axe in his hand. He had no faith that Zhan Lin Yi Ting were their true names. "I am called Shang Jiudi," the woman declared, her mouth curling into a smile as she pointed assertively at herself, her deliberately soiled visage notwithstanding. Her demeanor transformed in an instant, radiating a defiant arrogance. "I prefer to be called Master Jiao." Chu Han felt a stir of admiration. What a formidable woman. What else with the bravado? A 12-year-old girl scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Han. "Just call her Old Jiao. I don't have a name, only a code. 18. "Very well, Master Jiao, 18. Chu Han's lips twitched. Had he not understood lip reading, he might have been easily deceived by the pair. Life indeed resembled a play, relying heavily on performance. Holding the axe, Chu Han gestured toward the lock on the door. "You need to be swift. The noise here won't go unnoticed." 18 smirked. "Don't worry. I'll be faster than you were when you faced the five-fingered lady." Chu Han nearly dropped his axe in shock. Was this truly the utterance of a 12-year-old? "Enough." Shang Jiudi snapped at 18, her forehead veins bulging. "Don't speak unless necessary." "Humph." 18's childlike face twisted into a more devilish expression, resembling a little demon. "What gives you the right to command me? I'm half of this." "Half?" Chu Han was taken aback. Indeed, the number 9 was half of 18. Yet, hearing such a phrase from 18 felt oddly derogatory. Chu Han stood dumbfounded for a few seconds, realizing he might have encountered someone unhinged. With a resounding thud, Chu Han's axe struck down, shattering the door lock. In an instant, Shang Jiudi and 18 swiftly pushed the door open and dashed inside at remarkable speed. What noise? Yu Tianlong, momentarily enjoying himself, shoved Lu Wan aside, hastily grabbing the axe and rushing out, clothes forgotten. "Boss." The group outside quickly converged. "The sound is coming from the warehouse." Yu Tianlong's expression darkened. Had someone intruded into the warehouse? "Damn it. Who dares touch my things? I will make them pay. Get the weapons." Yi Tianlong roared, his face a mask of fury. "Kill them." Inside a dimly lit room filled with various supplies, a tearing sound echoed as Chu Han entered. Shang Jiudi and 18 were fervently ripping open packages of sanitary napkins, fingers flying to extract a pile of scattered components, quickly stacking them high. With a series of clicks, 2 pairs of pristine hands moved with mechanical precision, assembling parts with alarming speed. Chu Han watched in disbelief as the two women, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, assembled the scattered pieces into 2 automatic rifles. Real guns. 18 was even faster. By the time she retrieved the scattered magazines, Shang Jiudi had already completed assembling her weapon. Chu Han furrowed his brow deeply. While such a scene would be commonplace in a post-apocalyptic setting after a decade of familiarity with firearms, it was only the 4th day since the outbreak began. The absurdity of the situation was striking. The government had yet to deploy helicopters for supply drops, making it implausible for ordinary people to possess weapons, especially when one of the women was merely 12 years old. Their speed indicated they were not only knowledgeable about firearms but had practiced extensively. Who were they, truly? "Damn you." A furious shout interrupted his thoughts. Yi Tianlong charged in with 5 of his subordinates. With icy composure, Shang Jiudi calmly loaded the magazine, aiming directly at the entrance. She cast a fleeting glance at Chu Han, only to find him standing behind the door with his axe, calm and collected. His posture was remarkably professional, allowing him to react swiftly while ensuring his own safety. This surprised Shang Jiudi. She realized his vigilance extended beyond the imminent threat posed by Yi Tianlong. A conclusion began to form in her mind. This man was akin to her, yet stronger. Yi Tianlong's furious curses faltered upon entering. His 5 subordinates halted, 2 of them nearly turning to flee. "Where did you get those guns?" Yi Tianlong gazed in terror at Shang Jiudi, who crouched with her weapon aimed at him. "Are they toys? It can't be. I've checked everything in this room." Then his gaze fell upon the pile of torn sanitary napkin packages. "Damn it. Those filthy women had hidden them in there. Yi Tianlong's eyes burned with rage. Irrespective of whether the guns were real, his dignity had been affronted, and he could not abide someone concealing items beneath his very nose. Suddenly, Yi Tianlong's gaze froze again, for he spotted an impossible figure. Chapter 15. My utmost aversion to chocolate, what are you doing here? Yi Tianlong exclaimed, astonished as he beheld Chu Han. Hadn't Lu Wan claimed that he had consumed all the food? Why, then, did Chu Han stand before him, considering he had added something to it? I'm asking you a question. Yi Tianlong's face contorted with rage. If the situation weren't so bizarre, he would have relished the thought of cleaving Chu Han in two. Chu Han cast a sidelong glance at him, shaking his head inwardly. No matter her identity, Shang Jiudi still retained the mindset of a civilized era, overthinking and consequently missing the prime opportunity to eliminate the 6 individuals before them. However, this was of little concern to him. It was not his place to interfere. Very well, you seek death. Follow me inside and slaughter them. Yi Tianlong seethed with fury. This was his territory, and he would not tolerate any disruptions. The apocalypse had descended, replete with hordes of zombies and a completely collapsed societal structure, inflating Yi Tianlong's confidence to an egregious degree, amplifying his inner desires. He did not believe that Shang Jiudi would genuinely pull the trigger. In fact, he thought it was all a ruse. How could a woman with such slender limbs possibly wield a firearm? Stop! Shang Jiudi's sharp command rang out, punctuated by the sound of the gun being cocked. Instantly, Yi Tianlong and his companions halted, their gaze fixated on the dark muzzle of the weapon, an involuntary wave of fear washing over them. Is that a real gun? Hey! Yi Tianlong grinned, just as he was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the girl named Sheba, who was bent over, seemingly occupied with something unknown. An unpleasant smile spread across his face as he crouched down. Yi Ting, Yi Ting Ting? Sheba raised her eyelids, remaining silent, her fingers deftly manipulating the magazine with a series of clicking sounds. Chu Han observed her thoughtfully. From the very beginning, he had noted the girl's remarkable dexterity. Her fingers moving approximately 1.5 times faster than Shang Jiudi, a truly astonishing speed. I said Yi Ting Ting. Yi Tianlong chuckled, taking a cautious step forward, revealing a set of yellowed, foul-smelling teeth. Give me that toy gun of yours, and I'll trade you for some chocolate. Isn't that your favorite? Chocolate. Sheba's lips curled into a smile, pure and innocent. Yes, chocolate. I'll give you a whole box if you hand over your toy. Yi Tianlong's eyes sparkled with greed, continuing to entice her. Shang Jiudi frowned, contemplating whether to interject, yet ultimately swallowed her words. She glanced at Chu Han, pondering how to defuse the current standoff. She recognized that Chu Han was far from ordinary, but she could not ascertain his true nature. With danger lurking outside and chaos within, it was paramount to forge a strong alliance. You filthy chocolate! Sheba suddenly erupted in a furious shout, raising her automatic rifle with an expression that belied her age, her face twisted in a fierce snarl. I'm not Yi Ting. Moreover, I detest chocolate. Chu Han couldn't help but direct his gaze towards Sheba. Her grip on the weapon was impeccably standard, setting aside her peculiarities. She appeared as a tempestuous gang leader in all respects. Do you want to deafen me? Shang Jiudi hissed through gritted teeth. Yi Tianlong's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, a torrent of rage surging from his chest. I should have violated you and fed you to the zombies, you filthy woman. How dare you insult me? Bang! A sudden gunshot echoed through the room. Silence enveloped them, as a small, dark hole appeared in the beam above Yi Tianlong. He and his companions stood frozen, their feet seemingly nailed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Damn it! Wasted a bullet. Shang Jiudi spat. Smoke curled lazily from the muzzle of Sheba's gun. Chu Han shook his head. The girl was remarkably skilled, yet her lack of arm strength had compromised her accuracy. Her aim had been directed at Yi Tianlong's brow, but had gone awry. A thin man behind Yi Tianlong stammered, visibly shaken. Drip, drip. 2 individuals nearby were so terrified they lost control of their bladders. The gun. It's a real gun. In Huaxia, gun control was stringent. Individuals like them had previously been ordinary citizens. Even if they had seen a firearm, they had never experienced the proximity of death. Had there been even the slightest deviation, it could have resulted in fatality. They had never anticipated that the 2 seemingly harmless women before them wielded real firearms, and that the first to shoot was a mere child. She was only 12. Calm down, calm down. Let us all take a moment to breathe. I'm chocolate. My whole family is chocolate, Yi Tianlong babbled, his words tumbling over one another as he unconsciously began to retreat. A shrill scream suddenly pierced the air from a distance, followed by a cacophony of chaos. making the already tense atmosphere within the room reach a boiling point. Shang Jiudi and Shiba instinctively trained their weapons on Yi Tianlong. Regardless of their marksmanship, a bullet would surely find its mark. Chu Han furrowed his brow, wondering what was transpiring. Boss. Boss. A man scrambled towards them, grasping Yi Tianlong's clothing, his face a mix of snot, tears, and spittle as he cried out in despair, "Zombies. There are so many zombies outside." Everyone in the room gasped, rushing to peer out the window. Outside the rest stop, the open area teemed with countless zombies advancing from all directions. With hundreds gathering at the entrance, a dense throng as far as the eye could see. "Everyone, listen to me." Yi Tianlong turned, his tone urgent, his gaze locking onto Shang Jiudi. Although both Shang Jiudi and Shiba were armed, Shiba was far too young, and her recent shot clearly demonstrated her lack of skill. Shang Jiudi, being an adult, instinctively posed the greatest threat in Yi Tianlong's eyes, while Chu Han, who had been quietly blending into the background, was entirely overlooked. "You filthy, shut up. You have no say here." Before Yi Tianlong could continue, Shiba cut him off with an expletive. Her irritation at his attempt to place Shang Jiudi in charge palpable. With the horde of zombies outside, having been trapped here for 2 days, she was on the brink of violence. Veins bulged on Shang Jiudi's forehead, clearly exasperated by the girl's antics, yet she remained silent, allowing Shiba's rebelliousness to flourish. Chu Han raised an eyebrow, observing Shiba's volatile temperament and Shang Jiudi's deliberate indulgence, beginning to form a hypothesis regarding their identities. Chapter 16. Do you want to kill me? However, 18 was nothing short of a living bandit. These two individuals were likely members of a certain gang from the southern regions. 18's status was evidently superior to that of Shang Jiudi. Her reckless firing at Yi Tianlong and her profane outbursts indicated that she was a spoiled girl, deliberately concealing her name as a form of disguise. A gang, you say? Chu Han smiled with a hint of cruelty. In civilized times, entanglements with gangs could pose significant problems, but in this apocalyptic era, those with a fierce disposition tended to survive longer. In these extraordinary times, the military could not provide much protection to the populace. Survival required one to fight with real weapons. It was a pity that Chu Han's gaze swept over Shang Jiudi's deliberately disguised waxy complexion and the white skin that inadvertently peeked out from beneath her bulky clothing. Despite her cumbersome attire, it could not conceal her voluptuous figure. Alas, such a fiery woman, with an aura of a dominant goddess, would inevitably attract troubles, no matter how discreet she tried to be. Yi Tianlong was equally taken aback by 18's sudden outburst. Overwhelmed by an intense sense of imbalance, he wished to tear the little girl before him apart. Yet, with the gun barrel aimed at him, he dared not reveal his discontent. Forcing a strained smile and speaking in the calmest tone, "We are surrounded by zombies. We are all survivors. Let us not turn against one another and focus on the undead first." Upon finishing, Yi Tianlong's eyes fixated greedily on the guns held by the two women. If only he had a gun, who would dare oppose him? Such a scenario would not have unfolded today. Shang Jiudi and 18 exchanged a glance, and without any prior discussion, their gazes shifted towards Chu Han. Shang Jiudi's thoughts were straightforward. She believed Chu Han was aligned with her, and, given his composed demeanor, he could temporarily lead them. Although she possessed some skills, she lacked leadership qualities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been trapped here due to 18's foolish ideas. 18's reasoning was even simpler. She merely found Chu Han pleasing to the eye. Both women's eyes were fixed on the silent Chu Han standing by the door, which momentarily stunned Yi Tianlong. Could this pretty boy truly be the leader? After all, they were two women. They lacked decisiveness in critical matters. Yi Tianlong's confidence surged once more as he plotted how to eliminate all three of them and seize the two guns. "First, let us deal with the zombies," Chu Han said succinctly. Then, disregarding those present, he simply walked past Yi Tianlong and exited. Yi Tianlong yearned to seize the opportunity to swing an axe at Chu Han's head, just as he would with a zombie, but he refrained, aware that the two guns were still aimed at him. Bang! A foot descended from above, landing squarely on Master Chun. "What is happening? An earthquake?" Master Chun sprang up, his rotund body not hindering his instinct to flee. However, as he leapt, he found Chu Han standing before him, a foot planted on his soft, ample belly. "Boss?" Master Chun was utterly bewildered. "What is going on? How did I fall asleep?" "Your gastrointestinal system must be quite robust if you survived this," Chu Han mockingly retorted, throwing the fire axe onto Master Chin's blubber. "We're leaving." "Leaving? No? Where to?" Master Chin was still trying to comprehend the situation. Chu Han fixed his gaze on him, eyes glinting with lethal intent to slay the zombies. The once tranquil rest area was now overrun by a horde of zombies, their chilling howls echoing through the previously silent space. It was unclear what had drawn them, or from whence they had emerged. But they suddenly amassed outside the glass doors on the first floor, scratching and banging incessantly with their sharp claws. They wore a motley assortment of tattered clothing, all stained with dried black blood. On the second floor of the rest area, Yi Tianlong gathered everyone to strategize, allowing the survivors he had imprisoned to join them, among whom were coincidentally Zhang Ziyu and Gu Xiaotong. After 3 days apart, both had become utterly dispirited, especially Gu Xiaotong, who appeared disheveled and barely clothed. Chu Han, Gu Xiaotong exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to rush toward him, eager to cling to his pant leg and weep. Chu Han, it's me. It's me. Zhang Ziyu also expressed his fervor, resembling a lost child reunited with his parents. Upon seeing Chu Han, both displayed ardent anticipation, but sadly, Chu Han merely nodded at them before returning his focus to the dire situation outside. The number of zombies was staggering, easily surpassing 200, with a continuing upward trend. It's a horde. Such a scale of a zombie horde could be considered small in the 10 years of the apocalypse, but on the 4th day of its outbreak, it was enough to spell doom for all survivors in the rest area. Gulp. Yi Tianlong swallowed hard. His gaze turned to Shang Jiudi, who stood beside Chu Han. You have guns. We shouldn't skimp on bullets during such a time. Why don't you head down to the first floor and take out a few? Shang Jiudi clutched her automatic rifle tightly, a magazine strapped to her back, and shot Yi Tianlong a cold glance. You want me to be cannon fodder? Not at all. Yi Tianlong replied, his eyes narrowing as they scanned Shang Jiudi's form. Damn it, he had been deceived. He had thought her merely an ordinary-looking woman, only to discover her skin was shockingly fair and tender beneath her outer layers. He regretted not recognizing sooner that such a woman would be exhilarating to have. Let us do this. Yi Tianlong suddenly shifted his gaze to 18 and spoke again. How could such a small child wield a gun? She wouldn't hit anything. Why not let me have it? 18 grinned menacingly. Are you hoping for a shot yourself? No. I merely meant we shouldn't waste resources. Yi Tianlong hastily waved his hands while secretly vowing to eliminate both women. Damn it, where did all these zombies come from? He spat violently, suddenly recalling something and roughly grabbing a nearby lackey by the hair. Didn't I leave someone downstairs? Where are they? Why has anyone reported back? Are you trying to get me killed? Boss. The lackey winced, his face flushed. There are only 2 walkie-talkies. And the other one is with you. Walkie-talkie? Yi Tianlong rummaged through his pockets, his fury igniting. Where's my walkie-talkie? Did you leave it in the room? Lu Wan stammered. Just before the zombie horde appeared, she had been in the room with Yi Tianlong, and hearing the noise, he had dashed out without fastening his pants. The walkie-talkie seemed to have been left on the bed. It was you. Yi Tianlong's expression darkened as a fierce glint sparked in his eyes, and he yanked Lu Wan's hair violently. Chapter 17. Encirclement. Lu Wan screamed loudly. Shut up, you filthy wench. Yi Tianlong snarled, seizing her head and forcefully slamming it against the wall. Bang! The scream abruptly ceased. Thud! A stream of crimson blood instantly coursed down the pristine white wall. The scene unfolded too swiftly. By the time everyone reacted, Lu Wan had already drawn her last breath. Damn it, you wretched woman. How could you not warn me? Yi Tianlong continued his onslaught, relentlessly smashing Lu Wan's head against the wall, the sound echoing with a series of thuds, warm blood pooling around him. Her once exquisite features were now grotesquely distorted, a horrifying sight more dreadful than that of a zombie. Only when her head was reduced to a pulp did Yi Tianlong finally cease his violent outburst. He had long been harboring a pent-up rage, and Lu Wan was merely the unfortunate target. Yet, his fury was not yet satiated. He lifted her lifeless body and violently hurled it down the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Wan tumbled down the stairs, blood trailing in her wake. Just 4 days into the apocalypse, the baseness of human nature was already starkly evident. Standing nearby, young Master Qin observed the scene with a pallid face, his mind momentarily blank. He had merely taken a short nap. How had everyone transformed so drastically? The mother-daughter duo brandished guns, looking fierce and menacing. The man he had always regarded as amiable, Yi Tianlong, had suddenly morphed into a remorseless brute, even to the extent of killing. And for such a trivial reason. Those were human lives, not mere zombies. What had happened to this world? How had he been so blind to trust such a person? Crash. Suddenly, a chilling sound reverberated from downstairs. It was as if a signal had been sent, a harbinger of despair, allowing them to experience fear just before facing death. Oh no, they've broken the glass. Chu Han rushed to the staircase, gripping the axe tightly in her hand, and swiftly shouted orders. Chen Fatty, stand to my left to deal with the ones I missed. Shang Jiudi, take your position at the back and cover us with precise shots. Everyone else, arm yourselves. Chu Han efficiently assigned roles, and young Master Chen, despite his cowardice and fear of zombies, was even more terrified of Chu Han, for he found her demeanor chillingly rational, almost mechanical. Shang Jiudi promptly took her position. The sound of her gun being loaded resonated sharply. The swift movement caused her clothing to rustle. A lock of black hair falling from her forehead to brush against her cheek, evoking a desire to tuck it behind her ear and reveal her swan-like, fair, and alluring neck. At that moment, Yi Tianlong licked his lips, fixated on Shang Jiudi, his gaze then turning coldly towards Chu Han's back. How dare she usurp his position? As the leader, he was the one entitled to assign members. Others had already scattered in panic, some even retreating into rooms to lock the doors. Zhang Ziyu and Gu Xiaodong exchanged glances, both instinctively stepping behind Chu Han. They feared the zombies, but they were equally wary of Yi Tianlong. Their only hope for survival lay with Chu Han. What about me? What about me? 18 quickly inquired. You? Chu Han glanced at her as a zombie clawed its way to the staircase. Noticing the sparkle of anticipation in the little girl's eyes, he casually gestured toward Yi Tianlong and the others behind him. Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to make a sneak attack, kill them. All right. 18 instantly brimmed with enthusiasm, her youthful face glowing with determination. Yi Tianlong and his associates quickly stepped back, muttering curses. Damn it, this little girl is too eerie. Pick up your weapons. 18 commanded imperiously, emboldened by her firearm, pointing it at Yi Tianlong and his group. Her voice carrying the innocent yet assertive tone of a child. You all stand to the sides. If I catch anyone slacking, my bullets will not be merciful. The staircase was wide, and relying solely on Chu Han and the three of them would not suffice. 18 showed no mercy to Yi Tianlong and the others, ordering them to line up along the staircase. The group, too frightened to resist, complied, thankful that Chu Han stood at the center. If the zombies were to attack, they would target him first. Hey, Yi Tianlong scoffed, thinking how foolish they were. If it were him, he would employ a human shield tactic, tossing those who had fled into the horde of zombies to buy himself time to escape. The chilling growls of the zombies echoed closer. The first one clawing its way to the staircase, soon followed by a second, then a third. The zombies were not as they had been at the onset of the apocalypse. Their decaying flesh now emitted a putrid odor that could be detected from afar. The blackened, rotting flesh clung to them like mushy meat, and as they moved, pieces would fall away, leaving behind grotesque remnants on the ground. No one knew the cause of the global darkness, nor why humans had suddenly transformed into zombies. However, zombies had undeniably become a wholly different species. In an instant of infection, everything within them underwent a transformation. Bones softened, muscles and organs began to decay, indicating their inferiority to humans in every aspect. Yet, this was not a permanent state. Rather than degeneration, it was a metamorphosis. The first wave of zombies would eliminate anything human within them, and thereafter, they would mutate. They would grow stronger and progressively evolve, but one thing would remain unchanged. Blood was a fatal lure for zombies. They soon discovered Lu Wan's corpse on the staircase, and the zombies surged forward, ravenous, devouring the fresh human flesh. Their claws and teeth were razor-sharp, and her clothing was instantly shredded. One zombie sank its teeth into Lu Wan, tearing away a large chunk of flesh and swallowing it whole. The taste of human blood continually stimulated their senses, driving them into a frenzy as they voraciously consumed her, pulling out her intestines as if slurping noodles. More and more zombies gathered around Lu Wan's lifeless body, incessantly tearing at her flesh. The scene was grotesquely bloody, enough to chill even Chu Han, who had endured countless trials. Yi Tianlong and his companions were even more affected. Despite having killed and tossed disobedient individuals into the horde before, they had never been so close to witnessing the gruesome spectacle of zombies feeding. Young Master Chen gripped his fire axe tightly, his corpulent body trembling with fear. Shang Jiudi and 18's hands, despite their outward bravado, trembled slightly. Unable to quell the panic within, Chu Han's grip on his axe tightened. The tide of corpses was no laughing matter. Chapter 18. I have killed. Listen closely. Chu Han spoke softly, seizing the moment before they arrived. We must charge out. From the very beginning, he had no intention of remaining here. He felt no obligation to those hiding within the walls. The number of zombies would only increase. Escaping this place was the only viable option. Survival was paramount. What? Yi Tianlong suddenly shouted, his tone aggressive. Charge out. With so many zombies around, how can we possibly do that? You must be a police officer. With strength and capability, how can you abandon us? The zombies below, engrossed in their grisly feast, quickly became aware of the commotion. A few from the outer circle, having failed to secure a meal, abandoned Lu Wan's corpse and howled as they rushed over. From outside, more zombies joined the fray, surging up the stairs in overwhelming numbers, their milky white eyes glistening ominously. You, young Master Chen exclaimed in anger, are you doing this on purpose? Yi Tianlong's eyes glinted with malice. He desired the zombies to come, believing this would lead to the demise of these loathsome individuals. As for himself, he thought, if he could snatch the gun from the little girl during their panic, what did he have to fear from the zombies? He had several lackeys, sufficient to aid his escape. At that moment, a gun was suddenly pressed against Yi Tianlong's waist. 18's expression was enigmatic, though she lacked in height. Her gaze was chilling. If you dare make another sound, I shall end your life. With that, she unexpectedly flashed a cryptic smile. I have killed. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Tianlong's face as he suppressed his fury, forcing a sheepish grin. Had he known, he would have taken turns with these two women. Roar. A particularly swift zombie was already upon them. Chu Han gripped his axe tightly, his arms tensing as the blade shimmered ominously. Thud. It struck the zombie's skull with a resounding impact. With a crash, the zombie fell, tumbling down the stairs and colliding with several others that had failed to evade. Chu Han stepped forward, relentlessly swinging his axe, cleaving through the chest of multiple zombies simultaneously. Though they fell, they did not perish. It merely bought him a moment's respite. Try not to fire your weapon, Chu Han advised Shang Jiudi. They possess keen hearing. Young Master Chen followed Chu Han's lead but faltered several times, his fear causing him to miss his target. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Han rushed forward before the zombies could rise, delivering a rapid barrage of strikes to their heads. The scene was a gruesome tableau. Thick black blood and yellowish brain matter splattering everywhere, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. Chu Han exhibited no extraneous emotions, even as he struck. He reminded young Master Chen, steady yourself, they are slow, you can handle this. Young Master Chen nodded vigorously, glancing at Yi Tianlong, whose face was twisted with malicious intent. Realizing he had been foolish, the reason for his sudden drowsiness was all too clear. He had witnessed Yi Tianlong's cruelty firsthand. Compared to the seemingly cold Chu Han, who had never spoken kindly to him, he had never been led into peril. Indeed, Chu Han had dedicated himself to training him, instructing him on how to confront zombies and survive in this apocalyptic world. Without Chu Han, his fate would likely mirror that of Lu Wan. Boss, I will follow your lead from now on, young Master Chen declared through gritted teeth, driven by an inexplicable resolve. Chu Han found his sudden allegiance puzzling. Yet there was no time to ponder. The horde of zombies was growing ever larger, and if they did not accelerate their actions, they would surely face danger. Roar. The swarm of zombies surged again, quickly filling the staircase, their foul, rotting faces and stench overwhelming. Not only were they unable to escape, but it seemed they were on the brink of being engulfed by the tide of the undead. The zombies gaped their mouths wide, tirelessly advancing towards the group, exposing their putrid, decaying tongues and increasingly sharp teeth. The frenzied zombies emitted excited howls from their throats, some even gnashing at the air, desperately trying to reach the humans just out of grasp, their jaws clacking ominously. Chu Han swung his axe with all his might, his body, hands, face, and even mouth smeared with the rotting flesh and black blood of the undead. Young Master Chen, in a frenzy, swung his fire axe with abandon, creating a vacuum in the air before him with his rapid strikes. He was heavy-set, and correspondingly, his strength was formidable. He felt invigorated, believing that following his leader would lead to sustenance. Ding! Young Master Chen had not slain a single zombie, yet he received 0.2 points. A flicker of subtle excitement sparked in Chu Han's eyes. A companion with 80 loyalty could indeed grant him points. Though 0.2 was minuscule, it was better than nothing. He glanced at young Master Chen, whose survival instincts seemed kindled. Several zombie corpses lay before him, their thick, viscous blood pooling around his legs, rendering the scene exceedingly gruesome and violent. Chu Han smirked slightly. Despite young Master Chen's cowardice, he was not entirely without merit. Zhang Ziyu and Gu Xiaotong curled their bodies in fear, trembling behind the others. They were too terrified to even lift their weapons, let alone gaze upon the carnage unfolding. Yet they yearned for survival, placing their hopes squarely on Chu Han. 18's face was pale, her forehead slick with sweat. She was terrified, truly terrified, unaware of the nature of the zombies or why the world had transformed so drastically. Yet she remembered Chu Han's words, gripping her gun tightly. Its muzzle aimed at Yi Tianlong. For a 12-year-old girl, such composure was extraordinary. Time pressed on, and several hours passed. Yet, Chu Han and the others found themselves unable to move an inch, the relentless tide of infected swarming forth like an unyielding flood. The number had long surpassed 200, likely exceeding 300. Before them, the staircase was densely packed with zombies. Despair enveloped each person's heart. Chapter 19. Into the horde of zombies, do not underestimate the mere 200 or 300 of them. These creatures are devoid of pain, akin to relentless machines. As long as their skulls remain intact, they are immortal. Upon spotting the living, they spring into a fervent state of aggression, as though a switch has been flipped. Zombies are the living dead, in stark contrast to the few dozen humans at the rest station, most of whom lack any combat experience. Armed only with 2 precious firearms and a limited supply of ammunition, their stamina wanes, and their spirits falter. If this continues, they may indeed perish here. Chu Han and Master Chen wield their axes with desperation, barely managing to hold back the onslaught at the stairway. As time hastens, the number of fallen zombies increases. Their bodies contorted in grotesque shapes, and a viscous, dark liquid begins to coat the stairs. The accumulation of corpses gradually forms a barricade, forcing the zombies behind to exert greater effort to ascend. Conversely, their own escape becomes increasingly arduous, as a multitude of zombies completely obstructs the passage, rendering it impassable. Chu Han has lost track of how long he has been mechanically swinging the axe. He only feels that his arms are on the verge of breaking, and the muscles in his back are about to give out under the strain. Master Chen has long since exhausted himself, drenched in sweat as if submerged in water. During this time, Shang Jiudi has managed to shoot down several zombies, yet the impact is negligible. Unlike humans, shooting at their limbs or even their hearts proves futile. Only a precise shot to the head will suffice. In such chaotic and frantic circumstances, even with impeccable marksmanship, it is nearly impossible to consistently strike the zombies' vital points. Moreover, their remaining ammunition is scant. Relying solely on a handful of individuals is utterly inadequate to contend with such a multitude of zombies. Others have joined the fray, yet their efforts yield little result. Many inadvertently sustain injuries from the zombies and soon succumb to unconsciousness, gradually becoming one of the undead themselves, which only heightens the reluctance of others to step forward. Everyone is drenched in sweat, and the makeshift fortress of zombies grows taller, now reaching a height of nearly 1 meter. The sight before them, smeared with dark red blood and yellowish brain matter, resembles a chaotic graveyard littered with dismembered limbs. Yet the infected show no signs of retreat. They continue to surge forward, desperately clawing and shrieking like wild beasts. Their hollow, pale eyes resemble endless abysses. Enveloped in such a harrowing environment, one need not endure hours of combat. Even a fleeting glance could induce faintness. Zhang Ziyu and Gu Xiaodong have long since hidden themselves. For they are not foolish. The situation is evidently a deadlock, and they have no desire to meet their demise. Other survivors have also sought refuge, terrified of confronting the zombies, especially given the overwhelming tide of corpses. Boss Master Chen's consciousness is fading, yet his axe swings on relentlessly. Will we die? Fear and despair saturate each heart. Points, 200, stamina upgrade conditions met. The voice of the system, an opportunity to upgrade stamina. Chu Han's eyes gleamed with sudden joy as he realized, unbeknownst to him, he and Master Chen had slain so many zombies. Suddenly, the voice of 18 interrupted Chu Han's thoughts, and his heart raced as he turned to see Tianlong grinning maliciously, snatching the automatic rifle from 18's hands. With his other hand, he cruelly lifted her petite form and hurled her towards the horde of zombies below in a grotesquely bloody manner. Yi Tianlong knew that his opportunity had arrived. In the midst of their desperate struggle against the zombies, the others had unwittingly let their guard down against their own kind. None could have anticipated that Yi Tianlong would choose this moment to strike from behind. What an act of sheer folly and cruelty. 18, at merely 12 years of age, was utterly unprepared to react under such intense pressure after hours of tension. In an instant, her weapon was seized, and her small body was uncontrollably thrown into the air, tracing a parabolic arc toward the zombie horde. 18's delicate, cherubic face was etched with despair and profound terror. Her pink frilly dress seemingly on the brink of being torn apart, destined to be engulfed by the sea of corpses. Little 18's heart raced as she felt a chill akin to ice. Beast! Master Chen bellowed in furious outrage. She is but a 12-year-old girl. The erosion of humanity sent him into a spiral of despair as he stretched out his portly arm, attempting to save 18 from plummeting into the throng of zombies. But someone was faster. Stamina level 1. Upgrade. A shadow leapt forth with a ghostly grace, crushing a zombie's skull beneath its foot with tremendous force. The brain matter erupted like a burst balloon, splattering everywhere. The nearby zombies, devoid of any human sentiment, instinctively began to chew on the yellowish brain matter that had fallen into their mouths, relishing the grotesque feast. Boss? Master Qin gazed in astonishment at Chu Han, who had jumped into action with a speed that transcended human limits. A large hand seized 18's delicate ankle and pulled her into a firm embrace. Securing her with his left arm, Chu Han felt an invigorating surge of strength. The heavy iron axe suddenly felt remarkably light as he skillfully wielded it in his right hand, causing zombies to fall before him in droves. Even while cradling another person, his pace in dispatching the undead remained unimpeded. The axe spun through the air, obliterating the heads of the surrounding zombies, saturating Chu Han's clothing in a deluge of black blood and brain matter. With unrelenting fervor, Chu Han swung the massive iron axe, leaving trails of destruction in his wake. The zombies before him were numerous, and the accumulation of corpses on the stairs hindered the ones outside from advancing. Yet, there was but a single exit. They were trapped. Chapter 20. A bullet to the head. Shang Jiudi's mouth fell agape, unable to close in time as she blinked rapidly, her heart racing from the surreal scene before her. The young 18, resting on Chu Han's shoulder, was utterly stunned, surrounded by the gruesome remnants of the undead. She could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes from the sheer horror of escaping the clutches of death. Yi Tianlong's menacing grin faltered, disbelief washing over him. How could this be possible? Wasn't the boy supposed to be utterly exhausted? Young Master Chun spat vehemently, cursing under his breath. What a formidable leader they had. In a corner, Zhang Ziyu and Gu Xiaotong exchanged glances of shock and confusion. If their encounter with Chu Han 4 days prior in Mingqiu City had left them incredulous, then today's display of his extraordinary prowess and his relentless battle against the horde of zombies for hours on end was nothing short of astounding. It felt like a dream. Was this truly Chu Han? He seemed so foreign. Chu Han continued to cleave through the zombies, constructing a barricade of their corpses. The sickening sound of skulls bursting echoing around him. It was as if a multitude of festering boils were being violently ruptured. Shang Jiudi was the first to regain her composure, her gun aimed steadily at Yu Tianlong and his companions. Her expression twisted with rage. She was itching to eliminate them. Young Master Chen positioned himself between Chu Han and Yi Tianlong, his face a mask of wariness. His gun shifted, ultimately pointing at the busy Chu Han. Shang Jiudi gritted her teeth, her fingers slowly tensing around her weapon. The atmosphere crackled with tension, both sides on the verge of conflict. Other survivors retreated to a safe distance, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones. Chu Han remained calm, his gaze devoid of humanity. His muscles taut with focus as he swung his iron axe relentlessly until the stairwell was completely filled with fallen corpses, preventing the zombies outside from entering. Only then did he pause, exhaling heavily as he wiped the grime from his face and turned his attention to Yi Tianlong. I say. Yi Tianlong tightened his grip on the automatic rifle he had taken from 18, mimicking Shang Jiudi's stance, the gun aimed menacingly at Chu Han. I say, there's no need for us to be at odds like this, with so many zombies around. 18 stood silently beside Chu Han, her head bowed. Young Master Chen's body was drenched in sweat, his eyes fixated on Yu Tianlong and the gun aimed at Chu Han, its muzzle dark and foreboding. What do you intend to do? Chu Han queried, tilting his head nonchalantly. Though he was of the first tier of physical prowess, he knew he could not evade bullets. To survive, Yu Tianlong barked. Just stay put. Chu Han's tone was eerily calm, yet it hinted at an undercurrent of danger. The surrounding murmurs ceased abruptly, the restless horde of zombies behind them creating a cacophony of horrific sounds, amplifying the eerie silence of the moment, as if one could feel the gnawing on their own flesh. Young Master Chen, taken aback by Chu Han's earlier act of saving 18, felt as though it was something he had anticipated. Who else could react so swiftly? Yet now, hearing Chu Han's menacing tone, he understood the gravity of the situation, causing him to tremble, the flesh on his face quivering. Yi Tianlong's eyes widened, bloodshot and wild, his expression twisted in malevolence. You have guns, but so do I. Don't move, or we all die. What infuriated Yi Tianlong the most, however, was Chu Han's indifferent demeanor, as if he were addressing mere refuse rather than a threat. Neither side retreated, and electric tension crackling in the air. The atmosphere remained frozen for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Yu Tianlong grinned wickedly, raising his arm. The gun now aimed at the ceiling above Chu Han. Is this how it's done? Bang. The shot rang out unexpectedly. Chu Han felt a rush of air as a bullet zipped past him, embedding itself into the wall behind, creating a dark hole. Yi Tianlong's aim was poor. He had intended to intimidate Chu Han, but missed, the bullet striking young Master Chun instead, blood gushing from his arm and staining the ground crimson. Oh! Many gasped in shock. Hey! Yi Tianlong laughed boisterously. What a kickback! He roared with laughter, but young Master Chen nearly collapsed, agony radiating from his arm, blood streaming profusely. The severity of his injury uncertain. Shang Jiudi, drenched in perspiration, gritted her teeth. Bang! A bullet pierced through Yi Tianlong's kneecap, blood spraying everywhere. Ah! He held. Collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed from his left leg, the vivid crimson overwhelming his senses. His knee was shattered. I'll kill you all. Rage, murderous intent, and brutality consumed Yi Tianlong's mind. Die. He swung his gun toward Chu Han and the others, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Bang! 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 The air filled with the terror of death once more. Ah! Help! The living scattered in panic, terror-stricken. They have guns. They're shooting at us, not the zombies. Get down, Chu Han commanded. Young Master Chen, disregarding his pain, rolled on the ground, while 18 nimbly concealed herself behind a cabinet. Chu Han, however, chose not to evade the bullets, but lunged at Shang Jiudi, pinning her down beneath him, disregarding the sensations of her curvaceous form. He seized the gun from her grasp. With no time to aim, he relied on the instinct honed from a decade of training in his past life. Puff! A single shot rang out. The rapid fire of the automatic rifle abruptly ceased. Bang! Yi Tianlong's towering frame crumpled to the floor, his head striking the ground with a heavy thud. Blood pooling around him, soaking the earth. He was dead. A single bullet to the head. The second floor of the rest station fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping audible in the stillness, everyone holding their breath, only the sound of their labored breathing filling the air. Who exactly was this Chu Han? How could he have hit Yi Tianlong's head under such perilous circumstances? A single bullet to the head, it was not merely a saying. Chapter 21. A single corpse is insufficient. Zhang Ziyu was drenched in cold sweat. When had Chu Han learned to wield a gun? Killing zombies. Swinging an axe with fervent speed for prolonged periods, and now, without hesitation, taking a life. Zhang Ziyu wondered if he was ensnared in a dream. How could this be real? Chu Han was just a second-year college student, barely 20 years old. Yu Xiaodong's eyes sparkled, her heart racing with fervor. This was the apocalypse. Not the civilized era of yore. Money had become utterly irrelevant. Yu Xiaodong felt a pang of regret. Had she known how formidable Chu Han was, she would not have mocked him so mercilessly during their freshman year. The few survivors aligned with Yi Tianlong were drenched in sweat, utterly bewildered. Who was this young man? Chu Han wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his taut nerves finally beginning to ease. Though it appeared he had struck Yi Tianlong in the head, he alone understood that his prior precision had eluded him. His body was unfamiliar with firearms. The only reason he managed to kill Yi Tianlong in the nick of time was their proximity, coupled with Yi Tianlong's inability to move due to his wounded knee. Chu Han's familiarity with guns afforded him an undeniable advantage, yet he felt a stark difference compared to his past life. You, aren't you getting up? The voice of Shang Jiudi, tinged with irritation, broke through. They were in such close quarters that Chu Han could detect the woman's unique fragrance. Lowering his gaze, he studied Shang Jiudi's deliberately masked waxen complexion, likely due to lack of makeup and excessive sweat. Her makeup had begun to disintegrate, leaving her face a patchwork of hues. While she appeared rather unappealing, it was evident to all that this woman, given her pretense, must possess a beauty not easily diminished. Chu Han remained atop Shang Jiudi, his gaze locked onto her eyes. Why did you hold back earlier? He had observed her marksmanship, realizing her accuracy was commendable. With a hit rate of at least 30%, sufficient to outshine many. At such close range, with Yi Tianlong unable to dodge, she could have easily ended his life, even with a few extra shots. Yet she had refrained, only wounding him in the knee, leaving him to confront the situation himself. Indeed, one cannot place hope upon others in the early days of the apocalypse. Why? Chu Han's expression grew increasingly intense. Do you realize the peril your actions could bring us? His voice rose with fervor, tinged with a hint of menace. He was suspicious of Shang Jiudi's motives, harboring a growing wariness towards her. Shang Jiudi's face flushed crimson. Usually audacious, she found herself lost for words. The tension between them rendered the atmosphere palpably silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed upon the peculiar position of the two on the ground, none daring to utter a sound. She has never killed anyone. Suddenly, the voice of 18 pierced the silence as she emerged from behind the cabinet. Shang Jiudi had never taken a life? This revelation astonished Chu Han. Shang Jiudi turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze, filled with regret, yet also confusion. Meanwhile, 18 approached Yi Tianlong's lifeless body. Picking up the automatic rifle on the ground, her disdain evident as she kicked the corpse, seemingly displeased. Her eyes glimmered with excitement as she suddenly aimed the automatic rifle at Yi Tianlong's heart. Bang! To everyone's shock, she fired another shot into his chest. Gasps of disbelief spread among the group, with many feeling their legs turn to jelly. Chu Han's brows twitched in surprise at the audacity of this young girl. Yet 18 gazed at Chu Han with sparkling eyes, as if she had discovered a captivating new toy. Your marksmanship is astonishing. At that moment, young Master Chen let out a groan akin to a dying pig. Chu Han rose from his position atop Shang Jiudi and helped young Master Chen inspect his wound. The next instant, a resounding slap echoed as Chu Han struck young Master Chen's plump arm. It's merely a scratch. Chu Han growled, relief flooding through him. The rotund young man was unharmed. What? But I've lost so much blood. Young Master Chen protested. That's because you're overweight. Chu Han retorted, retrieving bandages to tend to Chen's injury. How can you be such a coward over such a trivial wound? Seeing the injury was indeed minor. Young Master Chen couldn't help but grin foolishly. Boss, your marksmanship is incredible. A wave of unfamiliar emotion surged within Chu Han. Was it trust? Friendship? Suddenly, the overwhelming roar of zombies filled the air. Chu Han turned towards the staircase. The sky had darkened, and the number of zombies at the staircase continued to swell. They were mindless, driven solely by the scent of human flesh, battering against the barricade of corpses that formed a wide wall. Yet, this once sturdy fortress began to tremble, shaking violently with each collision, hinting at an impending collapse. It would not hold for long. Gaps had formed in the body wall, and the zombies could unmistakably sense the enticing aroma of human flesh on the other side. These creatures, insatiable in their hunger for human blood, would inevitably breach the barricade. The blood from Yi Tianlong's head and knee continued to flow, the scent intoxicating to the zombies. They became frenzied, as if infused with adrenaline, crashing against the barricade. Inside lay human flesh, and if they could just charge forward, they would feast. What should we do? Shang Jiudi seemed to regain her composure, gripping her automatic rifle tightly. Her expression steely. I will follow your command. Chu Han's brow remained furrowed. There was only one exit, but it was swarming with zombies. From the outset, they had been ensnared. Outside the rest area, there were at least 100 zombies congregating at the entrance, seemingly unable to enter due to the throngs within. Based on this, it was clear that the number of zombies in this tide exceeded 600. The scent of blood had drawn them in. Downstairs, many zombies, desperate for flesh, were reaching toward the windows, leaping as if that would allow them to snatch a meal. They were trapped with no escape. It's over. We're going to die. We can't get out. Zhang Ziyu collapsed on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Why did I leave Mingxiu City? There was water and food in the supermarket. Why did I leave? Why? So many zombies. Chu Han, save me. I don't want to die. Aren't you strong? You can use a gun. Can't you just kill them all? Gu Xiaotong cried out desperately, gripping Chu Han's clothing. Her voice a cacophony of hysteria. Who the hell is this? 18 interjected irreverently, looking at Gu Xiaotong's disheveled appearance with disdain. Chapter 22. A desperate leap. The previously tense atmosphere was abruptly altered by one utterance from the figure known as 18. Shang Jiudi's lips twitched. Yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Young Master Chen felt an urge to laugh, but in the face of life and death, mirth eluded him. Jump. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Yes, jump off. We are on the second floor. We can tie ourselves with ropes and climb down. Chu Han's heart raced as he gazed out the window, ignoring the bewildered stares of those around him. He seized the corpse of Yi Tianlong from the ground and stood by the window. The night sky appeared murky, the moonlight shrouded in a sinister crimson mist, casting an eerie red glow upon the square below. There, hordes of zombies congregated, their decaying, pallid heads striking fear even in those untroubled by the sight of a multitude. Their grayish-white pupils resembled those of demons from the depths of hell. What do you intend to do? Shang Jiudi inquired, her brow furrowing. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. Use the corpse to attract the zombies? Of course. Why didn't Tia think of that? We can make a break for it. No. Chu Han interjected. One corpse is simply insufficient. There are far too many of them. They will devour it in no time. And we won't have the luxury of time. The surviving individuals were taken aback, their anger and fear rendering them overly sensitive. What do you mean? One corpse isn't enough? What are you planning to do? Kill us to feed the zombies and aid your escape? You scoundrel. I thought you were one of the good ones. They quickly huddled together, standing at a distance from Chu Han and his companions, their faces painted with varying degrees of suspicion and hostility. Chu Han remained impassive, having endured the apocalypse for a decade. He was indifferent to their sentiments and saw no reason to waste breath clarifying that he was not a police officer. "Shin Fatty, do you still have strength left?" Chu Han began issuing commands, pointing to a pool of blood on the floor. "Soak up that blood with the bedsheets and bring it to me." "Oh, okay." Young Master Chin, still reeling from Chu Huan's earlier proclamation that one corpse was insufficient, scrambled to comply. Although he had no understanding of why he obeyed Chu Han, he felt compelled to act swiftly. "I need a gun and a substantial amount of ammunition." Chu Han fixed his gaze on Shang Jiudi. The weapon belonged to the two women. "Brother Chu Han?" 18's voice broke through. Uncertainty etched on her face as she thrust the gun and a multitude of magazines into his hands. "This is for you." Chu Han paused momentarily, accepting the items with a nod of gratitude. "Thank you." 18 pouted. "If we make it out alive, you owe me." A strained smile tugged at Chu Han's lips. It seemed likely there would be no opportunity for repayment. He turned his gaze to Shang Jiudi, who met his eyes with equal intensity. "Keep an eye on Shin Fatty for me, and ensure he doesn't do anything foolish," Chu Han instructed, as if bequeathing a final task. "Boss." Young Master Chun, clutching the bedsheets that had just absorbed the blood, was startled. "What are you planning to do?" Bang, bang, bang. The walls were on the verge of collapse, and the throngs of zombies were about to surge in. Chu Han exhaled heavily, casting a glance at the frenzied masses below, relentlessly battering the concrete walls. "Fatty." He turned to Chin, warmth seldom seen in his eyes. "Do not be so timid. Whatever challenges lie ahead, face them with bravery. Your potential is immense. Believe in yourself." You? Young Master Chin's voice caught in his throat, a dreadful premonition rising within him. Chu Han silently organized the magazines, securing the gun to his side. Then grasped Yu Tianlong's lifeless body with one hand while accepting the blood-soaked bedsheets from Chin with the other. "The blood will attract the zombies. The ground is now clean of blood. I will carry the scent outside. The zombies will follow the trail." Chu Han addressed the group, noting their varying expressions of shock. "You must remain silent. The zombies at the stairwell will gradually disperse." Whispers ceased abruptly, disbelief etched on every face as they regarded Chu Han. Just moments ago, they had berated him, even likening him to Yi Tianlong, yet now they could scarcely fathom his intention to draw the zombies away. He intends to attract the zombies all alone. 18's petite frame trembled, her gaze filled with complexity. Shang Jiudi's pupils dilated in alarm. She vehemently protested. "You're being reckless. You'll die? And you?" "I know." Chu Han interrupted, his gaze sweeping over 18, Shang Jiudi, and young Master Chun. "Even if I die, success is not guaranteed." "Then why still?" Shang Jiudi struggled to comprehend Chu Han's logic, questioning whether he had lost his senses in proposing such a clearly fatal endeavor with no apparent benefit. A gentle smile graced Chu Han's lips, radiating warmth. "At the very least, I can buy you some time." With that, Chu Han suddenly leaped into the air, diving through the wide-open window, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Buy time? Nonsense. Boss." Young Master Chen's voice broke into a near scream, filled with despair. Shang Jiudi and 18 felt their hearts stop. This man had actually jumped, and for merely the sake of buying them time? The second-floor window of the rest stop was immediately filled with onlookers, their necks craning as they fearfully watched Chu Han, wrapped in bedding, plummet downwards. This rest stop was not a residential building. Each floor was significantly elevated, and the second floor stood nearly equivalent to the third or fourth of a standard building. To leap from such a height, even encased in thick bedding, was futile, let alone the thin sheet Chu Han clutched. Chu Han would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Panic ensued among the crowd, tears of sorrow and regret flowing freely as they lamented their earlier vile thoughts. How could they have doubted his motives? The throng of zombies below quickly noticed the falling figure, their excitement akin to that of a frenzy, howling in a cacophony of primal screams. Their expressions akin to ravenous beasts. A gaping maw, reeking of decay, stretched wide across a face, revealing razor-sharp teeth and a tongue that had become a putrid mass. Devoid of function. Roar. The zombies howled, thrashing their arms and leaping, eager to grasp the descending human. Their eyes gleamed with hunger. Chapter 23. He wants to escape alone. Many onlookers peering from the second floor averted their gazes, unable to bear witness to the impending scene of carnage. Just moments prior, they had witnessed Lu Wan's lifeless body transform into a grotesque assemblage of mangled flesh and shattered bones. This was a horror and despair that could be foreseen. Within 5 minutes, Chu Han would be torn apart by the vast horde of zombies, his entrails ripped from him, mercilessly gnawed and devoured. Not even sparing his eyes or intestines. Zhang Ziyu and Gu Xiaodong felt their legs weaken. Had Chu Han lost his mind? Boss. Boss. Young Master Qin. Overwhelmed by the shock, collapsed by the window, weeping uncontrollably. Shang Jiudi suddenly covered the eyes of 18, her own eyes already reddened with tears. Thud. Chu Han tightly wrapped himself in the blood-soaked bedsheet, the automatic rifle heavy yet securely bound in his grasp, as he counted silently while holding Yi Tianglong's corpse. He was only 1 meter from the ground. Now was the moment. With a sudden surge of strength, his first-tier physical abilities unleashed an extraordinary force that far exceeded that of an ordinary human. He swung his arms, hurling Yi Tianglong's body with the force of a shot put. Yi Tianglong's corpse was flung far to the side, landing with a thud, the still fresh blood staining the ground and releasing a pungent odor. The zombies immediately went wild, swarming towards the fresh corpse. Crack. In this moment of distraction, Chu Han landed effortlessly, clutching the bloodied bedsheet tightly as he sprinted away. The elevation of his physical capabilities did not equate to the endurance of civilization's era. Rather, it marked the onset of a different genetic mutation, distinct from zombies. After 6 hours of global darkness, a beginning of human evolution and a milestone heralding a new era. With first-tier physical prowess, he had surpassed human limitations entirely. This evolution was strange and utterly illogical, yet it existed as tangibly as the zombies themselves. Every individual possessed such potential. It merely required time. This was his trump card, his lifeline. Leaping from the second floor of the rest stop, Chu Han emerged unscathed. No longer was he afraid of the zombies. A human with first-tier physical abilities could no longer be infected by first-tier zombies. The only threat lay in the overwhelming numbers of the undead. Even without the risk of infection, he could still be devoured due to sheer force of numbers. Yi Tianglong's corpse was his most crucial bargaining chip. The heavy stench of blood would attract the zombies. Although time was scarce, it was sufficient for him to escape. On the second floor of the rest stop, those witnessing the scene below were incredulous, their eyes wide with disbelief. Not only had Chu Han not met his demise, but he also managed to dart through the densely packed horde of zombies with astonishing speed, while Yi Tianglong's body was surrounded by a throng of the undead. Crimson blood gushed forth as the decaying, pallid zombies eagerly tore and feasted upon the corpse, fighting over every piece of flesh, even the most unsightly entrails. While some zombies unable to enter frantically licked the blood pooling on the ground. Chu Han had fled. The zombies could not keep up with him. Young Master Qin stood dumbstruck, momentarily forgetting to wipe his face, his plump visage smeared with tears and mucus, resembling a comical clown. Shang Jiudi's expression was one of shock, while 18 stared intently at Chu Han's retreating figure. The other survivors were filled with a medley of emotions: astonishment, skepticism, disappointment. They were terrified that the anticipated horrific scene had not unfolded, as Chu Han had miraculously evaded what seemed to be a certain death. Yet, why did they feel a tinge of disappointment? Chu Han's speed was so rapid it could only be described as lightning fast, yet the zombies were equally swift in their feeding. Yi Tianglong's body had been devoured entirely by the ravenous horde, and some zombies, still yearning for flesh, viciously licked the scattered bones. Chu Han continued to clutch the bloodied bedsheet, the scent of blood rendering the zombies hypersensitive. Countless zombies began to pivot, chasing after him, their urgent roars betraying their insatiable hunger for human flesh and blood. The howling wind was as frigid as the night, stinging his face. As he dashed past the gas station's barrels, Chu Han abruptly unfurled the bedsheet, carelessly tossing it onto the ground, while tightly gripping the automatic rifle. Bang! The gunshot reverberated loudly, a bullet piercing a zombie's skull, exploding with a sickening sound. The zombies that had already infiltrated the rest stop immediately reacted to the gunfire. Surging towards the exit, the leading zombies quickly spotted the blood-soaked bedsheet on the ground, saturated with bright red blood, its odor overpowering. They frantically clawed at the sheet, eagerly stuffing it into their mouths, devoid of thought, unaware that it was not human flesh. They only knew that the sheet possessed a fatal allure, akin to a drug addict spotting their fix. The survivors on the second floor held their breath, not daring to utter a sound during this critical moment. The wall of corpses at the stairway had ceased its tremors, though it was barely standing. The mindless zombies had given up, gradually dispersing towards the open ground. Their genetics were peculiar, as their brains resonated with some strange frequency, causing them to unconsciously gather together. The number of zombies in the open space grew, swarming around the blood-soaked bedsheet, desperately pushing towards the center, while many zombies continued to pour out from the rest stop. Those watching from the window felt their scalps tingle. From this vantage point, the scene below resembled a black vortex with a red and white speck at its center. And Chu Han, after firing a shot, had vanished, lost among the throngs of zombies in the night. Was he alive or dead? No one knew. Shang Jiudi fought back tears, her voice strained as she whispered, "We must go down," but remain silent. Silence enveloped the group. No one spoke as they cautiously navigated through the pile of corpses at the stairway. In the face of death's threat, no one could afford to be repulsed by the stench of decay and rotting flesh. Surviving was already a miracle. The group carefully made their way to the first-floor hall, gathering at the exit, unsure of how to escape. The outside was teeming with zombies. Even if the zombies inside the rest stop had been drawn away, they were still not safe. Suddenly, the roar of vehicle engines erupted. A towering SUV sped across the open ground, moving with incredible velocity, nearly disappearing from view. After a brief moment of silence and disbelief, a survivor shouted recklessly, "Fraud. That fraud intends to escape alone." Chapter 24. Moving forward in an instant, all eyes were drawn to the imposing off-road vehicle outside. Towering and robust, it traversed the chaotic terrain with ease, its interior brimming with ample supplies of food and water, enough to incite envy among all onlookers. The vehicle's growl was thunderous, attracting the attention of a few zombies, which were swiftly obliterated by its formidable exterior, leaving the already tarnished body smeared with decaying flesh and dark blood. The G-55 sped away without hesitation, heading towards the exit. "Scoundrel! Not human!" a survivor cursed vehemently. Following suit, a multitude of survivors unleashed a torrent of invectives towards the departing G-55, their spittle flying in fury. Anguish filled the hearts of the survivors. "Chu Han, he has fled. How could I have hoped for his assistance? What folly! That fraud! Not only did he escape, but he also used Yi Tianlong's body." The ordinary visage of this survivor contorted into a mask of rage. No one dared to counter his words. They all believed Chu Han deserved nothing less than death. With only a single corpse, a precious resource, squandered by Chu Han, they were left to ponder their fate. Would they simply await their demise? Damn it! They should have thought of this sooner and escaped. Zhang Ziyu and Gu Xiaodong were seething with anger, the arrival of the apocalypse rendering humanity and morality mere jest. They felt utterly deceived. Placing their lives in the hands of a former classmate was the epitome of foolishness. That bumpkin! That miser! Gu Xiaodong railed. These outsiders are utterly shameless. Zhang Ziyu's voice emerged through gritted teeth, laced with chilling ire. "If I survive, may I never cross paths with him, or I will ensure he suffers." Shang Jiudi cast a glance at the despondent and hopeless 18, her heart on the verge of collapse. Her once vibrant demeanor now appeared fragile. She was unwilling to accept defeat, yet felt utterly powerless. The current wave of zombies was overwhelming. The blood-soaked sheets long since torn apart by the ravenous horde, devoured piece by the insatiable undead. Those zombies that failed to breach the outer circle began to shift in search of new prey, soon discovering the previously crowded rest stop, where a faint scent of human flesh lingered. One by one, the zombies lumbered toward the rest stop in unison. Meanwhile, the survivors on the first floor of the rest stop remained oblivious, their minds clouded by rage. They spewed profanities, hurling whatever they could find in a fit of fury. Glass shattered, and the first floor of the rest stop became a scene of devastation, as terrifying as the horde of zombies themselves. These people had lost their sanity. If they could not survive, then neither would anyone else. The cacophony of noise only served to heighten the zombies' frenzy. They quickened their pace, emitting chilling roars akin to beasts in the throes of feeding. As the ghostly white eyes drew nearer, the stench of decay intensified. Despair gripped the hearts of Qin Xiaoyath. 18. And Shang Jiudi. Was there truly no hope left? A single zombie approached, extending its rancid, grayish-white arm towards the nearest survivor, a portly man named Jia Chuanjia, who once served as the cook at the rest stop. At that moment, he was devoid of hope, resigned as the zombie drew ever closer, its teeth poised to bite. Let it end, or turn into a zombie. Either way, I shall no longer suffer. Some closed their eyes, tears streaming down their faces. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the air, accompanied by the thunderous roar of an engine. Qin Xiaoya's flesh quivered, his eyes widening in shock. Shang Jiudi's expression was one of disbelief, tinged with a glimmer of hope. The zombie poised to bite Jia Chuanjia hesitated, its mind clearly malfunctioning as its movement faltered. In that instant, Jia Chuanjia's eyes ignited with a fierce will to survive. He shoved the zombie away, seizing a steel pipe and smashing it into the creature's face, obliterating its skull. At that moment, a series of gunshots rang out rhythmically, as the towering G-55 re-entered their line of sight. Bullets erupted from the windows, creating a deafening noise that drew the attention of the encroaching zombies. The living were electrified with excitement, rallying their weapons to dispatch the zombies that had infiltrated the rest stop. It was as if a ray of dawn had pierced the darkness of hell, magnifying their hope infinitely. Let us fight. Do not let Chu Han's sacrifice be in vain. Shang Jiudi shouted, her voice trembling. Brother Chu, we misjudged you. Safe travels. Safe travels. The survivors began to express their gratitude to the air, their sincerity starkly contrasting the vitriol they had hurled at Chu Han mere moments ago. As Chu Han circled the G-55, a multitude of zombies remained fixated on the remnants of the bloodied sheet, refusing to disperse, incessantly licking the concrete, savoring every trace of blood. With an automatic rifle raised, he noted the dwindling ammunition. Yet, his countenance remained composed, multitasking amidst the jostling, firing each bullet into the oil barrels as he looped around. With a series of splashes, gasoline erupted, igniting upon contact with the surrounding zombies, quickly saturating the ground. A flicker of determination ignited in Chu Han's eyes as he sharply turned the wheel, pressing the accelerator, and roared into the distance. Simultaneously, a Zippo lighter was struck, its spark flying from the window, landing precisely at the feet of the amassed zombies. Inside the rest stop, a few individuals grappled with the frenzied Chen Xiaoya, who was desperate to escape and find Chu Han. Are you seeking death? It would be futile even if you did. Fat fool. If you wish to die, do not bring the zombies upon us. Shut up before you bring about your demise. Suddenly, the last voice was drowned out by a tremendous explosion. Chapter 25. The dark delight flames erupted into the sky, a dazzling spectacle. Hundreds of zombies were instantly engulfed in fire, transforming into fiery embers that crackled and burned. A tremendous wave of heat radiated from the center of the gas station, causing the temperature to rise several degrees in an instant. While thick smoke completely obscured the already dim moonlight, the air was saturated with a charred aroma, spreading rapidly with the currents. Silence reigned, broken only by the faint crackle of sparks. All the individuals within the rest stop stood transfixed, their gazes fixed on the scene before them. The scattered zombies no longer capturing their attention. Chu Han had detonated the fuel barrels. He had single-handedly annihilated hundreds of zombies. It turned out he had not fled in his vehicle, but had instead circled back. From leaping from the building with He Tianlong's corpse to discarding the bed sheets before entering the G-55, and then shooting the fuel barrels to ignite the gasoline. All of this transpired within a mere 10 minutes. Ordinary individuals would likely lack the courage to orchestrate such a series of maneuvers when confronted by an onslaught of zombies. This required not just bravery, but profound decisiveness. Even a minute's delay could have resulted in the second floor of the rest stop being overrun, leading to the demise of these survivors. Was it truly possible to resolve such a massive zombie tide so effortlessly? In the distance, the G-55 gradually slowed before executing a turn, coming to a halt with a screech at the entrance of the rest stop, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Chu Han leaped from the vehicle, swiftly firing several shots to eliminate the remaining zombies, his demeanor calm and collected, devoid of any sense of relief from having survived. Boss. Young Master Chen's sudden exclamation shattered the stunned silence as he rushed toward Chu Han, clinging to his pant leg and weeping heartily. Woo-woo. Boss. It's so good that you're all right. Chu Han had single-handedly dispatched so many zombies and saved all the survivors. This was beyond comprehension. Shang Jiudi trembled violently, her heart racing as it had never done before, her once meticulously applied makeup failing to conceal the complex emotions etched across her face. 18 pairs of eyes widened in astonishment, glistening with tears on their youthful faces. Hello. Suddenly, a slightly thinner man than young Master Chen spoke excitedly. I'm Jia Chuanjia. Thank you so much. Thank you for saving my life. His appearance was unremarkable, the kind one could easily overlook on the street. Yet he was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he seemed ready to embrace Chu Han's other leg and weep unabashedly. You're welcome, Chu Han replied with a slight nod, discreetly kicking young Master Chen, who had not ceased his crying. Suddenly, two figures dashed forward, both exclaiming dramatically, Chu Han. Woo-woo, you're all right, thank goodness. The two were Gu Xiaodong and Zhang Ziyu. The others began to regain their composure, surrounding Chu Han with eager chatter. Brother Chu, you are my idol. Chu Gu. You are truly magnificent. Brother Chu, can you teach me how to use a gun? Chu Gu, will you take me as a disciple? Chu Han kicked the still sobbing young Master Chen once more and nodded stiffly at the remaining survivors, his gaze landing on Shang Jiudi and 18, who had not approached him. 18 stood in a corner, curiously examining a zombie, displaying an unusual boldness for a child as she scrutinized its head, heart, and bladder. Searching for something of interest. A flicker of brilliance passed through Chu Han's eyes as he glanced at Shang Jiudi, who was bowed, desperately suppressing her trembling shoulders and the tears streaming down her face. Young Master Chun's loyalty had increased by 10, reaching 90. 18's loyalty also grew by 10. Now at 60. Her loyalty had already been at 50 when Chu Han rescued her from Yi Tianlong. Acts of kindness are the most effective means of winning hearts. However, Shang Jiudi's loyalty remained the lowest at only 30. Observing these figures, Chu Han furrowed his brow. This woman was indeed difficult to win over. Despite saving 18 and deliberately stirring the atmosphere when he jumped from the building, her loyalty had not increased until he eliminated all the zombies and saved everyone. Less than 50 loyalty meant she could betray him at any moment. Yet, Chu Han's expression softened, a faint smile gracing his lips. The benefits gained from today's battle exceeded his expectations. Not to mention young Master Chen's 90 loyalty, which was already a high level of trust. 18's youth made her susceptible to being moved by Chu Han, while Shang Jiudi, despite her wariness, was at least progressing positively. It was essential to note that these two women were naturally inclined to revolve around 18. As long as he secured 18, Shang Jiudi would no longer be a concern for Chu Han. He had already gained a significant advantage. Furthermore, the 200 points were a considerable fortune, saving Chu Han a great deal of time. Boss Chu, what shall we do next? Jia Chuanjia inquired, familiar with the group dynamics. This rest stop has been destroyed. Should we leave and find another place? Yes, yes. Yu Xiaodong quickly chimed in. Chu Han, didn't we agree to go to Shishir? Chu Han remained unfazed, his gaze sweeping over Shang Jiudi, who had yet to regain her composure. He could only fix his eyes on 18. What about you? 18 looked up, her response entirely within Chu Han's expectations. Wherever you go, we will follow. A smile tugged at the corners of Chu Han's mouth as he turned to Shang Jiudi. What do you say? Shang Jiudi hesitated, on the verge of speaking, but ultimately shook her head in refusal. We may not be going the same way. We need to head to Tong City to pick someone up. Chapter 26. Hysteria in the Copper City. Chu Han's gaze flickered momentarily. He suppressed a surge of emotion within and calmly turned to Shang Jiudi. Very well. I shall head to Luo City. Shang Jiudi's expression was subtly complex, caught off guard by his response. At that moment, Sheba's eyes sparkled with excitement, her 60 loyalty emanating a genuine trust in Chu Han. We're on the same route, and Luo City is quite far, and Copper City is on the way. We can replenish our supplies there. She then furrowed her brow and addressed Shang Jiudi. I mean, old Jiu, wouldn't it be better to go with Brother Chu Han? At least we have someone looking out for us. How long would it take for just the two of us to reach Copper City? Shang Jiudi's brow twitched, but it was undeniable that Sheba's point held merit. As two women in a lawless apocalypse, they faced considerable danger relying solely on their own strength to navigate Copper City. Yet, Chu Han exuded a palpable aura of peril that instinctively urged her to maintain distance. Could an ordinary person leap from such a height unscathed? Would a common individual possess such an intimate understanding of zombies? Could an average human pull the trigger without hesitation against another? Who, exactly, is he? Shang Jiudi glanced at Chu Han, letting out a faint sigh beneath his seemingly harmless smile. Then let us go together. Very well, Chu Han replied with a slight smile. What about us? What about us? The surrounding survivors crowded around Chu Han, clamoring as if he were a savior. I want to go to Silver City. Will you escort me? I'm not going to Silver City. Brother Chu, take me to Dust City. I don't know where to go. Enough. Chu Han interrupted, his eyes devoid of any superfluous emotion. I am not a police officer, nor am I a state-sanctioned Good Samaritan. I am just an ordinary person like you, and I have no obligation to assist you. Do not expect me to take you along. We are not acquainted. His cold, unfeeling words left the crowd visibly disappointed, many of them suddenly turning hostile, ready to lash out. Take me with you. Just then, Jia Chuanjia disregarded Chu Han's impatience, speaking at breakneck speed. I can cook. I used to be a chef. I can help, and I'm not afraid of zombies. Understanding the importance of showcasing one's value, Jia Chuanjia was desperate to follow Chu Han. Chu Han regarded him in silence. I have my own vehicle. I won't be a bother. I'll just follow behind. Jia Chuanjia persisted. I'll help along the way. There are some supplies in the warehouse that I can share with you. I want to go too. You won't leave me behind, will you? Zhang Ziyu chimed in hastily. Me too. Gu Xiaotong followed suit, her voice trembling, likely still shaken from the ordeal. You too? Chu Han scoffed, eyeing them. Bring you along just to have you run away when we encounter zombies? What would be the point of that? I'm not idle enough to entertain such nonsense. His blunt rejection left both Zhang Ziyu and Gu Xiaodong crimson-faced, yet they could not utter a word. Only seething with frustration internally. Was it really such a crime to leave them behind? After all, weren't they standing here unharmed? Ignoring the charged gazes from those around him, Chu Han ascended to the second floor after calming the agitated Qin Xiaoya. The sight on the second floor was no better than that on the first. Due to the onslaught of the undead, walls had crumbled, stained with blackened blood. The ground was uneven, littered with severed limbs and decomposing flesh, making it nearly impossible to find solid footing. The staircase was also strewn with zombie corpses. Not all had perished, as some heads still retained a flicker of life, instinctively drawn to the scent of humanity. These remnants of existence gaped their mouths wide, emitting unsettling sounds as their jaws clacked together. With decisive swings of his axe, Chu Han put an end to their pitiful lives one by one. Suddenly, 3 distinct cries of varying degrees of terror erupted from below, shattering the silence and enveloping the atmosphere in panic. Chu Han tightened his grip on the axe and dashed downstairs. In the hall on the first floor, several survivors huddled trembling in a corner. Qin Xiaoya, Shang Jiudi, and Shiba stood together, the expression on Qin Xiaoya's face one of complexity and pity, while Shang Jiudi and Shiba remained composed, holding rifles at the ready. What has happened? Chu Han barely had time to inquire before a distinct, guttural roar echoed through the room. He then witnessed a familiar figure rise slowly from the ground, moving clumsily as if jammed. The figure's skin was pallid, tinged with a faint blue, and its once recognizable eyes were now hollow, replaced by a ghastly whiteness. Zhang Ziyu? Gu Xiaodong's voice brimmed with disbelief as she screamed and stumbled backward, only to be tripped by a zombie's arm, falling to the ground. Zhang Ziyu, now fully transformed into a zombie, was drawn to Gu Xiaodong's cries as if enchanted, lunging at her with alarming speed, knocking her to the ground. In a flash, Chu Han surged forward, delivering a swift kick to Zhang Ziyu, sending him sprawling. At the same moment, Shang Jiudi fired her automatic rifle. A bullet lodging itself in Zhang Ziyu's head, explosive gore erupting forth and splattering Gu Xiaodong's face. Shang Jiudi acted without hesitation. This was no longer human, but a zombie. Chu Han turned gravely to the remaining survivors. Has anyone else been bitten or scratched by a zombie? Suddenly, Gu Xiaodong's shrill scream pierced the air, interrupting Chu Han's inquiry. Shaken to the core, she wailed uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, desperately rubbing the zombie's blood off her face, applying excessive force. Stop! Chu Han exclaimed, taken aback. But it was too late. Her cheek had been scraped raw, crimson blood trickling down her fair skin, mingling with the tainted black blood of the undead that had already infiltrated her veins. Ignoring Chu Han's calls, she continued to frantically scrub her face. How disgusting! How revolting! These vile things. Zhang Ziyu, you will not die a good death. Get away. Get away. Chapter 27. Take care of yourself. Gu Xiaodong had truly lost her mind, deaf to the voices of those around her. Resembling a soulless creature as she relentlessly scraped her own face, disregarding the pain, her spirit had already shattered. A fleeting glance of compassion crossed Chu Han's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by indifference. He had witnessed such scenes countless times: madness, tears, despair. The apocalypse could shatter anyone's resolve. In her current state, even if Gu Xiaodong had not been infected, there was no hope. Her fragile mental state could not endure for long, and the inevitable outcome was either insanity or death. Even amidst torment, one might as well savor the last moments before demise. Regaining his usual composure, Chu Han turned his gaze towards the living, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Is there anyone among you who has been bitten or scratched by a zombie? His words plunged the entire hall into a suffocating silence. Gu Xiaodong continued her frenzy, no longer merely wiping her face, but now recklessly bashing her head against the ground. The sudden eruption of the apocalypse, with zombies scattered everywhere, evoked a sensation entirely different from witnessing one's companions transform into the undead. No one could accept such a challenge to their limits. Speak. Chu Han's tone remained calm, yet in the stillness, it echoed like the foreboding of an impending storm. Who among you has been infected? At the same time, he raised the axe in his hand slightly, the sharp blade glinting ominously. I haven't. A survivor exclaimed in panic, shaking his head fervently. Neither have I. Those monsters didn't touch me. Not a single hair. I'm not infected. The survivors clamored, each anticipating the impending events, loudly proclaiming their innocence. Yet, Chu Han remained unconvinced. Lies and concealment were instinctual reactions for anyone who had been bitten or scratched. They would not divulge the truth to anyone, not even to their children, friends, or parents. You. Suddenly, Jia Chuanjie shouted, pointing at a middle-aged man in the crowd. Didn't I see you get scratched by a zombie? The man's eyes widened in fury as he retorted, You're talking nonsense. You fat bastard. Are you trying to get me killed? You're the one trying to kill us. Jia Chuanjie's eyes blazed with anger, his voice struggling to suppress his fear. I saw it. You've been infected. Damn it. I'll kill you. The middle-aged man roared, lunging at Jia Chuanjie with a punch. The two quickly engaged in a fierce struggle, showing no mercy, each intent on ending the other's life. Meanwhile, those around kept their distance, silently guarding against one another. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Gu Xiaotong spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground, her body convulsing as her skin visibly lost its color. Chu Han's lips pressed into a thin line. The virus's infection rate had escalated, and Gu Xiaotong was rapidly succumbing to zombification. Both Jia Chuanjie and the middle-aged man halted their scuffle, all eyes fixated on Gu Xiaotong, watching her body spasm uncontrollably, black blood gushing from her mouth like a fountain. Panic spread like wildfire in the hearts of everyone present. Another spurt of black blood erupted from Gu Xiaotong, her throat emitting a sound more beast than human, akin to a strangled creature. It rang like a warning bell, reverberating within each person. I'm sorry, Chu Han's expression remained composed as he raised the axe high. With a resounding thud, he brought it down upon Gu Xiaotong's head, as straightforward as dispatching a zombie, with no hesitation whatsoever. There was no saving her. She had to die. Shang Jiudi turned her head away, suppressing the urge to vomit. Chen Xiaoyu sighed, his gaze suddenly resolute. He was determined to survive. 18. Deep in thought, watched the pool of black blood that Gu Xiaotong had expelled. Those who have been bitten or scratched, you must decide for yourselves. I will not deprive you of your final choice, Chu Han declared before hefting the axe and striding towards the door. Chen Xiaoyi, 18, and Shang Jiudi immediately followed. Wait for me. Jia Chuanjie hurriedly caught up, his expression one of desperation. I'm coming with you. I haven't been infected. You can check. Chu Han turned to Jia Chuanjie, asking a seemingly irrelevant question. Didn't you say you could cook? Yes. Jia Chuanjie nodded vigorously. I can also manage finances and allocation. Chu Han shrugged dismissively. Then you can come along. Oh, thank you. Jia Chuanjie exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly calling Chu Han father. On the highway, the imposing G55 surged ahead, flanked by two vehicles in close pursuit. It was the 7th day since the outbreak. A week was sufficient to turn the world entirely upside down. The apocalypse had arrived without warning, instantly disrupting the world's order. And everything once familiar to people had vanished. The rule of law had ceased to exist. Looking up, the sun was a rarity, the sky no longer a bright blue. And the clouds had vanished. A strange, blood-tinged haze enveloped the surroundings, pervasive and stifling, rendering the sky a murky gray and obscuring visibility like a thin mist. The highway had begun to jam. The once spacious road was now nearly impassable, littered with debris and vehicles. But the real culprits obstructing the way were the swarming animals and hordes of zombies. Stop for a break, Chu Han commanded through the radio. The 3 vehicles halted at the roadside. The shattered glass of the G55 had been replaced with iron mesh, which, while not entirely blocking the chill and wind, at least prevented surprise attacks from zombies while parked. Jia Chuanjie had found the iron mesh from some unknown corner and promptly installed it on the G55's window. He had been enthusiastic, tirelessly preparing warm meals for everyone in recent days, and showed no cowardice when facing zombies. Chu Han Gij. 18 rushed over as soon as she got out of the car, her smile pure and heartwarming in these dark times. Though her next question often left others speechless. Did Shin Fatty go on a date with the Five Fingers girl yesterday? Chapter 28. Broadcast young Master Chun was on the verge of internal injury, utterly speechless, for the boss was the boss, and he could not compete with that. Chu Han remained silent, engrossed in fiddling with the radio. Jia Chuanjie had already begun to gather wood and prepare a meal, a professional chef indeed. He made excellent use of the ingredients at hand. At that moment, the vehicle driven by Shang Jiudi came to a halt, and as the door swung open, all the men present, save for Chu Han, turned their gazes towards her. There appeared a long leg clad in tight black leather pants, accentuated by a pair of sleek black high-heeled boots. Following that, a pair of pristine white hands rested on the car door, and with a gentle push, her snug attire revealed a voluptuous upper body, complemented by a swan-like neck. Her long black hair was neatly tied back, revealing her striking visage. In that instant, Shang Jiudi shed her disguise, presenting a countenance that would be indelibly etched in memory, a face capable of ensnaring the hearts of all men. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyebrows slightly arched, her eyes sparkling with a unique luster, and her lips gently pursed. Anyone who beheld her would find it impossible to meet her gaze naturally. Her very presence exuded a formidable aura, setting her apart from ordinary women. There was no hint of weakness or fragility about her. Rather, she radiated the essence of a powerful woman. Is there a signal? Shang Jiudi approached Chu Han directly, her first words echoing her inquiry. Despite Chu Han's attempts to adjust the radio, it continued to emit nothing but static. Young Master Chun was nearby, scanning the surroundings with binoculars. The area was open, yet safety could not be assured, necessitating vigilance, something Chu Han had specifically instructed. May I give it a try? 18 suddenly leaned in beside Chu Han, an eager expression on her face. With a resigned shake of his head, Chu Han realized that the nearby area was beyond the reach of signals. Handing the radio to 18. Be careful not to break it. 18 took the radio and, in front of everyone, began to dismantle it with remarkable speed, leaving Chu Han no time to intervene. Damn it, Chu Han exclaimed, feeling exasperated at such reckless behavior. Is Chu Han your real name? Shang Jiudi leaned against the car door, her gaze sly and curious about him. Chu Han shot her a sidelong glance. I'm not like some individuals whose names and appearances are wholly fabricated. If I were not in disguise, I would have encountered trouble long ago. Shang Jiudi's expression fell instantly. After a moment, she appraised Chu Han from head to toe. This man was quite remarkable, and though she considered herself attractive, he seemed indifferent to her allure. With a mischievous smile, Chu Han remarked, You think too much. Think too much? Shang Jiudi was taken aback, her anger flaring at the perceived slight. Chu Han remained silent. While Shang Jiudi was indeed beautiful and alluring, he had more pressing matters to attend to than to be distracted by a pretty face. All right. Suddenly, 18's joyful voice interrupted their brief silence. Before Chu Han could turn around, the radio in 18's hands crackled to life, broadcasting messages repeatedly. The first contact with information since the outbreak of the apocalypse stirred excitement among all present. Chu Han cast a surprised glance at 18. Such knowledge was certainly beyond what a 12-year-old girl should possess. We are saved. There are airdrop packages and military bases. This is wonderful. Jia Chunjia exclaimed excitedly, overwhelmed by the prospect of hope. He had feared that the nation had abandoned them, resigning them to a life of despair. Hearing this broadcast ignited an urge within him to weep for joy. 18's eyes sparkled with anticipation, casting a longing glance at Shang Jiudi and Chu Han. A smile graced Shang Jiudi's face as she confidently declared to 18, Once we find 13, we shall head to Shirshir. Yes. 18 nodded vigorously. Fantastic. Together we will go to Shirshir, where there is everything we need, along with the protection of the military. We can settle there. Jia Chunjie exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement as he looked at Shang Jiudi, yearning for her approval to support one another in this post-apocalyptic world. Chu Han smiled faintly, casting a glance at the individuals before him. Since you all have decided to go to Shirshir, we shall part ways at that juncture. His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Shirshir was not far, merely a passage through Tongshir, so why would he choose not to go to a safe place? Why? 18's reluctance was evident. Why must you go to Anlu City? It's so dangerous outside. Chu Han's expression grew solemn, his resolve unwavering. My parents are there. Parents? Jia Chunjia expressed astonishment, followed by disbelief. Anlu City is truly far. Even before the apocalypse, it took over 20 hours by train. Now, with the roads in such disarray and danger lurking at every turn, you might not reach Anlu City for several days. Are you certain your parents will still be safe by then? Chapter 29. A chicken leg for you. Chu Han's gaze grew cold, and his face twisted into a grimace. Regardless of the circumstances, I must see for myself. Well then, I wish you success in finding your parents, Shang Jiudi replied, her tone softened, though she too believed that Chu Han's parents might not survive until that moment. Thank you, Chu Han nodded. You all will meet someone in Tong City, while we will head to Stone City first, as it is also on our route. After that, I shall proceed directly. At this point, curiosity piqued within Chu Han regarding the individuals these two women were set to meet. Logically, they should not have such reservations. This person must be of particular significance to them, as even the loyal 18, who held a 60 loyalty to him, did not voice any objections. Shang Jiudi nodded. Yet as she gazed into Chu Han's calm eyes, an inexplicable reluctance towards this man washed over her. Jie glanced at Shang Jiudi, thinking that Chu Han's departure might be a fortuitous turn of events, especially upon learning of the military base in Stone City. Master Chun, he said cautiously, I will not seek refuge at the military base in Stone City. I wish to accompany you to Anlua City. Chu Han was taken aback, based on his knowledge. In his past life, Master Chun had no family, yet he had encountered him at the onset of the apocalypse, suggesting he must have relatives or friends to seek out. What about your family and friends? For the first time, Chu Han inquired about Master Chen's background. I have no family. A self-deprecating smile crept onto Master Chen's plump face, rendering him a curious sight. I grew up in an orphanage, without kin. As for friends, sigh? Who would want to befriend someone as overweight, unattractive, and gluttonous as I am? Chu Han pondered. Indeed, in his past life, Master Chun had few close companions. Boss, regardless. I will follow you from now on, as long as you do not despise me. Master Chen squeezed out a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. Very well. Chu Han replied with a gentle smile. The discussion of parting left a somber air among them, and after a brief silence, all right, let us eat. Jie exclaimed as he placed the prepared dishes upon a large rock, warmly inviting everyone. He felt elated. Once they reached Stone City, he would no longer have to endure Chu Han's moods and could continue to develop his relationship with Shang Jiudi. Wow, braised chicken. Master Chen, a man of swift emotions, immediately seized his chopsticks and began to feast heartily. Chu Han casually sat, beginning his meal with vegetables. In the apocalypse, vegetables were the most scarce of provisions. At this early stage, people had yet to realize their impending rarity. In half a year, after the first winter of the apocalypse, vegetables would become more luxurious than ever before, unattainable for ordinary individuals. Come, eat, eat, eat. Jie at first served everyone rice, then placed a deliciously fragrant chicken leg into 18's bowl. Little 18, eat more to grow taller. Oh, 18, feeling disheartened, accepted the offering but suddenly turned to Chu Han. Brother Chu Han, would you like my chicken leg? Without a second thought, she dropped the chicken leg into Chu Han's bowl, completely disregarding Jie's feelings. Chu Han smiled slightly as he accepted it. Indeed, 18 was a wonderful child, albeit a bit too blunt in her speech. Jie awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth but quickly regained composure, transferring the last chicken leg from his plate to Shang Jiudi's bowl. Jiudi, eat more. You are too thin. After thanking him, Shang Jiudi glanced at Chu Han, who was munching on vegetable leaves, and for some reason, felt a wave of sadness wash over her. After observing him for several days, she realized that he was truly different. Despite being only 20 years old, he exuded a maturity typically found in older men, treating her in a manner unlike other men who would lunge at a chance. Chu Han, you should eat, she said without overthinking, placing the chicken leg into his bowl. Chu Han paused, bewildered as he looked at the woman before him. Didn't you have only 30 loyalty? Why this sudden kindness? He accepted the chicken leg but did not eat it immediately, continuing to savor the exceptionally precious vegetables instead. Ugh, Jie nearly bit his own tongue in frustration. Damn it, not just 18. Even Shang Jiudi has given her food to Chu Han. What infuriated him more was that Chu Han seemed unbothered, placing aside the chicken leg given by Shang Jiudi and continuing to munch on the leaves. Chu Han paid no heed to Jie's thoughts. If he did not consume more vegetables now, it would soon become challenging to indulge in them freely. The actions of the two women made Master Chen, standing nearby, keenly aware of an unsettling shift. Everyone was offering their best to the boss, and as his closest aide. Should he not express something as well? Boss. Master Chen awkwardly smiled, foolishly extending a half-eaten chicken leg from his bowl towards Chu Han. Here, take mine too. Get lost. Chu Han interrupted him with a dark expression. 18 and Shang Jiudi are one thing. What are you trying to do? Jie, watching from the sidelines, found the food in his bowl suddenly tasteless. Everyone revolved around Chu Han, leaving him feeling like an outsider, merely a bystander. Time passed monotonously and swiftly. Days later, the food that Chu Han had gathered from the convenience store in Mingxiu City had dwindled to almost nothing. Aside from Master Chen's large appetite, there were no other reasons for this depletion. The entire world seemed to have been disordered and restructured, fragmented into small maps, with survivors in each area struggling to survive independently. The fuel tanks of the three vehicles were nearly empty. Considering the situation, Chu Han decided to replenish supplies at a town near the highway. After parking the vehicle by the roadside, he stood beside it, scrutinizing the most primitive paper map in his hands, carefully confirming the names of the places marked upon it. After Chu Han had been fixated on the map for a good half hour, Jia grew impatient. I say, why not just pick any small town? Any road down will lead to a town with supermarkets and gas stations. Why are you studying it so meticulously? Be quiet. Chu Han shot him a glance before returning to his detailed examination. Where was that airdrop package filled with ample food, medical supplies, and weapons? Chapter 30. A decisive kick. Silence. Jia's complexion underwent a dramatic shift, cycling through pallor, cyanosis, and finally, a deep shade of black. He fixed a frigid glare upon Chu Han, a surge of animosity welling up within him. How dare Chu Han command him to be silent? Despite his assistance in procuring the protective iron mesh for their vehicle and the fact that he was, indeed, a cook, shouldn't he be entitled to some form of remuneration? Yet, he consumed less than the young Master Chin. Chu Han held him in particular suspicion, extending that distrust to the other three as well. It was glaringly obvious that he was excluded from any discussions of plans or strategies. Damn it, what was so extraordinary about Chu Han? Was it merely his superior combat prowess? Jia suppressed his emotions, feigning a disingenuous smile. Yes, I shouldn't intrude. We're exiting the expressway. A flicker of anticipation and ambition danced in Chu Han's eyes. Having arrived so far ahead of schedule, he was determined to be the first to secure that airdrop. Ango Town, a diminutive settlement, yet even at its modest size, given the vast population base of China, it still boasted a population of over 10,000. Even at a conservative estimate of 10,000 inhabitants, that translated to a staggering 8,000 zombies. In the interest of conserving fuel, they abandoned 2 vehicles. The 5 of them cramming into the G55 driven by Chu Han. The vehicle was spacious, and the food in the back was long gone. The 5 of them fit just right. Chu Han steered the vehicle quietly and deliberately onto the road leading into Ango Town. On either side, a motley assortment of small shops stood with their doors firmly shut. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would be ajar, revealing macabre scenes within, skeletal remains and blackened bloodstains everywhere. Outside, the road was littered with dismembered limbs. The town was eerily silent, steeped in desolation. The stench of decay was particularly potent in this town. Why must we come here? Shang Jiudi inquired, utterly perplexed. We can procure food and gasoline without venturing into the town. Chu Han evaded the question. He couldn't very well reveal that he hailed from the future and knew of the impending airdrop. Jia sneered. Making unilateral decisions without regard for the safety of your companions. You may be the leader of this group, but that doesn't grant you the right to force us into a suicide mission, does it? It doesn't take a genius to know how many zombies are lurking here. Chu Han stated impassively, you're free to disembark. No one is forcing you. Disembark? Jia retorted acrimoniously, this is the only vehicle left. Are you suggesting I get out here and be devoured by zombies? You were the one who insisted on coming along. Chu Han glanced at him in the rearview mirror, his gaze sweeping over the 2 women and young Master Chin who remained silent. We'll find a hotel, clear out the zombies, and settle in. Then, you're all free to leave or stay as you please. He was addressing Shang Jiudi, Ba, and Jia. Young Master Chin, whose loyalty had reached 90, was unlikely to depart. As for Chu Han himself, his sole objective was the airdrop. Leave my foot. Ba glared at Jia, the young girl's face resolute. I'm sticking with you until we reach Shi City. Jia was instantly silenced. He harbored no affection for Chu Han, but he hoped to leverage Chu Han's abilities to reach Shi City. If he were to venture out alone, he would undoubtedly encounter numerous perils. Hey, Brother Chu. I was just scared. Jia quickly adopted a different tone. I was afraid for everyone's safety. I still want to stick with you. Suit yourself. Chu Han was indifferent to Jia's decision. If he stayed, he could continue as a follower and cook. If not, he could leave, carefully avoiding areas teeming with zombies. Chu Han located a dilapidated inn, a sign reading Dawn and hanging precariously above. Through the open doorway, several zombies in work uniforms swayed aimlessly. In one corner lay a skeletal corpse, a female zombie lapping at the ribs, gnawing at the decaying flesh that other zombies had missed. Flies and maggots crawled through the skeletal remains. The female zombie would occasionally seize these wriggling insects and devour them with relish. Unlike other zombies, her abdomen was not distended. She had been starving for a long time. Ugh! Young Master Chin emitted a soft sound of disgust, turning his face away from the repulsive sight. Get out. Chu Han parked the car in the deserted parking lot behind the small inn, unfazed by the horrific scene before him. He had long grown accustomed to it. We're not actually staying here, are we? Jia asked, his face contorted with disgust. Couldn't we find a better place? Even though this town is small, there must be a 3-star hotel somewhere, or at least a 2-star. I couldn't afford to stay in nice places when I was broke. But now that we don't have to worry about money, you pick a place like this? It's disgusting. Chu Han, having parked the car, gripped his axe tightly, his gaze devoid of emotion. As I said before, if you have a problem, you're free to leave. Of course. Chu Han had no obligation or patience to explain himself to someone with zero loyalty. Young Master Chen, Shang Jiudi, and Shirba remained silent, following Chu Han out of the car, each wielding a different weapon. Damn it, Jia Chuanjia muttered under his breath, adding, where Chu Han couldn't hear, what a moron. The group moved silently, approaching the inn entrance without making a sound. The inn was indeed small, only 2 stories high. Upon entering, a pungent stench assaulted their nostrils, the unmistakable odor of zombies. Several zombies lurked in the lobby on the 1st floor, but Chu Han headed straight for the staircase accessible through the back door, ignoring the zombies below. Not killing them? Young Master Chen asked nervously, trailing behind him. Chu Han shook his head, gently placing a finger to his lips, then ascended to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor revealed a dimly lit corridor, barely 2 meters wide, with a dark red carpet that obscured whether it was stained with blood or simply that color. There were no zombies, but the stench of decay was pervasive. Closed wooden doors lined both sides, spaced a few meters apart. Without lighting, the dim rays filtering through the narrow windows cast an eerie pall over the corridor, accentuating the foul odor. Chu Han's footsteps were muffled by the carpet as he paused before each room, carefully listening or attempting to discern the scent emanating from within. Jia Chuanjia watched with disdain. What was the point of being so cautious? Could one really glean anything from standing in front of a door? Suddenly, Chu Han halted before a door with an uneven surface. He tightened his grip on the axe, holding it at his side, then, with a forceful thrust of his leg, bang, he kicked the door open. Chapter 31. Malice. The door appeared quite fragile, its surface marred by several prominent bulges, evidence of prolonged torment inflicted by the claws and teeth of the undead. This indicated that there were zombies lurking behind it. With a resounding kick, Chu Han forcefully breached the door. Instantly, a pungent stench of decay assailed his senses. 2 emaciated zombies, clearly starved for an extended period, staggered forward with heavy, labored steps. 1 male and 1 female. Their bodies showed signs of severe decomposition, suggesting they had succumbed to the apocalypse soon after it began and had been trapped here ever since. Their prolonged starvation rendered them significantly weaker than their counterparts. Both speed and strength posed no threat. The flesh on their skin appeared nearly gone, leaving only a thin layer of mucus enveloping their bones. Without hesitation, Chu Han swung his axe with precision, dispatching the 2 zombies with minimal effort. The noxious black ichor that oozed from them was overwhelmingly foul, enough to make one feel faint at just a whiff. I can't take this anymore, Jia Chuanjia exclaimed, striding towards the window in an attempt to open it for some fresh air. Suddenly, a heavy iron axe swept in front of him, blocking his path. The blade gleamed menacingly. The rush of air it created felt as though it could sever his waist. Drops of yet-to-be-clean zombie blood dripped down, staining Jia Chuanjia's shoes with the thick, black liquid. A chill ran down his spine, but upon realizing that the hand gripping the axe belonged to Chu Han, a surge of anger flared within him. It was always this person, whether in a good town or this wretched place. It was Chu Han's will that dictated their circumstances. It was utterly repulsive, even worse than a filthy sewer, and he was forbidden from opening a window? Chu Han remained unfazed, his expression hard and tinged with sarcasm. You would do well not to question my decisions. If you wish to open a window, do so in another room. And what if I do open it anyway? Jia Chuanjia's suppressed fury surged forth. Then I shall throw you out. As long as you do not provoke me, I will refrain from taking a life. His principle of sparing lives was one Chu Han adhered to scrupulously. In this post-apocalyptic world, the allure of taking a life could easily become an obsession, a thrill distinct from slaying zombies, exhilarating and addictive. Having traversed that path, he understood that restraint was a virtue, yet he would not tolerate provocation. You leave me be, and I will leave you be. But if you provoke me, I shall annihilate your entire family. With a swift motion, Chu Han kicked the 2 lifeless zombies to the side, their decimated skulls spilling forth a foul, putrid mass that stained the carpet, intensifying the stench within the room. The odor of the undead served as a primal camouflage. The low-tier zombies were unable to discern such subtle differences, making it relatively safe to remain amidst a pile of their kind. Though he desperately needed points, more zombies to slay, the immediate priority was securing an airdrop package. The weapons and ammunition within were his ultimate goal, until that package was secured. It was preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. Chu Han's remark about sparing lives rendered Jia Chuanjia cold with fear, silencing him. After many days of uneventful travel, Chu Han's quiet demeanor allowed Jia Chuanjia to nearly forget the chilling moment when Chu Han had mercilessly shot Yu Tianlong in the head. He had almost forgotten that this man was capable of such cold-blooded actions. In this lawless world, humanity's darker instincts were magnified, unleashing the suppressed shadows of civilization. Murder, arson, and the violation of the innocent had become disturbingly commonplace. Old Jiu? Old Jiu. Suddenly, a little girl's startled cry shattered the eerie atmosphere. The group turned to see Shang Jiudi collapsed on the floor, surrounded by the frantic 18, her complexion flushed and beaded with sweat. Chu Han hurried forward, lifting Shang Jiudi and placing her on the bed. He leaned down at an angle he was accustomed to, forcefully inspecting her eyelids and mouth. "Be gentle," 18 exclaimed, panic rising as Chu Han's grip seemed to threaten to burst her eyeballs. "What is going on?" Jia Chuanjia approached, his attitude towards a beauty like Shang Jiudi markedly different. Zombie transformation? Young Master Qin reacted first, his tension palpable as he unconsciously tightened his grip on the fire axe. His words caused a collective pause in the room, a subtle yet palpable tension and hostility beginning to weave through the group. Transformation? Shang Jiudi could become a zombie? Was she bitten? Or was there another reason? How could this be? "You're talking nonsense." 18's eyes widened in disbelief as she shoved young Master Qin, her petite frame unable to budge him, nearly causing her to stumble. "No, I mean, it can't be, right?" Jia Chuanjia retreated a step, warily eyeing the unconscious Shang Jiudi, her feverish visage betraying her condition. Despite his lecherous inclinations, he valued his life more. Chu Han observed their varied reactions, releasing his hold on the woman's jaw, having applied too much pressure, causing her skin to blanch under his grip. "It's merely a common fever, but we lack antipyretics." Chu Han rose, dampening a towel to place on Shang Jiudi's forehead. A fever is typically not a grave ailment. A visit to the hospital for intravenous fluids usually suffices. However, under current circumstances, it posed a significant challenge. Chu Han had only gathered supplies for treating wounds, having never deemed illnesses like colds or fevers worthy of attention, believing they would pass with time. Yet, Shang Jiudi's condition was clearly beyond mere discomfort. Otherwise, she wouldn't have succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it, why didn't she speak up when she felt unwell? Chu Han furrowed his brow, worrying about her frail constitution. Is she going to die? 18, who had just begun to relax, now felt her heart race again, tears welling in her eyes. "Brother Chu Han, will you save her? I don't want her to die. I'll go with you." Young Master Qin instinctively sought to follow. "Be careful," Chu Han cautioned, sensing an undercurrent of tension as he nodded emphatically. Jia Chuanjia, silent until now, felt his heart racing violently as he watched Chu Han's retreating figure, then glanced back at the feverish beauty on the bed. An insidious thought suddenly took root in his mind. Chapter 32. Who is this man? The woman, stricken by a high fever, bore a flushed complexion, likely a consequence of her intense condition. Her slightly parted crimson lips and rapid, shallow breaths painted a vividly tantalizing picture as she lay supine on the bed. Jia Chuanjia found himself captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. She was utterly enticing. The thought of being with Shang Jiudi consumed him. As for her well-being, Jia Chuanjia was indifferent. His sole desire was to possess her, disregarding all else. Unable to suppress his desires, Jia Chuanjia cast a cold, calculating gaze upon the two individuals attending to Shang Jiudi, young Master Qin, and 18. One appeared foolish, the other merely youthful. They were easily manipulable. The map of Angie Town was not comprehensive, yet Chu Han retained a vague recollection of the direction he needed to take. Lacking both a vehicle and a firearm due to the absence of ammunition, he clutched an axe, his most primitive weapon, as he stealthily navigated the labyrinthine paths, skillfully evading the unnecessary encounters with the undead. Impatience gnawed at him. He was eager to secure an airdrop package, and the current predicament of Shang Jiudi could not linger without consequence. The airdrop contained essential medical supplies. He found himself in an abandoned public restroom, where unclean latrines teemed with maggots, located in a narrow alley at the heart of Angie Town. The stench was overwhelming, permeating the air and suffocating the entire street. The once familiar landscape was now unrecognizable, littered with refuse, resembling a graveyard strewn with debris. At least 100 zombies wandered the street, albeit scattered, halting intermittently to investigate the detritus with their putrid senses. Opposite the public restroom stood a two-story tea house, its sign long vanished, and its windows grimy and obscured by the decay left by passing zombies. Behind the tightly shut curtains, several silhouettes flickered in the dim light. 4 men occupied the corner. 3 appeared youthful yet disheveled, while the 4th, though somewhat older, bore the tattered remnants of a once respectable suit. They sat quietly, their expressions tinged with despondency, exchanging few words. The stench from the restroom threatened to overwhelm them, yet they knew this place was safer than most. The surroundings were deplorable, filthy, chaotic, and reeking, making it the dirtiest and most disorderly street in town. The adjacent alley was considerably cleaner, devoid of such foul odors. Yet it harbored an even greater number of zombies. Xiao Yunfei observed the silent trio before him, a sense of urgency welling up within him. He was strikingly handsome. A member of the upper echelon, with a degree in mathematics from Oxford and the prestigious title of actuary in the United States. At merely 28, he had ascended to a senior position in a foreign enterprise, wielding control over millions. His exceptional intellect had fostered a sense of superiority, and he viewed himself as formidable. However, the apocalypse had rendered his status irrelevant. Now, he struggled for basic sustenance, all while facing the constant threat of death, suppressing his inner turmoil. Xiao Yunfei resorted to the familiar rhetoric of commerce, attempting to uplift their spirits. Fear not, there will surely be food. This small town is rich in resources. After we rest, we shall venture out to search for supplies. Unheeded, the trio across from him remained lost in confusion, pondering the unending cycle of hunger and discomfort they now endured. When would this torment cease? A flicker of irritation crossed Xiao Yunfei's features, and with a faint smile, he enticed them further. Rest assured, if you escort me to Shurshur, I promise you unimaginable rewards, food, power, women, whatever you desire. You are aware of my previous status. I am well acquainted with the military in Shurshur. Once we arrive, your current hardships will vanish. He concluded with a resolute gaze. I guarantee it. Inspired by his fervor, the 3 men seated before him experienced a spark of hope. Indeed, Xiao Yunfei had mentioned a journey to Shurshur, and they had recently heard broadcasts about a military base there. Xiao Yunfei undoubtedly possessed connections. Rest assured, even if I perish, I will ensure your safe passage to Shurshur. One declared, pledging his loyalty. Count me in, Xiao. Another chimed in, eager to curry favor. Don't forget me when you rise to power. The third added, refusing to be outdone. The trio fawned over Xiao Yunfei, their minds racing with fantasies of indulgence, luxurious feasts, beautiful women, and the thrill of power. With a warm smile, Xiao Yunfei harbored a deep-seated mockery. Little did they know he was aware of their previous attempts to hoard supplies, plotting against him. Once he reached the base, their worth would diminish, and they would regret their schemes. As the atmosphere among the 4 grew lively with anticipation, a sudden, terrifying roar erupted from outside the tea house. It was the unmistakable sound of zombies, stirred by the scent of potential prey, their cries filled with primal hunger. A horde surged towards them, an overwhelming cacophony of growls and shrieks. Panic seized the 4 men as they exchanged alarmed glances. How could such a large number of zombies have appeared so suddenly? Had they been discovered? It seemed impossible. The overwhelming stench should have concealed their presence. What, then, had transpired? Daring not to move, they held their breath, straining to see through the cracks in the glass. Soon, astonishment painted their faces. A man emerged, wielding a hefty axe with remarkable speed, sprinting towards them. Behind him trailed a throng of zombies, at least 80 or 90, each one a grotesque reminder of mortality, yet they struggled to keep pace with the man. Clad in unremarkable yet clean attire, he appeared youthful, certainly not exceeding 20 years of age. Alone, he deftly maneuvered through the perilous terrain, outsmarting the undead with ease. Xiao Yunfei's breath quickened, his eyes sharpening. Who was this man? Chapter 33, Is This Humanity? With an iron axe in hand, Chu Han navigated the foul-smelling street with remarkable speed, feeling little discomfort amidst the wretched surroundings. The harshness of this environment paled in comparison to the tribulations he faced in his previous life. Although he was uncertain of the exact location of the airdrop package, he was aware that the authorities would consciously select areas with residents and a lower zombie population for the drop, which significantly limited the possibilities. Based on his prior experiences, he deduced that this street was the most likely candidate. The area was populated with numerous residential buildings, while zombies were abundant. There were also a relatively greater number of survivors. The stench from the toilets helped mask some of the odors, resulting in a zombie population that was several times fewer than in other streets. The apocalypse was neither a result of human actions nor a bioweapon. The cause remained a mystery. In an instant, the world was turned upside down, and governments worldwide scrambled to salvage and restore order, though in the future, the concept of statehood would gradually lose its significance. Regardless, China made a pivotal decision to conduct large-scale airdrops, prioritizing the distribution of firearms and ammunition over food and medicine. To execute this massive operation, the military mobilized almost entirely, knowing that at least 70 of their ranks had succumbed to the undead. This phenomenon was not a matter of physical prowess, but rather a process of natural selection, a brutal culling in the face of monumental change. From what Chu Han knew, at the onset of the apocalypse, several small nations had been obliterated in an instant, with half of them vanishing shortly thereafter, leaving only a few major powers struggling to survive, China being one of them. The drastic reduction in military personnel hindered the government's ability to rescue everyone, making the airdrop packages their most significant assistance. These packages could ensure the survival of more individuals. The population of over 1 billion in China had rapidly diminished, and in this new world, numbers were paramount. Only those who remained alive could contemplate the future and dare to speak of rebuilding their homeland. Chu Han moved swiftly, distancing himself from the zombies on the street, who could only catch a whiff of the enticing scent of the living without being able to reach him. He ran with great speed, leveraging various geographical advantages in his search. Yet, where could that airdrop package be? Meanwhile, the 4 individuals who had been cautiously observing from the tea house had gathered at the window, concealing their bodies behind the curtains. Through the glass, they noticed Chu Han, a conspicuous target, and the mindless zombies outside were oblivious to their presence. What does this person intend to do? Xiao Yunfei muttered, furrowing his brow. Is he out of his mind? Another remarked, their tone tinged with irritation. Creating such a ruckus will surely attract the zombies. Xiao Yunfei's expression shifted. Indeed, the number of zombies was increasing as many had sensed the commotion and were migrating from other streets. In just a brief moment, their numbers had surpassed 100. What do we do now? Some began to sense the impending danger. This lunatic. Xiao Yunfei glared at Chu Han's figure, wishing he could break the man's legs. Why run here? Is this some sort of training? Yet, he could only harbor such thoughts. In the face of the gathering horde, they had no means to intervene, let alone make a sound without courting death. Just as the 4 could no longer restrain themselves and began muttering curses at Chu Han, he abruptly halted, his eyes sparkling as he directed his gaze towards the top of the public restroom. The restroom's roof, once shrouded in greenery, was now bare. The branches of 2 large trees having succumbed to the apocalypse overnight, their leaves stripped away, leaving only stark, lifeless trunks. The roof was littered with dry, yellow leaves, a thick layer obscuring a camouflaged package that was barely discernible yet not impossible to find. A smile crept across Chu Han's lips. He had found it. He understood the rationale behind placing the airdrop package here, for from this angle, the survivors in the opposite residential building would easily spot it. Damn it! One of the 4 in the tea house could no longer contain their anger, exclaiming, why did he suddenly stop? Right here. The public restroom faced the tea house, and it was perplexing how the owner had chosen such a location for their establishment. With Chu Han's sudden stop, the horde of zombies pursuing him drew alarmingly near, surging towards the tea house in an overwhelming wave, their roars piercing the eerie silence of the street, causing the very floors to tremble. A horde of zombies, not just a few, but truly hundreds. It's over. It's over. One person in the tea house collapsed in fright, nearly losing control. The others could hardly withstand the terror, crouching down and clutching their heads, as if this gesture could alleviate their fear. This scoundrel. Hurry up and go away, if you want to die. Don't drag me down with you. Xiao Yunfei shouted in anger, realizing the value of his own life. Frustration and despair flooded the tea house, yet no matter what they did, they could not prevent the mass of zombies from crowding at the entrance. Death loomed so close. At that moment, however, Chu Han suddenly surged forward, his speed surpassing that of before, his body brimming with explosive energy, akin to a magnificent leopard. In a blur, he evaded the grasping zombies, sprinting to the entrance of the public restroom, and with 2 precise steps against the wall, he propelled himself upward. With a swift leap, he rolled onto the roof of the public restroom. He had scaled it directly, or perhaps soared. He had not even used his hands, still clutching the axe tightly. In moments of tension, one must learn to relax. In times of trouble, offer oneself solace. In moments of joy, do not forget to bless oneself. Chapter 34. Foolish actions. The 4 individuals hiding in the tea house were utterly dumbfounded. Is this human? The speed was so astonishing that they could not discern what had transpired. From their perspective, Chu Han had simply leapt up. Although the public restroom was not particularly tall, it still stood at least 2 meters. Such a leap could not be accomplished by an ordinary human. Who is he? Bai Yun'er could hardly contain his shock, gripping the curtain tightly with both arms. A martial arts master? One person blurted out. Fool. Bai Yun'er shot him a glare. This isn't martial arts tale. Could he possibly be a special forces soldier? Redirecting his gaze back to Chu Han, they recognized that this individual was indeed formidable. Yet, after taking such a long time to circle around and attracting so many zombies, he had merely jumped onto the roof of the public restroom. What was his intention? Suddenly, the horde of zombies in the middle of the road lost its target. Mindless, they momentarily froze, as if their brains had crashed. After about a second, they regained awareness of Chu Han's position and surged toward the public restroom once more. The distance was not great, and the zombies quickly crowded around the restroom, oblivious to the concept of climbing. They simply pressed against each other, enveloping the restroom, their pale, soulless eyes fixated on their prey. Their sharp claws scraped incessantly against the walls, while decayed, fleshy arms were raised high, desperately reaching out for Chu Han. Unperturbed, Chu Han crouched atop the public restroom, methodically unpacking the airdrop bag, which was roughly the size of a backpack. First emerged food, followed by medical supplies. And the remaining 70% of the space was filled with firearms and ammunition. 2 automatic rifles, a nimble handgun, and the rest were bullets. Chu Han's heart raced with excitement. All 3 guns were equipped with silencers, which was crucial for avoiding attracting zombies. Having silencers meant circumventing a great deal of trouble. Foolish. Trapped. Bai Yun'er sneered as he observed. When the apocalypse first erupted, everyone's instinct was to flee upon encountering zombies, including Bai Yun'er. At this moment, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. Such a powerful individual was just as helpless against the horde as they were. This was utterly gratifying. Yet, scarcely had Bai Yun'er's words left his mouth when the 4 in the tea house widened their eyes in shock, a sense of despair washing over them. Before their eyes, Chu Han had retrieved an automatic rifle from the airdrop bag, the sleek black body gleaming with a formidable aura. He swiftly loaded the magazine, the sensation of gripping the weapon feeling instinctive. Turning around, he gazed calmly at the zombies below, who were frantically clawing at him. Unlike Bai Yun'er, Chu Han did not fear the zombies. He had never contemplated fleeing, neither in the past nor the future. To him, these zombies were merely points to score. Capital for growth. Inside the tea house, the 4 fell into a profound silence, quickly followed by a realization. There are guns? Damn it, damn it. I can't believe it. Bai Yun'er's eyes turned crimson as he shouted in rage. All decorum and civility discarded in that moment. There were guns atop that restroom. Guns. And he had been hiding here all this time, completely oblivious to them. If he had known, he wouldn't have needed to be so cautious. If there were guns, he could have reached Shir long ago without wasting time and patience on these 3 fools. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Yun'er pounded furiously on the window, his vile curses spewing forth like a machine gun, jealousy and resentment flooding his mind. Why should it be like this? That gun should have belonged to him. What else was in that camouflage bag? Food. Bullets? They should all have been his. All his. Damn it. Furious, Bai Yun'er glared at Chu Han, wishing he could flay him alive. The other 3 in the tea house watched in fear as Bai Yun'er went mad, one of them cautiously suggesting, he must be military, right? His grip on the gun is very standard. Suddenly, Bai Yun'er burst into laughter, leaving the others bewildered. Fools. Truly fools. He continued to laugh, pointing at Chu Han as if witnessing an unbelievable farce. Everyone turned their gaze back to the foul-smelling restroom rooftop, and soon, laughter echoed throughout the tea house. How foolish. Is this person a complete idiot? A brainless fool. At that moment, Chu Han stood at the top of the restroom, not using the gun but casually holding the automatic rifle in his left hand while gripping a massive, heavy iron axe in his right. The axe head bore immense force and impact. He raised it, sweeping it down toward the cluster of zombies below. Thud, thud, thud. The tremendous power obliterated several zombie heads simultaneously. The densely packed zombies were conveniently positioned, allowing Chu Han to dispatch them effortlessly, akin to whacking moles. It should be noted that his iron axe was specially made, larger, longer, and heavier than an ordinary fire axe. That fool. Ha ha. Bai Yun'er laughed maniacally. His eyes filled with derision. He attracted so many zombies yet didn't he flee, opting instead to use an axe? He must not know how to use a gun. Ha ha. So foolish. The other 3 joined in the laughter, mocking him. Bai Yun'er wickedly eyed Chu Han, thinking that once he was dead, he would seize that gun. He left no stone unturned in his imaginings. However, gradually, the laughter of the four diminished, ultimately fading into silence. The tea house again enveloped in a stillness so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of exploding zombie heads continued. These once terrifying creatures now resembling a swarm of harmless ants, collapsing in droves under Chu Han's axe. With each swing, at least 5 zombie heads burst apart. Chu Han hardly expended much time. In less than 20 strikes, he had eradicated the hundreds of zombies surrounding the public restroom. Now at the first level of physical fitness. He required little effort, wielding the axe with one hand with ease. Such a simple mechanical motion, so advantageous given his geographical position, if he wasted bullets. That would indeed be foolish. Black blood, brain matter, and a plethora of putrid remnants and heads littered the ground around the public restroom, painting a scene that was both terrifying and exhilarating. In moments of tension, one must learn to relax. In times of worry, one must find solace and enjoy. Do not forget to bless oneself. Chapter 35. Are they dead? The mindless zombies were utterly oblivious to the concept of climbing. They could not reach Chu Han's elevated position and could only await their inevitable demise. The difference in height represented one of the most fundamental techniques in combat. The score had now reached 328. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Chu Han's mouth. The minimum requirement to unlock even the most basic talent was 500 points. Henceforth, the points required for upgrades in both physical abilities and talents would continue to escalate. However, since Chu Han was already ahead of everyone in terms of physical prowess, he felt no urgency regarding his own strength enhancement. Once he reunited with his parents, he would have ample time and opportunities to accumulate points gradually. Furrowing his brow, Chu Han leaped down towards the mound of zombie corpses below, navigating through the disordered alley. He carried an airdrop bag on his back, wielding an automatic rifle in his left hand and a large axe in his right, sprinting swiftly towards the small hotel. He wondered about Shang Jiudi's condition. She must not be dead. He had painstakingly raised her loyalty to 30. Within the dilapidated tea house, the deathly silence that engulfed the space shattered abruptly after Chu Han's figure vanished. Outside, the surroundings were eerily quiet, with no zombies appearing for a long time. The hundreds of terrifying zombies that had once roamed were all dead, each one having its head accurately exploded. The sight of the corpses surrounding him was gruesome yet surreal, resembling a dream that felt utterly unreal. Xia Yunfei's mind was in complete disarray. He could not express the shock he felt, as disbelief gripped him. How could this be possible? How much time had passed? The number of zombies was not merely a dozen or 20, but exceeded 100. What manner of being could annihilate so many zombies in such a short span of time? Surely, even a special forces soldier could not achieve this. And he hadn't even fired a single shot. It was simply unfathomable, shattering his worldview. Mr. Xiao. Suddenly, someone interrupted Xia Yunfei's stupor. This person was undoubtedly a military personnel. Yes. It must be someone from the military, perhaps one of their secret operatives. Another chimed in. Indeed. Otherwise, how would he know that weapons were hidden here? The discussion grew increasingly fervent, as everyone struggled to contain their emotions. The shock Chu Han had instilled in them was monumental. Xia Yunfei felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. He fixed his gaze on the direction Chu Han had disappeared and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Let us go. We must follow him." On the second floor of the small hotel, Jia Chunjia, panting heavily, dragged young Master Chun to the hallway outside the door, while the unconscious 18 lay nearby. Damn it, this fat guy is so heavy. Jia Chunjia wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced into the room, his eyes betraying a glimmer of excitement. He impatiently shut the door, his displeasure rising as he observed the damaged lock that Chu Han had kicked in. Damn it, the door won't even lock. Yet, he lacked the courage to venture elsewhere. Despite the room's foul stench and disarray, as Chu Han had mentioned, it was indeed safe here. Thinking of Chu Han, a fleeting panic gripped Jia Chunjia, but it quickly subsided under a wave of resolve. Chu Han was likely searching for fever medicine, however. Having never been to Inga Town, how could he possibly know where a pharmacy was? It would surely take a long time, and given the multitude of zombies outside, Chu Han might already be dead. Whatever, let us enjoy ourselves for now. He chuckled, hurrying to the bedside, anxiously loosening his belt while shamelessly eyeing Shang Jiudi. The woman lay in a state of feverish delirium, her cheeks flushed as if intoxicated. Her slightly parted lips breathed erratically, evoking an irresistible urge to fill them with something. The area below her neck was prominently curved, the buttons on her black shirt straining against the swell, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Her lower body was even more enticing, with her straight thighs tempting him to rip off her tight pants. This woman was simply a temptation. Shangjiu hastily removed her pants, kneeling on the bed, unable to contain himself for even half a second as he reached out, eager to grasp her voluptuous form. Suddenly, he froze. A military knife had appeared out of nowhere, its sharp blade gleaming as its tip pressed against Shangjiu's throat. Shang Jiudi, drenched in sweat and barely conscious, instinctively reacted, her eyes narrowing with a fierce intent to kill as she glared at the man attempting to violate her. "Get away." Her voice, filled with fury, was weak and barely audible, her eyelids heavy, on the verge of closing as dizziness threatened to overwhelm her, making it difficult to maintain her grip on the knife. Shangjiu was nearly paralyzed with fear, but upon seeing her trembling hand and her struggle to stay conscious, a sense of triumph surged within him. Damn, what a false alarm. Yet, an ominous feeling lingered in his mind. Downstairs in the hotel lobby, a few zombies still wandered aimlessly, nothing too unusual. Chu Han furrowed his brow and ascended the stairs silently. The second floor appeared unchanged, with blood-like carpets and a stifling atmosphere that resembled a scene from a horror film. The dim lighting obscured the darkened area at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, Chu Han quickened his pace. Gripping his axe tightly, he advanced with heightened caution. As a first-tier evolver, his physical capabilities surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, enabling him to perceive things that others could not. He saw two figures lying at the door, young Master Qin and 18, where there should have been nothing. Something had indeed gone awry. Were they dead? Despite the emotional turmoil within him, caution remained Chu Han's hallmark. He maintained silent footfalls, and as he approached within a meter of the two, his heartbeat steadied. At that moment, a voice echoed from the room. "Get away." Shang Jiudi's tone was filled with murderous intent, yet it sounded weak, as if she were teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Chu Han's heart raced. He fixed his gaze on the tightly shut door before him. Chapter 36. She will eventually be mine. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Han forcefully kicked open the door, the automatic rifle clicking as it loaded, and he swiftly dashed inside. Within the room, Shangjiu was preparing to take further action. As Shang Jiudi was on the verge of fainting, she could hardly threaten him with a knife, let alone muster the strength to hold one. Victory seemed imminent for him. Chu Han stood there, a camouflage supply bag slung across his back, an axe in hand coated with a viscous black substance. Remarkably, his clothing remained as pristine as when he had left, save for a few wrinkles, and his short hair was slightly damp with sweat. In his left hand, he held a gun, its dark muzzle steadfastly aimed at Shangjiu's forehead. With a loud crash, Shangjiu fell from the bed. Chu Han's demeanor was entirely transformed. Although his expression was difficult to decipher, the murderous intent gleaming in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. He was furious. Shangjiu trembled uncontrollably, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear, far more terrifying than being surrounded by hundreds of zombies. This was a psychological disadvantage, a retreat in spirit. How could this be? Shang Jiudi looked at Chu Han in astonishment, a wave of relief washing over her, mixed with a touch of gratitude. In her most perilous moment, this man had arrived. Chu Han approached, casting a glance at the fully clothed Shang Jiudi on the bed. His eyes flickered momentarily at the military knife in her hand, but quickly returned to the sight of the terrified Shangjiu, now cowering on the floor. Brother Chu. I was wrong. Let me go. I promise I won't show my face again. I know you're a good person. Didn't you say you don't kill indiscriminately? Shangjiu pleaded desperately, his words tumbling out in a frantic attempt at appeasement, genuinely terrified. Chu Han's silence felt like the calm before a storm. Chu Han scrutinized Shangjiu, his gaze unwavering, the axe in his right hand still firmly gripped. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing Shangjiu by the nape with a force that seemed superhuman. "Ah!" Shangjiu screamed. Unfazed, Chu Han hoisted him effortlessly, dragging him with a violent swiftness, striding towards the exit, a gust of wind trailing behind him as he vanished down the corridor. Shang Jiudi, still lying on the bed, was momentarily stunned. What was he planning to do? She glanced at the automatic rifle in her hand, the magazine fully loaded. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, dizzy and nearly collapsing as she stumbled after him, disregarding her own condition. Chu Han dragged Shangjiu down the stairs with a thud, as though he were a dead dog. Shangjiu, unable to resist, allowed his body to collide with the steps as they descended. Chu Han moved swiftly, ignoring the few zombies that lunged at him in the lobby, and within moments, he had dragged Shangjiu to the center of the street. With each step, he circled Shangjiu, the sound of his footsteps resonating with an oppressive weight. In the distance, several zombies lurched towards them, their movements jerky yet fervent, expressing their insatiable hunger for flesh with guttural roars. Jia Chunjia's cries abruptly ceased. He lowered his head, sweat pouring down his face from sheer terror. The whole experience filled him with dread, his heartbeat resonating with an unmistakable clarity, akin to the profound reflection before death. What are you going to do? Jia Chunjia suddenly looked up at Chu Han, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage. I just wanted to be with that woman. What's wrong with that? This is the apocalypse. I can do whatever I want. I'm a man. Do I need to ask your permission to pursue a woman? Who the hell are you to her? Jia Chunjia recklessly voiced his indignation and fury, protesting against Chu Han's authoritative demeanor. This was the end of days. The law no longer mattered. Rape wouldn't result in punishment. Chu Han remained silent, halting his oppressive pacing to fix his gaze on Jia Chunjia. Seeing Chu Han stop, Jia Chunjia continued to shout, defiantly proclaiming, "Rape isn't a crime anymore. Who do you think you are to interfere with my affairs?" Suddenly, Jia Chunjia's voice trailed off. Chu Han had seized him by the neck, an action so coarse it was at odds with his usual composure. The veins in his hands bulged, and his rough palm bore an extraordinary strength. Jia Chunjia froze in place, staring at the man before him, whose eyes conveyed emotions far removed from humanity, those of a savage survivor, emerging from a sea of corpses. You shouldn't have set your sights on Shang Jiudi. Chu Han articulated each word deliberately, imbued with dominance and ambition. She will eventually be mine. With a swift motion, Jia Chunjia's head rolled onto the ground, leaving him no time to close his eyes before his body fell lifelessly. Chu Han acted with remarkable speed, unwilling to squander time on a corpse. Stumbling out, Shang Jiudi had no chance to witness the preceding events, only hearing Chu Han's declaration, "She will eventually be mine." Leaning against the wall, she beheld the scene of bloody violence, her heart jolting painfully. In the middle of the street, Jia Chunjia's body lay in a pool of blood, inciting fury among the nearby zombies, their roars growing ever more frenzied as they descended into madness. Chu Han frowned, disregarding the mess, and swiftly grabbed Jia Chunjia's body and head, moving at a rapid pace towards the distance. Attracting a horde of zombies was no trivial matter. Chapter 37. Consuming refused. Shang Jiudi, quietly observing from a distance, pressed her lips tightly together, stifling her sobs that escaped through her fingers. She was not a frail woman by nature, yet the tumult of her emotions overwhelmed her, and she found herself unable to hold back her tears. Having already run a considerable distance, Chu Han, intent on discarding Jia Chunjia's corpse, suddenly furrowed her brow. The mechanical voice of the rebirth system echoed in her mind. Damn it, Chu Han muttered under her breath, unable to suppress her frustration. Why was this woman's loyalty still so low? A mere increase of 20? It was known that once loyalty reached 90, the data would be locked. This meant that any companion whose loyalty had attained 90 would never see their loyalty diminish. Only increase, albeit at a sluggish pace. However, prior to reaching 90, any misstep could lead to a decrease in loyalty, a truly tormenting situation. Was she expected to grovel before these individuals? Among those who were loyal to her, only Master Chun, who had reached the threshold of 90, could genuinely be considered hers. The youth, 18, was easily trainable, but Shang Jiudi was proving to be exceedingly difficult to manage. Master Chin and 18 lay sprawled in the dimly lit corridor outside, their rhythmic snores making it seem as if two lifeless bodies were sprawled there, evoking a scene straight out of a horror film. Struggling against a fever-induced dizziness, Shang Jiudi leaned against the wall, sighed helplessly, and shook 18's petite frame. Xiao Xiao, wake up. 18's real name was Luo Xiao. It was unclear what Jia Chunjia had fed the two, but despite her strenuous efforts, Shang Jiudi could not rouse them. As the dizziness intensified, she touched her forehead, realizing her fever was nearing 40 degrees. Glancing around the dimly lit environment, she noted the sporadic thuds emanating from the rooms nearby. There were indeed zombies present, albeit in fewer numbers and considerably weakened. She collapsed against the wall, uncertain of her next move. She could scarcely carry 18, let alone Master Chun. Meanwhile, on a street near the hotel, a corner was occupied by a foul, filthy heap of garbage, emanating a pungent stench. The discarded, unfinished food items festered together, forming a viscous, dark green mass that, when touched, felt slimy and repulsive, rendering its previous form unrecognizable. Xia Yunfei and his three companions concealed themselves amidst the refuse, the overpowering odor providing a shield against the zombies. They had chased after Chu Han until they were out of breath, yet still lost her. Her speed was simply too formidable. Ugh. I'm utterly exhausted. One of them gasped, ignoring the stench as he collapsed onto the putrid heap of garbage. Too drained to move. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his hand, but lacking the strength to investigate, he dismissed it. Why does he run so fast? The others murmured in dissatisfaction. Xiao Yunfei was also panting heavily, his expression filled with frustration. He had abandoned the notion of killing Chu Han to seize her firearm. That man was too powerful for him to contend with. Yet, he desperately needed Chu Han's assistance and must locate him. Next to Xiao Yunfei lay a chicken bone, still bearing remnants of flesh that had begun to rot. Having not eaten properly for several days, the sight of the bone was tantalizing, evoking a primal urge to devour it. Suppressing his rising despair, Xiao Yunfei cautiously avoided the gaze of his companions and abruptly shoved the chicken bone into his mouth, chewing fervently, grinding the bone into fragments before swallowing. How revolting, he thought, fighting the urge to vomit. This was not what he desired. He craved sustenance, not the remnants of someone else's meal, let alone decomposing refuse. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the ground, retching as he expelled the remnants of the bone he had just consumed. Damn it! How disgusting, how foul, how inedible. Yet, hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. Xiao Zong. His companions rushed to express their concern. What's wrong? Xiao Yunfei quickly composed himself, feigning a look of disgust. A piece of garbage fell into my mouth. It was revolting. I ended up throwing up what I had for dinner yesterday. One of the men, who had previously felt a sting in his hand, glanced at the vomit with confusion. But we didn't eat chicken yesterday. We haven't had meat in days. Damn it. Xiao Yunfei shot him a fierce glare before swiftly diverting the conversation. He must be nearby. That individual excels at using the terrain to hide. So his lair is undoubtedly in a secluded location. Oh. The man, perplexed by Xiao Yunfei's outburst, couldn't help but murmur, we really didn't eat chicken. How could you vomit out a chicken bone? Did you eat garbage? Xiao Yunfei's expression darkened instantly, a wave of fury surging within him. It felt as if his long-established dignity had been trampled underfoot. How could I possibly consume garbage? He bellowed, suddenly halting as his gaze fixed in horror on the man before him. What happened to your hand? Why is it bleeding? Xiao Yunfei's question instantly heightened the tension among the group, prompting the others to distance themselves. They then noticed the man's hand, dripping with blood. A stark and alarming sight. No, I think I was just cut by glass. The man stammered in panic. You're lying. Xiao Yunfei's eyes glinted with malice. Fully aware that the injury was too conspicuous, and they had been cautious during their escape, encountering no zombies along the way. However, Xiao Yunfei had no intention of letting him off the hook. You've been scratched by a zombie's claw, he declared. Who told you to expose his weakness? Who prompted you to utter such words? You think you can play mind games? You're still too inexperienced. My dignity is not something lowly trash like you can provoke. Xiao Zong, the others hurriedly asked. What should we do now? Will he? Of course. Xiao Yunfei's eyes shimmered with a certain realization. Being scratched or bitten by a zombie will lead to infection. Haven't we seen this before? This man cannot be spared. Chapter 38. These bite marks are certainly not from a zombie, no. You cannot. This wound was caused by broken glass, not by a zombie. The man shouted desperately. However, Xiao Yunfei and his companions remained unperturbed, gradually encroaching upon him, their weapons tightly gripped, angled menacingly as if ready to strike. The expressions in their eyes were laden with a peculiar intensity, a frenzied hunger emanating from them. One of them even licked his lips, swallowing hard. They say that human flesh is delectable? A chill of terror surged from the depths of his soul. These individuals had lost their sanity. The man abruptly turned and ran frantically in a random direction, fully aware of the voracious longing reflected in their eyes, an insatiable craving for sustenance. They were truly driven mad by hunger, seeking any justification to consume him. Cannibalism, what difference was there between this and a zombie? Shaking with fear, he sprinted forward. Propelled by the instinct to survive, even the sight of a nearby zombie could not deter his frantic dash. Humans were more terrifying than zombies. Kill him, Xiao Yunfei bellowed. Striding forward with determination, the trio pursued the man, weapons clutched tightly in hand. Akin to butchers chasing a plump pig, the flesh so fresh and fragrant that even steamed without seasoning, it would be extraordinarily savory. Xiao Yunfei's heart surged with ferocity. Caught between anger and hunger, he had lost all sense of morality. All he knew was that he was ravenous, yearning for a hearty meal. Whether it be human flesh or otherwise, anything that could satiate his hunger was permissible. Hunger erodes the boundaries of humanity. Consuming human flesh in a post-apocalyptic world was not unusual, as few could endure the agony of extreme starvation. It was instinctual. Xiao Yunfei did not perceive any wrongdoing in his thoughts. He believed that anyone in his position would make the same choice: devour a companion to ensure one's own survival. It bore no distinction from his previous actions in the mall. The only difference was that before, it was for money and power, while now it was a more direct pursuit for food and survival. Human flesh was still flesh. What was there to refrain from eating? After all, it was a post-apocalyptic world. Could anything be worse than this? He had nearly forgotten that humans could be sustenance. Damn it, he should have realized this sooner. Otherwise, he would not have endured such prolonged starvation. First, satiate his hunger, then seek out that man wielding a gun and axe, persuading him to take him to Shang. The man ahead was growing increasingly frantic, distancing himself from the trio. In a sudden turn, he dashed toward a small hotel, its swaying sign prominently displaying the words Morning Light Hotel. There were rooms inside. He needed to hide. He could not be consumed. Fortune favored the man as the first door he encountered was unlocked. Inside was a normal room, devoid of zombies or humans. He felt a surge of safety. He burst in, slamming the door behind him, and desperately moved the table to barricade it. The three pursuers, instinctively following his footsteps, ascended the stairs, their urgency to chase down their food blinding them to the three people lying in the dim corridor, one of whom, a woman, was gradually awakening. Bang, bang, bang. The trio pounded on the door, kicking and striking it mercilessly. Inside was their sustenance, and they were determined to partake. Xiao Yunfei suddenly glanced at the fire axe in his hand, which he had taken from a corpse. A glimmer of resolve ignited in his eyes as he raised the axe high and swung it forcefully down upon the wooden door. The heavy axe cleaved into the door with a resounding thud. Xiao Yunfei's movements were crude. Hunger had stripped away any semblance of composure. He braced a foot against the door, yanking the axe out with a savage urgency that reflected his deep-seated impatience. Time seemed to stretch until, at last, the door crashed down, and the three burst inside. The sound of hacking and the man's screams filled the air. The scene within more violent and frenzied than that of a zombie feeding. The man lay lifeless, his body dismembered, while Xiao Yunfei and his companions surrounded him, drenched in blood, deliberating over which part to consume first. Witnessing the scene unfold from the corridor, Shang Jiudi gripped her gun tightly, its muzzle unwaveringly aimed towards the end of the hallway. Having never experienced hunger, she could not fathom why these three were so relentlessly pursuing the man. Had he been bitten by a zombie? As she ascended the stairs, intent on crossing the corridor, Chu Han suddenly halted. The door beside her, which had appeared intact moments before, was now entirely dismantled. Though the room had been cleaned, the scent of blood lingered heavily. Voices from the hallway reached her ears: Shang Jiudi, young Master Chen, and Shiba, alongside several unfamiliar voices. Furrowing her brow, Chu Han silently slipped into the adjacent room, scanning the space before entering the bathroom. The bathtub was filled with dismembered body parts, the blood long drained, the expression of terror frozen on the man's severed head. A few droplets of water dripped from the faucet, mingling with traces of blood as they flowed into the drain. Slowly crouching down, Chu Han cautiously examined the scene, her gaze lingering on the man's arm, where a patch of skin was missing. She could vaguely discern a bite mark. This flesh had been torn away. Yet this mark was unmistakably not from a zombie. Furrowing her brow, her gaze hardened as she fixed her eyes on the direction of her three companions. Thank you for the food. It has indeed been a tremendous help. I, Xiao Yunfei, will remember your kindness. Oh, by the way, are you heading to Shang? If so, why not travel together? The journey would be safer with more people, and I am well acquainted with those in the military district of Shang. Once we arrive, I can repay your kindness and offer you some conveniences. Before she could approach, Chu Han heard a voice, polite and refined, belonging to a gentleman. Xiao Yunfei? Her eyes narrowed sharply, and she quickened her pace, entering the room. Chapter 39. Who do you think you are? In the room, which was already small, the addition of Xiao Yunfei and his companions made it feel even more cramped. Shang Jiudi leaned weakly against the wall, while the trio voraciously devoured the food before them. Since waking up, young Master Chen had not ceased his consumption, sighing and reproaching himself between bites. His gaze frequently darted to the side, where another young Master Chen was gnawing on a juicy roasted duck, its rich aroma tantalizing him, leaving him feeling unsatisfied. Damn it, that glutton is devouring so much. He's already eaten 2 roasted ducks. In truth, Xiao Yunfei had already satiated his hunger. Shang Jiudi had provided a generous meal. Yet, psychologically, he still felt famished, a lingering effect of prolonged deprivation that compelled him to seize any food in sight and devour it ravenously. This instinct bore an uncanny resemblance to the behavior of zombies. His attention then shifted to the camouflage supply drop bag in the corner, excitement making him tremble uncontrollably. What a stroke of luck. Isn't that the bag obtained by the axe-wielding man? Inside, there must be firearms. The glint of greed in Xiao Yunfei's eyes was nearly palpable as he glanced at the woman who had provided food for the three of them, his gaze lingering on the automatic rifle she held. Finally, with a glimmer of hope, he pointed at the supply drop bag. Are you Shang Jiudi? Is that camouflage bag yours? No. Shang Jiudi furrowed her brow. Internally, she felt a strange sense of unease. The bag clearly bore military markings. Where had Chu Han procured it? Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Could it be a supply drop? Yes. The broadcast had mentioned that the military would deploy supply drops containing food, medicine, and weapons. With a sudden turn, she cast a wistful glance, thinking of how Chu Han, that scoundrel, had found medicine without even informing her. What is inside that bag? May I see it? Xiao Yunfei asked patiently, attempting to draw closer to Shang Jiudi. Were it not for the firearm in her hands, he might have attempted to seize it outright. It was merely a bag. Surely, there was no harm in taking a look? With a grin, he began to showcase his worth. Let me tell you, I've seen such bags at a secret military base in Shangjing. Enough with the nonsense. 18's temper flared, cutting Xiao Yunfei off abruptly. She shot him a fierce glare, feeling irritable and impatient with his incessant prattling, especially after being deceived by that faux pure glutton. Did she seem so naive, as if she had never seen the world? At that moment, a calm yet youthful voice resonated from the doorway, carrying a tone of restrained authority. What is going on? Everyone in the room turned towards the entrance, where a silhouette emerged from the dimly lit corridor, partially obscured by shadows, revealing a somewhat gaunt figure and a formidable axe resting on the ground. Xiao Yunfei's eyes widened suddenly, a thrill of recognition coursing through him. He had a vivid memory of that axe. Boss. Young Master Chen quickly rose to greet Chu Han, eagerly taking the nearly overflowing backpack from his hands. As he beheld the bounty of food, guilt washed over him. It was all his fault for being greedy, nearly causing trouble for 18 and Shang Jiudi. Let us discuss that later. Chu Han interjected, stepping into the room and ignoring the myriad of glances directed his way, each laden with varying emotions. He approached Shang Jiudi directly and, without warning, reached out to touch her forehead. The roughness of his palms startled Shang Jiudi, leaving her momentarily dazed. Why would he suddenly do such a thing? Chu Han, oblivious to her peculiar expression, frowned. Why haven't you taken your medicine? Are you waiting to die? Shang Jiudi's expression shifted, and she couldn't help but retort, You didn't inform me that was a supply drop. Chu Han paused mid-motion, an incredulous look crossing his face. Can't you tell? Are you really that dim-witted? Shang Jiudi felt her temper flare, but words failed her. All she could do was angrily shout, Chu Han, you scoundrel. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunfei's eyes widened in astonishment as Chu Han drew closer. When he finally caught sight of Chu Han's face, his expression morphed into one of sheer shock, his eyes bulging as if illuminated by light bulbs. When Shang Jiudi called out Chu Han's name, it felt as though his heart sank. Chu Han? Xiao Yunfei's complexion shifted dramatically. His gaze fixated on the young man before him. Previously, he had hidden in the tea house and failed to discern Chu Han's appearance, only knowing he was a youth. Yet he never anticipated that the remarkably skilled individual would be none other than Chu Han, that very brat. Don't you recognize me? Anger surged within Xiao Yunfei as he lifted his chin haughtily. Is this how you speak to your future superior? You should leave now. There's no place for you in the upcoming positions at Mingxiu University. Damn it. That brat dared to put on airs. It seemed he had made the right choice by sabotaging Chu Han's opportunity. Entry? Superior? Chu Han found the notion amusing. Sensing that Xiao Yunfei was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he looked down at Xiao Yunfei with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Who do you think you are? Chapter 40. Throwing renminbi in your face and sending you to Shishir? The expression on Chu Han's face was enigmatic, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he echoed, Escort? Indeed. And Xiao Yunfei's eyes flickered a peculiar light. His chin raised defiantly as he cast an arrogant glance at Chu Han, asserting, During the journey, you must ensure my safety, oversee my meals and hygiene. Naturally, I am a fair person. Should you assist me, I shall not neglect you. Upon our arrival in Shishir, not only can I arrange for a position for you within the military district, but I can also offer you additional compensation. You know, I am quite affluent. How does 100,000 sound? Upon saying this, Xiao Yunfei donned a self-satisfied grin, as if mocking, 100,000? Have you ever seen so much money? You impoverished wretch? Money? Chu Han found this utterly ludicrous and chose not to engage further with Xiao Yunfei on this matter. The apocalypse had driven many into a state of extreme distress and confusion. Suddenly, he reached into the bag at his feet. Filled to the brim with provisions scavenged from a convenience store, towering to the height of an average adult. Is this insufficient? Xiao Yunfei sneered at Chu Han's actions. His disdain evident. You, a university student, find 100,000 inadequate? Very well, I shall offer you 1 million. Is this what you refer to as money? Chu Han retorted, abruptly producing a thick stack of banknotes from his bag, which he had intended to use to kindle a fire. To be honest, he had come to regard such paper as mere commemorative currency. In this post-apocalyptic world, the currency of civilization was a farcical concept, worth less than a loaf of bread, gradually to be supplanted by another form of value. Is this all? Xiao Yunfei feigned indifference, attempting to assert his superiority and privileged status. What can you possibly purchase with such a trifling sum? Enough of this nonsense. I offer you 1 million. But heed my warning, do not be greedy. Is that so? Chu Han shot him a glance, and without warning, propelled the stack of cash forward, striking Xiao Yunfei squarely in the face. The red banknotes scattered in a chaotic flurry across the floor. This unexpected action left Xiao Yunfei and everyone else in the room momentarily stunned. Xiao Yunfei's eyes widened, fury radiating from him. You dare? A resounding slap echoed in the air, landing squarely on Xiao Yunfei's face. Chu Han twisted his neck, his expression one of profound dissatisfaction. After all he had done today, he discovered that Shang Jiudi's loyalty still lingered at a mere 50. He had planned to prepare some warm water to enhance her favor, but had not anticipated encountering this individual. He certainly remembered who Xiao Yunfei was. In his past life, he had endured considerable torment at the hands of this man. The room fell silent once more, all eyes fixed in disbelief upon Chu Han, particularly Shang Jiudi, who had always perceived him as a person of restraint. Although Xiao Yunfei was despicable, she never imagined Chu Han would resort to violence so readily. Luo Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was on the verge of applause, exclaiming, "Well done." Young Master Chen exhibited no discernible expression. He would believe Chu Han if he claimed 1 + 1 = 0. The force of Chu Han's slap left Xiao Yunfei dazed, a heavy fog enveloping his mind. The ringing in his ears intensifying, making him fear he might go deaf. A warm trickle of blood seeped from his ear, staining his neck a vivid crimson. He shook his head violently, clearing his mind, as droplets of blood splattered against the white wall, creating a grim constellation, staring at the violently imposing figure before him. A wave of trembling fear and resentment surged within him. Was this truly the impoverished boy he once knew? Chu Han had struck him? In the past, he might have ensured Chu Han languished in prison forever for such an affront. Yet now, he found himself too afraid to retaliate. Suspecting that this unrestrained Chu Han might indeed kill him, just as he had done before. How tragically ironic. The other two men recoiled, not daring to defend Xiao Yunfei, even contemplating kneeling in supplication. This man was too unpredictable. It would be wiser to distance themselves from him. Chu Han smirked malevolently. Advancing step by step toward Xiao Yunfei and his two lackeys, the sound of his boots echoing ominously against the floor. Xiao Yunfei's face momentarily paled, swiftly replaced by an expression of anguish as he feigned heartbreak. The man was scratched by a zombie. To spare him suffering and to ensure our group's safety, I killed him. His tone dripped with sorrow. Since brute force had failed, he resorted to a more plaintive approach. However, the expressions of his companions betrayed a different emotion, a look of sheer terror. I saw a bite mark on his arm, Chu Han remarked with a calm smile. Locking his gaze on the trio, utterly unperturbed by the horror of his next words, who among you bit him? Is human flesh truly delectable? Raw, I presume. It must be rather pungent. Chu Han's words struck like a thunderclap, causing Xiao Yunfei and his companions to visibly blanch, one of them even unable to contain himself. Retching violently, accompanied by the sound of regurgitation, a mound of white rice was revealed, intermixed with a gory piece of raw meat, bright red and evidently swallowed too hastily. Scarcely chewed. Young Master Chen was aghast. He was the only one who took Chu Han's words seriously and immediately pointed at the puddle of vomit on the ground, exclaiming, "The food we provided consisted solely of rice balls. There was no meat. Did you truly consume human flesh?" Shang Jiudi clasped her mouth in disbelief, an overwhelming wave of nausea rising in her throat. The bodies in room 201 had not perished due to zombie bites, but rather at the hands of these scoundrels who sought to devour human flesh. Luo Xiaoxiao swayed. too young to comprehend the grim reality unfolding before her. Xiao Yunfei's eyes flashed with malice as he abruptly turned, delivering a ruthless kick to the man who had just vomited, sending him sprawling to the ground. Trash. To think you would resort to cannibalism. Do you have no sense of decency? The kicked man, still in the throes of his retching, found himself covered in the remnants of his own vomit. Incredulity itched across his face as he glared at Xiao Yunfei. Upon meeting Xiao Yunfei's frigid gaze, he abruptly stood, defiantly pointing at him. Have you not partaken as well? You consume more than any of us. Xiao Yunfei's expression turned icy as he stepped closer, fixing his gaze on the man before abruptly pivoting to Chu Han. He must be infected, not only craving human flesh but also lacking clarity of mind. Such individuals cannot be allowed to remain if they turn into zombies. We are all doomed. Let's kill him. Xiao Yunfei's tone was unexpectedly courteous. He had fully grasped who now held the reins of power. Chapter 41. I never intended to let him live. I do not lie like you, you beast with a heart of stone. You wish to see me dead. The man roared in desperation, his voice filled with fury. Fear gripped him, a chilling dread that he might meet the same gruesome fate as that dismembered man. They had all been deceived, played for fools by Xiao Yunfei, who seemed intent on eliminating them one by one. Xiao Yunfei smirked, casting a pitying glance at the frenzied man before shifting his gaze to Chu Han. Did you see that? He has lost his mind. Chu Han's expression remained impassive, his eyes glinting with mockery. Kill him. With that single command, the raucous atmosphere fell into a sudden stillness. The man, despondent, collapsed onto the ground, laughing maniacally as his sanity began to unravel. Indeed, Xiao Yunfei nodded excitedly, amplifying his tone. You have no idea. Being bitten or scratched by a zombie leads to infection. This man is delirious and has even consumed human flesh. He will undoubtedly transform into a corpse. I have witnessed such occurrences before, so he must die. Otherwise, allow me to join you. In his subconscious, Xiao Yunfei believed himself to possess a superior intellect, capable of discerning truths that others could not perceive. He still held this belief, instinctively thinking that Chu Han and the others were oblivious to the secrets of the undead and could easily be manipulated. Especially given Chu Han's previous reckless demeanor, Xiao Yunfei, with a sense of superiority, looked expectantly at Chu Han, convinced that the information he had provided would garner their respect. Chu Han's smile widened as he found it utterly astonishing that in his second chance at life, he encountered such a pitiful version of Xiao Yunfei. The disparity between this Xiao Yunfei and the one he had encountered in his previous life was striking, rendering any desire to torment him utterly moot. Fool, he muttered dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Xiao Yunfei. My brother Chu Han has known all along. There's no need for you to speak. Xiao Yunfei's expression twisted into a snarl. This wild girl infuriated him. He fantasized about tearing her apart, starting from her legs, feeding the remains to the zombies. This is for you, he said, handing 2 portions of food to the men who had originally followed him, his voice devoid of emotion, exuding the calm of someone who had achieved profound enlightenment. Chu Han's actions were so abrupt that they left the others in the room stunned, especially Shang Jiudi and Shiba, who were particularly taken aback. You won't kill me? The man, who had been under Xiao Yunfei's oppressive thumb and was on the verge of madness, questioned incredulously. You trust my word? I am not infected. I possess judgment. Chu Han's voice was flat, contrasting sharply with the man's agitation, effectively delivering another blow to Xiao Yunfei's pride. He was capable of discernment without Xiao Yunfei's prompting and knew far more than anyone else. His understanding of zombies and the evolution of the apocalypse was unparalleled. Chu Han knows much. There's no need for your incessant prattling, Shiba interjected, further provoking Xiao Yunfei. Xiao Yunfei felt his dignity trampled once more. An inferno of rage igniting within him. These people were conspiring against him. Were it not for Chu Han's firearm, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate that insolent brat. The simultaneous presence of fear and resentment hinted at a creeping madness within him. Will you take us in? The 2 men looked at Chu Han with hopeful anticipation, yearning for sustenance and protection, desperate to escape their life of fear. Despite having almost fled in panic before receiving Chu Han's offerings. Ignoring Xiao Yunfei's cold glare, Chu Han coolly regarded the 2 expectant faces before him. I will not accept you. The food is merely a gesture of assistance, from one of your kind to another. He then added, his eyes bearing a foreboding warning. Do not consume your kind, do not eat humans, or you will surely regret it in the future. The faces of the 3, including Xiao Yunfei, paled once more. They had tasted human flesh, a psychological burden that nearly shattered their sanity. Yet, the deed was done. It was an unchangeable reality. They faced a grim choice, to remain mired in guilt and drive themselves mad, or to become remorseless savages, continuing to feast upon human flesh. In his previous life, Xiao Yunfei had chosen the latter. Observing the two men, now ghostly pale from fear, Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly. "You may leave now." Xiao Yunfei's expression brightened. Chu Han was permitting them to depart, yet he himself was allowed to stay. This was an opportunity. Here lay food and women, a veritable paradise. His satisfaction was unrestrained as he unceremoniously seated himself on the soft bed, adopting a relaxed posture. His gaze shamelessly scrutinizing the members of the team as if assessing their worth. He loathed that little girl, wondering where she had come from, plotting to eliminate her at the first opportunity. The large, foolish man was obedient to Chu Han, a potential ticking time bomb. Perhaps he could be manipulated or disposed of. As his gaze landed upon the woman, a glint of lust sparkled in his eyes as he fixated on Shang Jiudi's alluring form, her long, slender legs undeniably tempting. It had been far too long since he had experienced the pleasures of a woman. As for Chu Han, he thought, once they reached Shir, Chu Han would hold no value. He would savor tormenting this insolent individual for daring to raise a hand against him. The two men observed Xiao Yunfei's demeanor, resentment brewing within them. Why should Xiao Yunfei be allowed to remain while they were cast aside? "Brother Chu, please let me stay. I can be of service to you. I beg you, help me." "No," Chu Han replied decisively. He would not harbor survivors who had tasted human flesh. "And what about him?" One man pointed furiously at Xiao Yunfei. "Why does he get to stay?" Xiao Yunfei smirked derisively, poised to retort that he was not one of these useless miscreants. However, Chu Han's next statement abruptly altered his expression. "I never intended to let him live." Chu Han's smile was faint yet imbued with an undeniable authority, as if declaring that Xiao Yunfei was already a dead man. In a flash, Xiao Yunfei sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot with rage, a manifestation of his fury. "What did you say?" he shouted incredulously. "Did you not say you would take me in? When did I ever say that?" Chu Han, suddenly in high spirits, regarded Xiao Yunfei with a look of amusement, as though mocking a clown. "Well, let me repeat myself," I said. Chapter 42. "Feeding zombies, I have no intention of allowing you to live," Chu Han declared, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. In an instant, his expression morphed, a surge of bloodthirsty malice igniting within his gaze. "I will chop you up and feed you to the zombies." It was not mere intent or desire. He was genuinely prepared to act on his threat. Some individuals possess a profoundly dark nature, capable of committing heinous acts. It would be better to eliminate such threats while they are still nascent. Xiao Yunfei was a man who could not be spared. This time, fortune had favored him by allowing him to cross paths with Chu Han, but even had they not encountered each other, Chu Han had already contemplated finding this man to dispose of him. Clang! Xiao Yunfei stumbled backward in terror, collapsing to the ground. "Chop me up and feed me to zombies?" His face contorted in fear, struggling to comprehend the situation. He was a societal elite, wealthy and influential, with connections that afforded him power. How could he possibly meet such a grim fate? He should have been at the military base in Shir, dealing with high-ranking officials, wielding resources and authority unknown to the average individual. He could have lived a prosperous life. Curse it! Why had he ended up in this shabby hotel? It was all the fault of that fool he had dismembered. Why had he chosen to flee here? If only he had consumed more of that man's flesh to quell his resentment. Xiao Yunfei's anger swelled, spiraling beyond his control. Chu Han's words had caused the two other men in the room to stand on end, their bodies rigid with fear. The terror emanating from the young man before them dwarfed even the hypocrisy of Xiao Yunfei. The sheer brutality and intensity of his emotions were unmistakable, a hallmark of someone whose hands were stained with blood. "Are you not leaving?" Chu Han inquired, a playful glint in his eyes as he observed the two petrified men. "Yes, we are leaving. Right away." They scrambled to gather the food Chu Han had distributed, hastily retreating from the room. They couldn't bear to remain even a second longer. This man was a veritable demon. Shang Jiudi furrowed her brow tightly. From the conversation between Chu Han and Xiao Yunfei, it was clear they were acquainted. Chu Han appeared to be an ordinary university student, yet his skills were extraordinary. Where had he acquired such prowess? His agility, intellect, and familiarity with firearms and machinery were incongruent with his age and status. The room fell silent, the atmosphere suffocating. Xiao Yunfei remained on the floor, visibly shaken. Yet his eyes darted restlessly. He would not sit idly by and await his demise. He would not submit. He would remember Chu Han. Once he escaped and made a name for himself in Shir, he would hunt down this man and subject him to the most excruciating torment imaginable, slicing his flesh piece by piece, soaking his eyes in liquor, and after brutalizing his women, discarding them naked in the streets, while his parents would be collared like dogs and tied outside. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, swiftly grasping the fire axe at his feet. Just hours earlier, he had used this very axe to murder a man. The exhilarating sensation of the blade penetrating flesh, the rush of blood, had awakened a perverse appetite within him. "Ah!" he screamed, gripping the axe tightly as he charged forward. He believed no one would anticipate his sudden assault. Shang Jiudi was close enough to be taken hostage, compelling Chu Han to relinquish the food, allowing him to escape. Perhaps he could even take Shang Jiudi with him, a trophy to enjoy on his journey to Shur. However, reality proved to be far less accommodating than his fantasies. Chu Han observed Xiao Yunfei's every move with unwavering calm. He sat there nonchalantly, awaiting the moment Xiao Yunfei raised the axe, and just as he lunged toward Shang Jiudi, a formidable and blood-stained axe obstructed his path. This axe was immense and heavy, nearly double the size of a standard fire axe, stained with a dark, putrid substance, indiscernible as either human or zombie blood. With effortless grace, Chu Han wielded the iron axe, tilting his head slightly. "I advise you not to waste your energy." In a swift motion, Chu Han's wrist flicked, and the axe sprang to life, striking Xiao Yunfei's wrist with brutal precision. The weight of the axe, combined with Chu Han's strength as a first-tier evolved individual, rendered Xiao Yunfei powerless. Clang! The fire axe slipped from Xiao Yunfei's grasp, clattering to the floor as excruciating pain surged through his wrist, causing it to swell immensely. Sweat poured from his forehead. "Ah!" He writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his wrist, convinced that his bones had shattered into dust. Shang Jiudi, unfazed by the spectacle unfolding before her, remained focused on her task. She believed that with Chu Han present, Xiao Yunfei posed no threat to her. Having taken fever-reducing medicine, she began to pack her belongings. They could not linger here any longer. With the airdrop supplies and food secured, it was prudent to depart swiftly. 18 and young Master Chen engaged in casual conversation, munching on snacks, completely indifferent to Xiao Yunfei's plight. With Chu Han around, the man was utterly harmless. "Let's go," Shang Jiudi announced, ensuring she had gathered all essentials. Chu Han regarded her. "It might be wise to rest for a night. Your fever has not yet subsided." "No need." She cut him off, tossing the bulky bags to young Master Chen before offering Chu Han a faint smile. "I'm fine. I understand you're in a hurry to find your parents." A surge of gratitude welled within him. "Thank you for your understanding." Chu Han nodded, turning to seize Xiao Yunfei as though he were a mere sack of sand. Xiao Yunfei continued to scream and writhe in pain, drenched in sweat. Even suspended in the air by Chu Han, he flailed helplessly, unable to land a single blow on his captor. With Xiao Yunfei thrashing in his left hand and the iron axe hoisted in his right, Chu Han emerged outside a residential building where numerous zombies wandered aimlessly. The cacophony of their deafening howls filled the air. Yet he knew there must be survivors nearby. Though he lacked the altruism to rescue every soul he encountered, he would extend whatever assistance he could to those still alive. After all, they were of his kind. Chapter 43. The eccentric bald man casting a glance at the terrified Xiao Yunfei, whose eyes were bloodshot and lips sealed in silence. Chu Han's lips curled into a cruel smirk. He had promised to feed Xiao Yunfei to the zombies, and he intended to keep that promise without a hint of hesitation. At the entrance of the community, several zombies had already caught sight of Chu Han, rushing towards him with jaws agape, their once human mouths now sharp and grotesque, lined with jagged teeth, stained with remnants of flesh and blood, exuding a nauseating stench. "Ah!" Xiao Yunfei screamed in despair, pleading for mercy. "Please let me go. Help! Help me!" Chu Han paid no heed to his cries. With one hand gripping Xiao Yunfei and the other wielding a hefty axe, he charged into the depths of the community with astonishing speed. He had observed the layout and noted that there were two main gates. The zombies, drawn either by scent or Xiao Yunfei's panicked screams, followed closely behind. But they had yet to undergo a second evolution and were unable to keep pace with Chu Han's superior agility. He effortlessly maintained his speed, leading them on a wild chase. Xiao Yunfei dangled from Chu Han's grip like a mere sack of sand, with Chu Han showing little regard for his distress or perspective. The chaotic sprint felt akin to a roller coaster ride, leaving Xiao Yunfei disoriented as zombies lunged at him from the sides, their ghastly teeth perilously close, sometimes merely a millimeter from his nose. "Ah, they've bitten me. They've bitten me." Xiao Yunfei cried out in terror, his fear palpable as he soiled himself in panic. While most zombies lagged behind, unable to match Chu Han's speed, a fortunate few managed to snap at Xiao Yunfei as they sped past, their jaws landing on various parts of his body. "Ah, my eggs." His cries grew louder as his wounds multiplied, blood streaming from him and attracting even more zombies. The path behind Chu Han was littered with the ravenous undead, eagerly lapping up the blood that dripped from Xiao Yunfei, only to resume their pursuit. Chu Han wasted no time meandering through the community. He simply chose a route rife with zombies to draw their ire before promptly making his way to the exit. He was mindful of his limits, recognizing that his current abilities were only at the first tier and that he could not afford to be greedy, unlike in previous advantageous encounters. The commotion caused by Chu Han's exploits was undeniable. The cacophony of zombies echoing through the streets quickly caught the attention of the living within the community. Many survivors cautiously peered out from behind curtains, intrigued by the commotion. A horde of zombies? No, wait. They are all running in one direction. What is happening? The survivors observed from a distance, too fearful to openly inquire or communicate, hiding behind their drapes and watching the zombies recede, ultimately congregating towards the community's exit. Wonderful. The zombies seem distracted. The community is temporarily safe. We can venture out to search for food. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Building 7, a slightly rotund bald man stood boldly on a windowless balcony, peering through binoculars, entirely unperturbed by the chaos below. This bald man, with a past steeped in unusual experiences, had spent 16 years as a monk in a temple before renouncing his vows at the age of 16. He briefly attended Peking University but dropped out after 2 years, retreating into seclusion until the apocalypse erupted. Wow, he exclaimed, licking his lips and marveling. This lad has some guts, leading a horde of over 100 zombies. Where is he off to? He is escaping? Too far away. He abruptly dashed inside, where the interior resembled a chaotic workshop, cluttered with an assortment of mechanical parts. Oddly enough, despite the daylight and the community's power being cut, the bald man had lights on in his home, with an old fan whirring beside his bed. On a nearby table lay a collection of partially disassembled radios, some parts missing, giving the impression they would collapse at any moment. Strangely, all of them emitted sounds in various languages, broadcasting calming messages from different nations to their citizens. After rummaging through the mess, he tossed aside the binoculars he had been using and unearthed another pair from a corner. Eagerly, he returned to the balcony, scrutinizing the scene below with keen interest. Wow, this guy is quite handsome, he remarked while observing Chu Han, casually tossing ice cubes into a half-finished beer from the refrigerator. Impressive skills. Wait. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. The playful smile faded into an ominous expression as he fixated on the binoculars. "Isn't that Xiao Yunfei?" he exclaimed, his voice rising as he keenly observed the unfolding events below. At that moment, Chu Han had drawn the attention of the zombies to their utmost limit, realizing that he too would be in peril if he continued any further. He acted swiftly, accelerating away from the community towards the left. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being closely monitored. He sprinted with Xiao Yunfei, who was barely conscious, towards a nearby gas station just after exiting the community. With a sudden motion, he hurled Xiao Yunfei's limp body towards the center of the gas station before ducking behind a low bush, striving to minimize his presence as he cautiously crept backwards, fixated on the unfolding scene. Hundreds of zombies, devoid of thought, instinctively pursued Xiao Yunfei, drawn by the heavy scent of blood that wafted from him, a fatal lure for the undead. Chu Han silently counted the seconds, and as the zombies stumbled into the trap he had meticulously planned, he launched a lit lighter into the air, its trajectory leading it directly to the gas station's center. In that instant, Chu Han leaped back and sprinted away with all his might. Boom. Flames erupted skyward, a thick plume of smoke billowing forth. Damn. Chu Han stumbled, miscalculating the amount of gasoline, narrowly avoiding injury. Yet soon, a triumphant grin spread across his face as he began to assess his points within the system. Chapter 44, Idle. Please don't leave. Chu Han's lips curled into a smile as he spoke lightly. 70 points, not gained, but certainly not lost. With a serene grin, he weighed his axe in hand and turned to sprint towards the exit of Ingu Town, having dealt with Xiao Yunfei and acquired several points in the process. His spirits soared, and his pace quickened unknowingly. Behind him, the gas station continued to blaze, a vast expanse engulfed in roaring flames that shot skyward in a spectacular display. The thick, billowing smoke darkened the sky, suffusing the area with a charred stench of burnt flesh. On either side of the road, grotesque zombies crawled out of the inferno, some with their faces grotesquely collapsed, others with scorched scalps reduced to bone. Yet, they persisted in their crawl, ablaze yet oblivious to the pain, until the flames consumed them entirely, leaving nothing but ashes. A horde of zombies surged into the gas station, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A spectacle that left many residents in nearby complexes in rapt disbelief. They pressed their faces against the windows, wide-eyed and astonished. Although the precise events were obscured, the grand explosion was unmistakable. This was a human act. Someone was assisting them. Were they coming to rescue them? Cleaning up the zombies and leading them away? Finally, someone had appeared. "Help me," they cried. "Do you see the distress signal at my window? Look, look, I am here. Here, save us. We have elderly and children at home. Please let us go first." Many of them had witnessed their loved ones transform into these monstrous beings. Mothers had devoured their children. Husbands had feasted upon their wives. Countless homes had descended into tragedy, fracturing the psychological defenses of the survivors. Zombies fed instinctively, unaware of satiety, relentlessly consuming, even devouring their own heads. Some had gorged themselves to the point of grotesque bloating, their bellies swollen like giant balloons. If one were to cleave them open with an axe, a mass of undigested human flesh would erupt forth. Despair led many to take their own lives, leaping from heights only to be devoured by the waiting horde below. Fear confined most survivors within their homes. Many dared not venture out in search of sustenance, enduring hunger instead. Now, with such commotion outside, the survivors were stirred. Some wept openly, while others began to gather their belongings, eagerly anticipating rescue from their window perches. The ingrained habits of civilization led them to instinctively believe that the state would provide assistance, that military personnel would arrive to organize an evacuation. However, reality would soon shatter those hopes. The military was overwhelmed, and the establishment of bases across regions in such a short time was nothing short of miraculous. On the rooftop balcony of Building 7, a bald man stood in stunned silence, sweat glistening upon his shining head. The ice in his beer had long melted, unnoticed. As he held his makeshift binoculars, his gaze fixated on the unfolding scene. Suddenly, he exclaimed, his rotund body leaping with excitement. "My goodness! An idol! Incredible! A special forces soldier? No, a superhero. The speed and reflexes are simply astounding. He draws the zombies and annihilates them amidst the flames. It's like a sci-fi film, bursting with righteousness. Though I have strayed from the path, I still admire those with a sense of justice. This person could surely be my idol. Idol, don't leave. The world is vast. Take me along to see it." While the bald man busily packed his belongings, he kept his binoculars trained on Chu Han, now a distant speck. Inside, the sounds of clattering echoed as he finally emerged, burdened with a haphazard collection of items, only to find that Chu Han had long vanished. Unperturbed, the bald man retrieved a GPS from his pocket, tinkering with it as if it were a magical device. He chattered incessantly, his bag clattering with every step, drawing the attention of lingering zombies. After all, Chu Han had only led away a fraction of them. Many still lurked within the complex. Suddenly, a zombie lunged toward him, its jaw emitting a chilling crack as it aimed to bite into his plump face. Yet, the bald man remained unfazed, his gaze still fixed on the GPS nonchalantly. He produced a device resembling a pistol, albeit with a completely different mechanism, and lightly pressed it against the approaching zombie's skull. With a crackling surge, electricity coursed through the air, and the zombie collapsed, charred and lifeless. Its brain incinerated in an instant. The bald man continued on his leisurely pace, as if taking a stroll, clearly having anticipated the zombie's fate. In high spirits, he strode forward, exclaiming loudly, "The nearest military base to Ngu Town is in Shur. My idol is so impressive. He must have heard the broadcast. He has definitely headed to Shur. Hey, idol, wait for me. I'm coming." The other residents of the complex, however, did not share the bald man's buoyant demeanor. They huddled behind their curtains, gripping the railings tightly, their gaunt faces pressed against the glass. Time did not pause for them. The distant flames began to wane, and no one arrived. The anticipated broadcast failed to materialize, nor did a single vehicle appear. Nothing at all, just the haunting reminder that the previous chaos had been but a fleeting illusion. Chapter 45. She is actually Luo Xiaoxiao at this moment. The bald monk had already exited the community, burdened with bags of various sizes. As he passed by the gas station, which was still ablaze, he paused deliberately and wandered around for a while. Goodness, my idol is truly remarkable. Observing the scene up close, the bald monk's admiration for Chu Han reached unprecedented heights, and he felt particularly elated. Without realizing it, he began to ramble on. "I never expected that the one who died would be Xiao Yunfei. Damn it. He had the audacity to lend money at exorbitant rates. He deserved to be blown up by my idol. My idol is indeed formidable. As the bald monk walked and talked, he eloquently expressed his thoughts while simultaneously fending off zombies. Outside Ongwa town, since the identity of the unknown person was not someone he recognized, at least not in this lifetime, Chu Han had no choice but to set the matter aside. After all, he had no means to investigate further. Turning his gaze to the back seat, he noticed 18 sleeping soundly on Shang Jiudi's lap. Young Master Chen hummed a tune while driving, creating a harmonious and blissful atmosphere within the car. A wave of warmth surged in Chu Han's heart. These three individuals instilled in him a sense of security, a rare feeling of genuine trust, where he no longer had to worry about being betrayed from behind. The greatest reward from this trip to Ongwa town was that Shang Jiudi's loyalty had finally reached 50. A loyalty level of 50 marks a fundamental threshold. It merely indicates that the other party has a favorable impression of him, a sentiment that is quite unstable and can be altered by trivial matters, potentially reducing loyalty to 0. Only when it exceeds 50 does it signify that one can genuinely be influenced by his thoughts, believing in his words subconsciously. At a loyalty level of 90, betrayal becomes impossible, and their mindset is entirely aligned with Chu Han's, akin to young Master Chen. Who would believe Chu Han even if he claimed that the celestial body was Mars instead of the sun? As for a loyalty level of 100, it signifies that the individual would comply unquestioningly, even at the cost of their own life. Ding! Chu Han flicked the dagger that had been strapped to his left arm since the outbreak of the apocalypse. The dagger was originally intended for self-defense, but he hoped he would never need to use it. He relished the current sensation of relaxation, a profound sense of ease from within, free from constant anxiety. Do you have something to say? Chu Han directed his gaze towards Shang Jiudi, whose hesitance was apparent. Shang Jiudi nodded, gently brushing 18's hair with her fingers, exuding a tenderness that made her appear as if she were truly 18's mother, despite Chu Han knowing that she was only 21 years old. Do you know her name? Shang Jiudi smiled softly at Chu Han, referring to 18. Her? Chu Han feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow. Isn't she called 18? Are you trying to deceive me? Yet, within him, a flicker of anticipation ignited. These two women, one young and one older, were undoubtedly extraordinary. Could they possibly be involved in arms smuggling? It seemed likely. Two women armed and operating with the demeanor of bandits resembled a smuggling gang. This was promising, thought Chu Han, as he nodded with satisfaction, realizing he could leverage his own advantages to procure valuable items. Individuals as unique as Shang Jiudi were typically well known in the apocalypse, yet over the span of a decade, Chu Han had never heard of such figures. Could it be that in his previous life, Shang Jiudi had died early on? I had some suspicions about you. Shang Jiudi began. I couldn't quite place your identity. How could someone with such formidable abilities simply be a university student? Is it truly possible to become superhuman merely through training? Unaware of Chu Han's impatience, Shang Jiudi continued to caress 18's delicate face, her voice tinged with confusion. Do you know her name? It's Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao? Chu Han paused momentarily before smiling. That is such an adorable name. Her parents must care for her deeply. Shang Jiudi fixed her gaze on Chu Han, a hint of skepticism in her eyes. You really don't know this name? Furrowing his brow in confusion, Chu Han replied. Should I know it? A flicker of understanding flashed in Shang Jiudi's eyes before she shook her head. Then, it's nothing. All right, I'll take a nap. Chu Han turned his head and began to close his eyes for a light slumber. However, from an angle where Shang Jiudi could not see, his eyes were filled with shock, his hands trembling with excitement, and his heart raced beyond 200 beats per minute, his entire body drenched in sweat. He had nearly leapt in surprise, but managed to restrain himself just in time. Otherwise, Shang Jiudi would surely have questioned him relentlessly. 18 was indeed Luo Xiaoxiao. He had never anticipated this revelation. It was utterly astonishing. Now it all made sense. Why these two women were armed, why Shang Jiudi wielded a military knife, and why they reacted with such trust and enthusiasm upon hearing the words military district base. The name Luo Xiaoxiao is one he should not have known. It was merely a serendipitous coincidence when he stumbled upon a list of special military personnel, all of whom were classified and prioritized for protection by the military. Among them, Luo Xiaoxiao was listed within the top 5, but next to her name were the words missing. In his previous life, Luo Xiaoxiao had not appeared even after 10 years of the apocalypse. It was apparent to anyone that she must have perished. In a certain sense, the term missing already connoted death. Yet for a full decade, the military had not ceased their search for Luo Xiaoxiao, highlighting the significance of her standing within the organization. Chu Han suddenly recalled the horde of zombies that had surged at the rest stop. Had he not fortuitously passed through? Luo Xiaoxiao and Shang Jiudi would likely have met with catastrophe in this lifetime as well. It was no wonder that a woman like Shang Jiudi, with such a unique character and impressive skills, remained obscure in the apocalypse. It turned out she had perished long ago. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Han instinctively stroked his chin. Luo Xiaoxiao's identity was relatively easy to deduce. She was among the top 5 on the military's protection list. And the military had searched for her for 10 years without giving up. Within the military, the surname Luo had been associated with a person of considerable authority for a full decade. Only one individual fit that description. The eccentric young girl he had casually rescued was, astonishingly, the granddaughter of that influential figure. The feeling was akin to stumbling upon 5 million on the street. Chapter 46. The Dead City with No Exit. Chu Han quietly observed Shang Jiudi through the rearview mirror. The woman reclined lazily in the back seat, her eyes half closed, exuding a languid allure mixed with an air of domineering calmness. In that moment, Chu Han couldn't help but think she resembled a cat. It was no wonder her loyalty had remained stagnant. She appeared to be the caretaker for Luo Xiaoxiao, brainwashed over time to remain solely faithful to her country. Eliciting other emotions from such a woman, let alone loyalty, was indeed a daunting task. Even developing a fondness for her would prove challenging. From this perspective, the fact that Chu Han had already achieved a loyalty level of 50 with Shang Jiudi was nothing short of miraculous. Diverting his gaze from Shang Jiudi, Chu Han looked at Luo Xiaoxiao, who had been sound asleep throughout the journey. The girl slumbered peacefully, occasionally murmuring incoherent dreams, radiating warmth in this desolate world, akin to a ray of sunshine. Chu Han had not anticipated such a serendipitous encounter with Luo Xiaoxiao. Initially, he found her intriguing. Her loyalty to him, devoid of arrogance, made her a potential candidate for a capable ally. The true identity of this girl, possessing a loyalty of 60, was an unexpected delight. Given Luo Xiaoxiao's standing in the eyes of a certain individual, their group would enjoy a lifetime of comfort as long as they safely escorted her to any military base. The fates of 2 women who had perished in a previous life had been entirely rewritten in this one. Their presence ignited an ambitious notion within Chu Han. He felt akin to a prophet, especially upon realizing that the information he possessed often exceeded its previously perceived value. Survival was no longer the sole concern. He could attain more, even carve out a niche for himself in this apocalyptic landscape. As Chu Han's voice carried a hint of persuasion, he glanced at Shang Jiudi in the back seat. Are you going to Tong City to pick someone up? A companion? His heart raced with anticipation. If this so-called companion was significant enough to warrant Shang Jiudi's disregard for Luo Xiaoxiao's safety, could it be someone of even greater importance than Luo Xiaoxiao herself? A smile crept onto Chu Han's lips. Regardless of their identity, he would ensure their loyalty was secured. With these allies, wouldn't he be able to navigate the various military bases with ease? Their supplies were substantial, consisting of 4 automatic rifles, 1 handgun, and enough weapons for everyone, including a spare. 3 of the rifles were equipped with silencers. Though their ammunition was limited, it would suffice until they found the next airdrop. Observing young Master Chen, who was indulging in food, it was evident that the 4 of them were living quite comfortably. 3 days later, the G-55 halted at the entrance of Tong City. Before them lay an endless road, flanked by towering, withered trees that stood solemnly, their dry branches whispering a chilling welcome to the newcomers, an ominous greeting to the gates of hell. A sign proclaimed, "Welcome to Tong City." Adorned with a glamorous celebrity-esque photo, their bright smile a stark contrast to the grim reality of the present. Standing beside the imposing G-55, Chu Han's expression turned serious for the first time. He had never been to Tong City in his previous life, though he had heard unsettling rumors about it. While these tales were often exaggerated, there was a kernel of truth within them. Legends claimed that those who entered Tong City either met a gruesome end or transformed into zombies. It was a city of no return. In his previous life, at an unknown time, survivors from Mingqiu University had split into 2 groups, one hastily heading to Shi, with Chu Han among them, while the other group, more fortunate, chose to temporarily settle in Tong City, plundering resources. After that, he had lost all contact with them, vanishing for an entire decade. Had they perished? What truly transpired in this city during his last life? Check your gear, Chu Han commanded, dispelling his uncertainties as he addressed his companions. Preparation was essential before entering a city as vast as Tong City, home to a staggering 3 million people. The sheer number was daunting, especially considering that at least 80 had transformed into zombies. If a horde were to surge forth, it would be unfathomably perilous. No one knew what lurked within the city, whether the zombies were scattered or congregated, or how many humans still survived. It was a mystery. Cities were perpetually the most treacherous places. Chu Han preferred to refer to it as an ancient city left behind by a bygone civilization. Each member of the group focused on their tasks. Young Master Chen organized food in the trunk, Shang Jiudi inspected their firearms, while 18 munched on jelly, playfully surveying the surroundings. With limited points and several talents, each talent requiring different amounts of points to unlock, one could not have it all. Casting a sidelong glance at young Master Chen, who had been chastised by Shang Jiudi for his improper gun handling, Chu Han's brow furrowed deeply. This Chen, a complete novice with firearms, was a far cry from the legendary sniper he remembered. A sniper was essential for the team, while it might not seem critical at first. As zombies began to evolve further, the sniper's importance would become glaringly apparent. The precision talent applied not only to firearms but to any weapon, which was the initial reason Chu Han valued it. If each strike could hit its mark, it would save considerable effort. He could not place all his hopes on young Master Chen. It was better to be prepared. Boss, young Master Chen approached, his comical, plump face wobbling slightly. Are we heading into the city now? Chu Han raised his gaze to the oppressive city entrance ahead, his voice unwavering. We enter the city now. Chapter 47. Who is 13? The imposing off-road vehicle roared forward with astonishing speed, raising a cloud of dust and debris as it barreled into the area now referred to as the Dead City Zone by future generations. The skeletal trees, with their lifeless forms, mirrored the path to damnation, while the sky, shrouded in a strange reddish mist, offered no clarity. The atmosphere was stifling and oppressive. Shang Jiudi gazed at Chu Han, who sat calmly in the passenger seat, his half-visible face exuding tranquility. She tilted her head slightly to observe the singing Chen Xiaoya, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips at the sight of the timid, rotund figure who had not succumbed to tears. It seemed she too felt a sense of security in his presence. With Chu Han by her side, fear dissipated in the face of adversity. The G-55 maintained its relentless speed, with the four occupants seemingly unfazed by the suffocating environment around them. Zombies, what was there to fear? The dead city, what was there to dread? 5 hours later, they found that Tong City had indeed succumbed entirely to chaos. The four had been driving through the city for quite some time. Yet they struggled to approach the downtown area, forced to meander through the surrounding streets. Zombies lurked everywhere, emerging from hidden corners at a moment's notice. Surrounded by towering buildings cloaked in darkness, the streets were littered with chaotic debris. Abandoned vehicles, including buses, lay haphazardly across the roads, necessitating frequent changes en route. The ground was stained with dark blood and decaying flesh. As night fell, the absence of light heightened their vulnerability, with the only sounds piercing the air being the guttural roars of zombies, neither distant nor close, akin to being encircled by a pack of wild beasts in a jungle. Do you have a specific location for the person you seek? Chu Han pondered the impracticality of their search that evening, with countless obstacles impeding their movement. Most critically, nighttime posed a significant disadvantage for them. Shang Jiudi shared his apprehension, her expression tinged with urgency. It seems unlikely we will find her tonight. I cannot be certain whether she has moved, but she should be somewhere in the city center. Chu Han furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity in Shang Jiudi's words. If that person had not turned into a zombie, it was improbable she would remain in one place for too long. Yet the city center? He gazed toward that perilous direction, acutely aware of the dangers that awaited. Who exactly is the companion you seek? Chu Han could not suppress his curiosity. A woman. Shang Jiudi replied tersely, closing off further discussion, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. After a pause, she added, "We call her 13. 13? Chu Han was taken aback. Beside him, the typically vivacious Luo Xiaoxiao was unusually silent, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. How peculiar. Chu Han chose not to press further, instructing Chen Xiaoya to avoid the zombies while searching for a safe haven. Their entry into the city center would have to wait until morning. The night was rife with peril for humanity, as zombies did not rely on sight to hunt. For the infected, day and night held no distinction, but for humans, their eyes remained one of their most vital senses. Their priority this night was to find shelter as swiftly as possible. As the G-55 navigated the roads, Chen Xiaoya gripped the steering wheel tightly, endeavoring to minimize the vehicle's noise, maintaining a steady tone as he suggested, "Boss, shall we find a residential building to rest for the night? What about that one across the street?" He pointed excitedly toward a nearby complex. It was a relatively upscale area, featuring low-rise buildings and townhouses, with greenery still vibrant amidst the desolation. Living there would surely be a comfort. with its pleasant surroundings and perhaps even furnished interiors. Shang Jiudi's eyes brightened. I think it's a good option. This area is quite tranquil. And the zombie sounds are less pronounced than elsewhere. That won't do, Chu Han interjected coldly, abruptly cutting off Shang Jiudi's suggestion. We need to find another spot, one further away from here. Why? Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao inquired in unison, their voices laced with confusion. Chen Xiaoya, instinctively obeying Chu Han's command, began to turn the vehicle down another road, a testament to his loyalty. Chu Han glanced at the rearview mirror, an enigmatic glimmer flashing in his eyes, his voice chilling enough to send shivers down the spines of the two women. Zombies have heat sensitivity. The genetic makeup of zombies diverged significantly from that of humans. In addition to locating prey through sound and scent, their most alarming trait was their ability to detect warmth. They instinctively gravitated toward areas with higher concentrations of living beings, a phenomenon that often resulted in zombie hordes in the future. Sometimes, having a large crowd was not necessarily a boon. Luo Xiaoxiao's lollipop fell to the ground with a thud, while Shang Jiudi trembled, disbelief etched across her features. Heat sensitivity. You mean they can sense where humans are, or where food might be? Do you doubt it? Chu Han shot her a sidelong glance. The genetic structure of zombies held valuable research potential. Had humanity been able to comprehend the zombie species earlier, many tragedies might have been averted. Out of the 20 survivors at the onset of the apocalypse, less than half remained a year later. How do you know this? This can't be true. Shang Jiudi resisted, struggling to accept the implications. If this were indeed the case, they were ensnared in a profoundly terrifying environment. Keep driving. Find a supermarket, Chu Han commanded, already beginning to clean his iron axe, hoping to ensnare a group of zombies. This is impossible. How could this be? It defies reason. Shang Jiudi was ensnared in her limited perspective. Chu Han disregarded her emotional turmoil. His thoughts diverged significantly from those of contemporary humans. He had no concept of a rational world. In the apocalypse, notions of reason held no sway. The mere existence of zombies was absurd, yet here they were. This was reality. Half an hour later, the G-55 halted in front of a small to mid-sized supermarket. The entrance was tightly shut, the walls smeared with dark blood. However, several windows had been shattered, their glass adorned with the rotting flesh of zombies, some viscous remnants dripping to the ground. At least 100 zombies roamed the vicinity, entering and exiting the supermarket. The goods within lay strewn about, having been knocked over by the relentless throngs of the undead, yet the stock was plentiful, likely deterring humans from scavenging out of fear of the overwhelming zombie presence. No humans, only zombies. This is a prime location. We'll settle here. Chapter 48. Collapse Boss. Where do we stop? Young Master Chen cautiously maneuvered the vehicle, avoiding any sound. With so many zombies, how are they to handle the situation? Chu Han furrowed his brow and cast a glance at him. It's just a few hundred zombies. Why be so cautious? Charge in. What? Are you serious? Young Master Chen was taken aback. Drive straight in. Is that really the plan? Why not? Chu Han looked at him, perplexed. No, boss. Young Master Chen gulped nervously. I mean, I'm not afraid. Absolutely not. But can you at least tell me how we're going to do this? The supermarket is filled with zombies. Are we supposed to crash through the glass? What if we damage the goods inside? Chu Han frowned slightly, then suddenly barked out orders at a rapid pace. Step on the gas. Floor it. As he spoke, he seized the steering wheel from young Master Chen, abruptly turning it to position the vehicle directly toward the supermarket. Young Master Chen, loyal to Chu Han, didn't he have time to process the command before his foot slammed down on the accelerator? The G-55 surged forward violently, a powerful thrust propelling them ahead. In the back seat, Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao could only watch in shock as the vehicle sped into the chaos, their minds blank, their expressions frozen in fear. We're going to crash in. Young Master Chen shouted in panic, despite having fought alongside Chu Han before. Driving straight into a store teeming with zombies was a first for him. It was exhilarating and terrifying. The glass doors loomed closer. 1 meter, half a meter, 1 centimeter, bang. Shards of glass exploded in all directions as the massive off-roader crashed through, debris scattering everywhere, creating a scene akin to an explosion. Screech. The G-55 came to an abrupt halt. Get out, fight. Chu Han commanded succinctly. Young Master Chen and Shang Jiudi followed him out of the vehicle, slamming the door shut behind them. The urgency of battle left no room for Shang Jiudi's dissatisfaction with Chu Han's reckless behavior. Luo Xiaoxiao, too young for the front line, clutched an automatic rifle nervously within the car, still reeling from the earlier shock. Inside the supermarket, zombies occupied nearly a third of the space. Some had been struck down as the G-55 barreled in, but many more lunged toward the trio, ravenous for flesh, their hunger for fresh human meat long unsatisfied. Back against the vehicle to minimize exposure, Chu Han's calm voice echoed. At that moment, he swung his iron axe with force. Bang, bang, bang. 3 zombies' heads exploded simultaneously. Shang Jiudi pressed her back against the G-55, standing beside Chu Han. His strike had dispatched a zombie right in front of her, splattering its brains all over her recently cleaned clothes. This filthy man, she thought, glaring to her right, swinging her fire axe with vigor. She noted that with Chu Han handling most of the assaults, she only needed to focus on one direction. Given her skills, she felt no danger, even found it rather easy. Chu Han's combat techniques and timing were impeccable, maximizing their teamwork. Yet, she remained disgruntled. Couldn't he have given a heads up? His sudden actions were always so jarring. The sounds of battle echoed as more skulls shattered under their assault, zombies unable to approach the trio. Chu Han eliminated them before they even got close, leaving Shang Jiudi sometimes with seconds to spare before facing a foe. Luo Xiaoxiao, initially nervous in the car, had now lost her fear, happily enjoying a lollipop while curiously peering out to watch the fight. Brother Chu Han is amazing. Go, Brother Chu Han. The little girl cheered from inside the vehicle, her exuberance eliciting a particularly vivid expression from Shang Jiudi. The battle did not last long. The number of zombies in the supermarket was limited, and with Chu Han's machine-like prowess, soon the ground was littered with their corpses. Clang. Chu Han tossed the iron axe to the ground and called for young Master Qin to help him move the bodies. That was fast? Shang Jiudi gasped, finally able to relax and assess their surroundings. I remember there were hundreds of. Her voice trailed off as she stared in disbelief at the shattered glass door behind them. The G-55 had perfectly wedged itself in the doorway, blocking it entirely, the height of the vehicle cleverly aligned with the overhead beam, leaving just enough space for a hand or a small leg to squeeze through. A multitude of zombies clawed desperately at the door, their emaciated arms distorting as they tried to push through, but they could not enter. Even some had broken their arms in the attempt. In essence, Chu Han had ingeniously created a defensible position, using the towering vehicle to keep the horde at bay. Shang Jiudi stood there, astonished, her mind racing. Make way. Chu Han's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. She instinctively stepped aside into a corner, her gaze fixed on him. Shang Jiudi struggled to articulate her feelings. Surprise? Admiration? Confusion? Had he calculated all of this in advance? Boss is incredible. Following him means prosperity. Brother Chu Han is so great. Luo Xiaoxiao leaped from the car, disregarding the dirt on Chu Han, and immediately threw herself at him. You're amazing. The little girl's adoration left Shang Jiudi feeling utterly defeated, on the verge of tears. This man was simply too much. She had known Luo Xiaoxiao for so long, yet the girl had never shown her such admiration, often criticizing her for being weak. It was truly infuriating how some people could eclipse others so effortlessly. Chapter 49. She was devoured by her own mother. The supermarket was in disarray and filth. Shelves lay scattered across the floor, while numerous packages of snacks had been crushed underfoot by the zombies. The contents spilled out, mingling with the putrid flesh that had fallen from the undead, forming a grotesque, viscous mass that was trampled into a thick layer on the ground, making it treacherously slippery. Shang Jiudi called out to young Master Qin to assist in the cleanup, both drenched in sweat after exhausting several mops. Meanwhile, Chu Han was meticulously inspecting the supermarket for any overlooked zombies, as well as the crucial matter of food. The supermarket boasted an abundance of provisions. Aside from a few broken cans and some damaged goods, many items remained intact, their outer filth not detracting from the deliciousness within. Luo Xiaoxiao trailed behind him like a little shadow, trotting to keep pace with Chu Han while continuously rummaging through the undisturbed shelves. Despite her cheerful demeanor, she remained vigilant, her automatic rifle firmly gripped in her hands. Weapons were never to be set aside, a principle Chu Han had instilled in her. The supermarket had 2 doors, the main entrance they had smashed through and a rear door that was securely locked. The distant growls of zombies echoed from outside, making it difficult for them to ascertain the safety behind that door. I'll take a look, Chu Han declared, brandishing an axe as he moved forward. Luo Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment but resolutely followed him, her rifle still at the ready. Chu Han did not object in this world. A 12-year-old child could stand on her own. Regardless of Luo Xiaoxiao's noble status, he treated her with equality. She needed to grow. Approaching the rear door silently, Chu Han extended his left hand to gently turn the knob. Click, click. It wouldn't budge. The door was locked from the other side. Is someone inside? He thought. Just then, A weak zombie groan emanated from within, accompanied by the sound of relentless pounding against the door. It turned out to be a solitary zombie, and fortunately, just that. The door was sturdy, yet it shook violently with each impact, as if it might give way at any moment. This zombie must have been ramming the door for quite a while, perhaps days or even weeks, truly persistent. With a dispassionate sigh, Chu Han lifted his axe, striking at the lock with precision. With a resounding crack, the door swung open, revealing a storage room. The zombie inside lunged at him frantically. Its decaying flesh had nearly eroded to expose its skeletal structure, yet its hunger for flesh remained unabated. Its face was unrecognizable, sunken cheeks and bulging eyes resembling white ping-pong balls, accompanied by the characteristic pus of the undead. Its lips had vanished, leaving behind a gaping maw filled with jagged, beastly teeth. The only remnant of its former humanity was a tattered dress, hinting it had once been a woman. The ravenous creature charged forward, eager to devour. Chu Han, devoid of emotion, swung his axe with force, obliterating the zombie's head. This undead had likely been famished for a long time, its bodily fluids concentrated, yielding less and stickier brain matter than usual. Counting yet another point added to his tally, Chu Han stepped inside, with Luo Xiaoxiao closely following. Suddenly, he halted, spinning around to cover Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes with his relatively clean left hand. After this instinctive action, he froze, questioning why he felt such a protective urge for the little girl. He feared for her emotional well-being, terrified she might be traumatized or frightened, or even cry. Did he truly wish to shield her? Not only Luo Xiaoxiao, he felt this instinctive compulsion to protect Shang Jiudi and young Master Chen as well. Was loyalty truly reciprocal? The thought flickered momentarily before Chu Han felt the dampness of Luo Xiaoxiao's lashes against his palm. I saw it. She trembled, her voice quivering. Gently, she pushed his hand aside, her eyes reddened as they fixated on the gruesome sight before them. It was a human skeleton, stripped clean, hardly recognizable as remnants of a child, with several broken bones. The rib cage had been violently torn apart, and delicate neck bones were shattered. The bones from hands and toes lay scattered, resembling chewed-up delicacies, while the skull was cracked, clear bite marks evident. The brain matter had been licked clean, leaving only the corners, tainted with a revolting hue that would haunt their memories forever. Surrounding the area were long strands of hair, matted with a viscous substance that could only be blood or rotting flesh, alongside torn scraps of fabric, a once pink dress, indicative of a little girl, likely of the same age as Luo Xiaoxiao. She had been devoured by her own mother. Chu Han recalled the first time he encountered Luo Xiaoxiao clad in a pink, frilly dress, reminiscent of the one lying on the ground. Let us go find Chen Pongzi, he decided, unwilling to let Luo Xiaoxiao linger in this horrific place. Clang, clang. The sound of irregular thuds echoed, causing Chu Han to look up. It was the protective iron door being battered by passing zombies. The streets outside were teeming with them. But fortunately, they could not enter. The storage room was vast, filled with stacks of goods, and a truck stood in the center, its white body smeared with the thick, dark muck from the previous zombies' decaying flesh. After Luo Xiaoxiao stepped away, Chu Han sighed and found a box, placing the little girl's skeleton inside. He then moved the zombie's body as well, determined to cleanse the nearly intact storage room. Despite his own uncertainty as to why he would waste time on such a task, he simply wished for Luo Xiaoxiao not to witness it any longer. Chapter 50. The Pervert with a resounding clap. Zhou Shuli triumphantly tossed his cards aside, his face alight with pride. Haha, boss, it's you again. Someone nearby began to flatter him. Brother Zhou is truly formidable. At his side stood a woman named Zhang Kaixian, originally a striking white-collar worker, yet now exuding an unpleasant odor. Despite her efforts to groom herself, her hair clung to her scalp as if soaked in oil. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, she had fallen to the status of a teen prostitute, ultimately becoming Zhou Shuli's exclusive woman due to her beauty and figure. Zhou Shuli accepted a cigarette from her, taking a deep drag before exhaling the smoke onto Zhang Kaixian's chest, eliciting a fit of giggles from her, despite her revealing a set of yellowed, grimy teeth. He frowned slightly, feeling a tinge of displeasure. These women were truly filthy, diminishing the pleasure of their encounters. Once a mere tire changer, he had never imagined his lackluster existence would transform so dramatically, becoming the leader of a group in this sudden apocalypse. Women like Zhang Kaixian were once beyond his wildest dreams, yet now he wielded power at will, discarding them as he pleased. Oh no, not merely exchanging one for another. Every woman in the group belonged to him. Others merely played with the remnants of his possessions, summoned and dismissed at his whim. Even future survivors would be at his mercy, for he could choose freely among them. The world had suddenly been inundated with refugees, devoid of food and weapons. Yet he possessed both. This was his advantage. He could command these people to scavenge for sustenance, which they would then surrender to him. He need not confront the zombies, merely enjoying the spoils of their labor. He should be grateful for his fortune. He had stumbled upon an airdrop package, and he alone and the entire crew possessed a firearm. Disobedience would result in death. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from outside, shattering the tranquility of the night and interrupting the revelry within the room. What is happening? The group sprang into action, extinguishing all lights and gathering at the window. Their expressions soon morphed into a tableau of intrigue. A rugged vehicle had careened into a supermarket in the distance, the headlights extinguished, plunging the scene into silence. Damn it! Zhou Shuli shoved those around him aside, fixated on the view outside. He had long coveted that supermarket. His crew was utterly useless at finding decent food. He was weary of the meager instant noodles and stale biscuits. He yearned for meat, and that market held plenty, ham and rice. Yet, the streets were teeming with zombies, deterring him from approaching. Previously, he had coerced a 10-member team to attempt a raid. All perished, devoured before his eyes, their gruesome fate seared into his memory. Thank heavens he hadn't acted impulsively, letting others take the fall. Still, he could not relinquish the idea of that supermarket, planning to seize it at the opportune moment. But he hadn't anticipated a vehicle crashing inside. Had it damaged any food? The distance obscured his view. Apart from the initial deafening impact, he discerned nothing further. Dead. Zhou Shuli smirked arrogantly. They must be dead. Zhang Kaixian sneered openly. With so many zombies lurking, we wouldn't dare approach. How many could fit in that SUV? They must be finished. Dare you call me coward? Zhou Shuli's grip tightened around Zhang Saichuan's neck. He was acutely aware of the discontent simmering among them. Yet what did it matter? He wielded a gun. There was no need for him to face the undead directly, and they feared him enough to comply. However, he could not abide being labeled as timid. That was a blow to his pride. Zhang Saichuan's words pleased him, particularly the last remark. Indeed, a smirk curled his lips as he pressed Zhang Kaixian's face against his waist. Tomorrow, we shall investigate the commotion. I fancy that vehicle. It must have been smuggled in, right? At the crack of dawn, Chu Han scrutinized the map of the city through the gap of the window, noting the layout of streets and residential buildings, essential information. With this foundational knowledge, he could analyze the density of zombie hordes to select the safest route. A well-prepared approach was crucial for venturing into the city center. Young Master Chen busied himself loading provisions into the truck, as they anticipated spending considerable time traversing the city center. However, this stronghold was vital, as they would need to pass through here when departing from the city. Thus, G55 remained as the gatekeeper. I have no desire to search for 13. She may already be dead. Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly fumed, her petite frame curled upon a chair, fingers fidgeting with an automatic rifle. Shang Jiudi, occupied with organizing supplies, frowned but ultimately offered a reluctant retort. We are still alive. How could she have perished? The sentence faltered abruptly, her expression shifting to one of unease and distaste. What is wrong with her? Chu Han inquired, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Shang Jiudi. If this companion they sought posed a threat, it would be wise to avoid unnecessary risks. The apocalypse was a grim reality, and risking their lives for a fractured relationship was foolish. Had it not been for his admiration of Luo Xiaoxiao's fierce lineage, he would have dismissed such an endeavor entirely. After all, he had no acquaintance with the woman known as 13. That woman is a pervert. Luo Xiaoxiao spat vehemently, her face contorted with disdain. I loathe her. A pervert? This revelation startled Chu Han. A woman, a young woman, who inspired such trepidation in Shang Jiudi must belong to a privileged lineage. He had anticipated descriptors like spoiled or domineering. Yet the term pervert had not crossed his mind. How could a woman embody such a label? Chapter 51. A place of my choosing. The confusion in Chu Han's eyes was palpable. He could not fathom what manner of woman that 13 could be, capable of evoking such a complex array of emotions in both the elder and the younger women. It was well known that both Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao were unlike any other women. They were brazen, audacious, and unafraid of the undead. Unlike the fragile women who cowered in fear, even young Master Chen, a man, did not possess their fortitude. As he had accepted the apocalypse and actively resisted it from the very first moment, a feat not easily accomplished. The thought of another woman, one who could simultaneously perplex these two extraordinary individuals, piqued Chu Han's curiosity. Boss, it's ready. Young Master Chen entered, drenched in sweat, clutching a half-eaten sausage. His expression was one of excitement. Despite his fear, he suddenly found exhilaration in following his leader. This new life was a stark contrast to the previous 20 years, fulfilling and thrilling, offering a sense of safety that emboldened him. With Chu Han by his side, he feared nothing. Zombies? They are mere nuisances. I can crush them with ease. A smile crept across Chu Han's face as his gaze swept over Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao. His voice was steady yet powerful. He was the cornerstone, the spiritual leader of this team. Let us depart. Time to retrieve 13. With a loud screech, the iron door of the warehouse was pulled open. Shun and Luo Xiaoxiao waited inside the truck, laden with supplies, while Chu Han and Shang Jiudi surged forward. The number of zombies outside was significant, and this truck was not as sturdy as the G55. It could easily be dented or even overturned under the pressure of the undead. Thus, Chu Han resolved to clear the way himself. He glanced at Shang Jiudi, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, puzzling over why she insisted on accompanying him. Young Master Chun remained at the wheel, ready to follow Chu Han and Shang Jiudi once they had cleared the path. The zombies, a new breed, also required rest. It was morning, and their numbers were fewer than at night. Many had not yet reacted, merely shuffling toward the sounds they heard. Are you capable? Chu Han asked, his concern evident as he looked at Shang Jiudi. With a scowl, she bit her lip. How dare he underestimate her? In an instant, she lunged forward, her fire axe raised high as she struck at the nearest zombie with ferocious blows. Black blood splattered, staining the ground, some brain matter even hitting her face, which she wiped away with determination before swinging again. Her vigorous movements showcased her figure, accentuated by her tight attire, her long legs positioned with precision, eliciting a rush of blood to the head for onlookers. Chu Han suddenly felt a surge of joy. Provoking this woman seemed to provide him with amusement. Yet, her skills were indeed commendable, though she had yet to adapt to the brutality of this new world. He pondered whether he should allow her to take a life. Not far from the supermarket, a group led by Zhou Shuli peered from a window, observing the scene outside. The loud clanging of the iron door drew their attention, and their expressions were a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. The street scene was surreal. A man and woman stood by a slowly departing white truck, presumably from the supermarket. The road was narrow, and the surrounding zombies appeared lethargic, unable to mount any defense against the two, leaving behind a trail of shattered skulls and splattered brain matter. How is this possible? Zhou Shuli thought, clenching his fists. How can their combat prowess be so formidable? Why do they appear unfazed by the zombies that terrify ordinary people? They are not inside the vehicle. They are attacking directly. His gaze narrowed as he observed Chu Han and the others, noting their cleanliness, their clothing, hair, and skin pristine amidst the chaos. Do they have an ample water supply? Or have they utilized the supermarket's resources? Those are mine. They have stolen what belongs to me. Damn it! Zhou Shuli cursed loudly, gripping his automatic rifle tightly. He yearned to take action. The commotion from the previous night had resulted in no casualties. His eyes darkened as he watched Chu Han and the truck, realizing they had acquired food from the supermarket. No, that is mine. He leaned forward, desperate to discern the identities of the two below, his expression twisting with rage and frustration. Those supplies were rightfully his. He had merely hesitated due to fear of the zombies. Yet, within mere days, others had seized what he had intended to claim. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Shuli struck the railing repeatedly, releasing his pent-up frustration. Zhou Ge, what should we do? Our food has been stolen. Zhang Caishuan's voice interrupted, laced with resentment. We should have gone earlier. If we had, we wouldn't have lost everything inside. Silence. Zhou Shuli spun to slap Zhang Caishuan across the face, his voice a low growl. You don't get to lecture me. Believe me. I could end you with a single shot, you wretched woman. Zhang Caishuan held her face, dirt and oil from neglect staining her features. Zhou Shuli's unexpected slap left her cheeks swollen and bruised, her already disheveled hair now in even worse disarray, emanating a foul odor. Describing her as disheveled would be an understatement. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension, astonished. That woman is surprisingly beautiful. Woman? Zhou Shuli's attention shifted instantly, fixating on Shang Jiudi, clad in her black attire. She was indeed stunning, with porcelain skin and waist-length hair neatly tied back, immaculate and striking, exuding an air of sophistication. Her figure was remarkable, a stark contrast to the filth of the apocalypse. How had she maintained such an appearance in this grim reality? She was utterly captivating. Now, that was what a woman should be. Chapter 52. On what grounds in the small building, The eyes of all the men ignited with a fierce intensity. There were numerous women present, at least a dozen, yet none possessed the exquisite beauty, alluring figure, and pristine skin akin to Shang Jiudi. At that moment, Zhang Kaixian called out again, Zhou Gu, they are leaving. The food is about to be taken away. Zhou Shuli, who had been transfixed, was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Kaixian. Upon seeing the filthy woman before him once more, an overwhelming nausea surged within him. How had he ever been able to engage with such a woman? It was utterly infuriating. Suddenly, a cloud of gloom enveloped Zhou Shuli as he witnessed Shang Jiudi dispatching a zombie. Oblivious to her own captivating allure, she turned to Chu Han. Raising her chin with a radiant, flamboyant smile, sunlight illuminating her face and revealing a few pearly white teeth. Damn it! A profound anger and jealousy blossomed within Zhou Shuli. Who was this man? On what grounds did the women beside him possess such beauty and cleanliness while he was surrounded by such detritus? The stench of those filthy women was nearly suffocating. Furious, Zhou Shuli glared at Chu Han, who was busy slaying zombies below. The latter possessed everything while he had nothing. Even the supplies from the supermarket had been snatched away by this rogue. How was this fair? At the entrance of the supermarket, Chu Han and Shang Jiudi swiftly dealt with the zombies obstructing their path. Their method was methodical. As long as the zombies were not clustered together, their scattered presence posed no threat. After all, zombies lacked the capacity for thought or strategy. They did not comprehend that numbers equated to strength. The score in the rebirth system had reached 478. Boss, get in. Young Master Qin had driven up, speeding past Chu Han and Shang Jiudi. Does that fat fool not know how to slow down? Shang Jiudi exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Although the road was cleared, numerous zombies still lurked nearby, obstructing her ascent. Before she could process her emotions further, a large hand suddenly encircled her waist. The car door remained firmly shut. Upon seeing Chu Han and Shang Jiudi approach, young Master Qin wasted no time. He pressed the accelerator and sped off. Let go of me, you scoundrel. The woman blushed furiously. Chu Han felt the soft warmth of her body against his thigh, his hand resting on Shang Jiudi's waist. Where her figure was devoid of excess flesh, her abdomen flat, and he could sense the smooth skin beneath her clothing. Let go of you? Chu Han's lips curved into a teasing smile. Without warning, he flung open the car door, the wind rushing past them as he tilted Shang Jiudi's body outward, allowing her to experience the thrill for a few seconds. Her face turned pale, and she fell silent, her body becoming still. He then closed the door. His tone laced with mockery. Are you certain you wish to be released? Shang Jiudi's emotions were tumultuous. She turned her head away, refusing to speak to Chu Han. Unfortunately, sitting on his lap, the rhythmic thump of his heart and breath was impossible to ignore. In truth, Chu Han had little choice. As the truck approached, young Master Qin had opened the door immediately, and he had simply embraced Shang Jiudi and hopped in. The intimate position was somewhat ambiguous. Yet the truck only accommodated the driver and passenger seats, while Luo Xiaoxiao was in the rear cargo area. He could hardly toss her onto the roof. He believed that would only infuriate her further. The inhabitants of the small building watched helplessly as the white truck sped away. The food inside was rightfully theirs, and they coveted that woman as well. Her voice was unrestrained, loud enough to draw the attention of the zombies outside, panic swiftly spreading among the occupants of the building. Unlike Chu Han, they lacked battle experience and were fearful of the undead. Otherwise, they would not have been holed up here without daring to seize the supermarket. Are you seeking death? Do you wish to attract the zombies? Pull that mad woman down. The clattering sounds of chaos erupted as Zhou Shuli's expression twisted into a snarl. He glared at the foul, raving woman before him, his voice a guttural growl from the depths of hell. Tear her mouth open. Tear it open? The onlookers were perplexed. Blood will draw the zombies. I want to lure the zombies. Zhou Shuli spat vehemently. He no longer wished to keep this woman alive. Using a living person to divert the zombies was her final utility. Woo woo woo. Zhang Kaixian cried out in terror, but she was swiftly silenced, forcefully dragged downstairs. Downstairs, there were approximately 50 individuals. Aside from the select core members chosen by Zhou Shuli, the remainder were refugees confined in the cramped rooms below. Indeed, they were refugees, as Zhou Shuli referred to them. This exemplified the advantage of the strong. Zhou Shuli intended to seize 80% of the food, leaving only 20% for these individuals. Though discontented, they were powerless to protest. Zhou Shuli wielded a gun and never hesitated to use it. Those who had dared to resist in the past met with swift execution, their corpses used to lure away a horde of zombies. Zhou Shuli descended the stairs with his core members, kicking Zhang Kaixian down, her body thudding against the steps. The disheveled crowd below cast puzzled glances, devoid of compassion. Merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Wasn't this woman Zhou Shuli's favorite? Had he grown weary of her? With a gun slung over his shoulder, Zhou Shuli strode towards the group with the demeanor of a cinematic crime lord, commanding with a firm tone, "Listen. Today we are going to cross the street and seize that supermarket." He had observed that Chu Han and his companions had nearly cleared the zombies, and the truck could not carry away all the supplies. There must still be plenty remaining in the supermarket. He could no longer remain idle. Half of the food had already been pilfered, and he felt as though his heart were bleeding. Simultaneously, he harbored deep resentment towards Chu Han and the others. Having taken all the food without so much as a word, they could at least have eradicated all the zombies. Leaving behind half was unacceptable. If they were to kill, they should finish the job, forcing him to intervene himself. Chapter 53. The unexpected incident. A group of individuals, fully equipped, slowly departed from the residential building, making their way towards the street. In the finest Hummer, Zhou Shuli and his confidants occupied the seats, while others dispersed among various vehicles. At the rear of one pickup truck, a long rope was attached to an iron hook, binding a person. That person was Zhang Kaxian. She was tightly restrained, her hands and feet bound, her lips cruelly torn from the center to the roots of her ears, exposing her complete oral cavity and gums. The ruptured skin revealed protruding veins and fat, her appearance reminiscent of a tortured zombie, albeit with blood as red as crimson. Drops of blood trickled from her mouth, staining the path beneath her as she was dragged along, her skin abrasively scraped against the concrete. "Help!" Zhang Kaixin screamed, her voice distorted by the laceration of her lips, creating an eerie resonance in the desolate street, where only zombies roamed. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately shook her head, pleading towards the men in the truck's cabin behind her, but her muffled words fell on deaf ears. The vehicle ahead maintained its relentless pace, the pickup dragging Zhang Kaixin in an opposite direction, slowly circling the street, indifferent to the anguished cries emanating from the woman behind. The scent of blood attracted the zombies. Drawn by the alluring sounds, one by one they staggered towards the scene, gathering in increasing numbers until nearly the entire street was filled with the undead. They licked and savored the blood and remnants of flesh that Zhang Kaixin left behind on the ground, leaving no trace unconsumed, before rising again to pursue her further, forming a dense tide of zombies. Zhou Shuli, observing this spectacle from a distance in his Hummer, felt a surge of unease. He was not accustomed to direct encounters with the undead. Zhang Caixuan's words rang true. He was cowardly, yet he held significant power. A grimace crossed his face as he spat on the ground beside him. "So what if I'm timid? I have no need to act personally. I possess many to utilize. Just as I do now. Even if I lack the courage to confront zombies, I can divert these mindless creatures and obtain what I desire." He was not a brute. He could employ strategy. These fools. "Help! Let me go! Let me go!" Zhang Kaixin cried out desperately. The horde of zombies behind her numbered in the hundreds and continued to grow, as pieces of her flesh were ground into the pavement, creating a long trail of crimson. Occasionally, a few swift zombies would leap forward, biting her toes and gnawing voraciously. She witnessed her own flesh being devoured by the zombies. Her own flesh, her bones. She was still alive. Those zombies were consuming her. "Help! Let me up! Let me up!" She shouted in desperation towards the men in the truck. Yet the occupants remained indifferent to her pleas. "Is it about time?" one of them inquired. "It's about time. The zombies have been drawn over. Let us change direction and lead them all away." "Damn, this woman is revolting. I can't believe I once fantasized about her." Another chimed in. "You have a peculiar taste. However, that long-haired girl is indeed beautiful." Listening to their unrestrained remarks, despair enveloped Zhang Kaixin. She wished for death rather than to witness her own consumption by zombies. As the pickup truck turned to lead the swarm of zombies away from the street, the undead around the supermarket were completely diverted. Zhou Shuli, simultaneously, drove towards the scene, his anticipation palpable. The two groups diverged, growing ever distant. The pickup truck carefully controlled its speed, gradually luring all the zombies away until they vanished from sight, leaving the area in complete silence. "Is this the place?" One person in the truck scanned the surroundings. It was an upscale residential area, and if it were in civilized times, the price per square meter would equate to several years of their wages. Most importantly, it was serene, devoid of the zombies' howls. "How did we not discover such a splendid location before?" one exclaimed, eyes gleaming. "Hey, why not suggest to Brother Zhou that we stay here tonight? That sounds splendid. I've never been in a place like this. Damn, now I can live anywhere." No. Zhang Kaixian suddenly screamed, her voice piercing. Kill me! Kill me! She shouted vehemently, refusing to witness her own flesh being devoured. Hey! The men in the pickup truck were exhilarated. Scream even louder. Attract the zombies. Haha. A dagger severed the rope binding her. As she was abruptly halted, she barely had time to scream before the eager horde of zombies descended upon her, completely engulfing her, rendering her invisible even to her hair. The sheer mass of zombies quickly tore at her flesh, bones and entrails flung into the air as blood sprayed everywhere. A chaotic struggle ensued as the horde fought over her remains. The pickup continued its journey forward while a sudden silence fell upon the occupants in the back. A sense of unease washed over them. The number of zombies seemed excessive. They couldn't recall having drawn in so many. The zombies around the supermarket had been far fewer. Look over there. A terrified voice exclaimed. Ah, another screamed in panic. Just beside the pickup, countless zombies surged forth from a high-end residential area, once quiet, now teeming with the undead. How had they not noticed? Why was there no sound? My God. They had just been contemplating staying here tonight. The soundproofing had muffled the zombies' howls but could not mask the scent of fresh blood. They sensed it, invigoratingly fresh. Suddenly, the pickup lurched to a halt, the inertia causing those standing in the back to tumble forward, crashing to the ground with a series of thuds. The zombies at the rear and sides lunged forward, drawn by the scent of human flesh. Panic ensued, screams erupted. The earth-shattering roars of the zombies echoed in their ears as they felt their skin ripped apart. The horrifying sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed around them. The zombies feasted on everything, viciously tearing into their bellies. In front, the driver shouted in terror, "There are zombies everywhere." A tide of corpses. Chapter 54. The orphanage and ill-timed decision in the wrong place led to the annihilation of the group, leaving them no chance to escape. A horde of zombies suddenly emerged, devouring them mercilessly. Unlike Chu Han, who hailed from the future and possessed foresight, these individuals were oblivious to the impending doom, which served as the catalyst for their demise. While it was indeed possible to lure zombies away using living bait, the magnitude of the horde was beyond their control. A single misstep could summon a deadly tide of the undead. This neighborhood was precisely the location Chu Han had cautiously avoided the previous night. His instincts had proven correct. The area was teeming with zombies, and these unfortunate souls had effectively drawn them out, resulting in a massive gathering of the infected. The entrance of the community had transformed into a veritable ocean of zombies, their numbers densely filling the streets as they consumed their prey before aimlessly shuffling onward in search of more food. At the entrance of a supermarket, Zhou Shuli and his companions parked their vehicle. Outside lay an eerie silence, devoid of any zombies, an oasis of safety. A proud expression graced Zhou Shuli's face. A correct decision had diverted hundreds of zombies, allowing them safe passage into the supermarket to procure food and water, a source of immense satisfaction for him. Brother Zhou, you are truly impressive, his companions lauded, their flattery ringing in his ears. Zhou Shuli, brimming with arrogance, hefted his automatic rifle and boldly entered the store. Inside, the supermarket had been surprisingly well maintained. Though the shelves were disarrayed, most items remained intact, and an abundance of food awaited, including meat. With a swift motion, he tore open a package, ravenously stuffing the delicious beef jerky into his mouth, savoring its exquisite flavor. With a gulp, he swallowed it whole and continued to gorge himself, opening bottles of mineral water and drinking greedily. The sound of tearing packages echoed throughout as others rushed in, driven by hunger and urgency, tearing into the food with wild abandon after a prolonged period of deprivation. Suddenly, a faint puff of smoke issued from an automatic rifle equipped with a suppressor. One man collapsed, a crimson stain seeping from his abdomen, still clutching a half-eaten duck wing. Though not yet dead, he emitted sounds of shock and panic, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Zhou Shuli, who approached him with a menacing demeanor. Zhou Shuli stepped forward, placing a boot on the man's face, his cheeks bulging with food as he chewed. Without hesitation, he leveled his firearm at the man's head. The next moment was punctuated by a spray of blood. The abrupt violence froze everyone in the supermarket. Chewing on their food, their expressions morphed into horror and disbelief. Murder? Why? They wondered. Listen, Zhou Shuli commanded, finishing the last bite of his beef jerky. He raised his weapon, surveying the crowd, relishing the fear he instilled in them. Without my permission, no one is to touch anything in this supermarket. Everything here belongs to me. With that declaration, he fired several shots into the ceiling, the deafening noise causing the others to scatter in fright, some even dropping to their knees in supplication, promising never to touch the food again. The supermarket descended into chaos. a scene of disarray. Heh. Zhou Shuli laughed triumphantly, indulging in his feast before the trembling crowd, unrefined and unabashed. Crumbs littered the floor, yet he felt no remorse. There was plenty of food to spare, and no one dared to contest his claim. As evening approached, with the sun still lingering on the horizon, Chu Han and his companions had spent the entire day inching closer to the city center. The streets were infested with zombies, forcing them to navigate detours. Their progress was commendable, thanks to his timely and apt route selection. Otherwise, they could have faced total disaster. Do you know the exact location? Chu Han inquired, turning to the two women in the back of the vehicle. How can you be certain that someone named Shang is in the city center? Shang Jiudi had already found a moment to recline in the back. As Chu Han spoke to her, she recalled the earlier encounter when she had sat on his lap. Damn, this man has a certain charm, she thought, feeling an unexpected flutter in her heart. Noticing Shang Jiudi's silence, Chu Han shifted his attention to Luo Xiaoxiao. The latter appeared reluctant to discuss the matter, her small face scrunched in discomfort. She pointed to the map in Chu Han's hand. There is an orphanage. An orphanage? Chu Han exclaimed in surprise. Why would it be in an orphanage? What is the true identity of this woman named Shang? Chimpanzee turned left at her cue. Chu Han refrained from pressing further. The two women clearly wished to keep their thoughts private, and questioning them further would yield no answers. His curiosity about Shang, however, only deepened. The truck rolled onward, revealing a harrowing scene outside. Debris strewn about, newspapers and books swirling in the air, insects and rodents scurrying about. The remnants of the fallen lay scattered, bones stripped clean, their hair splayed out like a grotesque halo. 3 hours later, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and Mr. Chen drove with utmost caution, fatigue evident in his demeanor, yet they remained vigilant. Night had fallen, and an unknown light flickered in Chu Han's eyes. The orphanage should be nearby, though the darkness made it difficult to locate. There it is. Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly pointed toward a small courtyard not far away. A crooked sign hung above, mostly destroyed but unmistakably marking the orphanage. This orphanage appeared modest and unremarkable. Its dilapidated structure hard to reconcile with the connections of someone like Luo Xiaoxiao to a figure like Shang. No zombies? Is there really someone here? A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Han. It was illogical for an orphanage to be devoid of zombies. Let us go in, Shang Jiudi said, stepping out of the vehicle with determination, gripping her gun tightly as she strode forward, her expression anxious. In moments of tension, one must find ways to relax. In times of worry, one should offer comfort, and in moments of joy, one must not forget to bless oneself. Chapter 55. It is actually her. Chu Han felt an urge to call out to Shang Jiudi, urging her to wait. For the surroundings were entirely unfamiliar and the situation rather peculiar. Yet, at that moment, Luo Xiaoxiao abruptly leaped from the vehicle, clutching her automatic rifle. Her expression equally anxious as she began to run. What was happening? Wasn't Luo Xiaoxiao averse to that 13? Chu Han was utterly astonished. And the growing questions in his mind intensified. The demeanor of these two towards the woman they had never met was exceedingly bizarre. He glanced at the building before him, which loomed ominously in the night, illuminated by a bizarre crimson moon overhead, casting an aura of death upon the area. The ancient walls were smeared with grotesque black blood, and the climbing ivy had morphed into withered branches that clung to the walls. The entire place exuded an eerie atmosphere. Young Master Chen cautiously parked the car, positioning the front towards the exit as per Chu Han's instruction. He sensed that the orphanage harbored secrets, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they could make a swift escape. Let us go, Chu Han whispered to young Master Chen, gripping his axe tightly as he took the lead. Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao were nowhere to be seen, leaving Chu Han and young Master Chen to search for them with the aid of a flashlight. Upon entering the orphanage, they found themselves in a vast hall, which appeared desolate. The colorful puzzle pieces scattered across the floor mixed with decaying flesh, rendering their original forms indistinguishable. The furniture lay in disarray, with broken wooden table legs strewn about, and the walls were smeared with a dark substance that could have been either human or zombie blood. In the corners, numerous toys lay abandoned, and a white doll's face was smeared with blood. There were no zombies, nor any human remains. Yet everything in the hall suggested that a fierce battle had once taken place here. Skipping the first floor, Chu Han and young Master Chen ascended the staircase. For the orphanage was small, comprising only 2 levels, with all the rooms situated on the second floor. Logically, they should have heard even the slightest sound. Yet an unsettling silence enveloped the place. It seemed as though Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao had vanished into thin air. Upon reaching the second floor, they found themselves in a corridor devoid of light, flanked by 2 large rooms filled with bunk beds intended for children. However, each room was filthy and chaotic, with bloodstains adorning the sheets. Chu Han noticed a toe bone on one of the beds, belonging to a child of no more than 8 years. It was evident that children had once turned into zombies in this place. After briefly scanning the area with the flashlight, Chu Han pressed onward to the last room. Its door firmly shut. He had no idea what lay within, but he was certain that Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao, whom he had seen enter, must be inside. Yet, why was there no sound from them? As he approached the door, Chu Han halted, his caution heightening young Master Chen's anxiety, his heart racing to an alarming rhythm. Boss? They wouldn't have been eaten, would they? Young Master Chen's words caused Chu Han to pause in his action of opening the door. Eaten? By whom? Chu Han felt a disconnect with young Master Chen's train of thought. Young Master Chen gulped nervously, fixating on the door before them. He dared not speak further, feeling that his previous utterance had shattered the eerie silence in a most unsettling manner. Creak. The door handle turned. At the sound, young Master Chen's rotund body quivered thrice, his flesh jiggling. Meanwhile, Chu Han had already stepped inside. Young Master Chen stared at Chu Han's retreating figure, then glanced around at the hauntingly strange environment. Hastening to follow him, it was undoubtedly safer beside his leader. The eerie crimson moonlight filtered through the clean glass windows, reflecting upon the polished floor tiles, illuminating the room rather than casting it into darkness. It was spacious yet disordered, with various items strewn about, though it appeared much cleaner than the rest of the orphanage, as if the floor had been wiped down. Directly opposite stood an aging desk, its paint peeling, cluttered with documents and books, while 2 tall bookshelves flanked the walls. The white curtains had been completely torn down, haphazardly discarded on the floor. Chu Han switched off the flashlight, quietly observing the scene before him. Ah, ghost, ghost. Young Master Chen suddenly screamed, his fear overwhelming him as he hurriedly sought refuge behind Chu Han. Chu Han rolled his eyes. What ghosts? Before him stood either a zombie or a human. Shoo! Luo Xiaoxiao shot a fierce glare at young Master Chen, cursing him under her breath. Shang Jiudi cast a similar menacing look at young Master Chen, but soon turned her anxious gaze ahead. There, before them, sat a woman, or perhaps a female zombie. She wore a white dress, her skin unnaturally smooth and clean, her bare feet delicate and exquisite, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest. Her slender back leaned against the desk, her long black hair cascading down to obscure much of her form. With her head bowed, she buried her face in her knees. Her arms casually draped over them, concealing her visage, while droplets of liquid fell from her hands, pooling on the floor beside her. It was black blood. Her palms were stained with blood and rotting flesh, devoid of any visible skin. Chu Han's gaze lingered on the woman's hands, furrowing his brow. Her skin was pale, almost ghostly, and under the dim light of night, he struggled to discern whether she was human or zombie. 13? Suddenly, Shang Jiudi's voice emerged softly, a tone he had never heard her use before, gentle and cautious. Will you come with us? Upon hearing Shang Jiudi's voice, the woman in the white dress moved mechanically, her fingers tapping rhythmically. This motion instantly put young Master Chen on high alert. The mechanical nature of her movement resembled that of a long-dormant machine. This person was undoubtedly a zombie. Was this girl truly 13? Chu Han was taken aback, referring to her as a girl only because she appeared quite young, perhaps only 17. Sitting alone in this lifeless orphanage, Chu Han felt a pang of compassion for her. Not leaving? Shang Jiudi appeared troubled, glancing at Chu Han before cautiously stepping forward, intending to persuade her. Shang Jiudi's movement seemed to provoke 13. As if an intruder had entered her domain, she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes as cold as ice, her voice chilling to the bone. Get out. As Chu Han beheld the exquisite beauty of the girl raising her head, he trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be her? It was indeed her. Chapter 56. We meet again. Get lost. She reprimanded, her eyes devoid of any warmth. Although her voice was melodious, it was as cold as a mechanical synthesis. Shang Jiudi, once a flamboyant woman, found herself frozen in place upon hearing Shirsan's sharp rebuke, her body rigid with fear, a sensation she had never experienced even in the presence of the domineering Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao, in a desperate attempt to conceal herself in the shadows, strove to diminish her presence, her petite form trembling uncontrollably. Both women were engulfed in fear. Young Master Chen observed the situation with perplexity. To him, the zombies seemed far more frightening. Before him sat a lonely young girl, waiting for rescue, her plight evoking pity rather than fear. With this thought, he rushed forward. leaving Chu Han no time to intervene. Chu Han's hand froze in midair, her expression a mix of astonishment and dread. As Chen advanced, he gently addressed Shursan, little sister. There's no need to be afraid. We are here. Ah. His loud scream, laced with panic, erupted from him, causing him to stumble backward. Tears and saliva spilling forth as his trembling finger pointed at the desk behind the girl. Ah. By heavens! Luo Xiaoxiao cursed, unable to suppress a face bomb. This fool was beyond saving. The girl behind the desk, was she a monster or a demon? Instinctively, she sensed that Chu Han posed the greatest threat. The sight that had terrified young Master Chen, rendering Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao motionless, lay behind the desk where the girl leaned. Tall stacks of documents and books obscured his view, and he was unaware of the horrifying scene until he stepped closer. There, forming a small mountain, were severed heads, 20, 50, perhaps 100? The exact count eluded him, but they were arranged with unsettling precision, reminiscent of a pyramid. Some belonged to the elderly, others to children. It was evident that these heads were once part of the orphanage's inhabitants, now all transformed into zombies. The entire orphanage had succumbed to the undead. This was the place where she had grown up, nurtured by the kind matron, accompanied by friends, and surrounded by beloved children, all of whom had become zombies, forcing her to take their lives. To kill those closest to her was a grim and brutal reality. Chu Han's brow furrowed deeply as he processed the complexity of the situation. He had never anticipated that the 13 spoken of by Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao would be her. Nor could he have foreseen the circumstances surrounding her during the apocalypse. Ah, now it made sense. No wonder Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao had exhibited such peculiar behavior. This woman was indeed extraordinary, with a distinct identity and temperament. She was renowned, a figure of legend in the decade following the apocalypse. Wielding power throughout Huaxia as the leader of Wolf Fang, a force that navigated the treacherous waters of the three major factions while maintaining her independence. She would later be hailed as a human weapon. Chu Han lowered his gaze, concealing the flicker of brilliance in his eyes. Hello, Bai Yun'er. We meet again. 13. Shang Jiudi mustered her courage once more. Please, come with us. We cannot remain here. You must survive. Bai Yun'er remained unmoved. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes as she uttered one word in response. Leave. Shang Jiudi stepped back sharply, while Luo Xiaoxiao nearly retreated outside. The two women were at a loss, uncertain whether to stay or go. Would it be wise to abandon Bai Yun'er? Yet, they feared that if they stayed, she might unleash her fury. Suddenly, Chu Han took a step forward, his movement striking terror into Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao, while intensifying the lethal glare in Bai Yun'er's eyes. With a calm smile, he disregarded the distress of the two women and approached the girl. Just as her murderous aura was about to erupt, he raised his hand gently. Slowly, tenderly, his palm rested on her soft hair, and he began to caress it. This gesture was unexpected, yet it brought a sudden flush to her cheeks as she lowered her head, the threat of violence dissipating in an instant. Chu Han recognized that this girl had endured tremendous trauma during the outbreak, akin to a cat with its fur bristled. However, this was insufficient. It merely offered her a fleeting moment of warmth and would not suffice to convince her to leave with him. Silence enveloped the room, then came the clatter. The guns held by Shang Jiudi and Luo Xiaoxiao fell to the ground, their shock rivaling that of the apocalypse and the existence of zombies. How did he know? Bai Yun'er's head snapped up, her wide eyes revealing her beauty, streaked with tears. Who are you? This was her first question of the day, aside from the word leave. Her voice hoarse and pitiful. With a slight smile, Chu Han understood her situation better than anyone. She had indeed grown up in this orphanage. But she was not an orphan. A young girl of 17, she had experienced the tumultuous highs and lows of life. He felt no need to comfort Bai Yun'er. Instead, he sought to offer her appropriate assistance and respect. Of course, his ultimate goal was to earn her loyalty. This woman was destined for unimaginable power. No one could control her, and the moniker of a human weapon was not given lightly. To possess her was akin to securing half of the dominion in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 57. Eruption. Hurry. Hurry. Do not slack off. Within the supermarket, Zhou Shuli shouted loudly, brandishing his weapon to urge those he had taken in to work. He demanded that they organize and consolidate the food, followed by a thorough cleaning of the supermarket. The surrounding zombies had been lured away, rendering the area safe. The supermarket was stocked with an abundance of goods, and he yearned to reside there. The corpse of the man he had slain hung ominously at the entrance, blood dripping steadily, creating a dark pool that attracted swarms of mosquitoes. The body swayed gently, incessantly testing the psychological limits of the others present. He intended to instill fear in them. Disobedience would lead to death. The G-55, which had been used by Chu Han as a barricade against the horde, was now polished to a shine, save for a few scratches and a broken window. In the age of civilization, such an expensive vehicle was beyond his reach, yet now it was within grasp. Zhou Shuli thought of Chu Han, cursing vehemently in his heart. Damn it, why does this person possess such a fine car and such a beautiful woman? But so what? It would ultimately belong to him. Frustration welled within him as he touched the scratches on the G-55, feeling a sense of ownership. Every blemish irked him. How dare anyone treat his vehicle this way? What was that sound? Suddenly, one person exclaimed in terror, frantically looking around as sweat poured from his brow. Get to work. No slacking. Zhou Shuli kicked the man hard in the back, then wiped his shoes against the ground in disdain. He alone was entitled to water. None of the others were permitted to bathe or wear clean clothes. There really is a sound. So many. The man, after being vented upon by Zhou Shuli, grew even more frantic, darting about in a panic. Yes, I heard it too. Another person cried out in alarm. What is that sound? Zombies? Ah, it's the sound of a horde. Chaos erupted within the supermarket as panic spread like wildfire. People scrambled about like ants on a hot stove, sending previously organized goods crashing to the floor, scattering them everywhere. The once orderly supermarket descended into utter disarray. Silence. Zhou Shuli's furious voice boomed. He raised his gun and fired several shots, causing an immediate hush among the crowd. They crouched in fear, hands over their heads, terrified to utter a sound. Do you all wish to die? He bellowed, pointing his weapon at them. I will, suddenly. His voice cut off. A chilling sound echoed, one they all recognized too well, growing nearer and louder, soon reaching a deafening crescendo. It was the unmistakable sound of a horde of zombies. There are zombies. Zhou Shuli screamed in terror, quickly clamping his mouth shut. Suddenly, he recalled something. Rushing forward to kick and punch the people in front of him with brutal force, landing a heavy blow that struck a teenage boy directly in the eye. Quick! Dispose of the corpse at the door. Throw it far away. He roared, in a fit of rage. None dared to venture outside. The zombies lurked beyond. And Zhou Shuli demanded that they discard the body at such a perilous moment. The zombies could smell blood, and they would be slaughtered. All eyes turned toward Zhou Shuli with resentment. They were resigned to death, but they did not want to endure further torment from this tyrant. Why don't we have guns? Not going? Zhou Shuli's expression twisted into one of malice. His gaze suddenly fell upon the G-55, and he pointed his gun at a burly man's head. You, move the goods. Now. And you, and you, load the food into my vehicle. If you don't, I'll kill you on the spot. He added menacingly. Move quickly, the rest shall belong to you. You can use any other vehicle. Want to escape? Then hurry. This tactic proved effective. Upon hearing the prospect of escape, the crowd sprang into action, tossing boxes of food haphazardly into the G-55's trunk. Some seized the opportunity to pilfer food for themselves, hastily placing items into other vehicles. Zhou Shuli leapt into the driver's seat, eager to flee. Outside, the streets were inundated with a massive horde of zombies, densely packed and spilling onto multiple roads. They surged forward, toppling everything in their path. The outermost zombies were pressed against the walls, oblivious to pain, relentlessly pushing onward. The sheer number of this wave of zombies was unfathomable. Their roars combined into a cacophony, resembling the sound of death's harvest. And soon they caught the scent of blood from the supermarket entrance. In unison, they converged upon the location, their mouths emitting excited growls. Faster! Faster! Zhou Shuli shouted, his automatic rifle blazing as he fired indiscriminately. Damn it! Someone's trying to sneak away. The presence of death and blood further incited the zombies, who were now closing in. Some even breaching the entrance, hungrily tearing at the corpse. A leg was ripped clean off, and with no sense of hygiene, the zombies devoured the filthy, rotten toes, followed by the visceral contents spilling forth. The stench of putrefaction hung thick in the air as the zombies fought ferociously for the remains. Zhou Shuli, paralyzed by fear, had to admit it, he was truly terrified of the zombies. With no time to spare, he slammed his foot on the accelerator, the G-55's imposing frame barreling forward, crashing into several zombies before roaring away. The inertia sent the food tumbling out of the trunk, scattering across the ground, every last morsel lost. Zhou Shuli paid no mind to the loss. He pressed the gas pedal, speeding away, determined to escape to any place devoid of zombies. Others within the supermarket were equally desperate to flee, vehicles speeding recklessly down the zombie-infested roads. Chapter 58: The Zombie Tide in the Heart of Copper City. Several individuals departed from the orphanage in their vehicle. They had taken refuge in the orphanage for the night. As traveling after dark posed far greater dangers than during the day, young Master Chen had endured a night filled with nightmares, thoroughly terrified by Bai Yun'er, to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to flee upon encountering her. After a night's rest, Bai Yun'er remained in a state of emotional instability, while Chu Han, along with her and Shang Jiudi, sat in the back of the truck. Their presence served to keep an eye on her, for besides Chu Han, no one else dared to draw near. Young Master Chen adamantly refused to remain in her company, focusing intently on driving from the front seat. Luo Xiaoxiao was even more direct. Upon emerging, she leaped into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt with a decisive click, demonstrating her unwavering resolve. Inside the truck, Bai Yun'er was still adorned in her white dress, her hands freshly washed. She sat quietly, her long black hair cascading down to partially veil her face, revealing only her delicate, upturned nose. Her appearance, pure and innocent, resembled that of a harmless little rabbit. However, both Chu Han and Shang Jiudi knew that this girl was far from what she seemed. Where are we headed now? Shang Jiudi inquired, primarily to break the eerie silence that had enveloped the truck. It had been a full 3 hours without a word spoken, and Bai Yun'er sat as still as a statue, driving her to the brink of madness. The truck's interior was largely filled with provisions, and since Chu Han was unfamiliar with Copper City, he had prepared meticulously, ensuring they carried as much food as possible. No one could predict what might transpire in the next moment. For him, the truck's worth exceeded that of a sturdy G55, as it could store considerably more supplies. Boss, young Master Chen's voice suddenly broke the silence from up front. Chu Han was momentarily taken aback. It had been hours since young Master Chen had spoken to him, the reason being Bai Yun'er's presence, which had left him utterly petrified. Why was he suddenly speaking now? Chu Han opened the partition and leaned in, asking, "What is happening?" Young Master Chen, avoiding eye contact, struggled to hold back for a moment before admitting, "I need to urinate." Coughing, Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, though she quickly regained her composure, fixating her gaze on the window as if she could see a flower blooming outside. "Find a place to pull over," Chu Han replied, barely able to suppress a grin. Young Master Chen, typically slow and indecisive, had indeed endured considerable discomfort after holding it for several hours. Bai Yun'er's ears twitched, yet she remained motionless. Her cold gaze flashing momentarily, she was displeased. "Hey!" Shang Jiudi suddenly shrieked, causing the truck to swerve slightly. "What's wrong?" Chu Han looked at her in confusion. "In nothing." Shang Jiudi quickly diverted her gaze, internally panicking. At that moment, a white dress unexpectedly slipped down beside a pair of delicate, jade-like feet. Bai Yun'er's back was turned to them, her long legs straight and flawless, her graceful hands gently lifting her hair. Her smooth shoulders and snowy neck evoked an almost primal urge to embrace her. Is she actually undressing? Though her hair was long and her front remained hidden, the mere sight of her back was enough to ignite boundless imagination. Shang Jiudi was utterly flabbergasted, wondering if Bai Yun'er realized there was a man present, and why she hadn't given any warning before disrobing. Oh, but why was she undressing in the first place? Chu Han was equally stunned, his brow furrowing as he observed Bai Yun'er standing still, seemingly frozen in indecision. "What are you doing?" "I want to change clothes," Bai Yun'er replied matter-of-factly, her tone serene. But her next statement made Shang Jiudi wish she could vanish. "I want to change, but I have nothing to wear." "Wonderful. This girl is simply oblivious." Shang Jiudi turned away, desperately trying to suppress the frantic beating of her heart. At that moment, Chu Han stood up, disregarding Shang Jiudi's bewildered expression, and rummaged through a corner, retrieving a bag and pulling out some clothing. "Oh, she just wants clothes." Shang Jiudi realized with a dawning comprehension. "I'll do it." Shang Jiudi initially intended to say, "I'll hand them to her." However, her words faltered as she gazed at Chu Han in horror, his actions leaving her nearly wanting to leap from the vehicle. Without hesitation, Chu Han tossed the clothing towards Bai Yun'er, the lightweight fabric landing atop her head and gently nudging her slender frame. "Are you out of your mind?" Shang Jiudi exclaimed, turning to bombard Chu Han with a barrage of questions. Yet, the next moment, she stood frozen, as if her entire worldview had been shattered. "Thank you," Bai Yun'er said calmly, and then, in full view of the two, began to dress. Shang Jiudi, terrified, quickly turned to Chu Han, pleading silently for him not to look, knowing it would be catastrophic. Unfortunately, Chu Han remained oblivious, absorbed in his dried beef snack. With a thud, Shang Jiudi collided with a pile of snack wrappers, lamenting, "Why must everyone I encounter be so peculiar?" Suddenly, the truck came to an abrupt halt. Chu Han flung open the partition, gripping his axe tightly. "Young Master Chen, here." Young Master Chun, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "Boss, it's a zombie tide." A zombie tide? Chu Han peered forward through the partition, his pupils constricting at the sight. The supermarket loomed ahead, but the road was completely congested with zombies, rendering passage impossible. "Turn around. We must go back." Chu Han commanded steadily, his mind racing with strategies. His worst fears had materialized. They were trapped here. Copper City's layout was peculiar, with only one route leading toward Anlua City, which traversed past the supermarket. Now, the path before them was obstructed by a horde of zombies. What on earth had transpired here in just a single day? Chapter 59. Can you drive? The truck abruptly swerved onto another road, and Chu Han furrowed his brow. Taking a detour would undoubtedly waste a considerable amount of time. The conditions of the apocalypse starkly contrasted with those of the civilized era. A journey that once took 2 or 3 hours could now extend to an entire day, and in the city, the pace was even more excruciatingly slow, time seemingly stretching infinitely. When luck was scarce, even moving an inch could become an arduous task. Fortunately, due to their timely discovery, Chu Han and his companions had not ventured into the horde of corpses, managing to circumvent it by running for several hours in the opposite direction. Copper City lived up to its notorious reputation as a dead city, with an overwhelming number of zombies blocking the entrances, effectively severing any semblance of life from the city. As Chu Han pondered their predicament, his body instinctively lurched forward. The truck screeched to a halt, the tires emitting a piercing sound of friction. "Damn, are you blind?" A furious voice erupted. Chu Han's eyes sharpened, and he paused briefly before flinging open the side door, grasping his axe tightly as he leaped from the vehicle. Behind him, Shang Jiudi immediately followed with her gun drawn, while Bai Yun'er hesitated momentarily before deciding to exit as well. This was a turning point where two trucks nearly collided. Such an occurrence would have been commonplace before the apocalypse, but in a time where humanity was scarce, it felt decidedly jarring. Since these were trucks, it was evident they were headed for supplies, and supplies were the catalyst for human conflict. There were two trucks. Would they merge forces or part ways? After disembarking, Chu Han stood aside, patiently awaiting the appearance of their counterparts, refraining from making the first move. A man jumped down from the opposing truck, slamming the door shut with a thud before striding directly toward Chu Han, his gaze sharp and predatory, resembling that of an eagle. He appeared to be in his 30s, his face clean-shaven, clad in a white tank top, and gripping a firearm. Copper City lacked a military base. This individual had either raided a police armory or stumbled upon an airdrop. His demeanor was decidedly unfriendly, and it was almost certain that conflict was imminent. Chu Han frowned slightly, his left hand slipping into his pocket as he quietly chambered a round in his handgun. At the same moment, Shang Jiudi raised her gun to aim at the approaching man, displaying commendable situational awareness. They possessed 5 firearms in total. The only handgun belonged to Chu Han, while the others were distributed among the 4 of them, as he preferred wielding his axe. The burly man halted his advance, his expression unchanging and perpetually displeased. He cracked his neck and spat on the ground beside him. "Is your driver unlicensed?" Inside the truck, the tense expression of young Master Chun transformed dramatically. Suddenly, he flung open the door and pointed an accusatory finger at the man, exclaiming, "You're the one without a license. I used to drive a bus. With your skills, you could drive a bus?" The burly man retorted, mirroring Chin's gesture with equal fervor. "I'm a taxi driver." Chu Han's grip on his weapon relaxed slightly. It seemed the situation had taken an unexpected turn. A taxi driver was impressive, was it not? Young Master Chin had engaged in a verbal spar with this man, calling into question their understanding of traffic laws amidst the chaos. "Who are you calling a fatso?" "You, of course." What was happening? Shang Jiudi and Bai Yun'er exchanged incredulous glances as 2 more men leaped from the truck, both similarly armed. "Yuezi, what's going on?" The foremost man, sturdy and precise in his movements, inquired, while the man beside him maintained a stoic expression, his eyes occasionally glinting with intensity. Both men's lips twitched slightly before they directed their gaze toward Chu Han and his group, 5 individuals, 2 men, 3 women, and 1 child. The portly figure could be disregarded, akin to Yuezi's demeanor, while the 2 beautiful girls posed no threat. The crux of the matter lay with this young man. Was he 20 or merely 19? His depth was palpable. "Hello," the leading man stepped forward, halting at an appropriate distance from Chu Han, gun-slung but without any overt aggression. "I am Qing Xianghua, and this is Yuqin. Our driver can be a bit hot-headed. He has called Yuezi." Chu Han narrowed his eyes, his voice calm. "Chu Han." Qing Stin was scrutinized Chu Han, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he noted the strength in Chu Han's grip on the hefty axe. He chuckled, Nice to meet you, Chu Han. You're not from around here, are you? The brief astonishment in Cheng's eyes vanished as he broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. A veteran from half a year ago. You've got good instincts. Were you in the military too? The camaraderie between soldiers often flourished easily, particularly in the apocalyptic landscape, where shared experiences fostered a bond of mutual respect. No, I'm a university student, Chu Han clarified. Indeed, he was a student by nature. Whether in his past life or this one, having never served in the military. Oh, Cheng Xinggua's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You certainly don't appear to be an ordinary university student. Perhaps you attended a military academy? We weren't in this area before. What is the situation? Chu Han inquired, assessing the integrity of this man named Cheng Xinggua, who seemed forthright and trustworthy. We've explored every neighborhood in this vicinity, and we've taken in anyone we could. You don't appear to be starving. You must be from another base? Cheng spoke with an open smile. If you're from the western base, why come here for supplies? Yuxin, adjusting his glasses, casually posed the question. Base? Chu Han's ears perked up at the mention of the term. It appeared that the survivors in Copper City had begun to form their own bases, and not just one. No wonder Copper City had become a dead zone. Establishing bases so early was tantamount to inviting zombies. It was known that zombies were drawn to heat, and the more people gathered, the more they would converge in that direction. Your audacity is truly remarkable, Cheng Xinggua exclaimed. Why not come to our location? It's quite safe. We've gathered the survivors in one place, intending to establish our own base. Chu Han subtly glanced toward the direction where the horde was likely to emerge. Safe? The horde would reach this place in 2 days. Chapter 60. That's my car nestled against a park. The community was expansive and boasted a splendid environment, particularly its lush greenery. However, following the outbreak of the apocalypse, it had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Now, people were tilling the soil of the park, planting seeds for vegetables and fruits. A small river nearby facilitated the efforts of many survivors who had moved here with their families. Although life could not compare to the days of civilization, no one went hungry in this place. The leader, a veteran, had gradually cleared the area of zombies, taking a group of people out daily to scavenge for supplies. Bulk food and daily necessities were stored in a warehouse, and those residing here only needed to complete their assigned tasks to receive food. The tasks were straightforward: farming. This was a long-term goal, and most individuals were involved in the planning, harboring great expectations of soon enjoying fresh vegetables. Some even fenced an area to raise livestock. Life was steadily improving, monotonous yet fulfilling. The community continued to grow, now accommodating over 1,000 people, forming a small survivor base, which they named the Fresh Fruit Base. A homophone of the founder's name, Cheng Xinggua, symbolizing a future abundant with fruits and vegetables. They aspired to build a home here. Within the community, there was an open area filled with vehicles, among which a tall off-road vehicle stood out prominently. Beside it sat a red plastic bucket filled with murky water, while a man, drenched in sweat, diligently wiped down the vehicle. This man was Zhou Shuli, and the off-road vehicle was the G55 that Chu Han had previously used. Zhou Shuli's face contorted with rage and frustration. After managing to procure a significant amount of food, he had arrived here only to find the trunk completely empty, devoid of any supplies. Now, he was left with nothing but this vehicle, which had allowed him to escape the horde of zombies. Yet, he remained dissatisfied. He was unwilling to toil away, following orders for food, living a life of monotony without the thrill of companionship or the flattery of underlings. What was the difference between this existence and his former life? What significance did the apocalypse hold for him now? Suddenly, a group passed by, and at the center walked a young man radiating confidence, resembling Cheng Xinggua. He was his younger brother, Cheng Zihou. I hope to meet a girl, ha ha. A few others began to laugh uproariously. Hey, don't let my brother hear that. Cheng Zihou chuckled. Indeed, your brother is far too serious. Someone chimed in. Zhou Shuli shot a cold glare at the group. They were impeccably clean, contrasting starkly with his own filthy appearance. He cursed under his breath. He didn't even possess a decent outfit. Hey, you're new here? Cheng Zihou quickly noticed Zhou Shuli, who was the only one not working and merely polishing a vehicle. Stop wiping it. It'll just get dirty again when you drive. Zhou Shuli remained silent, his mood soured by the rapid descent from paradise to hell. The silence from Zhou Shuli cast a fleeting shadow over Cheng Zihou's face. He stepped closer and flicked the G55's body with his finger. Nice car. Where did you get it? Don't touch my stuff. Zhou Shuli barked, silencing the laughter around them. Cheng Zihou's hand froze mid-air, a surge of anger flooding his mind. His brother was the founder of this base, the most respected individual here. as Cheng Xing was sibling. Everyone else sought to befriend him. No one dared to speak to him so boldly. The audacity of this newcomer was remarkable. With that, he strode away, followed by a few who cast derisive glances at Zhou Shuli. Damn it! Zhou Shuli kicked the bucket over in frustration, nearly exploding with rage. Why should I tolerate this? A flicker of murderous intent crossed Cheng Ziho's eyes as he moved further away. He despised disobedience. Suddenly, a vehicle approached from a distance. This was a scouting team returning from gathering supplies, and the occupants waved at Cheng Ziho, announcing, "We have a batch of newcomers." "Oh, welcome." Cheng Ziho donned a smile, eagerly advancing. More people meant more hands to work, ensuring an abundance of food in the coming year. After all, he would not be the one to labor. "It's a group of college students from Mingqiu City," one person remarked, pointing to the vehicles trailing behind. "College students?" Cheng Ziho's interest waned. He had never managed to enter university himself. 5 vehicles arrived, 4 ordinary pickups, and, astonishingly, a red Ferrari 458 in the middle. In the apocalypse. Driving a sports car? Though the vehicle was battered and resembled a heap of scrap, it still drew attention for its absurdity. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. "Driving that wreck? Is the owner here to amuse us?" The 5 vehicles came to a halt, and a group of young college students emerged, dirty and emaciated, clearly having endured hardship. The occupants of the sports car also stepped out, a man and a woman, equally ragged and resembling refugees. "Hello, I'm Cheng Ziho, the deputy leader of this fresh fruit base," he greeted, openly eyeing the sports car, intrigued by the prospect of experiencing the thrill of driving it. "Hello, I'm Ding Shui." A young girl stepped forward, extending her right hand toward Cheng Ziho. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he scanned her for a few seconds before smiling and shaking her hand. He then turned his attention to the 2 who had descended from the sports car. And who might these 2 be? After all, a sports car in the apocalypse, especially in such a dilapidated state, was hard to overlook. "Oh, is that so?" Cheng Ziho chuckled, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Do you have crabs? I can pay you." Ji Qinglu interjected, licking her filthy, foul-smelling lips. She was ravenous, having endured days of starvation. Cheng Ziho couldn't help but laugh. These 2 appeared as if they had just stumbled out of a refugee camp, yet they were negotiating terms. "Isn't that my car?" Ji Qinglu suddenly exclaimed, pointing furiously at the G55 beside Zhou Shuli. "That is my car. The license plate with 3 8s. I personally chose it." Chapter 61. Who fired the shot? Ji Qingliu's startled scream rendered everyone momentarily speechless, their gazes drawn to the direction she pointed. There stood a striking off-road vehicle, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class G55, impeccably cleaned and exuding an imposing presence. The body bore numerous scratches, yet not a single dent marred its surface, a testament to its formidable resilience. This vehicle's history was undoubtedly illustrious, having presumably vanquished countless zombies, though the exact toll remained unknown. One thing was certain. This was a vehicle capable of standing by its owner through thick and thin. Beneath its robust bumper, the chip blue license plate displayed the number 888. Zhou Shuli had ceased his car-cleaning efforts, wary of the gathering crowd. Were they intent on seizing his possessions? This vehicle belonged to him. He had lost everything else, his food, his status, and his women, but this car was not up for grabs. "This is mine. This car is mine." Ji Qinglu shrieked frantically, charging towards Zhou Shuli, her hair disheveled, her body filthy and reeking. The remnants of her former beauty utterly vanished, transformed into a complete madwoman. Duan Ming and Ji Qingliu's outbursts bewildered those around them. Over a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and the instinct to steal and rob had dulled within people. Vehicles, food, and shelter, everything was claimed on a first-come, first-served basis, a total reset of societal norms. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Ji Qinglu lunged forward, baring her decayed yellow teeth, her skeletal hands resembling those of a corpse, suddenly seizing Zhou Shuli by the throat. "You poor bastard, stealing my car. You can't afford it. How dare you take what's mine? Poor bastard? Can't afford it." Those words struck a nerve with Zhou Shuli. "You filthy, stinking bitch," he roared, frenziedly yanking Ji Qingliu's hair and slamming her to the ground. Her nose and cheekbone instantly bled, her face a grotesque mask of injury. He followed with a flurry of blows, pummeling her mercilessly. "Dare to call me poor? Look at you, a wealthy person reduced to this pathetic state. I'll kill you." Suddenly, a deafening gunshot rang out, startling everyone. Zhou Shuli glared coldly at Cheng Ziho, the shooter. He had once possessed a firearm, but had lost it in the chaos. "Damnable. Cursed. Here. No fighting. Cheng Ziho bellowed, firing another shot into the air, having deliberately removed the silencer to instill fear in the onlookers. This scene felt eerily familiar. Just a day prior, Zhou Shuli had employed a similar tactic to intimidate others, yet now, the roles had reversed, and it was Zhou who felt threatened. Ding Xue furrowed her brow, surveying the seemingly harmonious base, reminiscent of civilized times with its quaint community and park-like fields, while observing the increasingly dehumanized individuals around her. A thought struck her suddenly. She recalled a man who had insisted she prepare food the day before the apocalypse erupted. Where was he now? You three will have no dinner tonight, Cheng Ziho decreed, pointing at the G-55. Take this vehicle inside, confiscate it. Don't even think of taking my belongings. This is mine. It's private property. Zhou Shuli protested vehemently. No, Ding Xue interjected, shaking her head. Her gaze remained calm as she scrutinized Zhou Shuli. His accent is local to Tong City. I was born in Tong City, I can tell. Haha. Did you hear that? Zhou Shuli laughed heartily. This car is mine, not yours. Want to take it? No way. At that moment, a realization dawned upon Ding Xue. A vague connection suddenly illuminated. A vehicle from Mingqiu University's parking lot had arrived in Tong City. Could this person be the missing Chu Han? Ding Xue's heart raced. From their conversation a month ago, it seemed Chu Han knew something. If it truly was him, where was he now? Regardless of ownership, it will be confiscated. Cheng Ziho interrupted their exchange, casting a dark glance at Ding Xue. A clever woman like her should not be allowed to remain. This coveted vehicle must be seized. Not a chance. You scoundrel, return my things. Another gunshot echoed. If you keep this up, I swear I will kill you. Cheng Ziho cursed vehemently. Who fired that shot? A calm yet furious voice resonated from afar, its intensity palpable even from a distance. Chapter 62. My benefactor. A heavy truck roared towards us, screeching to a halt before the crowd. The thunderous sound of its doors slamming echoed in the air as three figures leaped from the vehicle, each brandishing a firearm. They were covered head to toe in filth, their clothing stained with the putrid flesh and dark blood of the undead. Even their hair and shoes bore the remnants of decay, exuding a pungent stench. Their faces were unrecognizable, obscured by grime, and as they moved, chunks of rotting flesh fell to the ground, darkening the earth beneath them. Brother? Cheng Ziho exclaimed, startled, as he hurried forward. Did you encounter zombies? He stammered, attempting to explain himself with an awkward laugh, but abruptly fell silent. Cheng Xiangwa was glaring at him, his eyes wild and feral, resembling a frenzied beast. It was as if he were not looking at his own brother, but rather at a zombie, filled with murderous intent. In an unexpected turn of events, a hand struck Cheng Ziho's face without warning. The shock left everyone present momentarily stunned. Students from Mingqiu University, sycophantic residents, and even those who harbored resentment towards Cheng Ziho, all stood frozen. How could this insubordinate second-in-command be publicly humiliated in such a manner? Dazed from the blow, Cheng Ziho stood bewildered. Cheng Xiangwa, a man of considerable strength from his military days, had rendered him momentarily speechless. Cheng Ziho clutched his face in disbelief. He recalled how Cheng Xiangwa had always been protective, never allowing him to bear heavy burdens, instinctively shielding him from danger, and never involving him in perilous scavenging missions. It was a testament to their bond, a brotherly love that had always kept him safe. But now Cheng Xiangwa had struck him. What justified this? There were no zombies present. The area was secure. What was the commotion over gunfire? Cheng Xiangwa ignored his brother's turmoil, turning sternly, his voice leaving no room for dissent. Everyone, listen. Arm yourselves, grab a weapon if you have one, or take an axe if you don't, and follow me. Where to? What is happening? We were in the middle of work. Chaos descended in an instant. Only those who can fight come with me, Cheng Xiangwa commanded, fixing his gaze on the idle individuals in the vicinity. We're going to save lives. What? We just arrived, and you want us to fight? Discontent rippled through the crowd. We haven't even eaten. Save lives? We can't even save ourselves. Not going. The food from the truck will be distributed along the way. Everyone at the square must prepare. I've given you 30 seconds. His hawk-like gaze fell upon the new batch of university students. Those who follow me will have their future needs secured. The crowd's attention turned to the truck, where the doors gaped open, revealing a treasure trove of food neatly stacked inside. Duck and sauce, ham sausages, chicken breast, pork jerky, and more, a dazzling array that ignited a frenzy of desire. Food. That word stirred everyone into action, men and women alike rushing forward, seizing weapons and diving into the truck. Not just the university students, But all nearby individuals joined the fray, acutely aware of the scarcity of provisions. Especially with Cheng Xianggua's bold proclamation, "Your needs will be met." Cheng Ziho seethed with indignation. The slap had obliterated his hard-earned authority, trampling over his pride as the second-in-command. How could he, the second-in-command, be struck in such a public manner? How could he maintain his standing here? Frustrated, Cheng Ziho contemplated voicing his objections, challenging Cheng Xianggua's commands, and proving his own worth. It was he who was right. Cheng Xianggua whirled around, his eyes ablaze with anger, his expression terrifying. "You are to remain here. You shall go nowhere. To venture out blindly is to court death, wasting the precious resources we've secured." Cheng Ziho, unwilling to yield, retorted, "I want to see who is worth a life compared to so many and a truck full of food." Cheng Xianggua's eyes glinted with disappointment and cold resolve. "My benefactor." 5 kilometers from the fresh fruit base stood a bridge, narrow enough for only 3 vehicles to traverse side by side. A truck lay horizontally across the bridge, its white exterior marred, one side pristine, the other ravaged by zombie claws. Coated in putrid ichor, the vehicle leaning precariously under the weight of the undead pressing against it. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the truck toppled. On the truck's roof, 4 individuals, 3 women and 1 man, held their guns steadily, firing upon the horde below. The man was rotund, a conspicuous mole adorned his cheek, and he shouted exaggeratedly, resembling a raucous Tarzan. The 2 women were strikingly beautiful, one exuded a fiery allure, while the other possessed a calm, pristine demeanor, her long black hair cascading down. Notably, their marksmanship was impeccable, as if they had undergone rigorous training. Their expressions composed as they precisely targeted the zombies' heads, each shot sending a zombie crashing to the ground. The 4th was a diminutive 12-year-old girl, her slight frame contrasting with the automatic rifle she wielded. She was even more animated than the man, firing while furiously cursing, a whirlwind of fury. The quartet worked in seamless harmony, quickly dispatching numerous zombies, effectively obstructing the horde's advance. Yet, amidst the battle, they frequently cast glances toward a vacant space at the edge of the bridge, the narrow gap between the truck and the bridge itself. Logically, this void should have allowed a throng of zombies to surge forward, yet not a single undead creature was able to cross the bridge. There stood a man, wielding a massive iron axe, his frail physique raising doubts about his ability to wield such a weapon. Yet, he stood firm as a guardian, his iron axe swinging with precision, repelling the advancing hordes without mercy. Chapter 63. You arrived late. Chu Han maintained an impassive expression, devoid of any excessive fear. He relentlessly wielded his iron axe, dispatching wave after wave of the encroaching zombies. The gleaming blade flashed as each strike brutally targeted the zombie skulls, accompanied by a series of explosive bursts, their heads shattering like crushed watermelons, spewing forth pus and black blood. There were numerous zombies. Yet this was not a particularly large horde. Fortunately, this wave was unrelated to the one at the supermarket. It was a separate group, significantly smaller, numbering little over 500, with 5 of them armed with 4 automatic rifles and an ample supply of ammunition. Chu Han felt confident in their ability to confront the horde. He strategically positioned himself to block the zombies on the opposite side of the bridge, exploiting the narrow gaps to deal with the clustered undead. Mastery of attack range was crucial, especially against zombies, as they lacked intelligence and merely crowded together. As time passed, the rapid-fire assaults of the 5 gradually diminished the number of zombies before them, until the once formidable horde of over 500 was reduced to mere remnants. Chu Han felt a slight alleviation of pressure. After all, the other 4 lacked his remarkable stamina, so the task of holding the line fell solely to him. He was more than willing, as maintaining safety would yield greater rewards and points. However, as he glanced at the corpses of zombies before the 4, his eyelids twitched. It was evident that Bai Yun'er had claimed the most kills among them. This girl, fierce at just 17, displayed remarkable prowess, yet she held no allegiance to Chu Han. Damn, a substantial amount of points lost. Suddenly, a cacophony of frantic engine roars erupted from behind. Dozens of vehicles sped toward them, careening wildly. At the forefront, a truck's driver, Cheng Xianggua, checked his weaponry and grasped the radio, his voice authoritative and commanding. Everyone, heed my orders. We are nearing our destination. Immediately check your weapons and ensure your ammunition is sufficient. All firearms must be loaded. 1 minute later, we disembark and prepare for battle. With a series of clicks, the sound of weapons being readied echoed from the vehicles. Those armed readied themselves, while the unarmed swallowed their last morsels of food, gripping their makeshift weapons with determined resolve. Let us go. It's been far too long since I felt this adrenaline rush. Let us wipe out these mindless corpses. Ding Shui tightly gripped her fire axe, ignoring her classmates who incessantly asked her for guidance. How could she know what to do? She was indeed the class leader, yet she was merely a 20-year-old girl, fearful of zombies, the apocalypse, hunger, and her own mortality. Among the lead vehicles, the taxi driver, Yuezi, pressed the accelerator, confidently steering the wheel, urgency in his tone. Damn it, that bus driver better not be dead. Despite their previous animosities and near altercations, Yuezi was nearly moved to tears by the gesture of the opposing group clearing a path through the horde for them. Beside him, Yuxin silently loaded his magazine, his narrowed eyes glinting coldly behind his glasses. He briefly lifted his gaze, intending to adjust his glasses, when suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, nearly tossing Cheng Xianghua from the back. Then, with a screech, the truck slammed to a halt, nearly causing a pile-up among the following vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of doors being forcefully slammed echoed, accompanied by a chaotic rush of footsteps and disorganized voices. Boss, we're ready. Cheng, which direction do we charge? Where are the zombies? Cheng Xianghua, having been jostled multiple times in the back, hastily threw open the door, suppressing his discomfort as he jumped out. His automatic rifle raised and aimed steadily. Just as he opened his mouth to issue commands, he faltered. Silence abruptly enveloped the crowd. They had charged forward too hastily, failing to assess their surroundings. Now, as they turned to Cheng Xianghua, their expressions morphed into one of astonishment. Before them stood a white truck, lodged in the center of the bridge with 4 figures atop its cargo area. The first was a hefty man, undoubtedly exceeding 200 pounds. His unforgettable face turned toward them, casually resting his automatic rifle on his shoulder. To his left stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her voluptuous figure radiating confidence. Her sleek black hair was tied back, and she held her rifle with an air of defiance, her gaze bold and challenging. The third was a young girl, caught between adolescence and adulthood, her long hair cascading down her back, her bangs framing a strikingly beautiful face that exuded an aura of restraint. She bore no expression, her petite nose above thin lips, her rifle casually resting at her side. The fourth was a 12-year-old girl, a petite figure whose casual demeanor belied the automatic rifle she precariously held under her chin. Notably, these 4 individuals were impeccably clean, not a drop of black blood staining their clothes, while behind them lay countless zombie corpses stacked high, each one struck dead on the head. Their striking appearance captured everyone's attention, yet all eyes were drawn to the figure standing between the truck and the bridge. A man stood there, his back to the crowd, less conspicuous than the 4 atop the truck, his clothing stained and no weapon in hand. Yet, curiously, everyone's gaze gravitated toward him. The number of zombies felled before him surpassed the combined total of the 4 beside him. The sheer volume was staggering, enough to blanket half the bridge. The corpses piled high, each head smashed like overripe melons, black blood cascading down, saturating the bridge and darkening the ground beneath. A drop of black ichor dripped from his cheek as Chu Han tilted his head, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. You arrived late. Chapter 64. Do you remember me? The White Vin stood as a stark demarcation, with humans on one side and a horde of zombies on the other. The humans remained composed and untroubled, while the opposite side was a gruesome tableau of lifeless bodies, a veritable hill of corpses occupying half the bridge. Hundreds of individuals stood on the congested bridge, a place that should have been filled with cacophony, now eerily silent, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one dared to utter a word. It was as though their voices had been choked. Their eyes wide with disbelief, mouths agape in shock, jaws nearly grazing the ground. You were late, came the calm yet distinct voice of Chu Han. As casual as a mundane conversation, devoid of even a hint of breathlessness. In this hushed atmosphere, his words resonated with extraordinary clarity, audible to all. 5 individuals had annihilated a horde of zombies so overwhelming that it had sent hundreds fleeing in panic, and that young man, armed with merely an iron axe, had dispatched the majority of them single-handedly? Was this truly a human? How had he accomplished such a feat? The scene before them felt like a surreal dream, rendering everyone in a state of utter astonishment. Yuxin had yet to exit the vehicle, equally astonished, his glasses askew, oblivious to how comical he appeared. Yuezi clung to the steering wheel, her eyes bulging like light bulbs. Next to a vehicle, Ding Shui gripped a metal rod tightly, her eyes widened in disbelief. She recognized the man before her all too well. Countless times had she scolded him for not living up to his potential, yet now he stood before her, exuding an aura of strength akin to that of a deity. In this desolate, despair-ridden world, he shone like a beacon of hope. Zhou Shuli, hidden among the crowd, trembled. Was this not the same man who had driven the G55 into the supermarket? Indeed, it was him, accompanied by that stunning woman in the truck. And now there was an additional innocent beauty with long black hair, not to mention a little girl. Damn it! Zhou Shuli's eyes were clouded with discontent, questioning why every woman surrounding this man was so strikingly beautiful. 3 of them, no less. A male and female university student stood nearby, their filthy, tattered clothing bearing the faint logo of a luxury brand. Their hair was a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, faces obscured by grime, mouth smeared with a repugnant mix of dirt and leftover food. Their throats worked to swallow something as their yellowed, foul tongues protruded, licking away the remnants of their meager meal before they swallowed it down greedily. The crowd momentarily faltered, astonished that the two had not exited the vehicle but instead were consuming food inside. Chu Han? Country bumpkin? The remarkably similar voices of the man and woman echoed, causing another wave of disbelief among the onlookers as they recognized the 2 students from Mingqiu University who had just arrived at the base. How had the term country bumpkin slipped from their lips? That young man, how had he suddenly become so formidable? Did he fear the zombies? Incredible! You were truly impressive. Yuezhi finally snapped back to reality, leaping from the vehicle and rushing over, teasing Chen Xiaoyi about his inferior skills compared to his leader. Chen Xiaoyi rolled his eyes. Of course, the best is my boss. That essay given. His loyalty to Chu Han was unwavering at 90%, only destined to rise. His devotion was such that jealousy was out of the question. If he received praise without Chu Han being acknowledged, he would be irate. Yi Chan adjusted his glasses, stepping forward with a purposeful yet swift gait, equally astonished, feeling an overwhelming admiration for this young man, Chu Han. In a moment of crisis, he had stood against the horde, clearing the way for their escape, and upon their return with reinforcements, they found no zombies left. He had completely neutralized the threat. The impact of this revelation was profound. Chu Han offered a subtle smile, quietly acknowledging the system notifications indicating Cheng Xianguo's loyalty had reached 50, while Yuezhi and Yi Qin's had both hit 30. He glanced at the system points. Had it not been for the waste caused by Bai Yun'er, he would have been much closer to 800 points. How frustrating, he thought. Clearly, boosting Bai Yun'er's loyalty was an urgent matter. The 3 most formidable individuals at the fresh fruit base were Cheng Xianguo, Yi Qin, and Yuezhi. Their attitudes towards Chu Han hinted at something significant. If he were to join their base, his status might well surpass that of the second-in-command, even rivaling the esteemed Cheng Xianguo. Moreover, with such immense strength and an entourage of stunning women, jealousy was inevitable in this apocalyptic realm where might dictated leadership. Soon, the crowd surged forward, gathering around Chu Han, showering him with praise. Incredible, young man. Have you served in the military? Your skills are astounding. The students of Mingqiu University stood at a distance, a whirlwind of emotions crossing their faces: excitement, admiration, and awe. That was Chu Han, their fellow student, their comrade, their friend. Chu Han, you've outdone yourself. The students from Mingqiu University rushed forward, voices raised in jubilation. Chu Han, it's me. It's me. Suddenly, Ji Qinglu barreled into the throng, her disheveled appearance making her look even more disheveled than the zombies. Yet she feigned a pitiful demeanor, gripping Chu Han's sleeve and casting him longing glances. Chu Han, do you remember me? I miss you so much. Chapter 65, I don't recognize you. How I miss you. Ji Qingliu's words rendered the once boisterous crowd suddenly silent, as an enigmatic atmosphere spread among them. What was the nature of this woman's relationship with Chu Han? Chu Han gazed at the hands gripping his clothing, the only part of him untouched by filth. His eyes lifted to the woman before him, his heart tranquil as a still pond. Suddenly, a series of thuds broke the silence. It was the quartet from the carriage leaping down, each wearing expressions of sheer astonishment. Young Master Chen's comical visage bore a peculiar look, his gaze darting around Ji Qingliu's disheveled face, muttering to himself, who is this woman? Surely, my boss has better taste than this. Bai Yun'er, typically devoid of expression, exuded a cold elegance tinged with a hint of lethal intent. Ignoring the awestruck glances from the crowd, she leaned casually against the carriage, her long hair cascading gently in the breeze, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Shang Jiudi jumped down and turned, extending her hands to catch the petite Luo Xiaoxiao, her graceful silhouette revealing a figure that inspired boundless imagination. especially with her captivating features. The simultaneous descent of the two women intensified the peculiar expressions around them. Both Bai Yun'er and Shang Jiudi were strikingly beautiful, each with a distinct allure, rendering Ji Qinglu, clutching Chu Han's clothing in stark contrast, almost unbearable to behold. Ji Qinglu visibly faltered upon seeing Bai Yun'er and Shang Jiudi, her peripheral vision catching the sight of her own filthy attire and gnarled hands. A surge of resentment bubbled within her. Both women held firearms, their poised figures radiating confidence, while she felt like an inconsequential vase. No, she was less than that now, stripped of even her once prided beauty. Brother Chu Han. Luo Xiaoxiao had no such reservations. She rushed forward and grasped Chu Han's hand, oblivious to the rotting flesh smeared on it. The girl's adorable face was etched with indignation as she questioned, "Who is she?" Ji Qinglu gazed at Chu Han with anticipation. Although their paths had diverged due to monetary matters, surely there were still feelings lingering? Hadn't he treated her well? He even worked hard to buy her a bracelet he could hardly afford. But where was that bracelet now? Damn it. She had shattered and discarded it. A meaningful smile graced Chu Han's face as he gently removed Ji Qinglu's hands from his clothing. His tone was calm, yet laced with subtle mockery. "I don't recognize you." "I don't recognize you?" Luo Xiaoxiao perked up, suddenly spitting at Ji Qinglu. "Why are you clinging to my brother Chu Han? Let me tell you, he would never be interested in you." As she spoke, she pointed at the striking Bai Yun'er and Shang Jiudi. "See those two? They will be my sisters-in-law. And you? How could my brother Chu Han possibly fancy you?" Luo Xiaoxiao's bluntness left Ji Qinglu mortified, wishing to sink into the ground, regretting her past actions toward Chu Han. If only she could turn back time. She would have remained by his side, and the beautiful woman beside him would be her instead, adorned in fine clothes and free from the threat of zombies, never needing to endure hunger. The onlookers' mocking gazes pierced Ji Qinglu, each one a dagger to her heart. Damn it, Chu Han. Had her feelings for him been so one-sided? How could he utter such words as "I don't recognize you"? Did he not harbor even a shred of compassion for her in her dire state? Why? Why should this impoverished boy encounter such women? Wasn't he broke? Couldn't he even afford a 5,000 yuan bracelet? Ding Shui stood at the back of the crowd. Though her circumstances were dire, she had not descended to the level of a shrew for food. A strong-willed girl, yet the scene before her filled her with trepidation. She dared not approach or speak to Chu Han. He was no longer the slacker who failed classes and skipped exams. He had transformed into a formidable figure, the center of attention with two beautiful women and a loyal, capable entourage surrounding him. She could no longer refer to him as the class leader. She was nothing. Chu Han suddenly sensed something. He lifted his gaze and, through the crowd, focused on Ding Shui at the back. He stepped forward, and the crowd parted before him. Approaching her, he scanned her from head to toe and suddenly broke into a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Class leader, you've worked hard." Those words brought tears to Ding Shui's eyes, spilling forth uncontrollably. She stepped forward, tightly embracing Chu Han's waist, unconcerned with the filth and blood staining his clothes. Ignoring the astonished looks of those around her, she buried her face in his chest, weeping like a child. Chapter 66. Usurping his position indeed, she toiled greatly, guiding a group of students to this place, harboring an immense pressure within her, fearing the day when she might crumble under the strain. The term class monitor weighed heavily upon her, suffocating her spirit. Yet, Chu Han approached her quietly, softly uttering, "You have worked hard." This sentiment resonated more profoundly than any feast could, for he understood her burdens, granting Ding Shui a sense of reliance. Most importantly, in this moment, the exalted and powerful Chu Han did not regard her with indifference or coldness. The girl wept uncontrollably, tears streaming from her eyes as she trembled. Chu Han paused momentarily, then smiled gently, patting her frail back, a wave of unfamiliar warmth washing over him. It had been a decade, 10 long years since he last saw Ding Shui. To think she was among this group in Tong City, it was no wonder he had not encountered her in his previous life. She was someone he knew, a classmate. And they were both alive. Yet, observing Chu Han, one could see not only his extraordinary strength in vanquishing countless zombies, but also his unique rapport with the leader of this base. "Oh," Luo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, poking Shang Jiudi in the ribs with a peculiar expression. "Aren't you angry that your man is being embraced by someone else?" "Luo Xiaoxiao," Shang Jiudi shouted, wishing she could toss this little girl off the bridge. Then, she discreetly glanced at Chu Han, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Had the embrace lingered too long? Ding Shui seemed to sense something amiss and quickly released Chu Han, her face flushed as she wiped away her tears, her heart racing with excitement. Goodness. Seeing Chu Han had overwhelmed her, leading to an impulsive embrace. Had she been too forward? Chu Han sat in the back of a white truck, the scenery sliding by, his gaze contemplative as he stared into the distance. The city across the bridge appeared serene and beautiful, seemingly devoid of turmoil. Yet, he knew the horde of zombies was approaching. The Fresh Fruit Base was a thoroughly cleaned residential building, where Cheng Ziho resided in the most lavishly furnished suite, complete with essential amenities, fresh linens, and clothing. Presently, he lounged on the sofa, applying an ice towel to his cheek, stinging from Cheng Xinggua's slap. As he furiously smoked, he muttered curses under his breath. Perhaps he should usurp Cheng Xinggua's position? This thought burgeoned within him, growing increasingly urgent, igniting a fervor that he could scarcely contain. Yes, to supplant Cheng Xinghua as the leader, let him continue his scavenging and rescuing endeavors while Cheng Ziho enjoyed the fruits of their labor. The more people at the base, the more hands to work, allowing him to revel in his power. He fixated on a photograph before him, an image of himself and Cheng Xinghua, the latter grinning broadly with a hand atop his head. Cheng Ziho struck the frame in frustration. Damn it, why must he always be overshadowed? What? There were no casualties? The man in front of him stammered, shaking his head. No casualties? Surely not. Cheng Ziho shot up, astonished, though his surprise was laced with disdain and disappointment. Yes. Let us go out and meet them. The man continued, oblivious to Cheng Ziho's unease. I heard the achievements were remarkable, and new members have joined. There's a celebration banquet tonight. A celebration banquet? Rather than seeking provisions, they had the leisure for festivities? Cheng Ziho, clutching his throbbing cheek, cast a dark look, intent on discovering who warranted such a celebration. The Fresh Fruit Base had cleared an entire floor of a building for use as a dining hall, where people congregated daily to collect food. At that moment, the hall buzzed with excitement, as everyone eagerly awaited their meal, animated discussions filling the air. Extra rations for dinner tonight. Indeed, I just sneaked a peek, and there are large pork ribs. They say it's because a remarkable person has arrived. How remarkable? Someone capable of prompting the chief to provide us all with extra food? I know. One individual exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. That person's team annihilated 500 zombies and rescued the chief and Yuxin, as well as Yuezi. So impressive. How many were in their team? Not an entire military unit, surely? The crowd gathered, abuzz with excitement. Nonsense. There were only 5 of them. So few? Impossible. Don't tease me. How could 5 people possibly slay so many zombies? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. When I accompanied the chief on a rescue mission, there was a single zombie left, and the bodies piled higher than the mountains on the bridge, still uncleaned. The person boasted with pride. Tell me, how did 5 people manage to defeat so many zombies? Did they have rocket launchers? No rocket launchers, just 4 guns. Most of the zombies were felled with axes, no firearms required. Hundreds of them. The mention stirred admiration in the crowd, as the image of Chu Han amidst a mountain of zombie corpses was indeed awe-inspiring. Unbelievable. You're just bragging. The skeptics in the crowd scoffed. What kind of person uses an axe to slay zombies? Suddenly, Cheng Ziho's voice resonated through the hall. Chapter 67. What's wrong with me? Who is wielding the axe to slay the zombies? Cheng Ziho's face was dark as he shouted, Are you all deaf? The crowd lowered their heads even further, scarcely daring to meet his gaze. You filthy scoundrels. Cheng Ziho cursed furiously. How dare you disregard me? With a furious kick, he sent the dishes on the table crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a 5-year-old boy was frightened into tears, desperately seeking refuge in his mother's arms. Don't cry, sweetheart. Please stop crying. The young mother frantically comforted her son, casting a fearful glance at Cheng Ziho. However, her soothing embrace and pleas bore no fruit. As the boy continued to wail loudly, his cries echoing through the silent cafeteria, driving Cheng Ziho to the brink of irritation. Shut that little brat up, he roared, striding forward and yanking the boy from his mother's arms. He struck the child's face with a resounding slap. The onlookers immediately recoiled in terror. Cheng Ziho was known for his volatility, but such a display of rage was rare, typically reserved for when his elder brother Cheng Xianghua was absent. Yet, now, Cheng Xianghua was present in the base. Cheng Ziho shook his arm, reveling in the sensation of striking someone. The boy's cherubic face instantly swelled and reddened, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It took a moment for the stunned child to unleash a heart-wrenching wail. Cheng Ziho glared coldly at the boy, who dared to continue crying. Please, don't hit him. The young mother fell to her knees, banging her forehead against the floor in desperation. Her face crimsoned from the impact. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed and pleaded. The boy cried out for his mother, clinging to her. How utterly infuriating. Shang Ziho kicked the table once more, sending dishes clattering to the ground. He felt an overwhelming urge to silence these people, their noise giving him a headache. No one dared to speak. Some sympathetic girls covered their mouths to stifle their sobs, wanting to help, but fearing Cheng Ziho's wrath. The atmosphere grew tense when suddenly a voice rang out from the doorway. Cheng Stin stood at the entrance, flanked by Yuezi and Yichen. With a group of unfamiliar young faces behind him, Cheng Xianghua entered with a grim expression, scanning the room until his gaze fell upon the kneeling mother. He approached, helping her to her feet and gently stroking the boy's head. His heart surged with rage as he noticed the child's bruised face. Disappointment and shock flickered in Cheng Xianghua's eyes as he stared at his younger brother. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? I do. Of course I do. Cheng Ziho pointed at the unfamiliar young arrivals. These newcomers, who have done nothing and contributed no supplies, think they can eat for free? Ridiculous. His loud voice sent shudders through Cheng Xianghua's body. How could he have such a brother? Seeing the pale rage on Cheng Xianghua's face, Cheng Ziho felt a perverse sense of accomplishment. Yes, if he continued down this path, he could dominate. And a celebration feast? He continued, his gaze sweeping over the new arrivals. The students from Mingqiu University had bathed and changed into clean clothes, rendering Cheng Ziho unable to recognize anyone. He pointed at them. These are the people? You went out this afternoon to save them? Tell me, what have they done? A celebration feast? Absurd. Shut your mouth. Cheng Xianghua could no longer contain himself, his anger boiling over. A strange feeling surged within him. Was this truly his brother? The once sunny youth? Who are you to tell me to be quiet? Cheng Ziho retorted mockingly, striding closer to the group of students. No guns. No bullets. Only axes to slay zombies? Can you even lift an axe? Don't make me laugh. Who among you dared to use an axe against a zombie? Step forward. I want to see how you did it. His words ignited the fury of the students who had witnessed Chu Han's prowess. They glared at Cheng Ziho in outrage. Cheng Xianghua was at a loss for words, staring at his brother, feeling a profound sense of failure. What had he done wrong to raise Cheng Ziho in such a manner? What's wrong with that? Cheng Ziho, emboldened by Cheng Xianghua's favoritism, grew increasingly arrogant. He stepped closer to the students from Mingqiu University, his gaze dripping with disdain. You think you can just take food from here? What use is an axe against a zombie? Can you even lift it? Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a voice echoed from the doorway. What's wrong? Chu Han, now clad in fresh attire, stood at the entrance, the iron axe resting beside him, its imposing size and weight almost threatening to crack the tiles beneath. Beside him stood 4 individuals, young Master Chen, oblivious as he picked his nose, Luo Sheshao, casting disdainful looks around the hall, Shang Jiudi, arms crossed, proudly showcasing her stunning figure, and Bai Yun'er, exuding a faint aura of menace, her beautiful eyes cold beneath her dark bangs. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent at Chu Han's arrival, followed by enthusiastic shouts of Chu Han. You're here. From the students of Mingqiu University, their eyes filled with admiration. Those who had cowered in fear but witnessed the earlier events on the bridge eagerly approached him, crowding around him. Cheng Ziho's face twitched with rage, his expression contorted in a terrifying snarl. How dare they so brazenly disregard his authority? Chapter 68. Leaving no one behind surrounded by the crowd, Chu Han resembled a hero returning from the battlefield, a true victor. Indeed, having single-handedly vanquished such a multitude of zombies was enough to earn the admiration of those present. However, Cheng Ziho remained oblivious. He was unaware of the events that had unfolded earlier that afternoon. His gaze instinctively shifted toward the striking figures of Shang Jiudi and Bai Yun'er, whose exceptional grace and exquisite beauty stood out prominently in the hall. Cheng Ziho's breath quickened. What extraordinary women they were. Inevitably, his eyes drifted to Chu Han, who stood between the 2 women. Though he was not embraced by them, the sight alone was enough to provoke his ire. Lowering his gaze, he fixated on the iron axe in Chu Han's grasp. Suddenly, a loud, mocking laughter erupted from Cheng Ziho, his voice eclipsing the murmurs of the crowd and silencing those gathered around Chu Han. He derisively pointed at the axe. Is that truly an axe? Huh, who brings an axe to dinner? Is it plastic? Of course, a normal person could never lift such a weapon with one hand. Quite the convincing prop. Cheng Ziho's remarks elicited puzzled expressions from the onlookers, who had witnessed the axe's formidable power firsthand. The force with which it had pierced the skulls of zombies was beyond imagination. How could it possibly be made of plastic? Ziho, silence yourself. Cheng Xiangwa, unable to bear it any longer, instinctively defended Chu Han, whose loyalty he held at 50%. Apologize to Chu Han at once. Apologize? Cheng Xiangwa's words provoked Cheng Ziho, who felt his authority challenged. His expression contorted into a snarl. You want me, the second in command of this base, to apologize to him? To an outsider? A piece of trash? A mongrel? Apologize. He dares to think he is worthy. Mongrel. Trash. These were the terms Cheng Ziho frequently wielded in his arrogance, and they slipped from his lips without a second thought. Ziho. Enough. Yuxin, whose loyalty to Chu Han was 30%, stepped forward, his narrow eyes glinting ominously behind his glasses. Show some sense. Young man, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Apologize, and this matter will be resolved. Yuezi also interjected, her gaze toward Cheng Ziho tinged with disappointment and helplessness. A stark contrast to her usual demeanor of guidance and concern. You all defend this outsider. Cheng Ziho exclaimed incredulously, his irritation mounting. He pointed menacingly at Chu Han. What is he? You dare stand against me for such a filthy mongrel? Filthy mongrel? At that moment, Chu Han's voice rang out, infused with an indescribable ferocity. He abruptly lifted his foot, and the crowd parted instinctively. Step by step, he advanced toward Cheng Ziho, the massive axe dragging along the ground, producing a harsh, grating sound as it carved a long scar into the floor tiles. His strides were resolute as he halted barely a meter in front of Cheng Ziho. Wielding the axe with an imposing aura, his gaze locked onto Cheng Ziho's face. What do you intend to do? Cheng Ziho stammered, unnerved by Chu Han's presence. Though he was arrogant, he lacked the ironclad resolve and valor of a true warrior. In contrast, Chu Han had emerged from the depths of death. The number of lives he had taken lost to his own memory. What do I intend to do? A slight, enigmatic smile crept across Chu Han's lips. He began to circle Cheng Ziho, his footsteps echoing ominously in the hushed hall, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Chu Han. Does he mean to kill Cheng Ziho? Is it because Cheng Ziho insulted him? What's wrong? Luo Xiaoxiao looked quizzically at Shang Jiudi, unable to comprehend her feelings. Having never witnessed the death of Jia Chuanjie. Beside her, Bai Yun'er's eyes flickered with intrigue as a peculiar smile graced her lips, her body leaning slightly against the doorpost. At that moment, Chu Han abruptly ceased his pacing, the unsettling rhythm of his steps falling silent, leaving Cheng Ziho, drenched in sweat. With a sense of reprieve, he opened his mouth to speak, but Chu Han fixed him with a cold stare, devoid of warmth. I see. As though he were gazing upon a corpse. His voice remained steady, but carried the latent threat of a volcano ready to erupt. Anyone who dares to call me mongrel will not be spared. With that proclamation, the axe fell. A thunderous crash reverberated through the hall as the heavy iron axe struck the ground, creating a gaping fissure approximately 1 meter long and half a meter deep in the cement floor. The blade, glinting ominously, embedded itself mere millimeters from Cheng Ziho's toes, allowing him to feel its chilling hardness. Dust and debris erupted into the air, showering Cheng Ziho's shocked face and shoulders. You should be grateful for having a good brother. With that, Chu Han effortlessly withdrew the axe from the crack, the motion as fluid as slicing through vegetables. Turning, he departed the hall, casting a lingering glance at Cheng Xiangwa, who bore a 50% loyalty to him, while his brother displayed such disgraceful conduct. The hall remained eerily silent. The witnesses still in shock, their gazes fixed on the crack in the cement floor. This was no mere earth or tofu. This axe truly sliced through iron like it was nothing. No, it was the wielder of the axe who was truly astonishing. Cheng Xiangwa felt beads of sweat trickle down his nose, splattering onto the ground. Such strength and speed were beyond human capability. Yi Qin's glasses slipped askew, his astonishment palpable. Just moments ago, Chu Han had wielded that very axe with one hand. They had only glimpsed Chu Han's back after he had dispatched the zombies. They had not experienced firsthand the sight of hundreds of zombies falling beneath the axe. Now, witnessing Chu Han's display of power magnified their shock, making them acutely aware of the scent of death. A monster had arrived at their base. Chapter 69. The zombie tide approaches with a sudden jolt. Cheng Ziho awoke with a start, plummeting to the ground with a thud. A foul, yellowish liquid had seeped between his legs, staining the earth beneath him. His face bore remnants of the violent ashes, mingled with sweat from his panic, rendering it a chaotic mess. The blade of the axe, though it had not inflicted any wounds, had scraped his skin painfully, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, it lay ominously at his feet, heavy, hard, and chilling. Ah, my foot, my toes. Cheng Ziho gasped, glancing down in alarm. He felt a surge of nausea, his eyes bulging like crimson-tinged bulbs. Chang Xianhua hurried forth but halted abruptly as he approached. A gash had torn open Chang Ziho's shoe, threads bursting forth, yet miraculously, his toes remained unscathed. A collective shudder rippled through the onlookers, such precision and force. Shang Jiudi was engulfed in complex emotions, the words spoken by Chu Han earlier. Anyone who calls me a bastard will find no mercy, caused a flutter of unease within her. What had this man endured? Chun Xiaoya and Luo Xiaoxiao were on the brink of tears, nearly clinging to one another. How strikingly handsome Cheng Ziho was when he unleashed his wrath. A peculiar smile curled at the corner of Bai Yun'er's lips as she scrutinized the stunned crowd in the hall. With a graceful turn, she departed. Shang Jiudi, Luo Xiaoxiao, and Chun Xiaoya exchanged glances before following suit. As they exited, the hall regained its tumultuous atmosphere, food being served in abundant portions. However, the fear that had once gripped the hearts of the crowd dissipated, replaced by an undercurrent of derision. The adage of what goes around comes around resonated. Chang Xianhua could no longer control him, allowing him to run rampant within the base, and now a formidable adversary had arrived. Future days promised to be entertaining. Please, continue your meal. I must deliver some food to Chu Han and the others. Chang Xianhua abruptly rose, disregarding his brother's stunned expression, opting instead to visit Chu Han. I shall accompany you. Yuchen adjusted his glasses, though his rational mind advised remaining to comfort Cheng Ziho. An inexplicable urge pulled him away. I will go too. Yuezi swallowed a large piece of meat, wiped her mouth, and stood up. The departure of the trio felt like an additional assault on Cheng Ziho's dignity. He raised his gaze, his eyes filled with malice as he fixed his stare on their retreating figures. He resolved to eliminate them. Suddenly, a figure settled beside him. A familiar voice breaking through the turmoil. I have a proposal. In a candlelit room, Bai Yun'er leaned against the window, her head tilted as she gazed outside, her long, black hair obscuring half her face, her silhouette imbued with an air of mystery in the flickering light. Chu Han paused in his task of cleaning the axe, lifting his gaze to appraise Shang Jiudi, whose cheeks appeared enchantingly flushed in the candlelight. As he reached out to take an apple, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her delicate hand, stirring an odd sensation within him. How could this woman be so vastly different by night compared to day? Evoking a rare gentleness? Shang Jiudi blushed under Chu Han's scrutiny, momentarily flustered, her heart racing. With an unusual gaze fixed upon her, Chu Han assessed her loyalty. Damn, it's still at 50, he thought. Turning away, he dismissed her sudden softness as a mere figment of his imagination. Knock, knock. A sudden series of knocks echoed through the room. Luo Xiaoxiao dropped her chicken feed in shock, her eyes widening as she excitedly nudged the oblivious Chen Xiaoya. Hey, not this. Her face sparkled with gossiping delight. I just saw Shang Jiudi blush. Are you out of your mind? Chen Xiaoya shot her an incredulous glance. That was just the candlelight. Luo Xiaoxiao shot him a fiery glare, muttering under her breath, You clueless fatso. Chu Laudi. At that moment, Cheng Xianhua's hearty laughter resonated from the hallway, accompanied by the voices of Yi Chun and Yuezi. Chu Han paused, a slight smirk gracing his lips. What brings you here? Loyalty is indeed a remarkable thing. Cheng Xianhua's affection for him was clear. Although Yi Chun and Yuezi had not yet reached a loyalty score of 50, the emergence of any loyalty would invariably alter one's heart, fostering genuine goodwill. We brought you some food. You weren't in the cafeteria tonight. Yuezi placed a variety of dishes on the table. Thank you, Chu Han replied with a faint smile. Don't mention it. Cheng Xianhua sighed. I owe you an apology. My younger brother is utterly thoughtless. Let us consider this matter settled. I too was somewhat impulsive. Chu Han feigned laughter, a fact that drew cryptic glances from Shang Jiudi and Bai Yun'er. They were acutely aware of how sensitive he was to the term bastard, and his failure to execute Cheng Ziho on the spot had surprised them both. Given his background and experiences, they understood the weight of his murderous intent at that moment. Cheng Xianhua flashed a grin. The base is quite secure now. You can all take a breather, and don't overthink things. The horde of zombies has been dealt with. His words ignited a spark of alertness in Chu Han's eyes as he regarded the trio before him, a profound meaning etched in his gaze. What's wrong? Yi Chun sensed the shift in atmosphere. The horde of zombies has not been dealt with. Chu Han fixed his gaze intently on them, his voice deliberate and measured. The tide of the undead is approaching. Chapter 70, A Zombie Tide. Cheng Xianhua felt an instinctive chill within and instinctively asked, What do you mean by zombie tide? A horde of undead. The eyes of Cheng and his companions widened in alarm. Where? Where is it? Yuezi swallowed hard, her voice tense, her smile particularly forced. The zombie-tied isn't heading this way, is it? Chu Han's gaze dimmed slightly. I regret to inform you, the direction is indeed here. Her words plunged the room into a profound silence. The geographical location of the fresh fruit base was rather precarious. Initially, they had chosen this spot due to the expansive park ahead. It is worth noting that not all communities boast such vast green spaces. After clearing the area, it would become arable land, and this community, a remnant of civilization, was a familiar place for many. Not everyone was willing to forsake such a fine environment for a life in a tent in the wild. However, should a zombie tide erupt now, the level of danger would be unimaginable. The vast open space ahead would present an easy target, yet be difficult to defend. Yuxin adjusted his glasses, his voice cold as ice. How many are there? None of them questioned the veracity of Chu Han's words. Instead, they immediately began strategizing on how to respond. 5,000? 10,000? Chu Han maintained her calm demeanor. I haven't had the chance for close observation, so I can't specify the exact number, but rest assured, it's certainly more than that. More than that. The four words made everyone in the room's hearts constrict suddenly. Thousands, even tens of thousands of zombies. There were only a little over 1,000 people here, half of whom were the elderly, weak, and women. Very few had the courage to take up arms against the undead, and their combat capabilities were exceedingly limited. Not everyone was as formidable as Chu Han. It was commendable if an individual could handle 3 zombies at once, and the firearms and ammunition at their disposal would be utterly insufficient to slay such a vast horde. Only a dead and lay ahead. Impossible. This cannot be. Yuezi was on the verge of breakdown. I refused to believe it. How could there be so many zombies? When we went out, encountering 100 was already a lot. Chu Han offered no further explanations, merely stating a statistic. The probability of a human turning into a zombie is 80, and the population of Tong City is 3 million. Silence enveloped the room. Yuezi's cry abruptly ceased. She realized Chu Han spoke the truth. The statistic was terrifying. An abrupt emergence of a horde numbering in the thousands was indeed plausible. Evacuate. Cheng Xianggui's forehead was drenched in sweat. Everyone, leave this place. That's impossible. Yi Chun was also sweating profusely, his usual calm demeanor completely gone. He resembled an ant on a hot pan, pacing restlessly within the room, his tone urgent and frantic. Most of the people at the base were rescued and brought here long ago. They've hardly encountered zombies directly. They have no concept of it. Life has been thriving. And a complete evacuation is utterly unfeasible. I forgot to mention something important. Suddenly, Bai Yun'er spoke, casting an odd glance at Chu Han. Her icy voice fell upon Cheng Xianggua and his companions like a bucket of cold water, leaving them chilled to the bone. Even if you try to relocate, it would be futile. Zombies possess a natural instinct that drives them toward areas with greater populations, and when the horde is massive, this instinct is exponentially heightened. There is no escape. After stating this, Bai Yun'er fixed her gaze on Chu Han, her smile both chilling and disconcerting. Chu Han furrowed his brow. As far as he was aware, Bai Yun'er should not yet know about zombies' heat sensitivity. What do we do? What do we do? Yuezi crouched on the ground, clutching her head, utterly at a loss. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, directing her question at Chu Han. You just said you haven't observed them up close, which implies you've at least seen them somewhere else. Where are they, those living dead? How long until the tide arrives? If the first 2 questions struck terror into Cheng Xianggua and his companions, the final statement, it has blocked the city's exit, was a declaration of despair. There was no escape. Do you have a solution? Suddenly, Cheng Xianggua gazed deeply into Chu Han's eyes, uncertain why he posed such a question at this moment. Logically, Chu Han was merely a 20-year-old university student, albeit one with formidable strength. Yet, against such a terrifying horde, he should have no means to resolve the situation. Yi Chun adjusted his glasses, his gaze inadvertently flickering toward the side, where young Master Chun and Luo Xiaoxiao sat on the ground. After indulging in a feast, the two had begun playing cards. The duo, a large and small foodie, seemed utterly unconcerned about the impending danger. Were they blissfully ignorant or utterly resigned? Do you have a solution? Cheng Xianggua reiterated, his tone firmer. I do. Chu Han's voice was remarkably calm. It's all right, it's all right. If worst comes to worst, we die? What? What? Yuezi's words took a sudden turn. Had she misheard? Chu Han had said there's a way. Is there a solution? Yi Chun's glasses skewed again, a result of his facial expressions fluctuating too frequently, causing his muscles to twitch. Cheng Xianggua abruptly gripped Chu Han's shoulders, his voice trembling with excitement. Is there a way? Do you truly have a solution? What is it? We will act on it immediately. Chu Han suddenly broke into a smile. The imminent zombie tide was enough to spell doom for everyone here, as they were unprepared and lacked experience. Perhaps this was how those in his previous life perished, victims of ignorance and underestimation of the undead. But this time was different. He was here now. Chapter 71. Misunderstanding. A list lay on the table, densely filled with writing. I require these items. Chu Han's voice was exceedingly calm, as if casually handing over a grocery list. You all venture out daily to gather supplies. You should know where to procure them. The eyes of Cheng Xianghua and the others shifted downward, and upon seeing the extensive array of items and figures, a tingling sensation coursed through their scalps, leaving them feeling weak. 2 days. We need to prepare so much. This was Yuetzi's voice, and he suddenly felt his legs weaken. The quantity of these items was not the crux of the matter. It was merely a question of assigning more personnel. However, Cheng Xianghua furrowed his brow, his expression filled with confusion. Are these items truly useful? Chu Han's eyes glimmered faintly, a subtle glimmer of hope. This is called resourcefulness. Indeed, you are correct. These items are mere refuse in the apocalypse. Cheng Xianghua nodded gravely, casting a look of unwavering trust toward Chu Han. I am eager to see how you will utilize these items. You will find out in due time. A slight smile danced at the corners of Chu Han's mouth, and he refrained from elaborating further. Excellent. Cheng Xianghua replied with a hearty laugh, his spirits restored. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the three. Just that afternoon, they had been engulfed in despair, convinced they would meet their demise. Yet Chu Han had miraculously saved them, shielding them from a horde of zombies. By the time they arrived, Chu Han had already performed a miracle, eliminating over 500 zombies. Now, feeling a similar sense of hopelessness, they clung to a thread of expectation, believing that Chu Han would continue to create miracles. Let us rest well tonight and embark on a grand sweep tomorrow. Cheng Xianghua declared loudly, rallying the group. Yes, Yuetzi shouted enthusiastically. I will follow the organization's pace. The typically composed Yuqin could not help but smile. Then we shall take our leave. With that, Cheng Xianghua suddenly winked at Chu Han, his gaze teasingly flicking toward Shang Jiudi and Bai Yun'er. Then, without warning, he turned to young Master Chun and Luo Xiaoxiao. I've arranged another suite for you too, both rooms equipped with bathrooms. You should rest early and not disturb Chu Han and the others. Huh? Young Master Chen was perplexed. I can sleep on the floor. Luo Xiaoxiao swiftly covered his mouth, her face filled with exasperation. Rising, she delivered a playful kick to young Master Chen's ample backside, then grinned at Chu Han, saying, Chu Han, don't worry. The fat one and I won't disturb you. A night of passion is priceless. Let us go, let us go. With that, Luo Xiaoxiao tugged at young Master Chen, disregarding his protests as she pulled him out of the room, all the while assuring, we'll leave immediately. You all can proceed boldly and directly with your plans. We won't bother you tonight. The flickering candlelight danced alluringly, casting enchanting shadows of the two women. Shang Jiudi's cheeks flushed crimson, her body stiffened as she sat there, unsure where to place her hands. An unusually heated atmosphere enveloped the room, filled with a hint of intimacy. From Chu Han's perspective, beyond Shang Jiudi and Bai Yun'er lay a spacious bed. 3 people could easily fit. A night of passion is priceless? Suddenly, Bai Yun'er's icy voice pierced the air, laced with a hint of menace that could freeze one's very bones. Shang Jiudi jolted, casting a furtive glance at Chu Han. The rhythmic sound of even breathing was barely audible. Chu Han had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Goodness. Shang Jiudi couldn't help but curse inwardly. You've actually fallen asleep. Sleep, Bai Yun'er commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Sleep. Shang Jiudi huffed, rising indignantly and striding into the bedroom. With the sound of the door slamming shut behind them, Chu Han stealthily opened his eyes a crack, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Thank goodness I was clever enough to feign sleep. Otherwise, with Bai Yun'er's temperament, I might have been dismembered. The following morning, Chu Han groggily opened his eyes, the sun shining brightly despite the faint red mist outside. It was evident that it was already noon. He felt somewhat disoriented. It had been ages since he had slept so soundly, and for so long, completely oblivious. Could it be that the exhaustion from slaying so many zombies yesterday had taken its toll? He glanced at the closed bedroom door. Had Shang Jiudi and Bai Yun'er still not risen? Looking outside at the sky, he furrowed his brow. This was unusual. Those two women typically did not sleep in so late. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks seemed perfectly timed as Yi Chun's voice rang out from behind the door. Chu Han, it's me. Chu Han walked over to open the door, greeting Yi Chun with a smile. Just then, the bedroom door creaked open. Shang Jiudi and Bai Yun'er emerged simultaneously, heading straight for the table to have breakfast. Oddly enough, despite having slept for so long, both women appeared somewhat pale, their steps slightly unsteady. Chu Han cast a fleeting glance at them before turning his attention to Yi Chun. Are those items recoverable? Rest assured, I just received news. The supplies are plentiful, Yi Chun reported, his spirits high as he moved toward the sofa. Suddenly, he halted, his expression turning awkward as he took 2 steps back. My apologies. Am I interrupting something? Chu Han looked at him in confusion, momentarily unsure of what he meant. Sorry. I'll leave at once. Yi Chun stammered, glancing nervously toward the bedroom, his demeanor suggesting he had witnessed something unspeakable. What is going on? Following Yi Chun's gaze, Chu Han turned to the bedroom, which seemed entirely normal, just the bed where the 2 women had slept the previous night. Upon seeing the pristine white sheets, Chu Han couldn't help but exclaim, Goodness! On the stark white sheets lay 2 vivid, crimson stains of blood. Knock, knock, knock. Unfortunate timing struck again as the knocking resumed. Chapter 72. Debris. As the door swung open, the visitors were Luo Xiaoxiao and young Master Chen. Yi Chun hastily slipped out through a crack in the door, his hasty retreat appearing rather comical, and before leaving, he took a moment to surreptitiously give Chu Han a thumbs up. Young Master Chen regarded him with a puzzled expression. But then his gaze suddenly caught sight of something, and he broke into a silly grin as he looked at Chu Han, exclaiming, Boss, you're amazing. Luo Xiaoxiao was already so excited that she was practically dancing, eager to rush into the room and examine everything closely. The peculiar behavior of the 3 left Shang Jiudi, who stood nearby, somewhat baffled. She glanced at herself several times, finding everything in order. Her clothes were properly fastened. Bai Yun'er maintained her usual stoic demeanor, indifferent to everything around her. Chu Han rolled his eyes, unwilling to explain to these 2 gluttons. The coincidence of both women having their monthly cycles at the same time rendered any explanation futile. After checking the few remaining magazines, Chu Han's voice regained its calm composure. Have Cheng Xianghua and the others gone out to scavenge? Chu Han's actions faltered momentarily. Yi Chun perceived the urgency of the situation. If this base continued to be neglected, trouble was inevitable. Is that all? Are you kidding me? One individual muttered, clearly displeased. My brother? Chang Ziho's expression darkened, a surge of anger erupting. Does he have no sense? Do you all lack common sense too? The group, who had just finished transporting goods and were about to head out again, exchanged glances, uncertain of the purpose behind collecting these items, yet they did not perceive Cheng Xianghua as lacking intelligence. Chu Han? Chang Ziho's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable ferocity. It's him again, and that brat? Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his mirth echoing through the air. Indeed, those with brawn but no brains are foolish. I can't wait to see his folly. With so much junk, it will be utterly useless. Let us see how he handles it. Shang Ziho's laughter was nothing short of boisterous, resembling a demon's exaggerated roar at the entrance of the desolate community. The chatter among the crowd gradually subsided. Not because his voice overpowered theirs, but due to an instinctive reaction, they all turned their heads in unison toward a singular direction. Chang Ziho continued to laugh heartily until only his voice remained in the vast emptiness. It was then that he sensed something amiss, noticing the audience's expectant gazes. He abruptly turned around. At the exit of the community stood a figure silhouetted against the setting sun, a massive iron axe casually slung over one shoulder. Its exaggerated proportions suggested a weight that seemed burdensome at a mere glance, the cold blade glinting ominously. The face of the figure was obscured, cast in shadow. Chu Han emerged step by step from the darkness. His purpose for venturing out today was merely to survey the terrain and assess the quantity of supplies. So he had come alone. He walked unflinchingly past the crates that had been unloaded from the truck, ignoring Cheng Ziho entirely, his gaze fixed ahead. The matters and people around him were of no concern. His sole objective was to eliminate the horde of zombies, break through the encirclement, and escape this place. Chu Han's indifference irked Cheng Ziho immensely. Consumed by anger and hatred, he momentarily forgot the menacing axe that had nearly terrified him the previous day in the cafeteria. Stop! Cheng Ziho bellowed, his voice thunderous. Hey, this is going to be entertaining. After his shout, Cheng Ziho fell silent, yet when he met Chu Han's emotionless gaze, an inexplicable rage surged within him. That infuriating expression, that seemingly indifferent demeanor, recalling how he had been so frightened the day before that he had lost control of himself. Cheng Ziho's heart felt as if it had been pierced by a sharp object. The mocking stares from those around him were unmistakable. These wretches. Chu Han tilted his head slightly. So what? Deputy Chief? What's the matter? After tomorrow, this base will be discarded. His nonchalant, so what twisted Cheng Ziho's face into a grotesque mask of fury, his rage unmistakable. So you need to obey my orders. All this junk is what you must collect. I'll tell you this, while you're here enjoying free food and drink. Do you also expect a bunch of people to help you gather garbage? Clean all of this up. If I see even a scrap of trash tomorrow, you can forget about staying at this base. Garbage? Clean it up? Chu Han fixed his gaze on the boxes strewn across the ground. The open cardboard revealing a jumble of items that could indeed be classified as trash in this post-apocalyptic world. However, that would not be the case tomorrow. Chapter 73. Falling out. Are you asking him to clean up the trash? If not, then he shouldn't stay here. A mocking smile flitted across Chu Han's face. He disregarded Cheng Ziho's rapidly changing expression and turned on his heel, striding forward. What a pity. Cheng Xianghua, such an exceptional stalwart, ought to have been his formidable ally. His loyalty reaching 50. Alas, he had such a brother. Stop right there. Did I give you permission to leave? Do you believe I won't shoot you? Cheng Ziho bellowed in a frenzy. Chu Han's calm demeanor and indifference were intolerable to him, and he raised his gun. With Cheng Xianghua absent, perhaps killing him was the solution. Bang. The gun fired without warning. You dare point a gun at my boss? Master Chen's furious voice rang out from behind. A plume of smoke brushed past Cheng Ziho's feet, narrowly missing him. Trembling, Cheng Ziho's gun clattered to the ground. The nonchalant demeanor of Chu Han left the dockworkers agape. Had Master Chen not arrived just in time, Cheng Ziho would have fired. How could he remain so unperturbed? Suddenly, a pickup truck halted firmly before the crowd. Cheng Ziho, drenched in sweat, emerged from the vehicle, brimming with energy as he called for assistance. Quick. Unload. We'll head out again tonight. Cheng Xinghua's brow furrowed as he cast a glance towards the distant figure of Master Chen, who stood armed, while Chu Han's silhouette faded away. Master Chen showed no intention of approaching. He was merely providing cover. Master Chen protecting Chu Han? What could possibly compel him to feel such trepidation about this base? To worry for Chu Han's safety? This was not a realm overrun by zombies. Before the tide of the undead arrived, this place was populated solely by humans. Cheng Xianghua, a veteran, recognized that the situation before him was far from what Cheng Ziho described. Enough noise. Yuchen gasped as he rushed out from the compound. Having witnessed the entire ordeal from above, he hurried outside only to find the situation had grown complex. Adjusting his glasses, he began to organize the personnel, those standing there. Go unload. Cheng Ziho, you need to stay indoors for the next few days. His directive was purely aimed at quelling tensions, for Cheng Ziho was, after all, the younger brother of a close friend, while Chu Han and his group were exceptionally domineering, making arrangements difficult. Yi Chen refrained from mentioning Chu Han or the gun-wielding Master Chen, yet instructing Cheng Ziho to remain inside made Cheng Xinghua's heart race. Yi Chen was always the calm one, and his arrangement undoubtedly held significance, indicating that the fault lay with Cheng Ziho today. What have you done? Cheng Xianghua shouted angrily at Cheng Ziho. What have I done? You dare ask me? Have you lost your mind? Yesterday, I was nearly slashed, and you did nothing. Today, I was almost shot, and you still scold me. Cheng Ziho retorted incredulously, do you even consider me your brother? Have you been brainwashed? Cheng Xianghua lowered his head. Struggling with a surge of guilt, Cheng Ziho was the one he had raised. And you? Cheng Ziho suddenly turned his gaze to Yi Chen. You're merely my brother's lackey. What gives you the right to command me? Are you trying to imprison me? Have you conspired with that outsider, Chu Han? Speak. Are you plotting rebellion with him and his ilk? Lackey? Rebellion? Yi Chen looked incredulously at this familiar yet unfamiliar young man. He had grown up alongside Cheng Xianghua, treating Cheng Ziho as his own younger brother, yet now this young man spoke so? Cheng Ziho's agitation escalated as he kicked a box being unloaded from the truck. Bang! The force sent its contents spilling out. A trove of smartphones tumbled forth, their sleek surfaces and screens marred by unsightly scratches upon contact with the ground. Cheng Ziho kicked another box, causing laptops to roll out, similarly scuffed. The global blackout lasting 6 hours had rendered these devices utterly useless. No one knew why. Humanity only recognized that their phones and computers had blacked out, and even the most skilled in electronics were baffled. The only certainty was that those familiar items had become entirely obsolete in this apocalyptic world. Phones? Computers? Brother, have you truly lost your mind? Cheng Ziho's fury peaked. He felt he was in the right. These are all waste, garbage. Yet that Chu Han insists we gather them, deploying a multitude of people. Only a fool would undertake such a task. Shang Jiudi felt his heart clench at Shang Ziho's words. How could he utter such a thing towards the brother who had always cared for him? What about food? We need food. Computers and phones are worthless in this apocalypse. Boss, you have truly disappointed me. Why do you trust Chu Han so blindly? Why do you follow his every command? The second in command is right. Chu Han is just a muscle-bound simpleton. Hurry and toss these useless items. They only bring frustration. Du Ming, too, was among the crowd, suddenly filled with excitement. Ha ha ha. That fool Chu Han. He actually had these people gather this junk? Fantastic. The foolish should be expelled. No, he should be made to clean up dung. Ding Shui, having labored all day, now wore a face of astonishment. What did Chu Han want with these items? Chapter 74. Why does he not have to work? Cheng Xianghua gazed at the individuals around him, who were hurling curses with fervor, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. They, along with Chu Han and others, were tirelessly devising strategies to combat the horde of corpses, yet all he received in return was dissatisfaction and blame, leaving him at a loss for words. How could Chu Han be aware of the impending zombie tide? What purpose did these phones and computers serve? Cheng Xianghua was utterly perplexed. He couldn't fathom why he placed such unwavering trust in Chu Han, while his own younger brother harbored palpable animosity towards him. His indecision rendered him silent, only serving to embolden the crowd's hostility. Throw him out. We need food. That scoundrel Chu Han. He should never have been allowed into the base. Look at the mess he has created. Enough. Yi Chen's sudden roar shattered the tension, his rage starkly contrasting with his usual reticence. He swiftly drew a handgun from his waist. The resounding gunshot sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy, causing them to crouch down in panic, silencing the clamorous din. If you wish to live, then do what you must. Yi Chen's gravelly voice bellowed, his fury a sight to behold. You fear the zombies yet desire to feast. You cower indoors yet relish in pointing fingers. Do not push me to the brink of violence. The throng dissipated instantly, yet each individual departed laden with resentment, some muttering curses under their breath. Brother, this is the last time I shall call you that. Shang Ziho approached Cheng Xianghua, his voice barely above a whisper. I shall see how that dimwit Chu Han intends to utilize this refuse. Do not regret it. With that, he turned and strode away, casting a shadow of discontent as he passed Yu Chen. Cheng Xianghua and Yi Chen exchanged troubled glances, their brows furrowed deeply. Thank you, old friend, Cheng Xianghua murmured, placing a weary hand on Yu Chen's shoulder. Those words should have been his to speak. Yet his hesitance and compassion for Cheng Ziho nearly allowed the situation to spiral out of control. Cheng Xianghua forced a bitter smile, his voice laced with sorrow. I wonder if we shall have another opportunity. What is the situation outside? Yi Chen inquired, shifting the topic. All zombies. Cheng Xianghua's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic as his fingers trembled slightly. Chu Han was correct. There is a massive horde of zombies across the bridge. I witnessed it myself, many, countless. Yu Chen's eyes widened in alarm as he instinctively turned his gaze toward the distance, where the park lay overturned. And Chu Han's figure flickered in and out of sight as he scouted the area. What is he doing? That night was anything but tranquil. The once quiet neighborhood erupted in a cacophony of gunfire that persisted throughout the night, panic permeating the residential buildings. Countless residents lay awake, the cries of children echoing through the air. At dawn, the once empty neighborhood was shrouded in a mist of blood, and as people emerged from their homes, they were met with a scene that left them utterly aghast. Was the neighborhood attacked by zombies last night? So many of them. Over 100. Oh my heavens. Have the zombies come to our doorstep? What should we do? What should we do? Panic swiftly engulfed the entire fresh fruit base. Those who rarely ventured outside were now paralyzed with fear. The wails of children were deafening, and many elderly individuals and women dared not step beyond their doorways. Cheng Xianghua emerged from Chu Han's quarters, a peculiar expression marking his features as he approached the open space outside the community, staring at the organized piles of zombies. His fists clenched tightly. How many casualties? Many. Yu Chen's voice was low. Those on watch last night, without proper training, suffered losses of nearly 50%. Cheng Xianghua pressed his lips together. We must maintain control and soothe the residents. Understood, Yi Chen replied as he walked. What does Chu Han suggest? Cheng Xianghua abruptly halted, a strange expression crossing his face as he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. Chu Han wants us to arrange it this way, and to do so swiftly. Yi Chen accepted the sketch adorned with lines, confusion evident in his eyes behind his glasses. Are you certain? The zombies can begin moving here. Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, another gunshot rang out, and a grotesque zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. Yet, scarcely had it collapsed when another zombie emerged from the distance. Xing's demeanor sharpened. The horde will arrive by afternoon. The zombies have been coming one after another since last night. We must act quickly. We can only trust Chu Han at this juncture. Yuxin's glasses glimmered with urgency. 3 hours later, the area outside the community was bustling with activity, busy figures flitting about. Hurry, hurry, Yuezi commanded, brandishing a megaphone in the open space. Cars were being driven out, lined up in a peculiar formation outside the community. The once vacant area transformed into a crowded scene as nearly all residents emerged. Even 10-year-old children ardently working alongside the adults, tossing stones and heavy objects into the vehicles. The wheels sank under the weight, and panic was evident in everyone's eyes as the relentless wave of zombies terrified them, now appearing in groups of 10 or more, with increasing frequency. The zombie horde is approaching? Changstin was stood elevated, scrutinizing the scene below while holding the diagram provided by Chu Han, comparing it meticulously. Yuezi. The car on the east side is misaligned. Shift the front towards the 10 o'clock direction, he instructed, gripping the walkie-talkie as perspiration dripped from his brow. The gunfire in the distance showed no signs of abating, and he could almost sense the ominous gathering of a massive horde of zombies across the bridge. A dark wave advancing towards them. Move, move. Yuezi rushed forward, initiating a realignment. As Chu Han stepped out with young Master Chun and others, he was greeted by the chaotic scene. Every vehicle had been relocated, forming a disordered arrangement in the open space. Large trucks positioned at the back and smaller ones in front. Navigating through the crowd, their gazes were cautious, for Chu Han needed to inspect and ensure everything was flawless. Among the sweat-drenched individuals laboring in the open space, some were students from Mingqiu University. Upon spotting Chu Han, they cast envious or jealous glances at his composed appearance. Free of sweat and odor, Duan Ming, panting heavily as he lifted a large stone into a vehicle, glanced at Chu Han with considerable discontent. Why does he not have to work? Chapter 75. You can go die. Duan Ming's voice was unrestrained, and not just him. The people around halted their actions, casting unfriendly glances at Chu Han. Why should he be exempt from labor? With so many zombies around, how could he merely stand idle, indulging in leisure? A voice hidden among the crowd suddenly pierced through the tension. This single remark ignited a palpable animosity, causing more and more individuals to cease their tasks. Glancing down at their filthy clothing, drenched in sweat, with no time even to wipe their faces, many of them suffering from hunger. In stark contrast stood Chu Han, clad in waterproof military boots and pristine attire, exuding an air of cleanliness, accompanied by followers and beautiful women, as if he were merely a sightseer. Why should this be? We are all humans, all survivors in this apocalypse. Why should Chu Han be exempt from toil? Chu Han halted, gazing quietly at the throng before him. Excluding the 200 elderly and children who simply lacked the strength, all 800 members of the base were present, drenched in sweat. Laboring under the commands of Cheng Xiangua, Yi Chun, and Yu Zi, the three's frenzied insistence resembled a desperate flight from zombies. Leaving the crowd bewildered and seething at the culprit who issued the orders, Chu Han. Cheng Zhehao's words acted like a spark, igniting outrage among the masses. Almost everyone halted their tasks, their eyes filled with a burning desire to devour Chu Han alive. Why should we toil in your stead while you luxuriate in the comforts of the base? Is this a gallery for you? I truly cannot fathom the purpose of these phones and computers. Do you think our base is a dumping ground? If you enjoy playing in a landfill, do it alone. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sharp gunshots rang out in the distance as dozens of howling zombies fell, creating a gruesome carpet on the ground. By now, over 300 zombies had appeared since morning, further fueling the anger of the crowd. You see zombies approaching in groups, yet you choose to loiter here? Aren't you supposed to be slaying them? You are on the verge of destroying this base. The shouts and curses came in waves. Silence! Silence! Yuzi shouted through a megaphone. Beside her, Yichen fired several shots into the air, but to no avail. The roars of the enraged crowd drowned out the gunfire. They began to converge on Chu Han, hurling their belongings to the ground, marching forward step by step, cursing him with fury, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. The scene spiraled out of control. These individuals were more frenzied than starving zombies, driven by negative emotions that could lead them to commit acts more brutal than those of the undead. Cheng Zehao was agitated, yearning to rush forward and shred Chu Han to pieces, yet he remained rooted at the back of the crowd. Fully aware of his identity as the second in command, how could he stoop to such actions? Duan Ming took the lead, having awaited this day for far too long. Finally, he witnessed the collective wrath directed at Chu Han, 800 people capable of rendering him as destitute as a beggar. Young Master Chen, typically mild-mannered, suddenly became furious. Aiming his firearm at the feet of a few individuals. Dare to insult my boss, and I will shoot someone next. Chu Han cast a fleeting glance. Loyalty was indeed a curious phenomenon. Young Master Chen, usually bullied by Luo Xiaoxiao, now stood defiant. Shoot. A voice from the enraged crowd erupted. Charged with fervor, bullying us because we are unarmed? This is the sort of thing you tyrants do. Fear not, everyone, charge with me. Tear them apart. Encouraged. The crowd surged forward again, the chaos resembling that of a zombie outbreak. Chu Han surveyed the approaching tide, his gaze flickering momentarily before he withdrew his left hand from his pocket, fingers deftly aligning as he pulled the trigger of his handgun with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers bewildered. After a single gunshot rang out, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd, blood instantly staining the ground. Chu Han did not continue firing, but instead walked calmly into the now dispersing crowd, where a man lay, shot in the right leg, blood gushing uncontrollably. I have been aware of you for some time. Chu Han's voice was eerily calm. You have consistently targeted me, yet do we even know each other? The man sprawled in a pool of blood was Zhou Shuli, his expression frenzied, eyes wild with rage as he glared at Chu Han. You dare say you don't recognize me? Chu Han frowned, observing the apparent madness in the man's demeanor. He had never encountered this individual before. I was living quite freely. Zhou Shuli suddenly screamed, desperately attempting to crawl forward. If it weren't for you seizing that supermarket, I would not have lost everything. That supermarket was mine. The G55 was mine. All of it was mine. You took it without a word, and with half the zombies still unresolved. I had to lure them away using human blood, only to attract even more zombies. I lost my food and women because of you. And now I am reduced to this. Yet you claim not to know me. Zhou Shuli's reasoning was utterly chaotic. Chu Han grasped the gist of his words. And upon hearing the mention of using human blood to lure zombies in the supermarket, his eyes widened in realization. The outbreak had occurred precisely at the supermarket he had previously raided. The term G55 instantly triggered a memory connecting him to this man, revealing how the zombie tide had come to be. Chu Han slowly crouched, locking eyes with the deranged Zhou Shuli. You claim to have lured zombies using human blood, only to attract a horde? Zhou Shuli was momentarily stunned before he shouted, What of it? It is all your fault. Now I cannot even leave Tong City. Excellent. Chu Han's visage darkened menacingly as he leveled the gun at Zhou Shuli's head. You can go die. Blood splattered, and the cacophony of rage fell abruptly silent. Chapter 76. What is your name? Zhou Shuli's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, an incessant flow of blood surging forth, sending waves of shock through the onlookers. Many wished to flee, yet fear rooted them to the spot. They had faced threats before, been intimidated by gunfire, but had never witnessed a murder within this base. In an instant, Chu Han's image transformed in their minds into something akin to a terrifying specter. Dispose of his body in Area A. Chu Han commanded with an unsettling calmness, as if he had just dispatched a mere chicken or duck rather than a living human being. Young Master Chen promptly hoisted Zhou Shuli's corpse and trudged to the location indicated by Chu Han, the blood trailing behind them creating a chilling path that left the throng of over 800 spectators in stunned silence, holding their breaths with utmost caution. Cheng Xianghua, Yi Chun, and Yuezi stood equally aghast. They had fought zombies and clashed with other bases, yet they had never taken a human life. It was merely a month since the apocalypse had erupted. With a bit of courage, food was not a concern, and there were ample places to reside. They had not yet reached the point of turning against their own kind. Cheng Ziho trembled in hiding, unable to fathom that Zhou Shuli had been killed so abruptly. What was to be done now? Should the plan proceed? The students from Chuqiu University were equally petrified, with Ding Shui covering her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with terror. The notion of murder was beyond her comprehension. Was this unflinching man, whose face was splattered with blood yet showed no sign of wiping it away, truly the Chu Han they knew? The crowd was an intricate assembly, difficult to communicate with and nearly impossible to control. Amidst the silence, the collective uncertainty loomed. Over 800 individuals were oblivious to the intentions of the man before them. You are fortunate, living comfortably with ample food, devoid of the need to venture forth and slay the undead. Chu Han's voice resonated, crystal clear for all to hear, as the sound of his military boots ceased. Yet you remain oblivious. His tone escalated, youthful yet imbued with the gravitas of a general emerging from the throes of war. He raised his hand, steady and unwavering, pointing towards the distant bridge. Copper City, the very place where you were born, educated, employed, married, and even planned to retire. How many souls inhabit Copper City? You dwell here. You are the natives, and no one knows better than you. Tell me, how many? His voice thundered, growing louder and more forceful with each utterance. It was as if a feral beast, unshackled, surged forth, brimming with vitality. Yet, at that moment, he rendered the assembled crowd, over 800 souls, utterly speechless. 3 million. The resounding proclamation erupted in the stillness, akin to a volcano's eruption. Chu Han stood before them, his eyes dark as ink. This city harbors 3 million inhabitants. How many zombies might that entail? You shall tell me. He gazed intently at the crowd, his voice erupting with the ferocity of an enraged lion. Tell me, how many? You do not comprehend. Chu Han's eyes bore the weight of despair. You have never cared to understand the peril lurking within this city, nor have you dared to step beyond the facade of safety provided by this base. You remain ignorant of the fact that, in this city of 3 million, 80% of the population has already transformed into zombies. 80%. The staggering statistic left the crowd wide-eyed, their minds reeling as if a dagger had been thrust into their hearts. As their steps faltered, Chu Han's gaze fell upon a 15-year-old girl, his voice suddenly tranquil. And you, what is your name? Chu Xia, she replied. A smile crept upon Chu Han's lips. Excellent. Are you in high school? I just graduated from middle school, she answered. The smile faded as he raised his voice dramatically. Chu Xia, you must inform them. Reveal to these people. With a population of 3 million and 80% turned, how many zombies does that yield? 240,000. The girl's voice rang out clearly, but she quickly covered her mouth, trembling. There are 240,000 zombies. A staggering count, 240,000. Even a mere teenager could calculate this figure, while the adults stood bewildered, devoid of any comprehension. You. Chu Han suddenly turned to a young boy, his voice cutting through the air. What is your name? Mu Tian, the boy responded, staring at the man before him in awe. Mu Tian, Chu Han repeated, his demeanor hardened. Are you in high school? I'm in my second year, the boy replied. Chu Han surveyed the throng once more, his brow furrowing in intensity. Mu Tian, tell them how many people reside in this fruit base. Relax yourself in tense moments, comfort yourself in worries, and do not forget to bless yourself in happiness. Chapter 77. The brave or the coward. Over 1,000 individuals stood present. Chu Han wore a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking. Yet his gaze turned frigid as he pronounced each word with deliberate intensity, in a base of over 1,000 people. Nearly 30 lives were lost due to the demise of 100 zombies. Now, with the remaining 1,000 of you facing a horde of tens of thousands of zombies, how many will perish? Who among you can calculate those odds? Chu Han's voice erupted in a furious roar, a tempest of emotion. Speak. How many? Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire echoed from afar in relentless waves, accompanied by the anguished cries of those guarding that area. The sounds were starkly clear against the backdrop of an otherwise silent environment. Do you hear that? Chu Han's voice resonated with profound sorrow as he scrutinized the faces before him. Some are fighting, some are shielding you from those zombies. Have you not pondered why the usually tranquil base has suddenly encountered a surge of zombies from last night until now? And why the frequency of their appearances is escalating? Have you considered it? Fear and shock flickered across their faces. Indeed, why? Engage your minds. Chu Han implored, his hand sweeping dramatically towards the opposite bridge. There lies a zombie tide, triggered by the very person I just eliminated. Tens of thousands of zombies are on their way. And what are you doing here? Zombie tide. Tens of thousands. Oncoming. The weight of these three pivotal phrases sent a tremor through the crowd, akin to a thunderclap striking their hearts. They had only over 1,000 souls here. Until Chu Han laid these figures bare before them, the specter of fear and the threat of death became palpable. Thus, it was evident why Chu Han had ruthlessly taken the life of Zhou Shuli. He had summoned the zombie tide. Instantly, the gazes directed at Chu Han shifted from reproach to a complex amalgamation of emotions. Relief? Gratitude? They were uncertain. All they knew was that this young man before them was not the villain they had envisioned. Rather, he inspired a sense of astonishment and respect. We are but 1,000 strong, with over 200 being the elderly and children, utterly incapable of facing even a single zombie. Has anyone considered how to confront the impending zombie tide? Chu Han's words emphasized we. His statement left the crowd momentarily stunned and bewildered. Indeed, what should they do? How could they combat the zombies? Nation, family, friends, loved ones. Each of you possesses something dear, a way of thinking unique to yourselves. Chu Han's footsteps resonated with authority, echoing like the clash of military boots against the ground. Yet all of this is predicated upon the foundation of survival. He continued his measured yet forceful stride before them, his voice ringing clearly in every ear. I instructed the leader of this base to gather a batch of what you deem useless refuse, compelling you to toil here without breakfast. Did you think me lacking in intellect? Silence enveloped them, the crowd rendered momentarily speechless by Chu Han's abrupt shift in tone. He halted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You believe me foolish, consider me dim-witted, and think I squander your labor while remaining idle? So you are angry, resentful, and filled with grievances? Many among the crowd averted their gazes, unable to deny that not long prior, they had harbored such thoughts. Do you think me naive? Intentionally sowing discord within this base to incite your ire? Chu Han chuckled, though his smile was devoid of warmth. Am I to play such trivial games? Fully aware of the impending zombie tide. My apologies, but yet what? Chu Han stepped closer, scrutinizing the faces before him. But you are oblivious to the purpose of these actions, hence your skepticism towards me. His relentless inquiries left the crowd speechless, while simultaneously guiding them towards understanding. Just as he prepared to inhale deeply to continue, a cacophony of piercing zombie howls erupted from the distance, more numerous and louder than ever before. The bridge ahead was no longer smooth. A mass of dark figures surged toward it, roaring and rampaging like a black torrent. Tens of thousands of zombies rushed forth as if an enemy army had breached the gates, akin to a swarm of locusts overtaking the land, swiftly inundating the entire bridge before advancing toward the base. The zombie tide. It has arrived. Such overwhelming numbers, what remnants would they leave in their wake? Everything within this community would be devoured, reduced to nothingness. Panic and helplessness swept through the base like wildfire. Some collapsed, cradling their heads and weeping in despair. Others clung to their loved ones, seeking warmth in their final moments, while many spiraled into chaos, cursing the world around them. Shang Jiudi's eyes blazed red. By his estimation, the horde exceeded Chu Han's initial estimate of 15,000, nearing 20,000. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded, overpowering the chaos surrounding them. A heavy sound reverberated beside Chu Han. An iron axe struck the ground, shattering the concrete beneath, creating a spiderweb of cracks that resonated through the hearts of all present. They have come, the enemies that render us homeless, that obliterate our homes, that dismantle the world we inhabit. They are here. Chu Han's voice rang out, powerful yet composed, and he once again employed we. He abruptly hoisted the iron axe, directing its gleaming edge towards the encroaching tide on the bridge, its cold glint radiating menace. Do you see? That is our true enemy. The foe of all humanity. We are of the same kind. Indeed, those zombies are the architects of our loss. A chorus of anger, hatred, and desperation surged within them. We are of the same kind. I now present you with two choices. Chu Han extended his left hand, gesturing towards the base community behind him. Flee inside, shut the doors, and await death. Await fate's decree, be a coward. You. Chu Han's voice crescendoed to its utmost intensity. What will you choose? Chapter 78. To vow to defend the dignity of humanity, how shall we choose? The resonant inquiry drowned out the deafening roars of countless zombies, overshadowing the rapid heartbeats of 800 individuals, eclipsing their panic and confusion. As if a ray of dawn illuminated their path. Brave or coward? Choose one. Standing before the crowd, Chu Han quietly observed the multitude, though unassuming in appearance. He commanded an extraordinary focus, exuding an immense magnetic pull that drew every gaze toward him. The howls of the zombies echoed from afar, a harbinger of the cataclysmic scene approaching. Before them, what had once been an open expanse now teemed with a dark mass of zombies, their shuffling gait propelled by an insatiable thirst for blood. In less than an hour, this terrifying horde would descend upon them. The impending crisis loomed. The wait was brief. Soon, individuals began to rise, lifting various items devoid of offensive capability high above their heads. Let us vanquish these zombies. Let us crush their skulls. They have destroyed our lives. We shall take our revenge. What is there to fear? Death is but a consequence. Be brave. Stand and perish. One by one. People stepped forward, encircling Chu Han with fervent cries of encouragement. Regardless of gender or age, they all raised their weapons, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Trust in Chu Han. Let us fight to the death. We vow to defend the dignity of humanity. Shang Jiudi gazed at Chu Han in astonishment, his eyes sweeping over the young visage several times. This youth, barely 20, had managed to achieve such a feat in this apocalyptic world. He resembled a true leader more than anyone else. Behind Chu Han, Shang Jiudi and Bai Yun'er regarded him with complex expressions. Such charisma, such composure amidst peril, was remarkable. He had rallied this unruly crowd, significantly enhancing their chances of victory. 700 individuals were a vastly different concept compared to just a few. This was indeed unbelievable. Now, listen to my commands. Chu Han's voice rang out, though not loudly. It commanded silence from the crowd. All those with firearms, take your positions on the 2 rows of trucks at the back. His tone was urgent yet clear. Those without guns, pick up weapons and form teams of 15. Positioning yourselves as I direct. Remember, until I give the order, no one is to move. When I command you to fight, do not hesitate. Sever the heads of those wretches. Chu Han's instructions were straightforward, even somewhat casual, known only to him for the reasons behind them. Trust me, I will do my utmost to ensure your survival. Half an hour passed. The horde had surged off the bridge, advancing towards them in a horrifying mass. The cacophony of their roars grew ever louder, vividly reflecting the impending doom that awaited this city, now transformed into a deathly realm. The crowd dispersed. Guns and ammunition swiftly distributed. Only 50 firearms were available, prompting the rest to form groups of 10, each containing at least 2 adult males. All crude weapons such as fire axes were quickly claimed, leaving many armed only with iron rods or agricultural tools like hoes and sickles. Sheng Ziho's choices disappointed Cheng Xianghua, yet he refrained from interference, merely casting a dispassionate glance. As he turned back to Chu Han, he observed the latter calmly organizing each combatant. For those trembling with fear, children and women alike, Chu Han approached, offering silent encouragement with a gentle pat on their shoulders. The atmosphere was thick with tension, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Suddenly, young Master Chen spun around, shouting with fervor, "The leader will never fail. Victory belongs to us." I recall saying. Chu Han interrupted, his expression impassive as he unexpectedly added, "You have chosen a fine name." A glimmer of intensity flashed in his eyes, and a cruel smile curled his lips as he enunciated deliberately, "Consuming zombie flesh can lead to infection." The shocking proclamation stunned many like a bolt from the blue. "Eat zombies." Duan Ming trembled, disbelief etched across his face. How could he possibly know? Impossible. He screamed, fear overtaking him, his voice a frantic echo of madness. "You cannot know? How could you know?" Nausea swept through the crowd, many retching at the thought of consuming such repulsive creatures. Duan Ming recoiled in terror, retreating hastily, while those around him eyed him warily. Suddenly, he cried out and bolted towards the residential buildings behind him. What remained certain was that the virus would not vanish. Taking the loudspeaker from Yuezi's hands, Chu Han ascended to the roof of a nearby truck, a makeshift command center from which he could survey the entire scene outside the community. Flanking him were 2 rows of large trucks, atop which over 50 individuals grasped automatic rifles, silently observing him. Ahead lay the open space surrounding the base, once expansive but now congested with a multitude of vehicles. Their fronts and rears interlocked, forming a sprawling labyrinth. Chapter 79. The Battle of the Dead City, a vast labyrinth formed by automobiles, each vehicle laden with heavy objects, their wheels firmly anchored to the ground to prevent them from being toppled by the undead. Within this maze, numerous isolated spaces emerge, with cars arranged end to end, creating circles oriented in various directions. Between the vehicles, small gaps allow for single passage, where those assigned by Chu Han stand in groups of 10 to 15, each gripping their weapons tightly. The maze occupies a grand expanse, rising majestically as if conjured from thin air. Further ahead, the entrance lies within the park, a large expanse of muddy earth where wisps of white smoke rise from several spots. Objects rest upon the soil, though their nature remains unclear. However, it is evident that each smoking spot is connected by a rope leading directly into the maze. These ropes reek of gasoline, each marked with different labels, all bearing letters like A, B, C, and D. Young Master Chen stands to the side, torch raised, patiently awaiting Chu Han's command. Cheng Xianghua, Yi Chun, and Yuzi stand atop a truck, weapons drawn, as do Shang Jiudi and Bai Yun'er. Luo Xiaoxiao closely presses against Chu Han, weapon in hand. Each individual is assigned a role, with no one left idle. Silence envelopes them as they await the impending onslaught, the distant growls of approaching zombies growing ever louder. Chu Han stands atop the highest vehicle, an axe hanging from his right hand, while his left grips a loudspeaker. He is the commander of this battle, lacking deployment, guards. sophisticated equipment, and trained soldiers. Even the pistol at his side has been redistributed. In this confrontation, he alone issues commands, and all others heed only his call. With merely over 700 individuals against tens of thousands of zombies. Had anyone known of Chu Han's audacious plan to annihilate nearly 20,000 undead with such a small force, they would surely deem him mad, utterly so. The overwhelming disparity in numbers foretold a grim fate. The 700 would be devoured entirely. Yet, Chu Han would not waver. He believed in his inevitable victory. The adversary before him was nothing more than a horde of mindless corpses. As time ticked away, the tension heightened. The throng of the undead surged closer. A wave of putrid stench accompanying them. Their gaping maws, filled with yellow pus and black ichor, their milky eyes glaring ominously. Their tattered garments and decaying skin adding to their grotesque appearance, they stumbled mechanically, advancing upon the park, the very ground where the base cultivated crops. Vegetation lay trampled, reduced to a mush of rotting flesh and dark blood. Countless diligent farmers clenched their teeth in despair. This was their sustenance. Their impending harvest now crushed beneath the feet of the undead. All was ruined, utterly destroyed. The horde pressed nearer, densely packed within the park, advancing towards the residential area. Area A, detonate. Chu Han's commanding voice boomed from the loudspeaker as he stood resolutely at the command post, axe in hand, his demeanor calm and steady. Young Master Chen immediately ignited the rope marked with the letter A. The gasoline-soaked cord ignited, blazing like a fire dragon, racing through the maze with astonishing speed until it reached a smoking point in the park, where countless zombies congregated. Then came the cataclysmic explosion. The earth quaked violently, the deafening sound resonating far and wide, even reaching the innermost building of the complex. In an instant, the designated zone erupted, dirt and debris soaring into the air, severed heads and entrails bursting forth like a grotesque firework, before cascading down like rain. The thick mass of zombies was violently dislodged, leaving behind a vast crater. Dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, as dark blood transformed the soil into a morass. Chu Han gazed at the dissipating smoke, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Area A has exploded. Estimated zombie casualties, 700. Shock reverberated through the minds of all present. 700 zombies obliterated in a heartbeat. Cheng Xinggua's eyes widened in disbelief. The explosion was direct and brutal. How had Chu Han accomplished this? What had he buried there? A multitude of landmines? No. They had neither gathered nor possessed such resources. Yuqin's face contorted in astonishment. His usual stoicism shattered as Chu Han's audacity caused him to misplace his glasses several times. Incredible! Unbelievable! Yuzi exclaimed excitedly, her robust form nearly bursting into a dance atop the truck. The 700 within the automotive circle erupted in joyous celebration. Their movements animated as they beheld the unambiguous spectacle of the explosion. Countless undead bodies soaring through the air, many embracing one another in tears or laughter. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of the event, Bai Yun'er brushed a loose strand of hair aside, her captivating gaze fixed on Chu Han, shimmering with admiration. Shang Jiudi's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with excitement. Truly, he was a man worthy of her affection. Young Master Chen vigorously shook his arms, his excitement causing his jowls to quiver. Let us go. Luo Xiaoxiao, standing close to Chu Han, fought to suppress her urge to leap for joy, knowing she must not disturb her brother in this crucial moment. Amidst the chaos, Chu Han calculated the timing in his mind, realizing the explosion had detonated slightly prematurely. Mere seconds of error had diminished what should have been a simultaneous demise of 1,000 zombies to merely 70% effectiveness. The blast, however, failed to instill fear in the mindless horde. They quickly filled the void, trampling their fallen kin beneath their decaying feet, countless dismembered limbs sinking into the mud. As they continued their relentless march forward, ravenous growls escaping their rotting mouths. Area B, detonate. Chu Han's voice resonated once more from the loudspeaker, his tone unyielding, infused with boundless authority and ambition. He would prevail. With urgency, young Master Chun ignited the rope marked with the letter B. Dismembered limbs erupted into the air, soaring high. Their flight a macabre yet vibrant display, reminiscent of celebratory fireworks heralding the dawn of victory. The successive thunderous explosions drew the attention of the 100 individuals sheltered within the complex, along with the elderly, women, and children who could not partake in the battle, all pressing against their windows for a clearer view of the miraculous scene unfolding below. Whether within the maze or amidst the distant explosions, the spectacle was undeniable. Chapter 80. Utilizing intelligence, a thick haze of smoke drifted in the distance, revealing a vast depression within the horde of zombies, a sight that left onlookers astonished. The explosion had propelled nearly 900 undead into the air, their bodies rendered grotesque and mangled. Some had been obliterated entirely, while those who survived were left crippled. Unable to rise, effectively devoid of combat capability, Duan Ming pressed his face against the glass, disbelief etched across his features. Impossible. This cannot be real. How could that bumpkin accomplish such a feat? I refuse to believe it. In the midst of his outcry, he suddenly spewed a mouthful of thick black blood, splattering the transparent barrier before him and darkening his view. He recoiled in terror, scrambling backward on the ground. Black blood. He had actually expelled black blood. The term corpseification suddenly flashed in his mind. He recalled Chu Han's warning. Consuming zombie flesh could lead to infection. Coughing violently, he expelled another jet of black blood, this time mixed with bits of putrid flesh. Yet, it was all for naught. Chu Han had been right, and the name was fitting. Meanwhile, others scattered across various residences, standing by their windows, directed their astonished gazes toward the spectacle. Was this truly the handiwork of that young man, the mere 20-year-old? He had managed to annihilate so many zombies. From their vantage point, they could distinctly witness the miraculous scene unfolding in the distance. But this was merely the beginning. Detonate Zone C and D. Chu Han's voice resonated from the makeshift command center, clear and commanding to all. With remarkable speed, Master Chen swept his torch across the two ropes on the ground. Chu Han insisted on simultaneous detonation. There could be no margin for error. The two sites, not far apart, erupted with tremendous explosions, the sky ablaze with fire and smoke, vividly illustrating the ferocity of this grand battle. The zombies were blasted apart, their heads bursting into fragments, while the ground, saturated with the black blood of the fallen, became a putrid mire. A morass formed from the mingling of decomposing flesh and soil, reminiscent of the blood-soaked swamps often depicted in tales of the undead. The simultaneous explosions generated a powerful shockwave, compressing the surrounding horde into a pancake-like mass. Those caught in the center were mercilessly battered by the dual detonations, suffering grievous injuries. The cacophony of the blasts was deafening. The combined sounds reverberated through the ground, shaking even distant residential buildings. Gazing at the billowing smoke in the distance, a faint smile crept across Chu Han's lips. What lay in that expansive park was none other than a vast cache of mobile phones and computer components he had instructed Cheng Xianghua and others to collect the previous day. Lithium batteries. When punctured, they emit white smoke, and when exposed to high temperatures, they explode. The force of a single lithium battery detonating is akin to that of a hand grenade. Imagine the catastrophic effect of a multitude of batteries igniting collectively. The principle behind the series of explosions in the distance was now clear. How many zombies would these lithium batteries annihilate? How vast would the ensuing tide of destruction be? All of this was within his grasp. The detonations in Zone C and D resulted in the demise of 2,500 zombies, with the compounded force exceeding the 1,000 limit per zone. Chu Han employed his intellect. He was not merely a brute wielding an axe. He was adept at leveraging every advantageous condition to achieve his goal, to eradicate the 20,000 zombies and carve a path for escape. Was Copper City not a city of death? A place forsaken by fate? Today, he stood resolutely to demonstrate that destiny was but a figment of imagination. He would reach Anlu City and reunite with his parents. None could impede his progress, be it a horde of undead or a city of the dead. Detonate Zones E, F, and G. 3 blazes erupted skyward, forming a triangular area that engulfed the densely packed horde, creating a vast, blackened crater. The once picturesque park had been reduced to ruins, yet not a single survivor within the labyrinth felt sorrow or regret. Excellent. Destroy these zombies. Obliterate them. A collective thought surged within the hearts of the people, an unbidden trust in Chu Han blossoming. The horde no longer felt daunting. The prospect of slaying the undead seemed less formidable. Come forth, wretches. We fear not. These shambling corpses, he would smash their skulls. We will prevail. Not a single zombie shall remain. Uplifting shouts echoed through the maze as people roared with excitement. Exhilarated by a feeling they had never experienced before, the desire to personally vanquish the undead. 50 armed individuals positioned at the rear were equally electrified. Their gazes fixed on Chu Han, eagerly anticipating his next command. Chu Han stood calmly atop a vehicle, his eyes scanning the chaos before him. 7 zones had already been detonated. The first explosion accounted for 700 zombies, the second for 900, while the third and fourth claimed 2,005. The fifth, sixth, and seventh detonations had nearly eradicated 4,000. In total, the estimated zombie casualties reached around 8,000, though not all were dead. Many were incapacitated and rendered combat ineffective. Excellent. This surpassed his expectations. Yet, it was merely the beginning. Over 10,000 zombies remained. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted Chu Han's contemplation. Cheng Xinggua's loyalty has reached 60. Yu Qin's loyalty has reached 50. Yuezi's loyalty has reached 50. Chu Sha's loyalty has reached 30. Mu Tian's loyalty has reached 20. The incessant notifications about loyalty echoed in his mind. Relax in times of tension, comfort yourself in moments of worry. And don't forget to bless yourself in times of joy. Chapter 81. More impressive than my idle silence. Chu Han silently cursed in his heart. Close it. Immediately, the muscles in his brow twitched with tension. Yet, the crisis persisted. Only 2 explosive points remained, while the horde of zombies still numbered around 10,000. In the western district of Tong City, a survivor base stood, a refuge not too distant from the fresh fruit base. This enclave, formed by several leaders, was established within a towering structure of over 70 stories, the tallest building in Tong City. Rather than being in the city center, it was situated in a picturesque area housing a luxurious hotel, with the city's most renowned tourist attractions just beyond. At that moment, however, no one had the inclination for leisure. Within this hotel resided over 2,000 survivors, most of whom were crammed into small rooms on the lower floors. While only the more capable individuals enjoyed the privilege of single occupancy in rooms with scenic views on the upper levels. On the most lavish terrace of the hotel, a few individuals lounged, indulging in expensive bottles of wine as if they were mere water, feasting heartily on various meats. Despite the abundance of food throughout the city, none of them dared to step outside. One person chimed in, casting a glance at a quiet young man named Mu Yi, who was gazing into the distance. What are you looking at? There, is that smoke? Mu Yi furrowed his brow. Upon hearing his words, the group ceased their revelry and followed his gaze into the distance. Isn't that the direction of that fresh fruit base? One person suddenly exclaimed. Shoo. Mu Yi suddenly urged for quiet. Listen, what is that sound? Boom. As soon as Mu Ye's words fell, a rumbling akin to thunder echoed, its clarity diminished by distance, yet still audible in the silence. The group was taken aback. But before long, boom. Another thunderous explosion sounded, louder than the last, the smoke billowing more thickly. Mu Ye's sharp gaze remained fixated on the horizon, his tone suddenly urgent. Bring the binoculars. As soon as the binoculars reached his hands, a more powerful explosion resonated from the direction of the fresh fruit base, resembling an atomic bomb's detonation. Through the lenses, Mu Yi could distinctly see a massive shockwave sweeping away and shattering countless zombies. What is that? Those beside him stared in disbelief. A horde of zombies. Mu Ye's voice trembled slightly. But something triggered the explosion, resulting in a massive kill. Is it something from the fresh fruit base? Surely not. Cheng Xianghua and his group lack such capability. Mu Yi lowered the binoculars, commanding, let's investigate. In another part of Tong City, atop a different high-rise, a bald man sat carelessly, drinking beer. Suddenly, boom. The deafening blast startled him, causing him to cough as he sputtered out his drink. What the hell? Who's so deranged? Boom. Another explosion followed, more intense than the previous. Are you serious? Again. The bald man retrieved a peculiar pair of binoculars from a tattered bag. Their design bizarre yet evidently sophisticated. He haphazardly placed them before his eyes, taking another swig of beer. Cough. Damn it, he exclaimed, spraying beer once more. Then, tossing the drink aside, he adjusted the binoculars, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he murmured, who is this impressive? Even more remarkable than my idol. Incredible. They just wiped out so many zombies in one go. At the fresh fruit base, the zombie tide drew ever closer. Chu Han stood on the command platform, gazing into the distance, refraining from issuing any commands, silently awaiting the right moment. Those around him remained mute, their curiosity suppressed as they placed their trust in his strategy. The park ahead of the maze lay in ruins, its muddy terrain severely impeding the zombies' advance. Many found themselves mired in the putrid muck, unable to extricate themselves, sinking deeper until they lay prostrate, immobile. This soil had been refurbished by the survivors of the base, now loose and treacherous, thickened with decayed flesh and black blood. While many zombies became sluggish in the mire, soon enough, they began to push through the bodies of their fallen brethren, surging towards the maze. However, this brief moment of lethargy allowed the previously scattered zombies to regroup, forming a dense mass. Within the depths of the maze, those on guard tightened their grips on their weapons, their anxiety palpable as the horde drew nearer. Before long, the tide of zombies reached the maze's entrance, a semicircular formation resembling a gaping maw awaiting its prey. Unlike the robust vehicles deeper within the maze, the cars encircling this area were mostly battered and devoid of heavy loads, allowing the horde to break through with relative ease. Yet, this was the most crucial step in Chu Han's plan. He raised the megaphone to his lips, his gaze unwavering upon the horizon, knowing the moment must be seized. This opportunity was singular. If those 10,000 zombies breached the defenses prematurely, all his efforts and strategies would be rendered futile. The zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, their deafening roars echoing, drawing ever nearer. With his first-tier physical constitution, Chu Han could now discern the terrifying visages of the undead with clarity. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. Chu Han's command was given. Chapter 82. To the victor belongs the spoils. The sudden explosion resonated with a frenzied intensity, akin to a desperate gamble made in the final moments of life. Chu Han's obsidian eyes were fixed unwaveringly ahead, as the crescent-shaped clearing resembled a vast bowl, brimming with an overwhelming horde of zombies. Young Master Chen abruptly raised the torch, igniting the last 2 ropes with fervor. With a crackle, the fiery tendrils of the ropes twisted and curled through the labyrinth, extending towards the exit points, the only remaining sites for detonation. This was the final act of madness, a gamble that encompassed everything. Standing resolutely at the command platform, Chu Han remained motionless, yet beads of sweat lined his forehead. Any minuscule miscalculation would lead to a fate encapsulated in a single word: death. Therefore, success was imperative. 700 pairs of eyes were riveted on the distance, oblivious to Chu Han's intricate strategy, yet acutely attuned to the palpable tension in the air. The oncoming tide of zombies was unprecedentedly vast, pressing against the crescent-shaped barricade formed by rows of vehicles, which had begun to tilt ominously. The throng of undead surged forward, poised to collapse the barrier and inundate the labyrinth. At that very moment, the 2 ropes reached their destined conclusion. 2 thunderous explosions erupted simultaneously, sending a shockwave that compressed the air between them. The tightly packed horde of zombies was struck with tremendous force, countless bodies being hurled into the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle of a rain of corpses. The ground trembled beneath 700 feet, the quaking akin to an earthquake, as the concrete was blasted into a pockmarked terrain, revealing countless fissures. Zombies were obliterated, their dark blood spilling forth. What power! What sheer might! The crowd erupted in fervent awe, their admiration for Chu Han reaching a fever pitch. Yet, this was merely the first step. Before the dismembered limbs could descend, a cacophony of explosions followed in rapid succession. Flames surged skyward, enveloping the area in a conflagration. The crescent-shaped assembly of vehicles ignited into a series of chain explosions, the thick black smoke swiftly darkening the sky above, transforming the landscape into a blazing arc, reminiscent of a colossal crescent moon radiating fire. It was not over. The fiery zone soon emitted a pungent odor, the stench of charred flesh filling the air. The flames blazed fiercely, reducing vehicles to mere wreckage. Chu Han had doused the crescent formation of vehicles with gasoline. The explosions of lithium batteries and the combustion of gasoline, combined with the strategic arrangement of the vehicles, unleashed a torrent of air that surged towards the center, causing the steps of an entire horde of 10,000 zombies to falter. How many had perished? They could not know. The inferno obscured the view, raising the temperature of the vicinity, with many in the depths of the labyrinth sweating from the heat. Chu Han could not discern the casualties through the flames. He could only await, alongside the 700, in a state of heightened anxiety, anticipating the first wave of zombies to break through the fire, ready for the glorious clash once the battle horn sounded. Who would prevail against the undead? The victor would claim dominion. Meanwhile, those sheltered within the nearby buildings were rendered utterly speechless. From their vantage point, they could see clearly. Even better than any of the combatants below, the bowl-like design that had corralled the zombies together. This explosion surpassed any prior detonation in the park. Regret began to seep in among many. This battle had initially seemed insurmountable, but under Chu Han's meticulous orchestration, the scales had begun to tip. The 700 warriors had yet to engage directly with the zombies, yet a significant portion of the horde had already been vanquished. The sequential explosions of lithium batteries and gasoline had claimed the lives of at least 5,000 zombies in an instant, yet the flames continued to rage, the line still burning. The zombies wishing to advance would have to traverse the fire, fueled by gasoline. with the rows of vehicles glowing red and searing hot. The flames would inflict further harm, and the number of zombies able to infiltrate the labyrinth would not exceed 3,000. This horde numbered around 18,000. Yet Chu Han had dispatched 15,000 without losing a single soldier. Who would believe such a feat? All understood the implications of this statistic. Perhaps the ultimate victor of this war would indeed be Chu Han. He was an extraordinary prodigy. A speeding pickup truck screeched to a halt, its occupants gaping in disbelief. The massive explosion and flames ahead were glaringly conspicuous, as if intent on obliterating the entire neighborhood. The intense heat distorted the air, creating a shimmer of refraction. They could venture no further, lest they share the fate of the zombies. Mu Yi, seated in the passenger seat, was enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. Based on his knowledge of Cheng Xianghua, he was certain that Cheng would lack the audacity and capability to orchestrate such a spectacle at his own base. This was a desperate gamble, beyond Cheng's decision-making prowess. The cause of the zombie tide remained a mystery, yet it was evident that the fresh fruit base was well prepared for the impending conflict and had devised comprehensive countermeasures. They undoubtedly possessed ample firearms and ammunition. But most crucial was the mastermind orchestrating this battle, a commander of remarkable skill. The recent series of explosions and the current grand display had decimated a sufficient number of zombies, while simultaneously exposing the orchestrator, either a complete lunatic or an audacious military genius. The fresh fruit base concealed such a figure? Excitement flickered in Mu Ye's eyes as he pondered. This individual was likely around 35 years of age, possibly holding a significant military rank, for how else could Cheng Xianghua allow such chaos? Mu Yi recognized that he was not alone. Other survivor bases in the city must have also sensed the commotion, with many ambitious individuals en route. Such ostentatious talents typically meet one of two fates, subjugation or annihilation. Mu Ye's brow furrowed slightly. Who was this enigmatic individual? Did he not comprehend the implications of revealing his capabilities in this cannibalistic apocalypse? In this ruthless world? Such a display of talent was perilous. Chapter 83. The cage hunt. The scene through the telescope was grandiose, and the bald man could hardly contain his excitement. What unfolded before his eyes was a spectacle that could only be witnessed in films during civilized times. A horde of 18,000 zombies surged forth. Such a multitude could surely devour even iron, yet at this moment, only 3,000 remained, and astonishingly, not a single soul had encountered a zombie. This indicated that the team responsible for eliminating the 15,000 had suffered 0 casualties. The contrast in these figures was profoundly striking and utterly unbelievable. The smoke-laden area obscured the number of combatants battling the horde. Whether they were military personnel or ordinary survivors was indeterminate. However, it was unmistakable that this was a disciplined and organized group, and the battle had been orchestrated with impeccable strategy. Whose brilliant idea was this? The explosions were not the main focus. Rather, it was the meticulous positioning of the blasts and the precise timing that mattered. Truly remarkable. Aside from my idol, you are the person I admire most. The bald man was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly yearning to soar over and discover the mastermind behind this operation. As the flames in the area ahead began to wane, the charred expanse connected to a dark and viscous park resembled a vast crater left by an atomic detonation. Chaotic and disordered. The cacophony of the zombies' roars diminished significantly after the successive explosions, leaving behind an eerie silence, pierced only by the crackling of flames. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a line of vehicles scorched red, coated in a thick, acrid substance, zombie flesh. Not a single vehicle retained its original hue. All were entirely shrouded in the remains of the undead, a grotesque mound of decaying flesh and bones. The remaining 3,000 zombies were largely unaffected. Yet propelled by the blasts and flames, they began to ascend the slope, breaching this layer of defense one by one, staggering into the maze. They entered individually, devoid of any semblance of a cohesive unit. The smile on Chu Han's face broadened. Splendid, only 3,000 remained. The maze's design was deceptively simple, featuring a spacious entrance with a central trunk branching out like a tree. Each pathway had been meticulously calculated, accommodating only 1 or 2 zombies at a time, preventing them from advancing in groups. The zombies' greatest weakness was their utter lack of intelligence. The prearranged layout of the maze raised an open area, and Chu Han utilized every available resource to impede the zombies' progress, luring these instinct-driven creatures to scatter and wander into various directions. Devoid of intellect and decision-making ability, the zombies could only follow their instincts, entering the main trunk from the entrance and subsequently dispersing along the branches. At the end of these branches lay circles formed by vehicles, sheltering groups of 10 to 15 survivors. These individuals were ensconced within the towering vehicles, the gaps serving as ventilation for their makeshift cage, akin to prey waiting to be captured by a beast. Meanwhile, a contingent of 50 armed hunters stood atop 2 rows of high trucks, embodying the essence of a predator lying in wait. This scene was vividly illustrated from the high vantage point. Those who had remained in the safety of the community watched the unfolding drama with a blend of relief and derision, especially Cheng Ziho, who leaned against the window, laughing heartily. Haha, these fools actually believe in Chu Han? He chuckled while wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved not to have joined the fray, lest he be used as bait. In his view, Chu Han's tactics were now glaringly apparent, herding the 650 survivors into a trap. Once the zombies dispersed into the maze, the hunters atop the trucks would unleash a barrage of gunfire, effectively neutralizing the horde without drawing them too close. This would afford them ample time to aim. After all, if 3,000 zombies charged simultaneously, it would be impossible to fire, and the trucks would likely be overturned. Fools. Just wait to be devoured. Cheng Ziho sneered, fixating on Chu Han standing atop the vehicle below. Eliminating the zombie horde will also diminish the base's population, allowing you to hoard even more resources? Humph. It seems you have no qualms about sacrificing a few pretty faces. His gaze swept over the 50 individuals atop the trucks, noting the presence of many women, including Shang Jiudi, Bai Yun'er, Ding Shui, and even Chu Xia. In the distance, the bald man's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the figure atop the high platform. His rough fingers deftly adjusted the telescope, his voice trembling with excitement. Idol? How can he resemble my idol so closely? Boom. The bald man, enraged, stamped his foot on the ground. How cruel. Using over 600 living people as bait? I must be blind. Zombies continued to pour into the maze, with the estimated number reaching 1,000. Each branch was populated by roughly 20 zombies, eagerly converging towards the tantalizing scent at the end. The fastest among them lunged at one of the circles, their gnarled faces marred by grime. Yet their white pupils stood out starkly. Their decaying arms reached forth, mingling the odors of rot and gasoline. Click, click, click. The sound of firearms being readied erupted from the tops of the trucks, a disjointed symphony that rang chillingly in the air. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, leaving only the eerie growls of the zombies and the ominous black muzzles of the guns. Roar. The fastest zombies began to crowd into the nearest circle, wedged between 2 vehicles, their frantic urgency preventing them from squeezing in, causing them to become stuck, flailing their arms and emitting chilling biting sounds towards the people inside. The survivors waiting deep within the maze remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Chu Han atop the vehicle. Hundreds of eyes shone with anticipation, devoid of fear or hesitation. All hands, listen up. Chu Han's voice resonated clearly through the loudspeaker in the otherwise hushed surroundings. Battle. Exterminate them.